This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Late at night, in a small, old rental apartment. In the confined and cramped environment, the clacking of keyboards was particularly loud. The girl sitting on the bed, her eyes darkened, as if she had been drained of her labor, stared at her laptop screen with despair. The poorly soundproofed rental apartment couldn't block out the next-door neighbor's utterly deliberate ravings. Scream louder. Let the girl next door hear you. Only after the unbearable noises of the man and woman had completely died down did the girl calmly check the time on her phone. Then she silently raised her hand and knocked on the wall twice before speaking slowly. Uncle, you only lasted 1 minute and 34 seconds this time, 35 seconds less than yesterday. Please keep up the good work. If that kick I gave you last time has left you inhumane, I'm so sorry. The greasy guy next door. Fuck. That bitch. Hubby, calm down. You can't beat her. Listening to the exasperated yet helpless voice next door, Jiang Yumian calmly withdrew her hand and continued typing away expressionlessly. Messages continued to pop up on the upper right corner of the laptop. Employer 21. Is my copy ready? Employer 38. Is my debate draft ready? Why are you taking so long? Employer 45. Please hurry up. It's due tomorrow morning. The endless stream of pop-up messages caused the off-brand laptop she was editing to freeze and go black. The girl's calm expression finally cracked. Suddenly, a sudden, childish voice echoed in her ears. Jiang Yumian, do you want Blue Planet to explode? Of course I do. She wished she could explode right then and there. She hadn't even graduated yet, and this damned office life was almost suffocating her. Ding dong. Congratulations. You've been selected as player number 52152 in the Doomsday survival game. 10 seconds to enter the game. Jiang Yumian stared blankly at the light screen that suddenly appeared in the air a meter away, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Watching the countdown on the screen, which continued to read, Jiang Yumian silently put down her computer and began to mutter to herself, I must have been staying up too late lately, causing me to lose my mind. Yes, I'd be fine after a good night's sleep. A good night's sleep. Jiang Yumian clutched the sheets with both hands and laid down on the bed. She kicked her legs and closed her eyes, ready to drift off to sleep. But after a moment of dizziness, a blinding light forced her eyes open again. The environment before her had transformed from a dim, damp ceiling into a bustling commercial street bustling with pedestrians. At this moment, she was lying on a round wrought iron table at the entrance of a cafe. The light screen before her not only didn't fade, but new text continued to appear on it. Recognizing basic character information. Recognition completed. Name, Jiang Yumian. Age, 21. Status, Junior. Assets, 1.45 million yuan in liabilities, 417 yuan in cash. Skills, interesting appearance, boring mouth. Qualification assessment, a poor little scoundrel with a sharp tongue. Jiang Yumian's mouth twitched. Thank you. How presumptuous. Get rid of the poor guy. Thank you. New subtitles began to pop up on the screen. Welcome to this round of the apocalyptic survival game. There will be 200 players and 1 million NPCs participating with you. Game theme, city hunting. Starting capital, 300 S coins. Clearance requirements, only 10 players remain in this round and survive for 30 days. Clearing the game will instantly return you to the real world and randomly drop items or gold coins as rewards. Attention new players. Failure or death in the game will result in immediate annihilation in the real world. Cherish your life, stay away from hunters, avoid danger, and I wish you success. Before Jiang Yumian could recover from her shock, the boy's voice she had heard at the beginning suddenly reappeared in her eyes and ears. Hello, I'm the sales system uniquely attached to you, number 009. You can also ask me to spend all my money. Since you've been chosen as the sole item salesperson in the Doomsday survival game, there's an additional requirement for clearing the game. Find a player and sell 5 item buffs from the mall. If you don't sell all the items, even if you survive 30 days, you die in the real world. Jiang Yumian, who has long been subjected to society's harsh treatment and loves to wander the ocean of novels, has a surprisingly strong tolerance. It's okay, at worst, I can just die early and be reborn. It's not uncommon to go crazy. Jiang Yumian took a deep breath, forced a smile, and asked, then how do I open the mall? As soon as she finished speaking, the item quest page appeared on the screen in front of her. Unlucky buff. Valid for 5 minutes. 50% chance of triggering bad luck after taking effect. Prize 3 gold coins. Lucky buff. Lasts 30 seconds, with a 50% chance of triggering a lucky event. Price, 5 gold coins. Cooking god buff. Lasts 5 hours, with a 100% chance of maxing out your cooking skill. Price, 12 gold coins. Sleeping god buff. Lasts 5 hours, with a 100% chance of entering a deep sleep. Price, 12 gold coins. Filter buff. Lasts 24 hours, with a 99% chance of attracting the attention of all members of the opposite sex within a 1,000 meter radius. Price, 20 gold coins. Note, currency conversion. 1 gold coin equals 10,000 S coins, equals 10,000 renminbi. Real-world RMB can be used in-game. S coins can only be used in-game and automatically reset after each game. Gold coins are a rare item, and are randomly dropped after completing the game, ranging from 1 to 100 gold coins. When Jiang Yumian saw the currency conversion chart, the corners of her mouth twitched violently, and she couldn't help but ask, "If I remember correctly, you just said this was a post-apocalyptic survival game, right?" Huaguangguang, yes. Jiang Yumian's professional smile was tinged with a hint of gnashing anger as she retorted, "So, Xiaoguang, who do you think would buy such a useless item?" Huaguangguang, that's something you should consider. Jiang Yumian, Huaguangguang, attention. For every item buff sold, you, as the salesperson, will also receive a commission of 1 gold coin. I wish you success. After that, no matter how much Jiang Yumian questioned him, he only received empty words. Jiang Yumian felt a headache and kept rubbing his brow. Gold coins were tempting, but this item was truly useless. Let's not talk about the annoying bad luck buff for now, let's talk about the sleep buff. What's going on? The enemy is coming, and the customer is using a 5-hour deep sleep item on the spot, ready to die painlessly, and there's a filter buff. In this chaotic, murderous, and plundering apocalypse, isn't it like being constantly targeted, leaving you with nothing left in your pocket? Forget about all the opposite sex within a 1,000 meter radius. Even within a 100 meter radius, players will be dragged into a dark room and used as sexual tools, and it costs 20 gold coins. 20 gold coins, or 200,000 yuan, for such a worthless item. Who's crazy? Who would buy that? No one would. Wait a minute. If it can't be used on myself, it should be usable on others, right? Jiang Yumian's eyes flashed, and she hurriedly asked in her mind, "Our lovely Huaguangguang system, does the item buff have user restrictions?" Huaguangguang, there are no restrictions. The owner can choose to use it on anyone. Jiang Yumian blinked innocently. So, you can use it on enemy players or NPCs? Huaguangguang looked at the girl's increasingly perverted smile, feeling an inexplicable mix of emotions. Yes. Chapter 2. The bustling commercial street was packed with luxury stores, and the majority of the street's customers were young people. At that moment, a girl sitting outside a coffee shop was staring blankly with her head bowed. Urban hunting? Hunting generally refers to the killing or taking of wild animals. But in this vast city center, there wasn't even a zoo, so where would the wild animals come from? Wait a minute. Jiang Yumian was slightly taken aback. She subconsciously looked up at the dense crowds of pedestrians on the street and said in surprise, could the target be humans? For some reason, Jiang Yumian's intuition told her that the most important thing now was to stock up on enough water and food for 30 days and find a secluded house to hide in, away from people, especially crowded areas. Jiang Yumian did just that. She stood up and quickly circled several streets before finally finding a less crowded one. And then, when she reached the fork in the road, she could only stare at the supermarket across the street, still lost in thought. She only had 717 yuan in her pocket, even after counting all of her money. Even if she could buy enough instant noodles and water for 30 days, what about housing? With the remaining money, she couldn't even afford to rent a toilet in this city that could accommodate 1 million people. Poor was just one word, and she only used it once. Find a player. Find a player with an enemy. Find a RMB player with an enemy. After Jiang Yumian figured it out, she suddenly felt desperate and sighed to the sky. But there are 1 million NPCs in this city. Where can I find a player? I really know how to be a tyrant. Suddenly, a puzzled male voice came from behind her, cautiously asking her, are you a player? Jiang Yumian instinctively turned her head and looked back. Not far away stood a refined man with glasses. He was short, dressed in a perfectly pressed dark blue suit, even his tie was tied with impeccable care. He was a man of character, evidently a man of style. Jiang Yumian, sensing the arrival of a wealthy client, instinctively strode towards the man and began to sell with all her might. "Brother, would you like to buy some props? I have plenty here." Before she could finish her words, the man pulled out a sharp fruit knife from his back and shouted at her, "Don't move." Robbery. Jiang Yumian flinched at the man's sudden action. Jiang Yumian? Question mark. "No, brother, you're not." The man looked like he was doing a robbery for the first time and wasn't very experienced. Before she even got close, he was already rushing towards her. Jiang Yumian, How could Jiang Yumian not move? The moment she saw the man with glasses charging towards her, she took off running in the opposite direction. Is the world so chaotic now? Someone's robbing people with a knife in broad daylight? Man with glasses, stop! Don't run. Jiang Yumian, uncle, my pockets are cleaner than your face. Stop chasing me. The man with glasses was also devastated, chasing after her, shouting excitedly, "Don't run. I want 10,000 yuan. Just 10,000 yuan and I leave." Jiang Yumian's defenses were instantly broken at these words, her voice tinged with anxiety. "Wow, I don't even have 1,000 yuan. Man with glasses, you're so beautiful, and you don't even have 1,000 yuan? Man with glasses, I don't believe it." Jiang Yumian felt powerless and blamed herself. It's not my fault for being beautiful, but I was really wrong not to have money. The man with glasses, don't run. Jiang Yumian, you're chasing me with a knife. How could I not run? The scattered passers-by were instantly drawn to the shouting of the two men. But the sight of the gleaming knife in the man's hand frightened them all away. Jiang Yumian didn't stop until the man with glasses had chased her to a dead end in a deep alley. The man, panting from the chase, looked at the girl, who had her back to him, staring at the dead end in a daze, and instinctively said with a triumphant smile, "Run! Why aren't you running?" The girl, who had been shouting about being unarmed one moment, the next picked up a discarded red brick from the wall and turned to smile at the man. "Don't move. We're robbing you." Then, from the deep alley, came the sound of men screaming and begging for mercy. 5 minutes later, the man's face was bruised and swollen, his hands tightly bound with his tie. His glasses were knocked askew, their lenses cracked in several tiny cracks. Jiang Yumian clapped her hands, lowered her gaze, and sighed, "With your skills, you're still robbing people? Practice more." The girl looked the man up and down, letting out a soft sigh. He was undoubtedly a man in dire straits, and of no value to her. Jiang Yumian didn't want to waste time and turned to leave. The man suddenly raised his voice, completely devastated, and burst into tears, wailing heartbreakingly, "Kill me! I already played several rounds of the game, and spent all my savings over the years. Now, waiting to die in the game is no different from being dead. Kill me! Kill me!" The man's frantic voice made Jiang Yumian's temper flare, and she strode towards the alley entrance. "Everyone must die, haha. Everyone must die. Once you enter this game, there's no way out. No matter how hard you struggle, you die." Jiang Yumian thought about the man with glasses' words the entire way, feeling a mixture of emotions. If she wanted to sell the system's items, she would have to reveal her player identity. But after what had just happened, she felt that revealing her player identity wasn't a good idea. It would only make the tasks she needed to complete in the future even more difficult. When Jiang Yumian stood at the live supermarket entrance again, she looked at the payment code on the cash register. The girl instinctively felt her trouser pockets. Except for cash, they were empty. No phone. This meant that real-life phones and in-game phones weren't compatible. In other words, the 717 yuan in her pocket not only had to buy 30 days of food, water, and shelter, but now she also had to buy a cell phone. Jiang Yumian, suffocating. Helpless. Speechless. She finally understood why the man had just collapsed. Jiang Yumian closed her eyes, snatched the fruit knife from the bespectacled man, and placed it against her throat. Selling or not, she was going to die anyway, so she chose to die quickly. Just as Jiang Yumian closed her eyes and prepared to slit her throat, suddenly, a small boy's hand appeared in her mind, making the Erkong gesture, and hurriedly said, "Dear, don't die yet." Jiang Yumian didn't even bother to open her eyelids, and said with a fearless attitude, "You don't have to stop me. Hua Guang Guang, I give you a free cheat code. Do you want the lucky buff?" Jiang Yumian, eyes closed, couldn't help but raise her eyebrows, and said uncomfortably, "Yes." Ding dong. Your lucky buff lasts for 30 seconds, with a 50% chance of triggering after it takes effect. Delivered? Only 30 seconds? And only a 50% chance of triggering? Jiang Yumian looked hopeless. "I'm going to die now." "Dear, every time you cheat a player, Pa! Every time you sell an item, the lucky buff increases by an extra hour. The girl paused, her almond-shaped eyes slowly opening, a sly look in her dark pupils. Really? Really? Jiang Yumian quickly put down the fruit knife and happily continued asking, how do I use the buff? Wug Wong Wong. Just mentally recite the target of the buff. Chapter 3. In a chaotic metaverse. Wug Wong Wong, dressed in pale pink overalls, had just explained the item usage process to Jiang Yumian when his companions forcibly recalled him to the standby system. Xian Duo, also a member of the system, a boy wearing a golden children's suit and a plush backpack slung over his shoulder, mechanically prompted Wug Wong Wong. Name, Jiang Yumian. Background. His parents divorced when he was young, and he was abandoned in a trash can by his stepmother. He was then raised by a rag-collecting grandmother, living in difficult circumstances. After being admitted to a top university, the grandmother developed a terminal illness, and she now relies on him to earn money by working multiple jobs to stay alive. Superior's judgment. This player has exceptionally strong willpower, and will not easily seek death. Number 009. You don't need to pay attention to her threats. Even her bargaining is unnecessary. Wug Wong Wong looked at the boy in front of him, who looked just like him, but was full of money, and said in a childish voice, the superiors also said that this player's data is very important, and there can be no mistakes. And, aren't you curious about how much important data she can provide to the Lord God with these useless buffs? Don't you want to see what she can do? Xian Duo was silent for a moment. You have a point. Wug Wong Wong summoned the most standard eight-toothed human smile from his facial expression data, and responded. Now let's see what she can do with these 30 seconds of luck buff. A white screen appeared in the vast chaotic space. The beautiful girl on the screen, now particularly cheerfully throwing 6 red bills, said to the lottery shop owner, Boss, please give me all the different lottery tickets. Qian Duo's silence was golden. Wug Wong Wong was stunned. 6. Jiang Yumian had no idea of the complex mental process between the two systems. At this moment, she was taking a gamble and turning her bicycle into a motorcycle. She wanted to take a big gamble. With a 50% chance of a lucky buff, she couldn't lose everything she had, could she? As long as she doubled the 600 yuan, it would be a profit for her. Jiang Yumian's extravagant spending attitude also caused the middle-aged man next to her, who had just bought 2 lottery tickets, to sneer disdainfully. Young lady, you never bought a lottery ticket, have you? 600 yuan isn't even enough for a set of 50 denomination lottery tickets, and you want a different variety of lottery tickets? That's an exaggeration. The owner also laughed awkwardly. Young lady, I have 20 or 30 different types of welfare lottery scratch-off tickets here alone. 600 yuan really can't buy them all. How about you pick and choose? Jiang Yumian had indeed never bought a lottery ticket. To her, lottery tickets were like giving money away for free. It would be more practical to buy an extra box of instant noodles. Jiang Yumian, however, showed no trace of shame. Instead, she gazed at the dazzling array of lottery tickets on the display case nearby and humbly asked the owner, which one has the highest prize? The owner pointed to the ticket in the middle-aged man's hand and explained with a smile. The one this gentleman just picked up is the latest happy and joyful lottery, with a top prize of 10 million yuan. Of course, the face value is also higher. 100 yuan each. It's easy to play. Just scratch out the sheep image, and the amount below is your winning amount. Jiang Yumian nodded in understanding. Then give me 6. The owner pulled a complete set of lottery tickets from the glass case and added, since these arrived this morning, there aren't any loose tickets left. Pick 6 from this set of 20. Jiang Yumian took a deep breath while holding the lottery tickets and quickly chanted to herself, Lucky buff activated. Please select the target for the lucky buff. Jiang Yumian continued chanting, myself. Ding dong. Lucky buff activated. Target, Jiang Yumian. Target, Jiang Yumian. Probability, 50%. Duration, 30 seconds. The middle-aged man, who had been watching the show, took 2 steps back in shock when he saw a silver-white 30-second countdown suddenly appear above Jiang Yumian's head. The middle-aged man asked in surprise, What are you doing? Jiang Yumian was slightly startled, then followed his gaze and looked up. She realized that the man seemed to be able to see the countdown above her head. Can NPCs see the props? Is he a player too? But right now, Jiang Yumian clearly didn't have time for any other chatter. She quickly counted 6 tickets, tore them open, and then, grabbing the scraper next to her, frantically scratched them with the fastest speed she ever seen. The girl suddenly became nervous and quiet, causing the 2 men beside her to become nervous as well. On the first ticket, no sheep. On the second ticket, still no sheep. Until the 4th ticket, still no sheep. Jiang Yumian's heart was in her throat, and she even cursed the system inwardly. What kind of crappy luck buff is this? On the 5th ticket, sheep finally appeared 2 at once. First sheep, 100. Second sheep, 1,000. The middle-aged man also let out a small "oh." Wang Daju, a veteran lottery player, wasn't particularly surprised to win 1,000 yuan. He could only sigh at the girl's good luck. Jiang Yumian, the person involved, had her eyes sparkling, wanting to say wow 1,000 times to express her feelings. Wow, so touching. I actually made back my money. The countdown continued, reminding her that the final 5 seconds were approaching. Jiang Yumian felt she had already won, and as she scratched the last ticket, her mood calmed down. However, at the moment the countdown ended, the last sheep, with a number written on it that she couldn't count at once, appeared within the sight of the 3 people. The middle-aged man was stunned. The boss was also stunned. Jiang Yumian was also momentarily stunned. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, dad, grandpa, ancestors, 10 million, holy shit. Jiang Yumian's hands were shaking with excitement as she held the lottery ticket. She looked up and asked the boss. I won 10 million, right? The boss swallowed hard. Yes, but our shop can't pay you that much. You need to go to the Provincial Welfare Lottery Center with your lottery ticket and ID card to claim your prize. Jiang Yumian, where is the Provincial Welfare Lottery Center? The boss said, it's on Rongxin Street, not far away. A taxi will take you 15 minutes. Jiang Yumian felt completely elated and was about to leave with the 2 lottery tickets, but the boss stopped her just in time. You can claim the other one here. As Jiang Yumian was leaving the lottery center with the 11 red Mao Zedong notes, the middle-aged man who had witnessed her winning the lottery not long ago suddenly called out from behind. Chapter 4. Wait a moment. I'm a player too. My name is Wang Daju. Jiang Yumian then remembered the man she had been ignoring and cautiously put the lottery ticket into her pocket. What do you want? Seeing her wariness, Wang Daju quickly smiled and said kindly, are you new here? Wang Daju, I already completed several rounds. Let me guide you this time. Wang Daju, anyway, you won game coins. They'd be cleared after this round, and anything you don't use will be wasted. How about giving me 5 million and I guide you this time? Jiang Yumian smiled. No. Although it was her first time playing, she was no fool. Trading your life and property with a stranger was the most foolish thing you could do. Giving him 5 million? She might as well have hired 10 professional bodyguards. Seeing her refusal, Wang Daju urgently asked, that thing on your head just now was a winning item, right? Jiang Yumian narrowed her eyes and decisively admitted yes. Do you want to buy it? Wang Daju, seeing the woman's sudden about-face, also took a cautious step back. His mother had told him that the more beautiful a woman, the more dangerous she was. New players with items look like they're just pretending. He had to be more careful. Wang Daju hesitantly asked, how do you sell? Winning items? Jiang Yumian waved her hand, and detailed descriptions of 5 item buffs appeared before him. Wang Daju studied them for a long time before he couldn't help but complain, except for the lucky buff. All your items are so weird. Jiang Yumian lowered her eyes and sighed helplessly. Yeah, I played 3 rounds of the game, and every time I've been given 2 of these useless items. It's infuriating. But I tell you a secret, these item buffs can also be used by others. Take this sleep god buff, for example. If you're in danger and want to make someone fall asleep, they won't be able to resist. Wang Daju's eyes lit up, and he stared intently at Jiang Yumian, silently calculating. He had already participated in 5 rounds of the powerful game, saving the gold coins given each time and never spending them. He had 65 gold coins in total, which only amounted to 650,000 in cash. If he went straight for the lottery, he might anger this woman, and she might even fight him to the death. Why not just buy a sleep god buff and wait until she fell asleep and then grab it? Wang Daju pondered for nearly 10 minutes before deciding to buy the lucky buff first. Ding dong. The lucky buff transaction was successful. Jiang Yumian received a commission of 1 gold coin, and there was a 50% chance that the lucky buff would last an hour longer. Wang Daju immediately started running back, not forgetting to call Jiang Yumian before he did. Wait here for me. I need to buy you some props. Jiang Yumian was naturally happy to oblige. She looked at him like a wealthy sponsor, and she couldn't bear to leave. Wang Daju, fearing she'd run away, hurriedly bought a few scratch-off tickets with prizes up to 1 million yuan each and walked out. 20 minutes later, at the Provincial Welfare Lottery Center, the two stood at the entrance. Wang Daju, scratching his blade, activated his buff, and began mindlessly scratching off the tickets. He didn't even have time to check the amount. Jiang Yumian was watching for him. Unfortunately, the man's winnings on each ticket weren't very large. There were prizes of 20, 50, 100, 1,000, and 10,000, but there wasn't a jackpot. However, after adding up the several lottery tickets, the total profit was nearly 60,000 yuan, not only making back the original investment, but multiplying it several times over. Jiang Yumian, observing the man's increasingly impatient face, asked him, "Do you still want to buy items now?" Wang Dazhu gritted his teeth and said, "Yes." Jiang Yumian sighed silently and redirected him to the item store. Ding dong. The bad luck buff transaction was successful. You receive a commission of 1 gold coin, and the lucky buff duration is increased by 1 hour. Wang Dazhu still felt sorry for the gold coins. It was just a bad luck buff. But Jiang Yumian didn't feel any regret. After all, it was a good start today, selling 2 items in one go. She was already quite content. Wang Dazhu then asked, puzzled, "I'd like to know how this bad luck buff works on others." Suddenly, the screen flashed. Bad luck buff has been activated. Target, Wang Dazhu. Target, Wang Dazhu. Probability, 50%. Duration, 30 seconds. Wang Dazhu stared at Jiang Yumian in astonishment, dumbfounded. How did this buff work on me? "I don't know." Jiang Yumian hadn't expected this, and replied innocently, "Maybe you said it within a sentence." "I work on me?" Those 3 words? Wang Dazhu, Wang Dazhu, how could you be so ruthless? Jiang Yumian silently took a step back. The system settings have nothing to do with me. Wang Dazhu had no way of dealing with her. Who knew what other items she might have that might harm him? He could only swallow his anger. "I need to buy another one." Ding dong. The sleep god buff transaction was successful. You receive a commission of 1 gold coin, and the lucky buff duration is extended by 1 hour. This time, Wang Dazhu had learned his lesson and cautiously asked her about the rules. "How do you use it on someone?" Jiang Yumian, a professional salesperson, explained attentively, "Just say sleep god to activate the buff, and the system will ask you who you want to use it on." Wang Dazhu was skeptical, but he had no choice but to believe her. Wang Dazhu, sleep god buff activated. Please select who you want to use the sleep god buff on. Wang Dazhu, she. System, She is? Wang Dazhu, what's your name? Jiang Yumian shrugged. I don't know my name either. Wang Dazhu, question mark. Jiang Yumian replied seriously, I lost my memory. Wang Dazhu instantly panicked. Are you kidding me? Hack you. Before he finished his words, a notification chimed in, and Wang Dazhu's heart skipped a beat. Oh no! Ding dong. Sleeping God buff has been activated. Target, Wang Dazhu. Target, Wang Dazhu. Probability, 100%. Duration, 5 hours. Is this game system screwed up? Watching Wang Dazhu fall straight backwards, before he could finish his sentence. Jiang Yumian laughed unkindly, lowering her eyes to stare at the man sleeping soundly on the ground. She sighed helplessly. People are always so greedy. They want this, and more and more. Like me. Hey, I want your little change too. With that, Jiang Yumian's beautiful eyes curved into 2 crescents. She took the stack of unclaimed lottery tickets from him, her heart overflowing with joy. 2.5 hours later. After Jiang Yumian emerged from the lottery center with the check she cashed, Wang Dazhu, who should have collapsed, had vanished. She didn't know if a kind-hearted passerby had taken him to the hospital, but she didn't care. Jiang Yumian went to the bank to apply for a credit card. After cashing the check, she calculated her current cash balance. After deducting 2 million in taxes, she deposited the remaining 8 million into her card. Add to that the 60,000 won by Wang Dazhu and her own 1,100, for a total of 61,100 in cash. Jiang Yumian couldn't help but sigh. If only this were the real world, with so much money, she'd never have to worry about anything in her life. Alas, it wasn't. All cleared in 30 days? Then she had to experience the life of a millionaire. Jiang Yumian made up her mind and bought a phone card, the latest pineapple phone, and an iPad, things she couldn't even afford in real life. She even rented a Lamborghini for 10,000 yuan a day. Knowing she couldn't drive, the rental company thoughtfully assigned her a dedicated driver to take her to various real estate agencies in the city center. Driver, boss, where are you looking for a house? Jiang Yumian looked out the window. Maybe in the villa area of the eastern suburbs. Driver, Nanjiang City has a thriving tourism industry and a dense commercial center. With National Day approaching, Why don't you find a house closer to the city center so you can easily travel and explore every day? Jiang Yumian didn't elaborate on her desire to be away from people, simply saying, I usually prefer quiet and peaceful surroundings. Chapter 5. The emergency department lobby at the central hospital was practically overflowing. Director Chiu, another farmer in the northern suburbs, has suddenly fallen into a coma. Director Chiu, over in the eastern suburbs, the 4 patients who fainted and were assigned to the small clinic were brought here. Even the doctor who treated them has fainted, and now they're calling us to ask what to do. Chiu Tian, who was working in the emergency department, knitted his graying brows together. He's also a farmer? He doesn't have a single wound on his body? The head nurse nodded quickly. Yes. Chiu Tian said to the head nurse, send 2 ambulances. Remember to put on your isolation suit. I'm going to contact the Center for Disease Control and Prevention now. Head nurse, okay. At that moment, another nurse arrived, pushing a mobile bed. Director Chiu, this patient, just brought in from the Provincial Welfare Lottery Center, has been unconscious for a long time and won't wake up no matter how we call. Chiu Tian, overwhelmed with activity, rubbed his brow and casually gestured toward the door beside him. Let's take them all to the next room. Miraculously, just as Chiu Tian was reporting the situation to the dean's office phone rang. It was then revealed that dozens of people who had suddenly fallen into coma in the suburbs had suddenly woken up one after another. Even stranger was the fact that none of them felt any discomfort, except for a few who were hungry and wanted to come back for food. Most of them were farmers doing manual labor, and it was normal for them to be hungry after waking up from a coma for several hours. But was it really that simple? Qingguang Real Estate Agency. The real estate agent, holding a folder, said apologetically, Hello, all the villas available for rent in the suburbs are currently sold out. Do you want to? Jiang Yumian continued, Are there no more available? I can pay more. The real estate agent apologized, It's not a matter of paying more, there really aren't any available. I don't know what happened today, but within a day, so many people came to rent villas in the suburbs. All the villa areas in the eastern and western suburbs are sold out. Within a day, presumably, most players entered the game like her. Perhaps her lack of funds delayed her for a long time, so she was a step behind the other players. Jiang Yumian could only purse her lips and walk out of the agency, pondering her next housing options. Suddenly, Jiang Yumian spotted the majestic 2-meter-tall golden elephant across the street from the agency. It's emanating the smell of money. Jiang Yumian looked ahead and saw a towering building behind it, almost reaching the clouds. Even the outermost glass wall shone with a golden glow. Sherbao Hotel. As Jiang Yumian approached the sidewalk, she noticed a hotel billboard plastered on the stone wall near the entrance. The Sherbao Hotel is the tallest building in Nanjiang City, boasting a world-class security system. It has hosted important figures from around the world and numerous international conferences, making it Nanjiang City's most famous architectural landmark. Amidst the incredibly detailed introduction, Jiang Yumian only highlighted a few key points. At night, not only can you overlook the entire city, but you can also gaze at the stars and the moon from the infinity pool. The hotel boasts 8 restaurants and an executive lounge, offering a wide variety of cuisines from around the world. Jiang Yumian, who had been living in debt for years and had to live frugally, often eating one meal twice, was truly captivated. Food. It was always a temptation she couldn't resist. If she had to eat anyway, she'd choose to eat and drink her fill first. Great, that's it. In the nearby real estate agency, Chao Yingxuan, frantically bargaining with the agent, was furious. Can you make it cheaper? 5,000 yuan a month for a place less than 20 square meters? And a deposit of 1 1/3 of the rent. You're really rip-offs. The agent said, with the long holiday approaching, the number of people renting has skyrocketed. This is the lowest price we can find for you. Take it or not. Chao Yingxuan, yes. Meanwhile, in the lobby on the first floor of the Sherbao Hotel. What? The girl stared blankly at the suite description on the hotel iPad in front of her. The hotel's top-floor presidential suite offers unlimited meals, a private infinity pool, a gym, a cinema, and 10 full-service spa treatments. Only 128,000 yuan a day. That's so cheap? The beautiful receptionist smiled. Yes, if you book for more than 10 days, we give you a free 7-night helicopter tour of Nanjiang. Jiang Yumian waved her hand and pulled out her platinum card. Subscribe for a month, thank you. The two systems, still in the metaverse, resting their hands on their little faces, observed, Qian Duo, would she have dared to spend so much money before? Hua Guangwang, she wouldn't. She even drinks the cheapest mineral water and uses the bottle as a cup, taking it home to fill with boiled water. Xian Duo. So is she here for a vacation, or to survive the apocalypse? Wang. Not sure, we see. Xian Duo sighed and consoled himself, it's okay. She's a game newbie who doesn't know anything. She'd be freaked out in a few days. After checking in, Jiang Yumian couldn't help but sigh softly as she saw the deduction message on her phone. She only spent 3.84 million yuan, and there was still over 3 million yuan left on her card unspent. So worried, Jiang Yumian simply called a driver to pick her up and headed to a large shopping mall in the city center, where she began her revenge spending spree. Whatever clothes she liked, she bought. Whatever jewelry she liked, she bought. Originally, the driver provided by the luxury car rental company only provided pickup and drop-off services, but thanks to Jiang Yumian's financial spree, he took on the extra duties of a bag carrier to earn some extra cash. I'm kidding. She's a wealthy man now. After shopping at the mall, Jiang Yumian asked the driver to wait in the car while she went to the chain supermarket on the basement floor to do some shopping. Snacks, buy. Drinks and mineral water, buy. She even bought 2 bottles of mutai when they reached the fast food section. Instant noodles? Buckets? She disdained them all. Jiang Yumian went straight for the most expensive self-heating hot pot, the Zaheguo. After her third shopping cart was full, even Jiang Yumian felt a bit over the top, not to mention the strange looks she received from the crowd. Jiang Yumian was wearing a pink miniskirt suit, the latest moon bag, and a pair of newly purchased designer white sneakers on her straight, white legs. Even her long, slightly yellowed hair, from malnutrition, was fragrant, smooth, and even had a subtle sheen after a high-end salon treatment. Everything about her was conveying 2 messages: rich, very rich, beautiful, very beautiful. And then, there was the overflowing shopping cart she was pushing. The Chaoying brothers looked at her, as if she were a mobile resource center and the perfect entertainment tool. In fact, they had already been targeting her since they entered the mall that evening, even as the fat man and his driver were on a shopping spree. But since she was with a man, they didn't want to act rashly. But now that they saw she was alone, the 2 men followed her even closer, arrogantly, as if they were afraid Jiang Yumian wouldn't notice. At first, Jiang Yumian didn't care at all. She could still handle the 2 men, but then she realized another group seemed to be targeting her as well. Their unblinking gazes completely ruined Jiang Yumian's shopping mood. Jiang Yumian was speechless. What's going on? She finally had some money one day, and now she's been caught in a robbery, a lottery ticket swindle, and now she's even run into a criminal gang. Okay, you're just going to do it this way, huh? Just wait for me. Chapter 6. Jiang Yumian passed by the sporting goods section and quickly selected 2 golf clubs, 2 baseball bats, and a box of incredibly painful baseballs. If it weren't for the rule of law, she had bought firearms to protect herself. Just in case of a car accident, Jiang Yumian pushed her shopping cart and hurried to the checkout line, silently muttering, "Apply the luck buff to me." Ding dong. Lucky buff applied. Applicant, Jiang Yumian. Applicant, Jiang Yumian. Probability, 50%. Usage duration, 60 minutes. Since the usage time has exceeded 5 minutes, should the hidden countdown function be enabled? Jiang Yumian didn't even think twice and immediately selected yes. And then clicked the convenient option at the bottom. No longer accepting this notification. From now on, all player countdown notifications will be turned off by default. Just kidding. She didn't want to have a countdown on her head and become the target of every player's attention. Shut. When it was her turn to check out, Jiang Yumian's freshly groomed long hair was left hanging loose, and she had to constantly push it back as she bent over to place the items on the conveyor belt. Feeling a bit cumbersome, Jiang Yumian casually found a small transparent bag among the items the cashier had scanned the barcodes on. She then pulled out a small, pure black rubber band and prepared to tie it around her head. But just as Jiang Yumian touched the rubber band, a familiar chime echoed in her ears, and the screen gradually appeared before her. Ding dong. Congratulations to the player for finding the only permanent space item in the game. I have a small rubber band. Should I choose to bind? Jiang Yumian saw it was a space item, and a permanent one at that. Her eyes lit up like stars. How could she not bind it? Jiang Yumian took the rubber band and tied it around her hair. As she did so, a faint silver light drifted from it toward her left wrist, then quickly looped around it. To outsiders, Jiang Yumian's hair looked like just an ordinary rubber band. But to Jiang Yumian, a strand of cool light wrapped around her fair, slender wrist, its outer edge shimmering with silvery white starlight, Like the most beautiful, high-tech bracelet in the world, dazzling and dazzling. Even the 400,000 yuan diamond bracelet she had just bought at the mall paled in comparison. Women always love beauty, and Jiang Yumian was no exception. Her smile made Caroline's eyes narrow. This lucky buff was simply worth it, and the system notifications continued. Space item. I have a small rubber band. Item level, 1. Item size, 8 cubic meters. Item function. Stores physical objects indiscriminately, and freezes the flow of time within the space. After binding the bracelet, the player can access the alternate dimension within the rubber band at any time and anywhere, and it is non-transferable. Note, upon player death, the bracelet becomes ownerless and can be bound by another player. When Jiang Yumian read the last sentence, the corners of her mouth, which had been rising wildly, twitched twice. A man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. This ancient saying had struck her hard today. She was already being targeted, and now with this space item. If the crowd behind her discovered she had a space item, she probably wouldn't even be able to leave the mall today. Jiang Yumian quickly suppressed her smile, pretending nothing had happened as she continued to check out, eventually opting for home delivery. By the time Jiang Yumian left the mall, it was completely dark. The driver had received her message, and was waiting for her at the busy temporary parking lot at the mall's exit. Without a word, Jiang Yumian sprinted toward him. When the people following her realized she was trying to escape, they hurried after her. Luckily, just as Jiang Yumian was leaving, several magic clowns attracted countless children, blocking their path. By the time the two groups had bypassed the crowd, Jiang Yumian had already gotten into the car. The bright red Lamborghini sped away, leaving a trail of exhaust fumes in its wake. Chao Yuan, fuck. As the eldest brother, Chao Yingzhe had already stopped a taxi on the side of the road. What are you standing there for? Get in. Jiang Yumian, sitting in the back driver's seat, glanced out the rear windshield, her lips curled slightly. If she can't win, can't she just run? Jiang Yumian raised her left hand and began to study the spatial item in her hand. Just as she was thinking about how to enter, it was as if a hole opened in her consciousness. With just one glance, she could see the entire spatial item. The space was a standard pure white cube, roughly the size of a 2-meter bed, and about 2 meters high. Not very large. But the instructions the system had just given her, about time standing still, had already made her extremely excited. This meant she could store a lot of stuff. Shit, if I had known I wouldn't spend so much today in revenge. I should have bought more gold and hoarded it forever. Just as Jiang Yumian's thoughts were drifting, the screen reappeared. Space item supplement, To ensure a relatively fair gaming environment, the supplies within this space item will be completely cleared after each round. Jiang Yumian, Jiang Yumian suppressed her dissatisfaction and silently bargained with the system. Isn't this a bit inhumane? Where's the complaint channel? I'm giving you a bad review. The system seemed silent for a moment. Sorry, your level of authority is insufficient to access the complaint channel. So there is a complaint channel? This time, Jiang Yumian had extracted crucial information, but the system's inaction and silence made her clench her fists in anger. Then she silently pulled out the fruit knife she always kept in her bag and expertly placed it against her neck. At the same time, Hua Guangguang's voice rang out beside her. Hua Guangguang. As a feedback system implanted with human emotions, Hua Guangguang, number 009, is at your service. Hua Guangguang, dear, what's your complaint? Jiang Yumian's lips curled slightly. She had made a good bet, and a good guess. She was crucial to Hua Guangguang, or rather, to the sales system. Otherwise, Hua Guangguang wouldn't have chosen her, out of millions, as the sole salesperson for the entire survival game. She must have something that Hua Guangguang needed, something essential. This was also the only bargaining chip she could negotiate with the system. Jiang Yumian didn't know how long this tactic would last, but it worked for now. Jiang Yumian, your system is so rigged. We spend our hard-earned money in the game. We have to exchange our game currency for real money, and the supplies we buy have to be counted as ours anyway. They say it's to ensure fairness, but every single item we stockpile was bought with our own money. Doesn't it make no difference if we buy it earlier or later? And you can't just clear it out. Our money didn't just blow away by the wind. Hua Guangguang was silent for a moment, then asked her, bewilderedly, are you sure your money doesn't count as having blown away by the wind? Chapter 7. Jiang Yumian choked for a moment. Well, it was no different from a strong wind. Jiang Yumian, well, I can't always win the lottery. This was just an exception. Jiang Yumian touched his empty pockets. Besides, I already spent all my money, and only have a little over 50,000 yuan left. How much can I stockpile? Wang remained silent. Jiang Yumian, however, felt there was hope. Since the system hadn't rejected him, it meant there was still room for negotiation. Jiang Yumian smiled flatteringly. How about this? Let's both compromise. I don't want the supplies anymore. You can clear them out if you say so, but... Our lovely and kind Lord Wang, please at least give me some compensation. Wang, what? Compensation do you want? Jiang Yumian, just convert the supplies I stored in my space into RMB at market value. What do you think? Wang was silent for a moment, then finally compromised. I give you 50% of the market value. Jiang Yumian frowned. 80%. This time, Wang didn't budge. 50%. Jiang Yumian, 60%, no less. Wang, 50%. Jiang Yumian wanted to speak again, but instead felt as if she'd been electrocuted, convulsing several times. Then, her hair instantly became frizzy and stood on end, and white smoke continued to rise from her head. In my head, I heard another, slightly childish male voice, its tone icy and chilling. Player 521125 of Blue Star, please don't bully 009, just because he's younger and inexperienced. Jiang Yumian, whose face had been electrocuted to a charcoal black, opened his mouth with a dazed expression, exhaling a final puff of white smoke. Sorry, I know I was wrong. Xian Duo snorted arrogantly, you were merely chosen as the sole salesperson. Without this status, you wouldn't even have the right to speak with 009. Please correct your gaming attitude from now on. Also, this is a Doomsday survival game, not a game for you humans. If you use the death threat system again, you will be punished with an electric shock and have 5 gold coins deducted. Additional information for the space item, To ensure a relatively fair gaming environment, all supplies within this space item will be completely cleared after each round. To protect the legitimate rights and interests of players, the cleared supplies will be converted into RMB at 50% of their real-world market value, at a ratio of 1 gold coin equals 10,000 renminbi, and transferred to the player's virtual account. As the light screen faded, the sounds of the two systems faded away. Jiang Yumian wiped the black dust from her face twice, and slowly smoothed down her frizzy hair. The rear passenger seat, blocked by a partition, was filled with a suffocating silence. In the metaverse, Wang, clutching her small bag, observed the woman's now eerily quiet demeanor, and fell into a spiral of self-doubt. Xian Duo, have we gone too far? Xian Duo, standing nearby, rubbed his nose with a guilty look. I didn't do anything wrong. A player who challenges the system's authority like this, who is so greedy and insatiable, shouldn't I punish him? Suddenly, a girl's excited voice rang out from the screen. Yay, we made a killing. The two systems looked up to see a girl, a slob, dancing and twirling her waist, as if she were about to put on a grand old disco. Wang, who had just felt heartbroken for Jiang Yumian, said, Xian Duo asked, dumbfounded, is she crazy? Jiang Yumian shook her head, as she picked up the pile of designer shopping bags around her, and stored them in her space. Oh, that converts to 30,000. Oh, 50, 000. Oh, 130, 000. Wow, 270,000. Wang, Xian Duo, By the end, Jiang Yumian felt like taking off all her clothes and changing into the cheapest ones. Just kidding, this is all money. Finally, he managed to control himself, removing the extraneous diamond bracelet from his wrist and placing it into the space. Jiang Yumian's smile was almost obscene as she casually quoted a price. 200,000. Xian Duo's lips twitched fiercely. No, I can't stand it anymore. Just as Xian Duo was about to add another stipulation, Jiang Yumian spoke up before he could. All supplies must be cleared out. Supplies don't just mean food, clothes, jewelry, bags, even this car, they're all included. Some people can't cheat anymore. Xian Duo, already adept at using human expressions, now had a scowl on his face, a look that threatened to stab Jiang Yumian in the face. Wang, truly afraid Jiang Yumian would be electrocuted, quickly advised, 008, just give it to her, it's the only hobby she has. Xian Duo, I'm a leader, not a human. Wang, huh? Xian Duo, it's okay, I just want to be alone. Wang, you're a leader. Xian Duo, get lost. Wang, okay. Jiang Yumian didn't know if the two systems could hear her, but she felt like anyone who didn't make money was a jerk. But before she could be happy for long, a loud crash erupted from behind. Jiang Yumian turned and looked back, only to see cars collide with one another on the road. One car was even rear-ended and completely shattered. There was even a small refrigerated truck barreling straight towards their rear. For a brief moment, Jiang Yumian could even see, under the bright streetlight, that the driver in the driver's seat had slumped over the steering wheel. Asleep? The car was moving so fast that Jiang Yumian didn't even have time to open the soundproofing panel and yell for the driver to get out of the way. Just as Jiang Yumian thought she was about to be hit, a white sedan suddenly darted out from the intersection and, with a whoosh, slammed directly into the side of the refrigerated truck. Jiang Yumian peered through the driver's window, realizing he was also asleep. The refrigerated truck rolled over, spilling all the milk cartons inside, bags of milk all over the floor. The scene was a mess. Jiang Yumian even saw a woman at the bus stop, enjoying the chaos, sneak away with a relatively intact carton of milk. The driver also noticed what was happening behind the car. Disregarding privacy, he quickly lowered the soundproofing panel and said to Jiang Yumian, "Boss, hold on tight. We're accelerating." More and more drivers, caught off guard, braked suddenly. The sounds of collisions, rear-end collisions, and horns blared incessantly. Jiang Yumian, who had just survived a disaster, was alarmed. So, is the Doomsday game finally getting to the point? Chapter 8. After returning to the hotel's underground parking lot, Jiang Yumian, still a little shaken from nearly stumbling, asked the driver to go back. "Boss, when should I come tomorrow?" Jiang Yumian, feeling flustered, waved at him, holding up her car keys. "Don't come over for now, not anytime soon. I call you if I need you." After entering the elevator, Jiang Yumian thought about the quick meals she hurriedly bought at the supermarket that day. Still feeling like they weren't enough, she hurried to the third-floor restaurant and headed straight for the front desk. "Hello, I think your restaurant's food can be delivered to my room, right?" The waiter quickly pulled out a menu. "Yes, you can order anything you want." Jiang Yumian handed the menu back to the waiter and fished the presidential suite key card from her pocket. "Please order 2 of each of your restaurant's top 30 dishes, and have them delivered to my room tonight." The waiter was stunned. "All the top 30? Jiang Yumian nodded. "Yes." Seeing the waiter's hesitation, Jiang Yumian quickly explained, "It's my birthday tonight, and I'd like to have some friends over." The waiter smiled and nodded. "Okay." After completing the check-in process, Jiang Yumian looked at her hands, which had been blackened by the electric shock. She lost interest in shopping and headed straight for the elevator. The moment the door opened, a man nearly 6 feet tall was standing in the elevator. The man was clutching a bulging white plastic bag. He was wearing a pure black jacket and overalls, and a pair of white sneakers. As luck would have it, they were the same style she was wearing. Jiang Yumian looked down at the limited edition white sneakers she purchased after so much hesitation. Such a rich life. Especially when she was about to press the elevator button, she realized the man's destination was also the top floor. The same presidential suite? Jiang Yumian couldn't help but glance at him a few more times, wanting to observe her neighbor for the next month. He was wearing a black baseball cap and a black mask, and even the hood of his jacket was pulled up over his head, leaving not even a sliver of his neck exposed. Could he be some celebrity? The man seemed to notice her gaze, and as he lowered his head to scroll through his phone, he subconsciously took a step toward the corner of the elevator. Jiang Yumian curled her lips, silently averting her gaze, quietly observing the numbers on the elevator display. The floor was too high, and the wait was long, so Jiang Yumian couldn't help but glance around. That glance was incredible. Through the gap in the plastic bag, she realized the man had a large amount of medicine inside. Jiang Yumian suddenly realized, oh no! She had forgotten to buy her medicine. Jiang Yumian instinctively wanted to go back downstairs, but then, thinking about the traffic on her way back, she silently withdrew her hand. I better just use the food delivery app. But, would a normal person buy so much medicine at once? Jiang Yumian stood back up, waiting for the elevator door to open. She instinctively wanted to let the man go first, while she observed the situation a little longer. After all, none of the male players she met today were good. Leaving your back to the enemy would put you in a very vulnerable position. But the result? The man didn't move. Jiang Yumian? ? Jiang Yumian turned her head in confusion, only to see the man looking up at her. Jiang Yumian was about to speak when the man's gaze met hers, and he immediately lowered his head. Jiang Yumian? ? Jiang Yumian found him strange, but she didn't know what to ask, so she just walked out. After exiting the elevator, she saw the hotel's thoughtful sign. 9801 left arrow, 9802 right arrow. As Jiang Yumian turned left, she suddenly slowed her pace. She didn't turn back until she heard the subtle sound of the elevator closing. The man, carrying a plastic bag, strode towards 9802 without looking back. Jiang Yumian finally breathed a sigh of relief. He bought so many pills, so he was probably a gamer. She was a respectful person, and she was afraid this neighbor, like those male gamers, would have his eye on her money. But as Jiang Yumian reached the door, she thought again. That wasn't right. She was the one who had her eye on the money. If they were going to rob him, it would be her, with only a few tens of thousands of dollars left. So let's rob him. After figuring it out, Jiang Yumian felt a lot more confident. She straightened her back and began to survey the living quarters. First, the door. Once it was closed, it didn't look like a hotel door, but more like a first-class security door from a safe. It was incredibly thick. It felt like a gun couldn't penetrate it, let alone a bomb. Jiang Yumian felt relieved. Then she remembered the hotel entrance's description. The Sherbao Hotel boasts a world-class security system, has hosted important figures from around the world, and has hosted numerous international conferences. In a word, worth it. The room's private infinity pool, the office equipped with an astronomical telescope, the spa with 2 separate saunas, and the 2 well-equipped guest rooms. The double-door refrigerator in the dining room was stocked with complimentary snacks and mineral water. Even the master bedroom's bathroom and toilet, combined, were larger than her shabby rental apartment. Jiang Yumian sniffed the air, and could smell the faint scent of roses. Wow, the life of the rich is so good. Jiang Yumian ordered 2 luxurious home medical kits from a food delivery platform. Feeling she still didn't have enough medicine, she bought several different sizes of gauze, bandages, antibiotics, iodine, disinfectant alcohol, and stomach medicine. After making her purchases, Jiang Yumian filled the bathtub and turned on the bathroom TV, flicking on the news channel. Strangely, after Jiang Yumian finished her beautiful, fragrant bath, the live news broadcast didn't mention tonight's car accident at all. This was too strange. Is the news here just not up to date? Jiang Yumian sat in the living room, turned on the 75-inch TV again, and casually switched on a food channel's live news. The female anchor spoke clearly. Recently, surveys have shown a growing demand for meat. Restaurants across the city, especially Japanese restaurants and steak buffets, are overflowing with customers, with residents complaining of insurmountable queues. Let's connect with Mr. Chiao, a representative of a well-known domestic chain, to provide solutions. The camera shifted, revealing the news broadcast room as a small box in the lower left corner. A female anchor stood at the entrance of a steakhouse, smiling into the camera and saying, "We are currently at the entrance of the Xiaxiania Steak Buffet. You can see that the line of customers stretches from the entrance to the edge of the road. Traffic police are currently assisting with traffic management. Manager Chiao, do you have any comments about the recent customer volume?" As the microphone was passed to his side, the camera panned to the plump, fair-skinned man beside him. Jiang Yumian had a feeling that Manager Chiao was in a fantastic mood. His smile seemed to reach the sky. How could he not smile? It felt like the customer volume on this single day was higher than in the past 6 months. Almost everyone came for the steaks, barely touching the buffet. Some even ordered 4 or 5 steaks each. Manager Chiao smiled. The online rumors of meat shortages are completely false. There's no need to worry about supply. We urgently contacted the livestock farms in the eastern suburbs to ensure a daily supply of the freshest meat. We urge everyone to consume responsibly. Chapter 9. Jiang Yumian curled up on the sofa, leisurely eating potato chips, watching Manager Chiao and the host from the news enter. Her sharp eyes caught something unusual. Not far behind Manager Chiao, a family of 3, the mother and daughter, looked with unease at the man across from them, who was enjoying his meal with relish. The man, who usually only ate well-done steak, now chewed on a steak still oozing blood, his expression of satisfaction and excitement sending a chill down the woman's spine. Especially when the man finished, a few drops of blood still stained the corners of his mouth, and he smiled at her. The woman finally couldn't help herself. "Honey, don't you usually absolutely hate medium-rare steak? How come you can handle it now?" The man scratched his head and chuckled. "I don't know. I just think medium-rare steak is quite delicious. I'm not full yet, I order another." The waiter smiled and apologized. "Sorry, sir, today's steak limit is 3 per person, and you already eaten 3. Just before the camera turned away from the interview with Manager Chiao, Jiang Yumian caught a glimpse of annoyance in the man's eyes. For some reason, the man's bloody mouth, his irritability, and the frightened mother and daughter all made Jiang Yumian feel uneasy. At the same time, the doorbell rang. The luxurious hotel meal she ordered for 30 days had arrived. She had specifically asked the waiter to pack it up in disposable containers, to avoid unnecessary trouble later. Jiang Yumian watched as 6 waiters pushed a food cart and placed plastic-packed portions of delicious food on the rectangular dining table. Just the sight of the exquisite packaging whetted her appetite. The hotel's deputy manager chuckled. After the party, we have a dedicated cleaning staff come up to clean up. There will also be a dedicated cleaning staff every day to ensure hygiene. Jiang Yumian smiled and declined. No, I prefer quiet time and don't like interruptions. No need for cleaning staff for now. I'll let you know if I need anything. The deputy manager said, Okay, Miss Jiang. If you need anything else, just call the service number on the landline. We arrange for someone to serve you right away. After seeing off the deputy manager and his men, Jiang Yumian immediately opened the boxes before her. Steamed lamb, steamed bear paws, steamed deer tails, roast duck, roast chicken, roast goose, roast pork, roast duck, braised chicken. As Jiang Yumian ate, she was so moved she almost peed. So moved. She finally tasted the delicious dishes, from the legendary tongue twister listing the dishes. Jiang Yumian devoured each dish, her cheeks puffed up like balls. Finally, completely stuffed, she collapsed on the sofa, rubbing her bulging belly, and rested for a while. Finally, she put all the lunch boxes into her space, and left the room, with a bag of trash. She planned to stay home from tonight, hiding in her suite like a little turtle for the next 30 days. She thought about it. The first few days of the game should be the safest time for beginners to adjust. To be on the safe side, she had to use this time to explore the area. In case the hotel became unsafe, she'd have to figure out the best escape route. She didn't want to end up unaware of the safe exits. The most deadly thing is not being able to escape without knowing why. Jiang Yumian wandered the hotel with a bag of trash. It's worth mentioning that this hotel's protection of private space is very good, so good that it gave her a headache. Not only did the elevators have a key card per floor, but even the stairs leading down to the top floor's emergency escape were locked, requiring the room card of the resident on that floor to open. Of course, this was the result Jiang Yumian had found after trying all 16 floors, one by one, in despair. Jiang Yumian, don't say it, don't say it. Jiang Yumian held onto the cold stair railing, looked up at the gap, then lowered her head, and made her way down the staircase. There had to be a safe passage somewhere between these floors, right? She couldn't just sprint all the way from the 98th floor to the first. Surely they considered that when the building was designed. In the end, Jiang Yumian, unconvinced, walked down another 20 floors, still unable to find the exit. Jiang Yumian, Each narrow staircase had only one door that couldn't be opened, making her think of returning home. But they say going down a mountain is easier than going up. Should I climb 36 floors, or walk down and find a new way out? Maybe I luckily find it, since I already gone down a few. Dozens of floors wouldn't matter. The gambling mentality nearly brought Jiang Yumian to her knees as she emerged from the first floor emergency escape. Desperate, Jiang Yumian, holding onto the wall, walked back to the elevator entrance. As luck would have it, she ran into her strange neighbor again. Her strange neighbor calmly emerged from the other emergency exit across from her. Jiang Yumian stared intently at his perfectly intact long legs for 2 seconds, silently giving the man a thumbs up. Young man, nice legs. Jiang Yumian's strange competitive spirit was aroused, and she forced herself to straighten her back and walk over to the man's side, waiting for the elevator together. But her legs, quite uncontrollably, were shaking ever so slightly. The shaking made Jiang Yumian even more impressed by the man's stamina. She, who could even chat with a street dog, naturally struck up a conversation. Did you come all the way down from the top floor too? How do you have such good stamina? At this moment, Lu Shiyan, carrying his backpack, didn't speak, but silently took another step to the side. Jiang Yumian's face fell at his apparent refusal to communicate. So aloof. Are all rich people so aloof? Jiang Yumian pursed her lips helplessly, intending to stop trying to please him, but her trembling legs made her desperately need a secret. Could he have slid down the escalator all the way? A real man can bend and stretch, let alone a little woman. Jiang Yumian regained her smile. Brother, do you have a secret for climbing stairs? It must be more than just stamina. She thought she was already strong enough, so there must be a secret, but all she got was air. The man remained silent. Just when Jiang Yumian thought the man wouldn't answer, the elevator door opened. Lu Shiyan looked at her legs, which were obviously shaking, and slowly said, I take the freight elevator. Jiang Yumian was momentarily dazed at these words, and she stopped where she was, watching the strange man enter the elevator. Take the freight elevator? Jiang Yumian glanced at the other escape route she hadn't yet taken, her lips twitching violently. Shit, the other escape route she hadn't chosen had a freight elevator, didn't it? Aw, where's her lucky buff? Oh. An hour has passed, it's long gone. Jiang Yumian forced a smile, and just before the elevator doors closed, she stubbornly and straightened her steps inside. Then, clinging to the handrail, she gave a dry, awkward laugh. Haha, young people, walking around and getting some exercise is good. The man didn't answer her. He simply stared at her uncontrollably shaking legs as she gripped the handrail, then lowered his head to scroll through his phone. Jiang Yumian felt so desperate she wanted to find a hole to crawl into, but she could only comfort herself silently. It's okay. One always needs to suffer a little to learn a lesson. Jiang Yumian gripped the handrail and resignedly began to sell her product. You're a player too, right? Want to buy some items? Lu Shiyan, Can I not buy it? Jiang Yumian shamelessly said, No. Lu Shiyan, how much do you charge? Jiang Yumian, ? Chapter 10. Jiang Yumian's eyes lit up instantly, and she opened the item store in front of him. There are 2 items left, a chef god buff and a filter buff. Which one do you want? Lu Shiyan didn't choose directly, but asked her calmly, I buy them all. Can you please stop talking to me? Jiang Yumian was stunned for a moment, then looked at him with the same gaze, as if he were a wealthy man radiating gold. She said firmly, of course. If you buy them all, I never dare go west if you tell me to. Ding dong. The chef god buff transaction was successful. Jiang Yumian received a commission of 1 gold coin, and a 50% chance of increasing the duration of the lucky buff by 1 hour. Ding dong. The filter buff transaction was successful. Jiang Yumian received a commission of 1 gold coin, and a 50% chance of increasing the duration of the lucky buff by 1 hour. Jiang Yumian's eyes curved with a smile. Even though he was tightly wrapped, the more she looked at him, the more handsome he seemed to her. Men who spend money are always handsome. Could her neighbor be socially anxious? She encountered someone like that before, when she was working part-time as a salesperson trying new products at a supermarket. Because he refused to communicate, she bought everything. With half the burden lifted from her shoulders, Jiang Yumian felt incredibly happy. She even asked him in a familiar voice, Handsome guy, my name is Jiang Baijin. What's your name? Lu Shiyan frowned. Didn't you say you're not going to talk? Jiang Yumian gave an awkward laugh and quickly explained, Don't get me wrong. I just saw how generous and handsome you are, so I'm giving you a free lucky buff. She actually had a selfish motive for giving him this lucky buff. She simply hoped he wouldn't die too quickly. After all, building a good relationship with such a wealthy sponsor would be immensely helpful for her future survival. That way, if she couldn't sell her worthless items in her next game, she could still catch him and continue to steal his gold. As the elevator opened, Lu Shiyan hurriedly took off, striding toward the entrance, only to casually say, No thanks. As Jiang Yumian stepped out of the elevator, she gazed at the man's back, which could almost be described as a desperate escape, and a perverse, admiring smile crossed her face. Big boss. This is definitely a big boss, and a very easygoing, socially anxious one at that. He's so unfazed by the lucky buff. Jiang Yumian silently raised her opinion of him a little higher, and decided not to harass him any further. At this moment, she simply walked into another escape route, unwillingly, and then took the freight elevator the big boss had mentioned, exploring each floor. The result was that the freight elevators on every floor were accessible, though a pass was still required to open the security door. So Jiang Yumian, smiling, groped her way to the first floor. Then, like a fool, she pressed the freight elevator buttons floor by floor, reaching the 98th floor unimpeded. Fuck, Jiang Yumian, you're such a fool. Meanwhile, in Presidential Suite 9802, the video feed from the recently installed hidden camera on the freight elevator surveillance system was being shared live on the computer on the dark gray bar in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. A frantic woman's voice could be heard throughout the video. Ah, Jiang Yumian, you're such a fool. Lu Shiyan, having just taken a sip from a glass of water, nearly choked as he watched the woman on the surveillance camera scratching her head and cursing. But, Jiang Baijin? Jiang Yumian? Lu Shiyan couldn't help but chuckle. After downing the glass, he opened the system page. After scrolling through the various item pages for a long time, he finally found the 2 buffs he had recently purchased. Cooking God buff, valid for 5 hours. Once activated, it grants a 100% chance of reaching full culinary skill points. Value, 12 gold coins. Filter buff, valid for 24 hours. Once activated, It grants a 99% chance of attracting the attention of all members of the opposite sex within a 1,000-meter radius. Value: 20 gold coins. The filter buff is definitely unusable, but this cooking god buff. Lu Shiyan clicked on the cooking god buff. Please select the person to use the cooking god buff. Lu Shiyan curled his lips slightly, looking at Jiang Yumian as she prepared to exit the freight elevator. He then spoke slowly. Jiang Yumian. Jiang Yumian, struggling to make her way back to the presidential suite, suddenly heard a familiar system notification. Ding dong. Chef buff has taken effect. Target: confidential. Target: Jiang Yumian. Probability: 100%. Duration: 5 hours. Jiang Yumian. Question mark what? Confidential? Does this even need to be kept secret? The socially anxious boss from 9802. Wow, what the hell? Just as Jiang Yumian was trying to recall the specific effects of the chef buff, her body uncontrollably headed for the kitchen. Yes, without hesitation, she walked towards the presidential suite's luxurious kitchenette and opened the refrigerator. Seeing the refrigerator empty, Jiang Yumian, driven by her buff, opened her watery eyes wide. As she stared at her unruly hands, she opened the Shansong app on her phone. She bought 10 pounds of pork, 10 pounds of lamb chops, 10 small blue dragons, and 10 king crabs. Jiang Yumian. Question mark. No, she's got enough for the next 30 days. Really? Her money. But her hands kept placing orders, as if she was buying enough ingredients for a luxurious meal that would take 5 hours to cook. Jiang Yumian. So, Jiang Yumian, very obediently, took advantage of the delivery time and began diligently cleaning the hotel's pots and pans. By the time the ingredients arrived, Jiang Yumian was already wearing an apron emblazoned with Chef God, and was quickly and expertly preparing the fresh ingredients. Most importantly, she remained conscious throughout the entire process. And then, she remained awake and lost in thought, dragging her already exhausted body, tossing the wok and pan like a pro until 3:53 a.m. When the countdown for the God of Cooking buff ended, Jiang Yumian's legs gave way, and she fell to her knees. One trembling hand grasped the edge of the counter, while the other reached upwards, her voice weak and hoarse. Help! She was so exhausted, she didn't even have the energy to go out and settle accounts with the boss of 9802. She simply fell asleep. Before falling asleep, Jiang Yumian even managed to pack the entire banquet on the table into her space. The last bit of stubbornness of a frugal person. The next day, at noon, Jiang Yumian finally opened her eyes. Supporting her waist, she got up and her first act was to go out and settle accounts with the boss of 9802. But before she could even ring the doorbell, she found a pure white sticky note stuck to the door. There was a dense, black handwriting written on it. One could tell the man's handwriting was vigorous, generous, and beautiful. Tip: in the event of a fire, the emergency exits on each floor will automatically unlock. If a high-rise resident encounters a crisis, they usually run upwards, especially in a building with a helipad, where they can go directly to the rooftop for help. This building is equipped with a helicopter, with a dedicated pilot ready to take off at any time. Running down from the 98th floor is the dumbest way to escape. You're welcome. Don't bother me or ring my doorbell, thank you. Chapter 11. Jiang Yumian. Jiang Yumian felt a lump in her throat, unable to escape. She had never lived in a high-rise building, and no one had ever taught her this common sense. He knew the social anxiety boss was giving her this tip out of kindness, even giving her a buff, like the God of Cooking worth 120,000 yuan. But she was so angry, but she could only smile. Jiang Yumian gritted her teeth and rang the doorbell 3 or 4 times, then ran back to 9801 with a guilty conscience. When the door to 9802 opened again, Lu Shiyan simply wanted to take the sticky note and throw it away. As he was about to close the door, he noticed a bag on the floor. The transparent shopping bag was filled with plastic lunch boxes. Just as Lu Shiyan was puzzled, he heard Jiang Yumian's angry shout from the end of the corridor. Thank you for the tip, sir. Those are the delicious meals that Chef Buff made yesterday. Please accept this small token of my appreciation. I hope you take me with you when you're escaping next time, if it's convenient. Don't worry. I didn't poison it. I just added a little extra chili powder. Bang. As soon as she finished speaking, the door to room 9801 was quickly shut by Jiang Yumian. By the time room 9802 was closed, the shopping bag filled with plastic lunch boxes had vanished. Jiang Yumian didn't care whether the socially anxious ate or not. It was clear that her physical state was at its peak when she was teleported into the game at the beginning, but her mental state was not. In the real world, she had pulled 3 consecutive all-nighters. Her mind was already exhausted to the point of breaking point, and she had been emotionally tense all day. At that moment, she just wanted to take a good shower, wash off the smell of cooking fumes, and then lie down on her bed for a good sleep. A sound sleep that lasted until the day she fell asleep. So she did. She slept until the 3rd night of the game, until she was so hungry she got up, ate a bowl of noodles with soybean paste, and then fell back asleep. The 4th night of the game. Still sleeping. The big screen in room 9802 was still broadcasting the hot news of the past 2 days. The 3rd day of the game. The news anchor said, "Recently, the demand for meat among residents and tourists has increased rapidly. Almost every meat-related restaurant has been plundered the moment it opened." The 4th day of the game. News anchor, "A large number of wild animals have been attacking livestock in the eastern suburbs. It seems the animals have been biting off flesh, leaving only bloody bones when farmers discover them." News anchor, "The queues are getting worse, and there have even been fights outside several restaurants due to the queues. We urge everyone to queue politely and avoid rush hour." Day 5 of the game. Early morning. Lu Shurian, clutching a cup of freshly ground soy milk, quietly watched the morning news. Last night, several Xiaxiania steakhouse chains were robbed by masked individuals. All meat ingredients were stolen. Xiaxiania has announced an emergency closure and will actively cooperate with the police investigation. The prices of all fresh meats have skyrocketed. Suddenly, a loud crashing sound was heard outside the window. Next door, Jiang Yumian finally opened her eyes slowly after the crashing sound. Jiang Yumian yawned sleepily, struggled to get up from her soft bed, walked to the master bedroom balcony, and took out the binoculars she had bought from her space. What they saw was a herd of pigs and cows running panic through the streets. If they listened carefully, they could even hear faint squeals. Jiang Yumian, thinking she was half asleep, subconsciously took down her binoculars, rubbed her eyes, then picked them up again. What a herd of plump, strong pigs, running loose on the street. Not only were they causing a serious traffic jam, but a group of police officers were chasing them with batons, and many people even got out of their cars and started chasing the 4 cows. Jiang Yumian even saw a man take advantage of the chaos to pick up a lone suckling piglet and stuff it into his car. Jiang Yumian, ? What is this? A piggy defense? The scene was so beautiful, she wanted to see more. Jiang Yumian was puzzled and deeply shocked. Then she pulled disposable gloves from her space and put them on. She pulled out a tender pork hock and chewed on it. She was still worrying about directing the piglet's escape route from a distance. So, when a drone equipped with a camera happened to pass by her, preparing to descend to inspect the accident site, she happened to see the girl clutching a pair of binoculars in one hand, folding them before her eyes while passionately speaking on the microphone. "Don't go that way. It's a dead end." Jiang Yumian, wearing the silk suspender pajamas she just bought yesterday, her cheeks bulging with pork knuckle, mumbled, "You rose suckling pig, show some spirit." Meanwhile, in Suite 9802. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Shurian, operating the drone, nearly choked on his steamed buns while listening to the voicemail on his iPad. He quickly freed his hands and poured himself a cup of soy milk, guzzling it down. Before he could completely swallow the foreign object in his throat, the woman, always capable of surprising words, launched into another stern threat. "Princess Nyo-Nyo. Oh no! Hurry up and use those noble horns of yours to butt him. Poke him to death." Lu Shurian, Cough, cough, cough. Finally, his face flushed red. Lu Shurian could only hastily turn the drone back the way it had come, quickly grabbing 4 or 5 tissues from the side to clean up the mess. And he silently told himself, next time you want to survey the environment, don't fly the drone past her room, and don't mess with women, especially not with a woman with a strange mind like Jiang Yumian. Jiang Yumian, watching the show with gusto and eating with glee, was completely unaware of this little incident, let alone that she had been blacklisted by the socially anxious boss. Undoubtedly, the battle to protect the cows and pigs ultimately ended with humans winning. Jiang Yumian was full of pork knuckle, and even felt a bit greasy, so she took out another piece of Indian roti canna to relieve the greasiness. After washing up, Jiang Yumian slid back into bed, turned on the projector, and played a foreign zombie movie. She then checked Weibo on her phone. Coincidentally, the top trending search on Weibo in the city was about this morning's car accident. #pig robbery. Jiang Yumian clicked on it, feeling both amused and annoyed. Only then did she realize that this morning's car accident wasn't an accident. It was a group of masked men in black. Knowing that this was the last batch of livestock arriving from the east suburbs, they took a gamble and took a risk in broad daylight. This pig robbery incident also set the entire city's Weibo ablaze, with trending searches one after another. Jiang Yumian frowned, saying with a mixture of laughter and tears, "It's just a few pigs. Is that necessary?" But then she scrolled down to the comments section. "High price buyout. I completely understand their feelings. These days, 1 ounce of pork is worth 5 grams of gold. Who wouldn't want to take a chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle? Butcher PM me. I give you 200,000 for 1 ounce of pork. PM me if you have pork. Double the price for beef." Speechless. Can't I just eat vegetarian for a few days? Is meat really that delicious? Chapter 12. Exchange. Jiang Yumian? Question mark. Jiang Yumian sat up abruptly, her eyes gleaming. 1 catty equals 10 taels. So the current market price of pork is 2 million yuan per catty? Is this some news scam? So outrageous. But Jiang Yumian still quietly clicked on the records of her impulsive purchases from a few days ago, thanks to the Chef Buff purchase. The ingredients the Chef Buff had previously purchased for her now cost at least 30 or 40 million yuan. Jiang Yumian quietly clicked on the Butcher's private chat's Weibo page and discovered a pinned post. Butcher's private chat. Help! Has anyone had this feeling lately? I'm always ravenous. I've barely eaten, but my stomach keeps growling, and I feel like biting my child. Yes, I lost control last night and bit my wife. She ended up spanking me, and I instantly woke up. Wow, I don't dare get too close to my son now. The more Jiang Yumian read the comments, the heavier her heart grew. Especially since the projection screen before them was showing a bloody scene of zombies gnawing at humans. Jiang Yumian silently categorized this Doomsday game's theme as a zombie-themed one. I just wonder when people will completely lose their minds and mutate into zombies. Jiang Yumian knew she couldn't leave the hotel. But the price of 200,000 for this pound of pork was tempting. After all, if she couldn't finish the delicious meal in the space within 30 days, it would be a waste. If it could be converted into gold, even if the money she deposited into the space was cut in half, it would still be a good income. Now she had money for her grandmother's surgery. The more Jiang Yumian thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. She sent a private message to the other party. By Jean, is it true that 1 ounce of pork costs 200,000 yuan? Jiang Yumian thought she'd have to wait a while, but the other party replied instantly, even throwing out a thick stack of property deeds. Butcher private message, really? By Jean, I don't have raw meat, but I have ready-made cooked food from a 5-star chef. Is that okay? Butcher private message, cooked food. Sure, but I have to give it a 50% discount. Jiang Yumian pursed her lips, thinking the risk-reward ratio didn't seem proportional, and replied bluntly. By Jean, then I won't sell it. The other party immediately got anxious and started spamming their messages. Butcher private message, 30% off, 30% off. Butcher private message, 80% off. 80% off is okay. Butcher private message, 90% off. It can't be any less. Meat seller private message, please, I really need meat. I'm hiding in the hotel, afraid to see my wife and kids, afraid I bite them in the middle of the night. Jiang Yumian was silent for a long moment before slowly typing away. By Jean, I can offer a 20% discount, but I only take gold. And you have to write me a detailed account of everything you eaten and visited recently. Meat seller private message, sure, no problem. By Jean, how much meat do you need? Meat seller private message, I take as much as you have. After the man finished speaking, he sent a photo of the safe, its gold bars piled high, as if afraid others wouldn't believe him. Jiang Yumian looked at the thick gold bars, and couldn't help but sigh. They say wealth shouldn't be shown on the surface. Isn't this guy afraid that she has nothing, and is just trying to get something for nothing? So, after asking for his address, he's just going to rob him? The address the man sent the next second effectively silenced Jiang Yumian. Butcher private message, I'm in room 9704 of the Sherbao Hotel downtown. Can you deliver it to me? Jiang Yumian smiled. What a coincidence. No wonder this guy isn't afraid of thieves. With the security at the Sherbao Hotel, even an armed person wouldn't be able to break in. But her curiosity returned. By Jean, I remember this Sherbao Hotel offering all-you-can-eat meals. So you spend a fortune on meat just for you? Butcher private message, it's all you can eat, but now it's only vegetarian. The last batch of pork was stolen this morning, and the remaining pigs and cattle are temporarily under police custody. The manager said that starting at noon, the restaurant will only serve fresh fruits and vegetables. Jiang Yumian, shock. Oh my goodness, so she spent all morning watching a play, only to come back for her own home. Jiang Yumian didn't want to waste too much time, so she planned to pick out some of the dishes she disliked from the hotel restaurant in her space. But after searching for a long time, damn, they were all dishes she never tried before, dishes she loved. For the sake of gold, Jiang Yumian had to reluctantly give up and select some meat-based dishes, like tomahawk beef, red wine foie gras, steamed abalone with black bean sauce, and a deluxe seafood platter. Originally, she wanted to just send over the lavish meal prepared by Chef Buff, but cooking it herself was definitely cleaner and safer than what the hotel had prepared. Besides, she still wasn't sure why the citizens had been so fond of eating meat recently. Was it a virus, something unclean, or was there something wrong with the water supply? She knew nothing about this, and could only eliminate them one by one. By Jean, what a coincidence! I'm also staying at the Sherbao Hotel. Butcher private message, surprise! Which floor are you staying on? I come find you with some gold. Jiang Yumian sent photos of the dishes she had just taken, one by one, then calmly typed a reply. By Jean, these are all the meats I have. Pick a few and I weigh them. You can convert them into gold based on today's price. I'm staying on the 92nd floor, but I can't reveal my exact room. Please leave them directly in the emergency exit on the 92nd floor for me. Remember, leave them near the freight elevator. Butcher private message. What will you do if I take them all? Jiang Yumian's lips curled slightly. Was he testing her, or was he showing concern? Clearly, Jiang Yumian believed the former. By Jean, I'm a Buddhist vegetarian. These are all the midnight snacks my wife recently stocked up on. That's why I only took the gold. She wanted gold, and I can't help it. After all, I'm spoiling my wife. Jiang Yumian just made it up, and the other person actually believed it, even starting to complain to her. Selling meat in private chat. Bro. Wow, my wife is the same. She loves gold and always wants me to stockpile it, so she can make jewelry for her later. And now it's all coming in handy. Wow, I'm so touched. Chapter 13. Jiang Yumian boredly continued chatting with him, even getting his name. The man's name was Zhuang Yingyao, 42 years old. He had a beautiful wife in her early 20s. They had just had a cute son 2 years ago through IVF, and now his beautiful wife was pregnant with a baby girl. He owned several listed companies, dozens of properties and villas in this first-tier city, where every inch of land is valuable, and a private winery abroad. Jiang Yumian felt like she was getting jealous as they chatted. After confirming the delivery time, they stopped chatting. Tonight at midnight, the 92nd floor security passage. The meals at the Sherbao Hotel were usually very small, but Jiang Yumian had made room for 5 all-meat dishes and 1 meat soup. The weight was actually over 5 pounds, and he gave her a 20% discount. Jiang Yumian generously knocked off the change, bringing the total to 8 million. Jiang Yumian looked at the numbers on the computer, and couldn't help but sigh. It was so easy to make money from pork in these troubled times. Perhaps feeling a bit guilty, Jiang Yumian gave him an extra serving of goji berry leaf beef soup, which moved him to tears. According to the market price, a kilogram of gold bar costs 530,000 yuan, so Zhuang Yingyao simply charged her 500,000 yuan, for a total of 16 bars. The two happily reached an agreement, and waited until evening. Jiang Yumian packed her food in a bag and placed it at the entrance to the freight elevator next to the 92nd floor. She then ran up the stairs, deliberately making no noise. After all the corridor's sensor lights went out, she messaged Zhuang Yingyao to come down. She herself quietly observed the 92nd floor freight elevator entrance. After a while, with a ding-dong sound, the sensor light at the freight elevator entrance lit up, and a middle-aged man, with a reserved yet somewhat furtive air, poked his head out. Zhuang Yingyao had gained a bit of weight. Although she couldn't read faces, he looked like a successful professional. His big eyes and thick lips, which should have been shrewd, gave him a rather timid look as he timidly opened her food packaging. Especially when the man, after confirming that the food inside was indeed meat, said to the phone in the video, "Honey, real meat. Zhuang Yingyao's wife, put down the money and run. Otherwise, they regret it and rob you." Zhuang Yingyao, okay. Zhuang Yingyao put down his travel bag and immediately headed for the freight elevator, saying to the woman in the video, "Honey, what do you want to eat? I have someone send it back to you later." The corridor was so quiet that she could even hear the woman in the video cursing Zhuang Yingyao clearly. Jiang Yumian watched as the elevator number reached the 97th floor and stopped moving. She waited another 10 minutes before going over to the travel bag to check. Unexpectedly, when Jiang Yumian opened her travel bag, she discovered that Zhuang Yingyao had given her 17 gold bars, instead of the 16 they had agreed to. Zhuang Yingyao had overpaid her by 500,000 yuan. Jiang Yumian couldn't help but chuckle at herself. Perhaps she'd been so disgusted by the villains she endured the previous few days that she no longer believed in humanity. She'd even been wondering if Zhuang Yingyao had other ideas, or if he'd gone back on his word. She simply climbed the stairs to the 97th floor, crippled the man, and robbed him of all his money. Jiang Yumian felt the extra gold bars in her hand and said nothing. She simply placed them and the travel bag into her space, and then climbed the stairs to the 98th floor on foot. What Zhuang Yingyao didn't know was that the extra gold bar he given today would soon become the most correct thing he ever done. That night, some were happy, others sad. After a hearty meal, Zhuang Yingyao drank a glass of warm milk before falling asleep. Those who couldn't afford meat and hadn't eaten in ages, at the stroke of one in the middle of the night, their weak wills had already bitten into the sweet, delicious feast beside them. In a farmer's livestock pen in the eastern suburbs, a girl, hiding in a thatched straw pile, desperately covered her mouth, her eyes bloodshot, tears of fear streaming down her face. Through a crack in the haystack, she watched her father, his eyes glazed over, his face bloodshot and his mouth full of meat, as he expressionlessly gnawed at the last remaining egg-laying hen. Meanwhile, someone continued to bang on the kitchen door next to the haystack, seemingly tirelessly. A woman's feeble cries echoed alongside the clattering sound. "I'm so hungry. Yu, I'm so hungry. Mom is starving. Yu, where are you? Yu, can you help Mom open the door?" The man, still mechanically gnawing on a hen bone, suddenly choked on it. He pounded his chest, wailed in agony, and fell backward. Yu's father began to twitch, but soon quieted down. Yu, hiding in the haystack, no longer cared and immediately parted the straw, ready to help. She saw Yu's father, who had fallen to the ground, stand up in a contorted position impossible for a human being. The whites of his cloudy eyes were filled with blood, and even his pupils turned red. The moment he saw Yu, he immediately rushed towards her. The girl froze in fear, her body frozen in place as Yu's father bit her neck, blood splattering everywhere. "Dad, I'm Yu." This incident happened countless times tonight, rapidly spreading from the suburbs to the city center. Blood splattered almost half the city, and widespread grief was widespread. Jiang Yumian, sound asleep, heard only bursts of emergency alerts echoing through her mind. Having her eyes half awake, she discovered that the number of NPCs, which had remained constant, was rapidly decreasing by tens of thousands per second. In just a few moments, 12 players had gone, and 1,000,000 NPCs had been lost. Jiang Yumian, ? What the hell? Jiang Yumian jumped up, stunned. Through the master bedroom's floor-to-ceiling window, she saw flames and black smoke billowing outside. Jiang Yumian didn't even have time to put on her shoes. She quickly rushed to the balcony with binoculars in hand. As soon as she opened the floor-to-ceiling window, the quiet environment, once perfect for sleep, was suddenly flooded with a myriad of noisy sounds. Ambulance sirens, gunshots, screams, cries for help, and crashes intertwined. One after another. Jiang Yumian looked down with her binoculars, and quickly lowered them in fear, her legs and feet shaking uncontrollably. If the cacophony of sounds was like an incredibly tragic apocalyptic symphony, audible everywhere in this city, only making people irritated and fearful, then the group of people on the road, their eyes glowing red, their clothes soaked in blood, digging out human organs and gnawing on them, looked more like the devil's capable vanguard, plundering human civilization while dragging desperate people into the abyss, assimilating them into yet another vanguard. Chapter 14. Jiang Yumian had never seen such a scene before, and even felt that the scenes she had seen on screen before were a bit subtle. After putting down the telescope, Jiang Yumian rushed back inside, checking the already locked door and windows again and again. When she returned to the balcony, her hand still shook as she held the telescope. At the same time, her phone suddenly rang. Not many people in this game knew her number, but Jiang Yumian answered it anyway. The other party spoke quickly and seriously. "Hello, customer 9801. This is the front desk representative at the Sherbao Hotel. There's been a serious disturbance outside. We activated level 1 alert, and all doors are completely sealed. Are you inside?" Jiang Yumian said calmly, "I am." The receptionist seemed relieved and began to speak more slowly. "Okay, we contacted the police. Please don't go out or downstairs without permission. If you need food, please call us on the landline. We provide vegetarian options 24 hours a day." Ah. Before she finished her words, Jiang Yumian heard a woman scream from the phone, followed by the sound of several people talking. "Danjiao, what's wrong with you?" "She's been bitten." Manager, help. Hold her down. Then, only a few hurried footsteps echoed through the phone until the call was unexpectedly disconnected. Jiang Yumian sighed silently. Even hotels weren't safe these days. Or perhaps the entire city has fallen and become a paradise for monster hunting. Jiang Yumian took a deep breath and patted her chest carefully. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. It's just a game, it's not real. She only needed to stay in this impenetrable room for 30 days, and it would be over. Having prepared herself mentally, Jiang Yumian was clearly less panicked. She even began analyzing the dietary records Zhuang Yingyao had sent her recently, covering the past few days. The man had gone on picnics in the eastern suburbs, dined at a nearby farmhouse, and enjoyed a lot of barbecue. He loved a glass of fresh milk before bed. Jiang Yumian frowned as she read through the entire record, only to realize that there were too few subjects for her to study. It wouldn't be enough to conduct any comparative screening, so she gave up. Since she couldn't sleep anyway, Jiang Yumian simply pulled out a bowl of Lanzhou ramen she cooked using her god of cooking buff from her space. She sat at the bar, grabbed a napkin, and gracefully fiddled with the hotel-provided cloth before she started eating. One bite, and her fatigue instantly vanished. Jiang Yumian was stunned, then slurped 2 more mouthfuls. She felt incredibly refreshed and full, even capable of performing 2 sets of military boxing without even catching her breath. Jiang Yumian looked down at the steaming bowl of Lanzhou ramen in front of her. Oh my! Oh my, oh my, oh my! This wasn't just ramen, it was like eating a supreme immortal fruit. Could it be that the delicacies created by the god of cooking buff were not only delicious but also miraculous? At this moment, she just wanted to retract her nonsense about the god of cooking buff being an expensive, useless item. God of cooking, you are my god, ding dong. The god of cooking buff has been fully developed. Its effects are as follows. God of cooking buff lasts for 5 hours. Once activated, it grants a 100% chance of reaching full culinary skill points. Any food produced within the buff's duration will eliminate all negative effects on the body, allowing it to reach optimal function. Note, illnesses cannot be cured, and wounds cannot be healed. Jiang Yumian stared at the screen that suddenly appeared before her, her lips twitching slightly as she couldn't help but grumble. So, you don't even know the full functionality of the items your system developed? It's a bit rubbish indeed. But thanks for your rubbish. Otherwise, if that socially anxious person next door knew how delicious this item was, there's no way she'd use it on her. Hua Guangguang, Feedback System 009, Hua Guangguang, has your answer. Hua Guangguang, the item system was previously damaged, and 60% of the important data was lost. The system needs to be re-entered, which is why your position was created. Jiang Yumian smiled, unable to resist asking a question that had been lingering in her mind for a long time. Jiang Yumian, so the question is, why was I chosen to be the salesperson for this uniquely useless item? Hua Guangguang, to test your good qualities. Jiang Yumian, for example? Hua Guangguang, you're shameless. Jiang Yumian, Jiang Yumian forced a stiff smile and began to reason with Hua Guangguang. You're a professional system. You should say this. A true man can bend and stretch. Hua Guangguang, he can bring the dead back to life. Jiang Yumian, Jiang Yumian, why don't you rephrase the question, like compliment me? On my eloquence? Hua Guangguang was silent for a long moment. According to you humans, you call that? Jiang Yumian was curious about how an intelligent system would describe her. What's it called? Hua Guangguang, what a way to flatter yourself. Jiang Yumian, this crappy system? The moment it opened its mouth, it was a killer. Jiang Yumian was furious, but she didn't dare argue any further, fearing the system would get angry and give her a scorching cold on the outside and tender on the inside electric shock spa. Honest as she was, she happily finished a whole bowl of Lanzhou ramen, then, iPad in hand, walked from the living room to the presidential suite balcony. It wasn't a balcony, but more of a large room surrounded by sheets of bulletproof glass. One wonders how sophisticated the hotel's construction was. The frames connecting each pane of glass are practically invisible. The balcony not only had an infinity pool, but also a variety of entertainment and audio equipment. She could have a pool party anytime she wanted. Jiang Yumian energetically grabbed a yoga mat from the room and connected her iPad to the multimedia speaker. Familiar music played, and then the second set of national radio gymnastics for middle school students, The Times Are Calling. The third set of national radio gymnastics for elementary school students, Colorful Sunshine. Now we begin the 8th set of radio gymnastics, Marching in Place. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, stop. Stretch ready. Meanwhile, Lu Shiyan, having already scrapped 2 drones, silently gave up on closely examining these half-human, half-ghost monsters. He returned to the refrigerator to get a drink, and subconsciously decided to throw the lunch box, still sitting on the counter for 5 or 6 days, unopened even in its shopping bag, into the trash. Just as he picked it up, and was about to throw it in the trash, he froze. Still warm? Chapter 15. Lu Shiyan pursed his lips, quickly opened the shopping bag, and pulled out 2 perfectly packaged meals. If Jiang Yumian were here, she surely recognized these were the 2 luxurious meals she'd chosen not long ago. Braised pork with abalone, and braised soft-shelled turtle. I have to say, they look quite good. The key point is that even without being refrigerated, the food remains freshly cooked, even in its original state. Is this the effect of the god of cooking buff? Lu Shiyan glanced at it briefly before replacing the lid and carelessly tossing it into the trash. He returned to his desk and recorded the video footage transmitted by the 2 drones before they were scrapped. 1. The red-eyed monster's favorite food is the brain, followed by human internal organs. 2. The monster has extremely keen hearing and immense strength, capable of flipping a car with its bare hands. 3. There's no organized activity, everyone's alone, no grouping, or perhaps it's simply lack of a leader? 4. Indiscriminate attacks on all moving creatures, including inanimate objects. 1 hour later. In Suite 9801, Jiang Yumian finally exhausted her abundant energy. She guzzled a bottle of mineral water, took a refreshing bath, and fell back into bed, soundly slumbering. Day 7 of the game, as usual, and slept until noon. Jiang Yumian applied a face mask costing 300 or 400 yuan, while peering down the stairs with a telescope. The Sherbao Hotel is near the International Plaza, so traffic is already dense. In just one night, the streets were littered with body parts, wrecked cars, and even police cars and fire trucks. Jiang Yumian even spotted 2 men in police uniforms among the wandering zombies. Zooming in, she noticed the gun pouch on the waist of one of the smaller zombie policemen was wide open. The gun inside was still there. She figured he'd been bitten just as he was about to draw his weapon. Jiang Yumian was a little tempted. She never touched a gun before. Having a gun would be like having an extra layer of self-defense in this chaotic world. But she probably couldn't handle the risk. Besides, she wouldn't know how to use a gun, and an accidental discharge would likely kill her even faster. Jiang Yumian simply gave up the idea and began observing the zombies carefully. As she searched, she discovered that among the zombies near the Sherbao Hotel, there were 5 or 6 staff members wearing Sherbao Hotel uniforms. The Sherbao Hotel's doors remained closed. The hotel's tranquil and peaceful environment was a stark contrast to the devastating sight of mangled limbs and devastation outside. Jiang Yumian estimated that the zombie crisis in the hotel last night had been resolved. She also noticed that most of the zombies' behavior and reactions were much slower than the previous night, which was undoubtedly good news for the survivors. The brave could even go out during the day to look for food. Now, through Jiang Yumian's telescope, a courageous man actually appeared. He had escaped from the main entrance of the Sherbao Hotel. She looked at the man's suit and thought he looked like the hotel manager who had delivered food to her room the first night. However, he was clearly not after the food, but the armed police zombie that Jiang Yumian had been staring at for a long time. It appeared. Her favorite complaint in zombie apocalypse novels had arrived. Jiang Yumian clutched her chest, angrily saying, "Just get out, and close the door behind you. Close the door behind you." Clearly, the duty manager couldn't hear her, and was cautiously moving toward the zombies. Although there weren't many zombies at the Sherbao Hotel, hundreds of them were still passing through the nearby streets at the densely populated city center. Jiang Yumian's heart was in her throat, but she saw the duty manager actually managed to get behind the police zombie. Jiang Yumian silently took note. Zombies have a poor sense of smell. The duty manager, his back drenched in sweat, breathed a sigh of relief as he carefully drew his gun. But just as he relaxed, he looked up to see the police officer's head turned, his dark, terrifying red eyes staring directly at him. The duty manager, startled, raised his gun and pressed it against the police officer's head, only to discover the safety wasn't engaged. Even the most sluggish zombies finally opened their mouths and lunged at the duty manager. Frightened, the duty manager sprinted back toward the hotel entrance, his movements so frantic they alerted all the surrounding zombies. Before he reached the door, his legs gave way, and he fell to the ground. The fall also caused the safety to accidentally release, allowing him to fire a shot at the police zombie. Bang! The sound echoed throughout the street. If his run had only alerted a few dozen nearby zombies, then his single shot had alerted tens of thousands of zombies along the entire street. Zombies sprinted frantically towards the duty manager. The duty manager had barely entered the hotel entrance, and before he could even close the door, he was swept away by the zombie horde. The hotel park, so peaceful and tranquil not long ago, had become a zombie paradise. In the apocalypse, several cleaning ladies diligently cleaning the hotel were devoured by the swarming zombies before they could react, ultimately joining the zombie clan. Jiang Yumian reluctantly put down her binoculars, took a sip of 1982 Sprite, and slowly walked back to her room. Now, no one in the hotel could survive. Is it worth it for a gun? Let go of the desire to save others and respect their fate. Jiang Yumian silently brainwashed herself a few times before returning to bed and continuing to sleep soundly. From then on, she lived a life of eating, sleeping, and sleeping. What she didn't know was that while she was quietly living her life behind closed doors, someone had already set their sights on the 2 presidential suites on the 98th floor. Late at night on the 8th day of the game. In the hotel's 3rd floor staff cafeteria. After several rounds of turmoil, nearly 200 waiters were reduced to only 40 or 50. The duty manager, who led the charge, had died at the door. If the duty manager were still around, everyone's hearts could still be united. But now, people die for money, birds die for food. Several waitresses had begun to whisper. What should we do? There's only so much food left. Should we distribute it to every resident on every floor? Forget it. We don't even have enough for ourselves. If they want to complain, they can just go ahead and do it. But I'm worried they run out of food and attract zombies when they come down looking for something to eat. Dong Xiangfei, the tallest and most handsome of the waiters, was counting the remaining 2 boxes of mineral water, 4 boxes of soft bread, and a mountain of fruits and vegetables he'd eaten so much he was practically vomiting. He made a bold decision. Dong Xiangfei, let's go to the 98th floor. Chapter 16. At this moment, everyone in the staff cafeteria turned their gaze to Dong Xiangfei. Dong Xiangfei quickly stood up and analyzed the situation carefully, saying, right now, only the 98th floor is the safest. Given the current situation outside, even if the government sends a rescue, air rescue will be the first choice. Let's go to the presidential suite on the 98th floor and wait. Qin Yusi, sitting next to Dong Xiangfei, couldn't help but question, but both presidential suites on the 98th floor are occupied. Not to mention the 98th, the luxury suites on floors 97, 96, and 95 are also full. If the presidential suite is locked, even if we have a universal room card, it won't be of any use. Lu Shui swallowed hard, thinking of the handsome man in room 9802 whom she had been responsible for registering a few days ago. She hurriedly said, they have to open it. It's such a big room, so what's the harm in giving us some space? We don't eat or drink their food, so it should be okay to help. This statement emboldened many waiters, who began to agree. Yeah, if they want us to help clean, we can. 98. Do you remember that beautiful rich woman in 9801? She said she was having a party a while ago and ordered a lot of food and drinks, but none of her friends showed up. She must have a lot of food in her room. She even bought a lot of vegetables and meat online in the middle of the night. I delivered it to her, 2 whole carts. She definitely can't eat that much by herself. We can buy it from her. Dong Xiangfei narrowed his eyes slightly. Then let's pack up and get ready to go. Day 10 of the game. The midday sun outside was blazing fiercely, but it was completely blocked out by the blackout curtains inside the presidential suite's master bedroom. The girl, lying on the 2x2 bed, was sleeping soundly, her face spread wide open. A faint smile played at the corners of her mouth, as if she were dreaming something sweet. But her sweet dreams were soon interrupted by the ringing of the doorbell. Ding dong. Ding dong. Jiang Yumian frowned, quickly opened her eyes, and glanced warily toward the door. However, she didn't leave the master bedroom. Instead, she quickly opened the French window with binoculars and peered down. The police rifle that the duty manager had left in the haystack near the door, after transforming into a zombie the day before, was gone. These past 2 days, she spent her free time staring at the rifle in a daze. Now that the rifle was gone, Jiang Yumian couldn't help but feel even more wary of the person ringing the doorbell. In the apocalypse, sometimes what's terrifying isn't the mauling zombies, but rather the scheming hearts of those who devise schemes. Jiang Yumian walked to the living room wall and activated the video intercom. 2 men and women, their faces covered in blood, and a pale, frail-looking waiter spoke into the camera. Miss Jiang, are you in the room? Jiang Yumian said seriously, I'm not. Dong Xiangfei, Qin Yosi, Dong Xiangfei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said weakly, Miss Jiang, stop joking. For some reason, Jiang Yumian felt his movements were so indescribable, a bit strange. It wasn't until the waiter, once again, subtly tugged at his broken shirt, revealing a faint glimpse of abdominal muscles, that she finally understood. Wow, it's oil, the kind of oil even my grandmother wouldn't dare put in her cooking. Damn! He tried to seduce her with his beauty. How vicious, trying to make her experience the bitterness of love. Jiang Yumian immediately ignored those toned abs, and said seriously, I'm not kidding. I'm really not here. Dong Xiangfei and the others, Jiang Yumian, it's nothing. My soul is about to die. Please don't disturb me on my 7th day. Dong Xiangfei's forced smile finally gave way. Just as Jiang Yumian was about to hang up, he excitedly said, Miss Jiang, the world is in chaos right now. I think you need help. We can help you. Please take us in. I do anything you want. Jiang Yumian smiled, okay. Then you can stay outside my room and serve as my bodyguards. Qin Yusi, sensing a potential opportunity, hurriedly inquired, does it include food and lodging? Jiang Yumian, neither food nor lodging are provided. Just block the emergency exit and the elevator so no one can get in. The corridor will be safe enough for the two of you. Qin Yusi, Dong Xiangfei suppressed his anger at being tricked and forced to smile again. We can help you with laundry and cooking. I can be your bodyguard and guarantee your safety 24/7. I can even. If you need anything. Jiang Yumian scoffed. Sorry, I like women, and I'm a sadist. I enjoy playing with people. Dong Xiangfei was stunned, and even Qin Yaosi, who was beside him, was dumbfounded. Jiang Yumian's nonsense speechless, the two of them. Even Qin Yaosi took 2 steps back in fear, fearing that Dong Xiangfei would push them out and seduce them. Satisfied, Jiang Yumian closed the video screen and even switched on Do Not Disturb mode. This time, even if the 2 people outside pressed the doorbell repeatedly, she wouldn't have noticed. It didn't matter. She couldn't help but sigh. This presidential suite was simply amazing. As Jiang Yumian was bored, she scrolled through her video screen when she realized it actually had a full view of the entire hallway. It was just that she couldn't hear anything. She only saw a woman in a tight black dress, with a slender waist and curvaceous hips, a curvaceous figure, and a very sexy yet unforced pose, patiently ringing the doorbell of the man in room 9802 over and over again. Jiang Yumian's eyes widened at the sight of her impressive breasts. Envy. Then she looked at her perennially malnourished breasts. She bit her handkerchief in anger. But these 3 people had the good sense to split up and use the honey trap. Jiang Yumian was curious about how the socially anxious boss would handle such a situation, and couldn't help but watch for 2 more seconds. No, 1 minute. 2 minutes. 5 minutes later. Jiang Yumian felt like she was almost visually fatigued, but the little demon was still ringing the doorbell. But the socially anxious boss didn't even bother to answer him. Well, as expected of a socially anxious boss, he probably already turned on Do Not Disturb mode. Just as Jiang Yumian was feeling a little disappointed that she hadn't seen anything dramatic, a resounding announcement suddenly rang out from the open-air balcony in the living room. We are the Ministry of National Defense Rescue Team 1. Let me reiterate, we are the Ministry of National Defense Rescue Team 1, dispatched to rescue Nanjiang City. Rest assured, survivors, the nation will not abandon any of its people. Those with supplies, please close your doors and windows, take precautions, and stay indoors until rescue is available. Those who are short on supplies, please seek higher ground, create as much light as possible, and wait for the helicopter to rescue you. Chapter 17. The broadcast, bringing hope, played over and over throughout the city for 3 days and 2 nights. Even on the night of the 10th day of the game, when a citywide power outage struck, the survivors remained unfazed. Still clinging to hope, they began rummaging through their homes for candles, incense, and other lighting supplies, awaiting rescue. But Jiang Yumian discovered. The zombies seemed to have evolved. Many of the zombies' eyes had taken on a strange look. Some even began to glow red, their blood-red pupils standing out in the darkness. Previously, they only had acute hearing, but now they seemed to have sight as well. On the 10th day of the game, Jiang Yumian witnessed a resident on the 3rd floor of the building across the street. Wanting to provide light for the rescue team, they had left their curtains open. As a result, they were attacked by a large-scale zombie attack, with the extremely strong zombies uprooting the entire security window. On the 11th day of the game, Jiang Yumian discovered. The zombies that hadn't fully evolved yesterday were gradually emitting a seductive red glow in their eyes, while those whose eyes had already glowed red today possessed astonishing jumping abilities. If evolution continued at this rate, will these monsters evolve into a highly intelligent zombie king, like the zombies described in novels? Jiang Yumian began to worry about whether the presidential suite on the 98th floor could survive the final 19 days of the game. If the room couldn't hold up, would they have to find the hotel's pilot and fly a helicopter to stay aloft until the end of the game? But she, a novice in the game, had forgotten to buy fuel. Jiang Yumian slapped her forehead helplessly and said self-deprecatingly, "Pig brain, pure pig brain." Before Jiang Yumian could brood for long, she heard an extremely piercing sound of a chainsaw emanating from the doorway. Jiang Yumian, ? No, are these people stupid? Jiang Yumian hurried to the door and turned on the videophone. The surveillance footage showed 3 men wielding a chainsaw, striking her door. No doubt, the piercing sound had already attracted all the zombies in the hotel hallway, who began pounding on the security door, which was blocked tightly by bottles of mineral water, food, tables, and chairs. The elevator, due to the power outage, became a dead wall. As long as she and the socially anxious boss didn't open the door, Dong Xiangfei and the others could easily have survived in the hallway for 30 days until rescue arrived, but they chose the most extreme option. Watching the flashes of fire colliding between the metal door and the chainsaw, Jiang Yumian was so angry she wanted to curse. No, what's the point of prying open her door? If you have the guts, pry open the door of a social phobic boss. Okay, you're bullying a helpless, weak woman, huh? Jiang Yumian took a deep breath, clasped her hands together, and kept muttering, "There are so many things in the world, how can everything be as I wish? Don't be angry, don't be angry. Life is like a play, we're together because of fate. Together. I'm meeting you, damn it." Jiang Yumian couldn't bear it anymore. She pressed the voice button and chuckled, "Yo. Sawing the door? Come on, it's easier to saw the lock." The 2 girls were startled and looked up at the camera. Dong Xiangfei, upon hearing Jiang Yumian's voice, immediately stopped what he was doing, put down the chainsaw, and said innocently, "If you'd taken us in, there wouldn't be any need for all this trouble." Jiang Yumian laughed out loud, even pulling out a handful of sunflower seeds from her space and leisurely munching on them. "It's okay, keep on tackling, I don't mind. Keep sawing. After you finish this door, there are 2 more waiting for you. Don't blame me for not warning you. Each door is stronger than the last. Your saw isn't enough. You probably need another 5 or 6 days at most." Dong Xiangfei, Looking at the videophone's recurring low battery warning, Jiang Yumian decisively added at the last second before shutting down, "Work hard. As long as you're not dead, do it. I'll be waiting for you in the house." Before she could even utter the word finished, the videophone automatically shut down. Jiang Yumian sighed helplessly, as if regretting not seeing the others' withdrawn expressions. She could only hold her sunflower seeds as she walked to the living room balcony to admire the night view. Watching the helicopters pass by from time to time, Jiang Yumian even began to reflect. Alas, this presidential suite is wonderful, but I haven't even had time to enjoy it. She hadn't even enjoyed the full-body spa, the infinity pool, or even helicopter rides around the city. And the luxury car she rented for 30 days, only drove it for 1 day, and now it's gathering dust in the hotel's basement garage. What a waste, such a waste. Meanwhile, atop the city hall, a helicopter hovered steadily in the air, quickly dropping 3 rescue ropes. 3 armed police officers slid down the ropes quickly and saluted the men in suits who had been waiting for so long. "Mayor Jean. Vice Mayor Zhao, sorry we're late. Other cities have been severely damaged by the red-eyed monsters, making rescue operations extremely difficult. Our superiors have instructed us to first rescue important government officials to facilitate post-disaster reconstruction. Please get your wounds checked before boarding the plane." Mayor Jean was holding his daughter, his nearly balding hair disheveled by the helicopter's whirling wind, but he nodded hurriedly, "It's okay, check it out." Deputy Mayor Zhao clutched the hand of one of the police officers, his voice trembling. "Is the country close to developing a vaccine?" The leading officer pulled a bloody piece of pork from his pocket and shook his head, "Not yet. This virus is spreading rapidly, and the initial source can only be traced back to the eastern suburbs." In the helicopter, co-pilot Xiaozi used a telescope to survey the area around the city hall while talking to Xiao Tian in the driver's seat. "Xiao Tian, hold on a little longer. Once we get the mayor of Nanjiang City to the quarantine center, you can rest." The Xiao Tian he was referring to was already halfway through his dark combat uniform, soaked with cold sweat. Feeling unwell, he could only reply with a faint "okay." Ozawa, without even turning back, silently passed his half-eaten chocolate bar to Xiaotian. Eat something to fill your stomach first. Xiaotian, sweating profusely, looked at the fingers exposed through Shu's combat gloves and swallowed hard. Just as he was about to lose control, another officer's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. The captain says it's okay. Pull them up immediately. Chapter 18. A bright moon hung high in the sky, a rare speck of twinkling stars dotting the bustling city sky. A circle of scented candles lit the infinity pool, their light making the previously clear water shimmer. Beside the pool, a girl, wearing a rather conservative black swimsuit and a small rubber duck floaty ring around her waist, was watching a swimming instructional video. The presidential suite's infinity pool wasn't deep. Even if she stood, the water would only reach her chest, far from drowning. It was the perfect place for her to learn how to swim on her own, though it lacked a lifeguard to watch over her. Having watched the swimming instructional video no fewer than 10 times, she confidently prepared to enter the water, clutching the rubber duck. But what happened? The moment her jade-white toes touched the water, Jiang Yumian immediately recoiled in fear. Forget it, some money has to be earned by others. Let's learn when we get back to the real world. Wow, but swimming lessons are 2,000 yuan for 10 sessions. Besides, if she returns to the real world, she'd be immediately transported back into the game. Will she have time to learn? Jiang Yumian swallowed hard. Or I give it another try. Just as Jiang Yumian was trying to suppress her fear, the moment she successfully entered the water, her body instinctively wanted to escape. Forget it, forget it. I die in the water before I learn any life-saving skills. Jiang Yumian instinctively tried to get out of the pool, but she stumbled and nearly drowned. Fortunately, she had a little yellow duck swim ring to save her life, and Jiang Yumian's hands and feet were unable to control themselves, and she struggled in the water. The splashing water extinguished many of the scented candles placed by the pool. But the gloomy surroundings didn't grow darker, instead, they became brighter than daylight. Jiang Yumian instinctively glanced toward the light source outside the window. She saw a fiery spark in the sky, hurtling straight toward her. As it drew closer, the flames grew larger. Jiang Yumian was stunned. Fuck. Before she could utter the word fuck, as the unidentified object drew closer, she could vaguely make out it was an out-of-control airplane. The 3 propellers atop the helicopter were still spinning rapidly. She had no idea if the bulletproof windows were bulletproof. She only knew that if the helicopter crashed through, even if she didn't die, she would be shattered to pieces by the explosives. Run? Where to run? Could she outrun a military helicopter? This was truly doomed. Without a second thought, Jiang Yumian quickly broke free from her rubber duck swim ring, held her breath, and swam with all her might, doggy-pawing, towards the center of the infinity pool. Fearing he'd die, he immediately used his luck buff. Just as the luck buff took effect, the helicopter's nose slammed into the glass window. Just as Jiang Yumian had anticipated, the bulletproof glass was ripped apart like paper by the rapidly spinning propellers. The warped helicopter slid across the infinity pool, crashing directly from the living room's large balcony into the master bedroom. The entire living room became its forced landing point, colliding with various obstacles, and its tail slammed directly into the front door. Lu Shuryan, who lived in room 9802, had just used a drone to conduct a thorough zombie inspection of the area 5 minutes earlier, not even neglecting the 3 waiters in the hallway. After seeing that the 3 were fast asleep, he made a bowl of luxurious hot pot and, picking up his chopsticks to eat. Boom! A loud bang shook the entire building. The noodles on Lu Shuryan's chopsticks slid back into the bowl, splashing a few drops of red oil onto his white pajamas. Lu Shuryan, Lu Shuryan frowned slightly and instinctively glanced toward the door. Is that game newbie across the street a pyrotechnician? Dong Xiangfei and the other 2, sound asleep in the hallway, were instantly awakened. Not only them, but the zombie horde near the hotel, which had been relatively quiet, also exploded, rushing towards the center of the Sherbao Hotel. First and foremost were the zombies, already attracted by the earlier chainsaw noises. They were now banging their heads against the door to the emergency exit. The noise grew louder and louder. Perhaps because more and more zombies were blocking the emergency staircase, but within a few minutes, the previously motionless door began to vibrate. Lu Shui clutched Dong Xiangfei's arm in terror. Xiangfei. What should we do now? Dong Xiangfei stared at the ironclad doors on either side, unsure of what to do. Something must have happened inside 9801. The center of the door was significantly recessed, making it easier to breach than the one in 9802. I wonder if it was the noise caused by the rich woman's transformation into a zombie. Dong Xiangfei instinctively touched the gun in his pocket. Let's go! We have to break into room 9801 today, or we all die here. Inside the presidential suite of 9801. Jiang Yumian, unable to contain herself any longer, emerged from the lukewarm infinity pool, struggling to find her footing. Cough, cough, cough. The little yellow duck swim ring that had been tucked around her waist not long ago had turned into a half-charred corpse, soaked by the pool water before it had even completely burned. Jiang Yumian looked at the devastated room, the wreckage scattered across the floor, the tattered walls, the charred furniture, and even the wreckage of a plane, still blazing with small flames and threatening to explode again. She felt a mixture of emotions. Wow! The presidential suite she spent 3.84 million yuan on, now it was all gone. Jiang Yumian, tears in her eyes, took small steps toward the edge of the pool, quickly throwing on a towel. Now, there was nothing else to do but run out the door. As soon as she opened it, she saw Dong Xiangfei holding a shovel, attempting to pry open the door. For a moment, the four of them exchanged awkward glances. Before Dong Xiangfei could even begin to threaten, Jiang Yumian tactfully made way for him and, with a look of despair, said to the three of them, "The room is now yours." Dong Xiangfei, ? Chen Yusi, ? Only Lu Shui was overjoyed. She immediately pulled Dong Xiangfei inside, shouting to Chen Yusi, "Yao Yao, what are you standing there for? Come on in. The zombies will soon break down the door to the emergency exit." As Chen Yusi was being pulled inside by Lu Shui, Jiang Yumian tactfully stepped out. Dong Xiangfei saw she was holding a travel bag and frowned. He raised his shovel and said fiercely, "What's in that bag? Throw it over to us." Jiang Yumian, Jiang Yumian's hair was wet, and her red eyes were filled with sparkling light, making her look incredibly pitiful. As he opened his travel bag, he said to the three of them, "Just a few small loaves of bread and some mineral water. I haven't touched anything in the refrigerator. It's more than enough for you to live on." At this moment, Lu Shui suddenly pulled the gun from Dong Xiangfei's pocket. Chapter 19. Lu Shui, stop talking nonsense and give it to me. Lu Shui, I haven't washed my hair in ages. I'm desperate for water. Jiang Yumian, Dong Xiangfei saw the gun on his waist was gone, but he didn't rush to retrieve it, simply acquiescing to Lu Shui's actions. Jiang Yumian raised an eyebrow at the other two, then smiled and handed her the travel bag. She let the bag be turned upside down, unmoved. Only when the three of them had completely closed the door with the travel bag did Jiang Yumian grab the shovel Dong Xiangfei had prepared and use it to block the door of room 9801. Then she pulled a flashlight from her pocket and surveyed her surroundings again. The corridor, which had been empty and clean not long ago, was now littered with trash and dirty footprints after the three had messed it up over the past few days. Next to the trash can by the elevator, there were still a number of mineral water bottles and garbage bags filled with what looked like excrement. The smell was not pleasant. After the explosion, the zombies in the emergency exit door were noticeably quieter, with only one or two still banging their heads against the door. This didn't bother Jiang Yumian. Lu Shui seemed to hold the socially anxious boss in high regard. The entrance to room 9802 was the cleanest in the entire corridor. Jiang Yumian didn't mind, pulling out a clean blanket from her space and sitting at the entrance to room 9802. In complete darkness, the surveillance cameras had long since ceased functioning, and Jiang Yumian wasn't the least bit worried about anyone discovering her space. She took a towel from her space and half-dried her hair, then pulled out a quilt to cover herself. Feeling uncomfortable, she even took a pillow to rest her head, ready for a comfortable sleep. Tomorrow, after Dong Xiangfei and the other two had finished cleaning up for her, she could go back and sleep comfortably. Just as Jiang Yumian had planned, Dong Xiangfei was stunned by the devastation in the house. Lu Shui saw the charred bodies inside the helicopter and nearly screamed in fear, wishing she could return to the hallway. But Chen Yusi grabbed her arm and said sternly, "It's safer here than the hallway." Dong Xiangfei, who had cleared the way out from the second bedroom, also said seriously, "The master and second bedrooms are still habitable after they've been cleaned up." Dong Xiangfei and the other two had remained in the hallway, completely unaware that zombies could evolve. The helicopter, doused by the hotel's fire suppression system, was still emitting thick smoke. To clean up the presidential suite, several people simply threw debris along the glass wall that had been knocked open by the helicopter. Some of the zombies, huddled around the hotel after losing their target, were smashed to smithereens by objects thrown from above, while others began to climb the hotel walls. Late at night, a faint sound suddenly echoed in the silent corridor. The door to room 9802 was open from the inside. The girl, sleeping in the corner, was dragged into the room along with her blanket. In room 9801, just as Dong Xiangfei and the other two had nearly finished clearing the presidential suite's trash, Qin Yosi, who was closest to the balcony, suddenly stopped what she was doing. "Did you hear anything?" Lu Shui looked puzzled. "What was that?" Qin Yosi instinctively turned to look at the windy open-air balcony. "I thought I heard some glass breaking." Dong Xiangfei frowned slightly. Lu Shui said, "Maybe it accidentally hit some glass when throwing something just now. Don't make a fuss." Dong Xiangfei nodded. "No matter how hard the zombies climb, they can't possibly reach the 98th floor. Don't worry." Qin Yosi was still hesitant, but Dong Xiangfei swallowed hard as Lu Shui flirted with him. He said impatiently, "Go to sleep. You're exhausted today. We talk about it tomorrow." The morning of the 12th day of the game, Jiang Yumian opened her eyes and looked at the familiar crystal chandelier overhead. She subconsciously closed them again and changed her sleeping position. But the next second, she flirted open her eyes, her messy hair gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar living room. For a moment, she even thought that the plane crash last night was all a dream. But when she discovered 2 drones she hadn't even bought, along with a pile of spare parts, on the table in front of her, Jiang Yumian was stunned. This 9802? Could it be that the socially anxious boss took pity on her and kindly took her in? No way. Could he be so kind? Jiang Yumian instinctively lifted the covers. She had slept on the floor all night, and even with the blankets and rugs cushioning her, she felt incredibly stiff from the comfort of a large bed these days. Gazing at the plush couch just a stone's throw away, Jiang Yumian sighed silently. The boss was kind, but not entirely. At that moment, a man's indifferent voice echoed from not far behind her. "Free up the space in the props when you wake up." Jiang Yumian? ? Without even turning her head, Jiang Yumian feigned confusion and asked, What space prop?" "Socially anxious boss. The space prop isn't with you?" Jiang Yumian instantly became alert, clutching the blanket and instinctively moving a few steps toward the door. And all of this was perfectly obvious to Lu Shiyan. Having just woken up, Lu Shiyan saw Jiang Yumian had her back to him. He quickly drank a sip of water, put his mask back on, and said calmly, "Don't worry, I'm not interested in space props. Otherwise, you'd be dead last night, sleeping like a dead pig." Jiang dead pig Yumian, Come to think of it, after all, she had such a good sleep. In the end, her sense of danger was too weak. She thought that if she sealed the door to room 9801, the sound of the shovel would surely wake her. But she had never imagined that the socially anxious boss, who would never leave the house, would actually drag her into the room at night. She's still too naive. She needs to change. Just as Jiang Yumian was reflecting on this, 2 large barrels of fuel suddenly appeared before her. "Lu Shiyan, put the fuel in your space." Jiang Yumian looked up, only to see Lu Shiyan, dressed in black home clothes and wearing a mask, looking down at her. Without a second thought, she eagerly asked, "So, boss, are you planning on taking me along this round?" Lu Shiyan's slightly servile expression made him feel a mixture of emotions. "I suddenly regret this." Jiang Yumian, shock. Jiang Yumian wanted to hug boss's towering legs right then and there, but, unsurprisingly, boss quickly dodged her. Jiang Yumian didn't mind, her smile almost lewd. "No. I'm always available. And I have space props. You're not going to lose out by taking me along." With a wave of her hand, she stored the 2 barrels of fuel in her space. Chapter 20. Seeing her tact, Lu Shiyan pointed to the 4 barrels of fuel stored in the corner of the living room and said, "Save those 2. Jiang Yumian, "No problem." Good stuff, all good stuff, the space was hers. Taking all the boss's stuff into her pocket would only benefit her, not harm her. The only thing she had to worry about was that the boss might get upset at any moment and kill her to take the props. As Jiang Yumian collected the fuel, she tentatively tried to elicit some information from him. "Boss, are we leaving by plane?" Lu Shiyan, "By car." Jiang Yumian, ? Jiang Yumian, "Didn't you tell me that the correct way to escape from high-level forces was by plane?" Lu Shiyan said nothing, simply using the remote to open the living room curtains. It would have been nice if they hadn't opened them. As soon as they did, a helicopter, belching black smoke, flashed across the sky. When Jiang Yumian stood up and walked to the balcony, she could see not only the helicopter she had just seen, but also 2 helicopters in the distance, colliding head-on in midair, exploding into a massive black firework. This isn't even the air safe now?" Lu Shiyan said calmly, "Take out all the useless things from your space. At noon, we go to the basement garage to get my SUV and put it in your space. Wait until we're out of the zombie encirclement, then drive to a less crowded area. Huh? Jiang Yumian was stunned and couldn't help but ask, put it in my space? Lu Shiyan found her doubt a bit strange and asked, isn't it possible? Jiang Yumian shook her head, my space can't hold a car. Lu Shiyan immediately frowned and demanded, isn't the disposable space item 20 cubic meters? How could you not have room if you cleared out the unused items? Jiang Yumian, disposable space item, and 20 cubic meters? The system told her it was permanent, and her space item's usable space wasn't even 20 cubic meters. Lu Shiyan saw Jiang Yumian's bewildered expression and didn't seem fake. Lu Shiyan asked, don't you have 20 cubic meters? Jiang Yumian replied sincerely, I only have 8 cubic meters. Lu Shiyan was silent for a long moment before slowly uttering, then you're really miserable. Jiang Yumian, what's so miserable about it? This space item is permanent. Permanent? It can still be used in the next round. Maybe it can even be upgraded. Of course, Jiang Yumian didn't dare say anything. She was afraid the boss was simply unwilling to attack her, because the disposable space item was too much for him. If he'd known her rubber band was a permanent space item, he'd probably have strangled her on the spot. Jiang Yumian continued to smile sweetly, teasing, boss, don't you have a space item? Lu Shiyan, one-time space items can only be obtained through lottery in the item store, or by successfully completing a game. Jiang Yumian suddenly realized, is that so? I thought everyone had one. Great, another piece of useful information. The emergency passage was now choked with zombies. Lu Shiyan had originally planned to have an extra person downstairs to increase his chances of getting the car. But now that his plans were disrupted, he had no choice but to cancel his escape plan. Jiang Yumian was curious how he'd known she had a space prop from the start. It wasn't until Jiang Yumian looked around that she realized the videophone screen on the wall near the door had been completely removed. The wiring behind it was incredibly complex, with one long black wire running down the wall to a portable outdoor power bank the size of a 16-inch suitcase. Isn't that a coincidence? She also had this power bank in her space, bought at the supermarket, which gave her a full 30 kilowatt-hours of power on a full charge. It cost her 37,000 yuan. The videophone, connected to the power bank, was now lit, apparently able to monitor every movement in the hallway outside. Jiang Yumian had an epiphany. The quality of the security camera outside the door was undeniably excellent. Even in pitch darkness, it had captured her brazenly rummaging through blankets and pillows in her space. Jiang Yumian couldn't help but glance at the pile of intricate components on the living room table and swallowed. The science and engineering tycoon was terrifying. In this moment, Jiang Yumian suddenly felt that her choice of literature major was useless in the apocalypse. At the same time, the tycoon spoke again. I can take you in, but don't talk to me or disturb me while I'm working. Stay in the second bedroom unless necessary. You find your own food and clothing. Jiang Yumian blinked obediently. Okay. Could you tell me your name, sir? I can't call you sir every day, can I? Lu Shiyan, Lu Shi. Jiang Yumian, huh? 6 o'clock? Lu Shiyan, Jiang Yumian immediately shut up, obediently hugging her quilt and blanket, and tiptoed to the second bedroom. Before Jiang Yumian was about to close the door, Lu Shiyan reminded her, was the explosion in your room last night caused by a helicopter losing control? The same thing could happen here at any time. If you keep sleeping like a dead pig, I won't remind you when we evacuate, let alone save you. Jiang Yumian smiled and replied, okay. Don't worry. I won't hold you back. Game Day 13. Jiang Yumian stayed in the second bedroom, invisible as a shadow, not even leaving the room. Game Day 14. Jiang Yumian remained in the second bedroom. Lu Shiyan was relaxed, observing the sky with a telescope. The number of helicopters had dropped dramatically over the past 2 days. Even the announcements urging surviving residents to stay home and await rescue had stopped. It was clear that even the government wasn't confident in its ability to fight this biological warfare. Abandoned vehicles littered the city, bones scattered across the ground, and the stench of a fishy, overwhelming stench permeated the air. Even the zombie world was undergoing a process of survival of the fittest. The zombies, having not eaten for a long time, saw their flesh gradually dwindle, revealing a horrifying skeleton. Their movements also became much slower. Most of the zombies that had eaten, however, saw their bodily functions rapidly improve. Their nails, sharp as steel, grew longer and longer, and their leg muscles developed. Room 9704. The man, who had spent so long huddled in his pillow and blanket, began to sprout small, sharp ridges along his spine. His once plump legs had transformed into powerful muscles. The nails on his hands, which held his head, grew longer and longer, some even piercing his head. But he felt no pain at all, muttering to himself, "I can't die. I can't die. Wan and the baby are still waiting for me to return." But his eyes, gradually reddening and blurring, threatened to lose consciousness. Frightened, he quickly pulled out his phone and, with great effort, began typing on the keyboard. He then made a call. "Honey, I might not be able to hold on." "Yao, hold on." "Huh?" Chapter 21. Late at night. Crash. The sound of shattering glass suddenly opened Jiang Yumian's eyes, having had trouble sleeping soundly these past few days. Jiang Yumian instinctively glanced toward the small balcony of the second bedroom. She quietly pulled back a corner of the curtains and, finding nothing unusual, opened the glass door and walked out. Before she could even pick up her binoculars, she saw a window on some unknown floor below completely shatter. She even saw a figure leaping down the outer wall at visible speed, leaping several buildings at a time. In just a few seconds, it vanished from Jiang Yumian's sight. Jiang Yumian quickly picked up her binoculars, following the figure until it landed unharmed on the ground. Even the zombies that were supposed to be surrounding them had cooperated by making a large space, some even crouching on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. This posture. Jiang Yumian's heart skipped a beat, and the figure who had just jumped, as if sensing someone watching from above, suddenly looked up in Jiang Yumian's direction. But finding the balcony empty, he quickly looked away. What he didn't notice was that Jiang Yumian, half crouching beneath the balcony railing, was trying hard to suppress his almost beating heart. Zhuang Yingyao. It was actually him. She had long suspected he'd likely mutate into a zombie, but she hadn't expected Zhuang Yingyao, who had just given her an extra gold bar, to mutate into a zombie leader. Just asking, how can you jump from a 97-story building in less than 2 minutes? How can you act after the jump and still be completely intact? So what did their 98-story building mean to them? Jiang Yumian, half bent over, quickly walked back to the second bedroom, locked the glass door securely, and reclosed the curtains. The next second, the door, which she had already locked, was open from the outside. For a moment, their eyes met. Jiang Yumian, trying to prove herself, said without a second's hesitation, "I'm not a dead pig." Lu Shiyan was also stunned for a moment, then coughed lightly, and immediately averted his gaze. He said calmly, "Change your clothes and come out. You can't stay here any longer. Leave at dawn tomorrow." Before Jiang Yumian could reply, the man slammed the door shut again, clearly not wanting to spend even a second with her. Jiang Yumian forced a pout, changed her clothes, and took her silk quilt and 2 small pillows. When she picked up her phone, she noticed a private message alert on Weibo. Jiang Yumian quickly opened it and found a message from Wan, "I miss you so much." Jiang Yumian instinctively logged out of Weibo, but the fleeting message made her click back in. "Wan, I miss you so much. Bai Jin, this is Zhuang Yingyao. I feel like I can't hold on any longer. If you have the energy, could you please help me save my wife and children? They live in building 19 of Huaning Mansion. If you can't save them, please send them some food. I give you all my money. It's in the safe in room 9704. I have plenty at home too. I'm really worried about them. This half-edited message reminded her of Zhuang Yingyao, who had recently brought all the zombies to their knees, and she couldn't help but sigh. Even though she knew Zhuang Yingyao would no longer receive messages, she still quickly replied yes. If she had the strength to spare, she would save him. That is, if she had the strength to spare. Jiang Yumian stuffed her phone back into her trouser pocket, and immediately left the bedroom to meet up with Boss Lu. Lu Shiyan had already changed out of his pajamas into a windbreaker for nighttime travel. Especially those long legs, which looked as if they were longer than her life. The only thing that remained unchanged was the mask he never took off in front of her. Jiang Yumian didn't care. What good was a curious face when his life was about to end? Lu Shiyan slung the black backpack from the table over his shoulder, and said to Jiang Yumian, "Have you ever played with a toy gun?" Huh? Jiang Yumian clearly didn't understand what she meant. Lu Shiyan, forget it, just use the golf clubs. Jiang Yumian, okay. Lu Shiyan sighed helplessly, then placed a large cardboard box on the counter in front of her. Put these in your space. Jiang Yumian agreed readily at first, but as she lowered her head to put the box into her space, her hands practically shook like Parkinson's disease. Grenades? Submachine guns? And all sorts of different firearms? Pistols, rifles, and even sniper rifles? The woman's eyes widened. Are these real weapons? Lu Shiyan, what else? Jiang Yumian swallowed hard, and immediately put the box into her space. She moved so quickly, afraid that if she asked any more questions, this social phobia. No, this social tycoon would just shoot her. Seeing her instantly cower like a quail, Lu Shiyan offered a momentary explanation. There are no restrictions in the game. If you want to buy it, you can. After that, he began to discuss the plan he had recently reformulated. Lu Shiyan, I use a drone to detonate a bomb in the 80th floor escape hatch. We have 2 minutes to reach the roof. You be responsible for refueling the helicopter, and I be responsible for holding the zombie horde at bay. We leave together then. Jiang Yumian nodded. Very good. These are your weapons, take your pick. Lu Shiyan said, then handed her a duffel bag. Jiang Yumian excitedly opened the suitcase, then pursed her lips in silence. Can I use a gun? Lu Shiyan, no, I'm afraid you kill me. Jiang Yumian, I can't. I can't fly a plane, so I definitely need you. Jiang Yumian tried hard to prove she had no intention of harming anyone, but Lu Shiyan looked at her with an indescribable expression, then spoke slowly. I'm afraid you kill me by accident. Jiang Yumian, Damn, it made so much sense, and she couldn't even argue. Jiang Yumian could even imagine the scene of Boss Lu grappling with the zombies. Don't be afraid, boss. I help you. And then, bang, Boss died at an unknown age. Jiang Yumian silently pulled 2 daggers from the suitcase and stowed it away. I use this. The stairs are narrow, and this is more maneuverable. Lu Shiyan remained silent, already seated on the sofa, installing a time bomb on a modified drone. Jiang Yumian, with nothing else to do, waved his hands idly. Seeing so many goodies in the living room that he hadn't yet taken away, he quickly said, Can I take everything I can from the room? Some of these things, even if they're useless, can be used to buy time and block the door. Lu Shiyan, as you wish. Chapter 22. As soon as Lu Shiyan finished speaking, he picked up the assembled drone and tucked the scratch-resistant glass sheet that had been cushioning the guest table into the space. Lu Shiyan, If 8 cubic meters wasn't a lot, seeing her regretful expression, Lu Shiyan would have thought she moved the guest table as well. Lu Shiyan was right, Jiang Yumian did want to move the table as well. So she did, clearing out most of the space, then putting the guest table in there first, and then stuffing every corner of it with stuff. She then placed a double-door refrigerator horizontally on the table, and stuffed all the food inside. Lu Shiyan, Was she being a little too frugal? Although 8 cubic meters wasn't a lot of space, Jiang Yumian's Russian doll stack-style tricks managed to fill it up completely. If it weren't for the little rubber band that could accurately pull things out according to her wishes, Jiang Yumian wouldn't have been able to squeeze in so much stuff. After all, finding things is hard. Just as Jiang Yumian was debating whether to have 2 large meals with Boss Lu first, then clear out the space and dig up something valuable in the master bedroom. Suddenly, the entire building shook violently. Completely caught off guard, Jiang Yumian stumbled and fell directly towards Lu Shiyan. To be precise, Jiang Yumian fell towards the guest table. But the guest table had long been moved into the space, leaving it empty in front of her. Boss Lu was sitting on the sofa, and her head landed right on Boss Lu's feet. Jiang Yumian, shock. What a damn good landing spot. At the same time, when Lu Shiyan saw the woman lunging towards him, he immediately lifted his legs and dodged to the side. Before dodging, he had enough time to grab a pillow for her and toss it on the ground. Jiang Yumian, having successfully buried her head in the pillow, gave a weak, bitter smile mixed with a hint of relief. Jiang Yumian, Thank you, boss, you're so thoughtful. At this moment, the thoughtful boss had quickly stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and peered down with binoculars. Lu Shiyan, we have to leave now. Jiang Yumian, who had just stood up, could already see the street through the glass, even before reaching the window, which should have been pitch black. A series of dazzling red lights appeared, densely packed together, almost all moving rapidly towards the Sherbao Hotel. Jiang Yumian, what's going on? Lu Shiyan, a zombie tide. The two exchanged glances, then, in tacit agreement, grabbed their respective weapons and rushed out. As soon as they opened the door, they could hear the crackling banging of the emergency exit doors on both sides. Not only from the emergency exit doors, but even from behind the door of 9801, there were noises and dying cries for help. Help! Miss Jiang, save us! Ah! It seemed the earlier explosion had attracted a number of zombies, who had been climbed up through the outer wall. At the same time, Jiang Yumian was thankful for the boss's shelter for the past 2 days. Otherwise, she would have been a zombie feast. Lu Shiyan activated the remote control, launched the drone placed in the room, and flew it down through the recently opened window. The drone's camera was projecting a live feed onto the main remote control screen in Lu Shiyan's hand. Jiang Yumian was watching quietly beside him, but the footage the camera recorded gave her goosebumps. Zombies could be seen climbing up the exterior walls of the 80-plus floors. Many lost their grip and fell back down, but more followed, continuing to climb. The swarms were dense and terrifying. Most importantly, they seemed to know someone was inside, constantly attacking the glass windows. The survivors on the 80-plus floors didn't fail to fight back. Several of them worked together to push one of the zombies down, and the zombie even dragged 2 of the waitresses down with it. The remaining 2,000 or so NPCs in this game were visibly decreasing. Even the well-prepared players were now down to only 12. Jiang Yumian's eyebrows knitted together as she watched, her hand gripping the dagger, clenching with nervousness. At the same time, the drone had already landed against the wall on the 80th floor. The emergency staircase, which was supposed to be sealed, unexpectedly had a window, and it was even open. Jiang Yumian could vaguely see the dense crowd of red eyes in the hallway. This made Jiang Yumian admire Boss Lu all the more. His observation skills were truly heartbreaking. This time, she felt like she had truly embraced a formidable master. Lu Shiyan whispered, "Are you ready?" Jiang Yumian swallowed and nodded quietly. Lu Shiyan piloted the drone into the staircase, and then, bang! As a violent explosion erupted, blinding light, tinged with a dark red mist, rapidly poured out from the lone window on the 80th floor, followed by a thick gray-black smoke. Shuang Yao, who was standing behind the zombie horde, saw a flash of red in his eyes and sprinted towards the black smoke. At this moment, the zombies gathered on the 98th floor were also rushing down like crazy. Jiang Yumian and the others listened to the noises outside gradually subsiding and began to quickly remove the heavy objects blocking the door. Just as Jiang Yumian raised her sword, ready to face the remaining zombies, Lu Shiyan suddenly stopped opening the door. Jiang Yumian was stunned, not daring to speak. She could only stare at him with a puzzled look, as if to say, "What's wrong?" Lu Shiyan mouthed, "You're not going to just run away with my supplies, are you?" Jiang Yumian, shock. How could that be? Did she seem like such a dishonest liar? Okay, when Lu Shiyan forced his way into her room with a key, she considered stabbing him and running away with all the supplies. But that would only happen if he betrayed her first. Jiang Yumian immediately freed one hand, made a vow, and mouthed, "As long as you don't backstab me first, I, Jiang Yumian, will never betray you. And I need you to fly the plane, don't I?" Sometimes relationships are fragile, but when life and property are at stake, some can become unbreakable. The girl's innocent face was filled with sincerity. Lu Shiyan believed it for the moment. If Jiang Yumian had shown even the slightest hesitation in her response, he would have killed her without hesitation, then taken the supplies and fled. Lu Shiyan gestured for her to put the dagger away, then immediately opened the door to the emergency exit. As expected, all the zombies on the 98th floor had descended, but not completely. The entire building's emergency staircase was crammed with zombies, making it impossible to squeeze down. Some were even only 7 or 8 steps away from the 98th floor emergency exit. It seemed as if they could turn their heads and pounce directly at the two of them. Chapter 23. Huh. The zombies' constant noises were amplified in the sealed safety corridor. Jiang Yumian's heart leaped into her throat, and even her steps became extremely cautious. Thankfully, they managed to reach the top floor safety corridor door without incident. However, just as Lu Shiyan reached out to press the doorknob, there was a subtle click, and the door didn't open. Jiang Yumian, shock. This is fucked. Wouldn't the explosion have triggered the fire alarm? Why wouldn't it open? And the firelight that was part of their plan had long been depleted of oxygen by the thousands of zombies crammed onto the 80th floor. Furthermore, the hotel's power outage meant the alarm system had no time to trigger before it was crushed and stomped under the zombies' feet. Jiang Yumian subconsciously held her breath, glaring at Lu Shiyan, then instinctively glanced at the suddenly quiet zombies at the stairwell. Thankfully, the zombies were only quiet for a moment before they began their desperate push down again. In less than 30 seconds, a thin layer of sweat had formed on Jiang Yumian's back. At this moment, Lu Shiyan took out his phone and typed a line on his memo for Jiang Yumian to read. "I need time to crack this, at least 5 minutes. You be responsible for keeping an eye on the situation downstairs." Jiang Yumian nodded slightly and raised the short knife on the handle. She saw Lu Shiyan's expression as he looked at her, something difficult to describe, and began to quietly keep an eye on the direction downstairs. Jiang Yumian, ? Lu Shiyan typed another line. "Take care. Jiang Yumian, ? At first, Jiang Yumian didn't understand what he meant by that word or that look. Until Jiang Yumian saw Lu Shiyan pull a small, square black box from his pocket and place it directly on the door lock. Then the screen lit up, and strings of numbers began to pop up. Lu Shiyan's eyes darkened as he pulled out his long-prepared computer from his bag and began typing away. Even though he was careful with his movements, the subtle click of the keys still stood out amidst the zombies' roars. Jiang Yumian, She figured it out again. Boss Lu is asking her to risk her life. Oh my god, you can't play like that. Jiang Yumian's legs began to tremble slightly. Her limited skills might be enough to fight off street thugs, but how could she possibly defeat these advanced zombies? Just as Jiang Yumian stared intently at the stairwell, a zombie dressed in a chef's white coat suddenly limped into view. The zombie looked as if it hadn't eaten in a while, its cheeks sunken from hunger, its eyes a dull crimson, and its movements somewhat sluggish. When it saw Jiang Yumian, it tilted its head in a state of confusion. Jiang Yumian followed suit. Both of them seemed stunned for nearly a minute. Then, the zombie, realizing what was happening, opened its mouth and lunged at her. Ho ho! The next second, the zombie, not paying attention, stumbled down the stairs. Preparing for a desperate fight, Jiang Yumian exclaimed, ? Its attack power was almost zero, but the noise it made was 100% likely to alert other zombies. Almost all the zombies crammed into the stairwell between the 97th and 98th floors raised their heads and looked in the direction where the chef zombie was climbing. After a burst of roars, they turned like mad and ran towards Jiang Yumian and Lu Shiyan. Perhaps because it was too crowded, stampedes were frequent, greatly restricting the zombies' movement. But many of the zombies on the outermost edge, their maws agape, lunged at Jiang Yumian. Jiang Yumian's palm-sized face was instantly transformed into a mask of pain. Boss, hurry up! Luck buff. Luck buff applies to me. Ding dong. Luck buff applied. Duration, 1 hour. Lu Shiyan pursed his lips, no longer needing to be gentle on the keyboard. His large, knuckle-jointed hands moved rapidly across the keys. The crackling sound made it seem as if the keyboard would burst into flames any second. But Jiang Yumian was oblivious. She was already facing a zombie head-on. Yes, attack the head first. That's how it's played out in TV dramas. She, who had always considered herself strong as an ox, mustered up her courage and plunged a dagger directly into the center of the zombie's skull. And then she couldn't pull it out. Jiang Yumian, Jiang Yumian struggled to pull it out, but the zombie, with its agility, swung a clawed hand straight at her. Jiang Yumian barely dodged the claws, then, with a determined heart, twisted the dagger and spun it around in the zombie's skull. The zombie fell straight down the stairs, indirectly holding back a number of the zombies that were rushing up. At the same time, another zombie had already pounced on Lu Shiyan. Jiang Yumian, so anxious she didn't even have time to yell at Boss Lu to get out of the way. She pulled a frying pan from her space and swung it at the zombie in front of Lu Shiyan. As she swung the zombie to the ground, Jiang Yumian, without a second thought, plunged the knife into its head. First time, new; second time, familiar. Jiang Yumian pressed and stirred the pan twice before finally pulling it out with great difficulty. After just 2 zombies, Jiang Yumian felt like she was almost exhausted. She immediately stuffed a lion's head made with the chef's buff into her mouth. Suddenly, the familiar system notification chime echoed in her ears. Ding dong. Infinite strength buff has been activated. Target, Lu Shiyan. Target, Jiang Yumian. Probability, 50%. Duration, 10 minutes. Jiang Yumian raised her eyebrows slightly, and without a second thought, she pulled out the luxurious mattress she painstakingly packed from her space, and threw it without hesitation at the surging zombies. Look at my luxurious double mattress in the master bedroom. The girl's powerful shout made Lu Shiyan's mouth twitch, and he subconsciously glanced at the zombies below the stairs. You're right. The mattress had the zombies dizzy, and even lost sight of their targets. After a moment of frustration, Lu Shiyan quickly collected his thoughts and focused on cracking the system. The Sherbao Hotel's security was indeed excellent. Even if he could crack it, it would take time. The girl seemed to have found a fighting style that suited her better, and her shouts wouldn't stop. Jiang Yumian, look at my built-in, handsome boy's double-door refrigerator. Lu Shiyan, Jiang Yumian, look at my luxurious European leather sofa. Lu Shiyan, Jiang Yumian, okay, you're forcing me to use my ultimate move, huh? Watch me attack with my European solid wood coffee table. Lu Shiyan didn't know why, but just listening to it, A resigned smile curled up his lips. Chapter 24. Though these items didn't kill many zombies, throwing them out made the already crowded safety passage seem even narrower. This also significantly limited the difficulty for the zombies on the 97th floor to ascend. Even with their immense strength, they didn't know where to throw these high-quality pieces of furniture. She threw the zombies in front of her to the ones behind her, and the zombies behind her threw them forward, killing a few more zombies. But now, Jiang Yumian had nothing left to throw. Jiang Yumian wanted to pull out her submachine gun, a thermal weapon from her spaceship. She didn't care about its accuracy, just mowed down a whole bunch of them. But the thought of the noise it would make would definitely alert the zombie king outside. With Zhuang Yingyao's climbing speed, even if they finished off the zombies in the corridor, they wouldn't be able to reach the unprotected rooftop helipad. What awaits them aren't just ordinary zombies. Jiang Yumian let out a long breath, pulled out the tempered glass tabletop she stored away earlier, and placed some distance between herself and Lu Shiyan. Then, after easily pulling the dagger out of the head of the first zombie she dealt with, she looked at the dozen or so zombies before her and asked him, "How long will it take?" Lu Shiyan, "About 2 minutes." Jiang Yumian turned and walked away, as if determined, leaving no trace of regret. "Lu Shiyan, you better hurry, or I turn into a zombie and bite you to death." "Okay." At the same time, Jiang Yumian decisively swung a frying pan and smashed it against the white wall at the nearest zombie, kicking away the one that had just climbed up. Then another slash of blood splattered across Jiang Yumian's newly changed white t-shirt, some even splashing onto her fair cheeks. Though the scene looked impressive, Jiang Yumian's heart was already filled with tears. Once upon a time, she had been such a gentle and beautiful girl, but now... Shark! Sha, I smother you all, perhaps? The two daggers, once razor-sharp, now had varying degrees of chipping on their blood-soaked edges. Even the dagger in her left hand, after being plunged into the head of the last zombie that had just scrambled from the sofa, completely destroyed. Jiang Yumian didn't hesitate, pulling out another rice cooker from her space and smashing it at him. Lu Shiyan was waiting for the final cracking step. Jiang Yumian turned around, panting, and smiled at him. "I know you're a little annoyed by me carrying so much stuff, but look, isn't this going to come in handy?" Her blood-stained face was so proud that her chin almost lifted to the sky. Lu Shiyan was stunned, but the corners of his mouth curved slightly beneath his mask, his thin lips parting slightly. "Okay, I take more next time." "Okay." Just as she picked up the frying pan and prepared to continue, she heard the sound of a door unlocking behind her. "Okay, come here." With that, Lu Shiyan quickly tucked his computer into his backpack. Jiang Yumian backed away, throwing the empty mineral water bottles from the space onto the stairs, smashing every one she could. After they left, Jiang Yumian immediately closed the emergency exit door. Lu Shiyan pulled a durable nylon rope from his bag and quickly looped it around the door handle. "Lu Shiyan, go get some gas, I take care of this." Jiang Yumian felt numb from killing zombies, and took 2 steps before she reacted. "Where can I refuel?" "On either side of the fuselage near the tail." As soon as Lu Shiyan finished speaking, the emergency exit door was violently slammed from the inside. Jiang Yumian quickly ran to the rear of the helicopter, and fumbled for a while, before finding the refueling port. Thankfully, there was a line of small print on the port explaining how to open it, and the precautions for refueling, otherwise she would have been at a loss. After filling 3 or 4 barrels of gas, she felt the tank was almost full. Lu Shiyan had given up blocking the door, and quickly ran towards her, inviting them both aboard. They both took the pilot and co-pilot seats of the helicopter almost simultaneously. After Lu Shiyan took the keys from his pocket, he handed the backpack to Jiang Yumian. Jiang Yumian obligingly put it in her pocket, obediently fastened her seatbelt, and then curiously asked, "Boss, where are we going?" "I don't know." Jiang Yumian, Fine, every day we can live as a day." Just as Jiang Yumian had comforted herself, she noticed Lu Shiyan groping around on the control panel, making her feel like a newbie. Jiang Yumian couldn't help but ask again, "Boss, can you fly a plane?" Lu Shiyan, "No, I just sat in the co-pilot seat, and went over the procedures a few times." Jiang Yumian, Jiang Yumian almost closed her eyes, and wanted to faint. Shook, the pilot, Yumian, the one who's going to die with you. Just when Jiang Yumian had given up struggling, and was about to give in, the entire helicopter control panel suddenly lit up, and the instrument panel moved. With Lu Shiyan's quick movements, even the helicopter's propellers began to spin rapidly, sending the surrounding wind whirring. Jiang Yumian turned to look at him in shock, silently giving him 2 thumbs up. "Jiang Yumian, big boss, you're awesome." Lu Shiyan, seeing the girl's fawning expression, remained unsmiling, even managing to reply nonchalantly, "I forgot how to make the helicopter fly." Jiang Yumian smiled. "Just pretend I didn't say anything." Jiang Yumian instinctively grasped the window handle, staring intently at the already deforming emergency exit door. One hand began to gently tap his forehead and shoulders, silently chanting, "Buddha, God, Amen. I, Jiang Yumian, have done good deeds all my life. Surviving is what I deserve." At the same time, Zhuang Yingyao, who had already reached the window on the 80th floor, heard the sound of the propeller turning and jerked his head up. Then, roar. The heart-wrenching roar was completely drowned out by the whirring propeller. Jiang Yumian was still watching Lu Shiyan reminiscing at the console as the propeller, driven by the air, slowly lifted off the tarmac. Suddenly, bang. The door to the emergency exit was kicked open. Jiang Yumian, shock. Jiang Yumian looked at a familiar figure standing in the center of the surging zombie horde. Zhuang Yingyao, Jiang Yumian, brother, fly. Jiang Yumian, we're going to die here. Fortunately, just as Zhuang Yingyao lunged towards them, the plane successfully took off, soaring into the air at breakneck speed. But Zhuang Yingyao's jumping ability was incredible. As he leaped from the spot, Jiang Yumian's heart tightened. Chapter 25. She lowered the window and excitedly shouted at him, 1-1. If I die, your 1-1 won't be able to live either. Jiang Yumian didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt a flash of red in Zhuang Yingyu's eyes after he finished shouting. He didn't even have a grip on the helicopter's tail. By the time he landed again, Jiang Yumian and the other's helicopter had already successfully left the sky above the Sherbao Hotel. He had no chance of catching them. Did he still have some consciousness left? Just as Jiang Yumian was lost in thought, Lu Shiyan asked her, "Lu Shiyan, do you know him?" Jiang Yumian, having successfully escaped, felt exhausted. She leaned back in her chair, lowered her eyes, and gazed at the surging zombies below. She slowly said, "Well, his name is Zhuang Yingyao, just an NPC, and Wanwan is his wife." He hadn't forgotten to seek help from a stranger before his death. Jiang Yumian thought this wealthy, elderly man had probably found her on Weibo, because he had no one to turn to, no one to rely on. Lu Shiyan, then why do you look so heartbroken? Jiang Yumian, I'm just envious. Lu Shiyan, what am I envious of? Envy that he would never forget his wife and children until his death. Envy that his wife and children were so cherished and cared for by him. But some fathers, simply after a relationship breaks down, would throw their children into a garbage dump in the middle of winter and ignore them for decades. Noticing Jiang Yumian's unusual silence, Lu Shiyan remained silent. Only after Jiang Yumian calmed down did he turn and ask, "Where are we going?" Lu Shiyan, I don't know. We have to find a relatively safe landing spot before the fuel runs out. Jiang Yumian sat up straight and said, slightly excitedly, "But the sound of the propellers will be enough to attract a large number of zombies when we land." Lu Shiyan didn't deny it. "Yes, so every time we stop, we have to go through a fight. Every time we stop?" Jiang Yumian clearly grasped the point and pressed, "How long can the plane fly with a full tank of fuel?" Lu Shiyan, "About 4 or 5 hours. Jiang Yumian, question mark. For barrels of fuel only enough for 5 hours? Then the only 20 barrels of fuel left in her space are only enough to stay in the air for 25 hours. 1 day and 1 hour? It's just past midnight, and today is only the 15th day of the game. How will she get through nearly half a month? May the world end. She wants to give up." Jiang Yumian chuckled dryly and said, "How about we find a slightly better environment, catch a zombie, and let it bite us, so we can die painlessly?" Lu Shiyan's mouth twitched, and he turned to look at her in disbelief. Lu Shiyan, question mark. Before Jiang Yumian could finish her "I'm just kidding, don't take it seriously." Suddenly, an abrupt alarm blared. The system has detected excessive negativity in the player, indicating a negative attitude towards the game. It will automatically deduct 5 gold coins to purchase an optimism item to boost your will to survive. Jiang Yumian's player account gold balance, 5. Deducted. Current account gold balance, 0. Jiang Yumian, question mark what? What did the system say she bought for 50,000? Ding dong. Optimism item, live well, and strive for progress every day, automatically applied to the passive player Jiang Yumian. Jiang Yumian, question mark. Jiang Yumian, who had just entertained the thought of giving up, suddenly perked up, babbling like a stimulant. Jiang Yumian, huh? Ha. Jiang Yumian, what a beautiful night. Lu Shiyan frowned slightly. Question mark. Jiang Yumian stretched even more, her eyes curved with a smile. Today is another energetic night. Lu Shiyan glanced at her suspiciously. Are you okay? Jiang Yumian's eyes widened. No. What could possibly happen to me? I'm fine. I feel like I could kill hundreds of zombies right now, without even taking a breath. Lu Shiyan, Huh? Jiang Yumian stretched her shoulders and began to mutter to herself. Since we don't have a destination right now, why don't we go to Huang Mansion? Since zombies are everywhere anyway, we might as well use the noise of the helicopter to lure the zombies in Huang Mansion elsewhere, and set off a few time bombs. We clean up the remaining scattered zombies when we land, and then we can take refuge in the Zombie King's home. From the message Wang Yingyao sent me, I'm certain Wan is still alive, which proves she's in a relatively safe place where she can protect herself. Where is Huang Mansion? No internet connection, so the map is useless. No problem, we search one place at a time, and we find it. At this moment, Lu Shiyan, who had been silent until then, silently pulled a paper map from his jacket pocket and handed it to her. Jiang Yumian's eyes lit up. Wow! The boss's pockets are just different, huh? A treasure bag? How come there's so much in there? Lu Shiyan felt that Jiang Yumian's spirit seemed a little overexcited, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Not one to talk, he could only keep quiet and let the chatterbox Jiang Yumian ramble on and on. Although the map didn't indicate their current location, with the skills Jiang Yumian had acquired from her part-time job since childhood, map reading was a breeze. Sometimes, because it was too dark and Jiang Yumian couldn't tell the way, she would ask Lu Shiyan to fly lower. She, in turn, would use binoculars to identify buildings. When flying low, the helicopter would sometimes be targeted by advanced zombies that had evolved several times. When the advanced zombies leaped in pursuit, Lu Shiyan would immediately take the helicopter to high altitude. As they descended, the high-level zombies excitedly caught up, then launched themselves into the air. As they landed, they inevitably trampled the densely packed zombies on the ground. But to the high-level zombies on the ground, who had already regained some consciousness, it was a completely different kind of teasing scene. The high-level zombies leaped. Ho! Rations. It's rations. The high-level zombies landed. Ho! Damn it! I can't reach it. The trampled zombies. Ho! Off duty, that's all I have to endure for today. The zombies watched the helicopter that had seduced them fly off into the distance. The high-level zombies roared as they leaped. Ho! Meat! I want meat! The high-level zombies landed in frustration. Ho! No, you're crazy. Do you think it's fun to keep me hanging? The trampled zombies. Ho! Life is so dull, and cattle and horses are trampling my precious babies to death. Chapter 26. Late at night, finding your way in a city devoid of lights is already difficult. Even more so in the air, where your sense of direction is extremely poor. Without any reference points, the two of them flew the helicopter around the city several times. Even Jiang Yumian, burdened with a heavy responsibility and constantly thinking, gradually began to feel sleepy. But Lu Shiyan didn't. Blessed by her optimistic props, Jiang Yumian, already a socially adept person, couldn't stop talking. She felt like she could go up to a street dog, hold its neck, and chat with it for 3 or 4 hours without even breathing. So Jiang Yumian, who had been trying hard not to offend the big boss, finally couldn't help herself and set her sights on Lu Shiyan. Jiang Yumian asked him with a fawning smile, "Boss, aren't you sleepy?" Lu Shiyan, no. Jiang Yumian, why not? Are you born with a dislike for sleep? Lu Shiyan took a deep breath. You seem to really want me to sleep now? Jiang Yumian blinked. No, so you mustn't fall asleep. Lu Shiyan chose silence. Jiang Yumian, boss, how about I sing you a song? Lu Shiyan's eyelids twitched twice, and he closed his eyes and took 2 deep breaths. No need. Jiang Yumian watched Lu Shiyan close his eyes, thinking he was just pretending not to be sleepy, forcing himself to hold it in. Jiang Yumian immediately added, don't worry, I can sing pretty well. I even won an award at school. Lu Shiyan shut up again, clearly agreeing. He had been thinking about singing. Once Jiang Yumian sang, she wouldn't have to keep chatting with him, and it would be a little quieter. But when Jiang Yumian started singing, Lu Shiyan's hand on the joystick suddenly trembled. Jiang Yumian, dula-dulu, 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 dula-da-da. Lu Shiyan, Jiang Yumian, it's so cold. I'm playing in the mud in northeast China. Even though northeast China isn't big, I don't have a home in Dalian. It's so cold. Ah. Cough cough. My voice suddenly broke. Hold on, hold on. Lu Shiyan finally closed his eyes in despair. What on earth was he expecting? If he didn't have to listen to her navigation instructions, Lu Shiyan really wanted to plug his ears with earplugs. They really suffered today. After the song ended, Lu Shiyan finally couldn't help but ask her a question. Did you really win an award for singing at school? Yeah. What award? The King of Comedy Award. So cool, right? I'm awesome, right? Lu Shiyan closed his eyes again, with a heavy heart, and nodded twice. Yeah, awesome. Jiang Yumian knew exactly how disgusted Lu Shiyan looked. If she could, she felt like he'd seal her mouth with a needle. Jiang Yumian wanted to shut up, but this damn optimism tool could actually detect the negative emotions of those around her. The higher the percentage of negative emotions, the more she couldn't help but unleash her comedic skills, trying to pull those around her into a positive mood. Let's live a good life together, and strive for progress every day. For example, right now. System. Lu Shiyan's unhappiness level detected, 30%. Jiang Yumian volunteered, let me sing you another song. Lu Shiyan gritted his teeth and said, no, I really don't need that. Jiang Yumian, yes. I sing it seriously. If it's not good, I won't charge. Lu Shiyan gritted his teeth, you still want money? System. Lu Shiyan's displeasure detected, 50%. Jiang Yumian, hey, just kidding, I'm getting started. Jiang Yumian, Andy, kill the sheep. Why are you looking at the sow? Lu Shiyan, System. Lu Shiyan's displeasure detected, 80%. Jiang Yumian sang even harder. Daddy, kill the sheep. Ad for daddy. Shout. Are you done killing people yet? System. Lu Shiyan's level of unhappiness detected, 90%. System. Lu Shiyan's level of unhappiness detected, 100%. System. Lu Shiyan's level of unhappiness detected, 100%. System. Lu Shiyan's level of unhappiness detected, off the charts. As Jiang Yumian listened to the system's constant reminder of her 100% unhappiness in her mind, her expression grew happier the more she sang, but mentally, she had already donned a mask of pain. This is a big deal. It's all over. This is completely over. Will the boss kill her when he gets off the plane? You rotten system. This isn't some optimistic tool, it's a groveling tool. Until the sky gradually turned pale, Jiang Yumian's mouth, which always easily provoked Lu Shiyan's murderous intent, finally quieted down. When Jiang Yumian finally spoke properly, she saw Lu Shiyan's exhausted and weary face. She wanted to pat the boss on the shoulder and tell him, brother, take care. But she didn't dare. Jiang Yumian subconsciously wanted to explain. Last night, actually. Lu Shiyan said weakly, I know you want to talk right now, but please don't. Jiang Yumian tactfully pursed her lips, and sat down obediently. But before she could remain obedient for long, Jiang Yumian spotted a cluster of identically shaped villas on the surface, not far ahead. She immediately lowered the car window, and looked down with binoculars. Jiang Yumian, boss, we think we found it. Jiang Yumian, bad news. There are so many zombies. How many? Almost 20 to 30,000 zombies crammed into the Huaning Mansion complex. Jiang Yumian could only make out individual heads surging toward the center. In essence, the zombies had divided into 3 groups, surrounding the 3 villas in the center of Huaning Mansion. It felt like if they squeezed any longer, the villas would collapse. Thankfully, she didn't seem to notice any zombie kings commanding them, nor any high-level zombies that had evolved many times. Every zombie was emaciated from starvation, their bones visible to the naked eye. Otherwise, given the architectural structure and defenses of these 3 villas, they would be no match for the evolved zombies. The zombies, seemingly drawn to the scent of living people, surrounded the 3 villas. Jiang Yumian, boss, we might have a fierce battle down there. But Lu Shiyan remained incredibly calm, even breathing a sigh of relief. He even found the sight of the vast, dark mass of zombies on the ground endearing. Lu Shiyan, get your gear ready and prepare to descend to attract the zombies. Jiang Yumian, okay. Chapter 27. The low-rise villas, after being swarmed by zombies for so long, had developed numerous cracks of varying depths in their walls. Particularly in the center of the villa complex, cracks stretched from the edges of the walls toward the center, until they connected, and then, boom! A violent plume of gray smoke and a bloody mist of crushed zombies suddenly spread in all directions. At this moment, on the basement floor of Villa 19 in Huaning Mansion, dozens of refugees covered their heads and ears, their minds shattered at the sound of collapsing buildings. Chengwan, the mistress of the house, was trembling in a corner, holding her son. A younger boy in the crowd cried out in despair. Another house collapsed. Another one. It be our turn soon. Mom, Before the boy could finish his words, he was violently kicked by a burly man nearby. Scream again! Are you trying to get all the zombies to surround you? The boy's mother could only quickly cover her son's mouth, her body trembling as she whispered an apology. I'm sorry, my son didn't mean it. The boy's mother's frail and helpless appearance, facing the powerful bandits, signaled she was vulnerable. This is a lousy game. We're all going to die anyway, so I might as well have some fun before I die. One of the men, only 5 feet 3 inches tall, but incredibly strong, stood up angrily and walked straight towards the boy's mother. Husband, save me! You be the first to die if you dare to stop me. The boy's father, who was about to stand up, silently sat back down, pursed his lips, and ignored them, choosing to play it safe. Wang Xiaoning was stunned for a moment, desperate, looking towards Cheng Wan in the corner. Wan! Save me! Wu, let go of my mother. Seeing his old friend Wang Xiaoning about to drag the short man into a corner to abuse him, Cheng Wan clenched her fists and immediately called out to him. Stop! My husband has already sent bodyguards to rescue us. If you dare touch her now, you won't be able to get out. The short man snorted. Who knows if you're trying to scare us? It's been so many days, and where's your husband? You think you can fool anyone with a few text messages? We don't even know if he's dead or alive. Cheng Wan said firmly, he's still alive. Didn't you hear it when we video chatted yesterday? The bandit leader, a man with dreadlocks, finally called out to the short man. But the next second, the short man snatched the trembling Zhuang Tingdou from Cheng Wan's arms. What are you doing? Give Xiaohao back to me. Mom, you know we're out of food. Tonight, if your husband doesn't send help, I use your delicate little child to fill my stomach. Mom. Cheng Wan's eyes were red, and her intense emotions were causing her stomach to ache. Give Xiaohao back to me. The bandit leader, what if I say no? Suddenly, a series of rumbling sounds followed. It didn't sound like the sound of a house collapsing, but more like the sound of bombs being dropped. This startled the short man. Boss, could it be help? The bandit leader's expression froze, and he quickly signaled the short man to let go. 3- or 4-year-old Zhuang Tingdou ran towards Cheng Wan. Cheng Wan also breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes red, as he gently patted his son's back to soothe him. The bandit leader then launched into a fierce attack on the people present. If you dare reveal our identities, and they want us dead, even if I become a ghost, I drag you down with me, and make you their scapegoat. Do you understand? Everyone held their heads in their hands, nodding tremblingly, not a single word uttered. Because those who had attempted resistance not long ago had either been thrown out to feed the zombies or devoured publicly. Satisfied with the crowd's reaction, the bandit leader quickly sent 2 of his men upstairs to scout the area and see if any help had arrived. When the short man and the scarred man returned, they discovered that the zombies that had surrounded the building had vanished. Not a single one remained. Even the passing zombies were running towards the entrance of the complex. Bang boom! Boom, boom! At this moment, Jiang Yumian threw bombs with particular glee. It felt like I was back in my childhood, throwing spider cannons into the river. Wanting Mansion's landscaping was exceptionally well designed, with vast artificial lakes and parks providing protection from the hordes of zombies chasing us from the main city. Seeing the zombies were mostly dealt with, Lu Shiyan finally landed the helicopter on the sports field in the center of Huaning Mansion. Before landing, Lu Shiyan still had a word of caution. Even though the zombies have been mostly eliminated, there's no guarantee there won't be more chasing us. We must rush to Building 19 as quickly as possible. If we can't make it, I find a nearby villa to stay in. The people you mentioned are none of my business. You have to go, and save those you want yourself. Jiang Yumian, yeah, I know. Lu Shiyan had assumed that a newbie like him, untested by the apocalypse, still retained the moral compass of a civilized society, and wouldn't stand by and watch someone die. So, he usually become overwhelmed with chastity, and start morally blackmailing him. He hadn't expected Jiang Yumian to agree so readily. I have to say, aside from her constant nagging, she was quite pleasant to work with. After landing, the sound of the propellers still attracted 3 or 4 scattered zombies, but they were quickly dispatched by the 2 of them. Jiang Yumian, following the general direction they memorized, quickly led Lu Shiyan towards Building 19. Thankfully, they didn't encounter a single zombie along the way. As soon as they reached Building 19, the door was suddenly opened from the inside. However, the person who opened the door wasn't Shuang Yingye's wife, Wan, but a tall, burly man with thick eyebrows, large eyes, and dreadlocks. Jiang Yumian's eyes darkened, and she subconsciously clenched the only remaining dagger in her hand. Where's Wan? The man smiled a very kind smile. Are you two the only rescuers? One's in there. You were sent by Ingyao to rescue us, right? Come in first and we talk. Chapter 28. Lu Shiyan lowered his eyes, glancing faintly at the thick calluses on the man's knuckles, then followed Jiang Yumian inside. As he followed the dreadlocked man up the stairs to the basement level, he began to introduce himself. My name is Luo Xian. I'm a resident of Huang Mansion and a friend of Ingyao. Due to an emergency, a group of my friends and I were taken in by Wan. Not just us. Wan has also taken in many residents nearby. It's just that with so many residents, we're running out of food. Did you bring any food? Luo Xian stared at the thick packages on the two men's backs and swallowed. Jiang Yumian nodded. The backpack is full of food. Luo Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief, chuckling probingly. By the way, were you responsible for that explosion just now? Do you have any guns? Jiang Yumian raised an eyebrow when she saw Luo Xian staring at the dagger in her hand. She slowly said, yes, it's not appropriate to fire weapons right now, so we're all using cold weapons. We're from the 009 rescue team, assigned to pick up Zhuang Yingya's wife and son. I'm Jiang Xiuqi, and he's Lu Shirba. Lu Shiyan, ? Luo Xian looked behind Jiang Xiuqi. Lu Xiuba, wrapped up tightly with only his eyes visible, looked a little puzzled, but he didn't seem concerned. Instead, he continued to probe, what about Ingyao? Is he okay? Jiang Yumian shook her head. He's fine. I guess he's discussing the city rescue with our department head. Luo Xian swallowed hard, silently thankful that he hadn't touched Chengwan and her son. Lu Shiyan, walking back together with Jiang Yumian, was about to speak when Jiang Yumian gestured for silence. Jiang Yumian explained in a very low voice, I gave myself the identity I need when I'm out there. It won't do you any good to expose me. Lu Shiyan was puzzled. Why am I number 8? Jiang Yumian gave him a lewd smile. Because I'm so nervous. I don't care, I have to be one level higher than you. Lu Shiyan, ? When Jiang Yumian and the others reached the basement level, they could smell a foul mixture of sweat and foot odor in the air. Jiang Yumian almost vomited. The others, who had excitedly stood up and wanted to come closer, as if they had 1,000 words to say, sat back down with gloomy eyes when they saw only one man and one woman. Lu Shiyan observed all of this. Jiang Yumian scanned the entire basement level. 6 burly men sat in the far left corner. The other survivors seemed a bit afraid of them, most staying away. While huddled in various places on the right, Jiang Yumian spotted 2 mothers and children in the far corner, both staring eagerly at them. Jiang Yumian immediately locked onto their targets. Jiang Yumian stood before the heavily pregnant Chengwan and smiled heartily. Wan. Chengwan, you are? Jiang Yumian, Mr. Zhuang sent me to take you away. He's waiting for you at the army. Would you like to come with us? She had originally planned to stay with Chengwan for 30 days, but there were so many people. With more people comes more trouble, so she changed her mind. It might have been enough to fool everyone, but Chengwan had witnessed her husband's complete transformation into a zombie via video last night. But Chengwan didn't expose the allegation, subconsciously holding her waist as she thought about it. She clearly wanted to show with her actions that she was willing to go with them. But in this situation, could they really leave? Before Luo Xian and the others could say anything, the neighbors Chengwan had taken in were already getting restless. Xiaomei, Captain. What about us? Wang Xiaoning, you won't just save them and then stop coming, will you? Gudahai, yes, we have to save them all. Jiang Yumian smiled soothingly. Of course I won't. Don't worry. Are you kidding? It's not like she's going to do it again? Wang Xiaoning trembled as she looked at the bandits in the corner. No, you must leave one person here to ensure our safety. Or else, rescue us first, and then save Wanwan and her son. Chengwan closed her eyes in dismay, looking at her former best friend. She'd known it all along. She hadn't intended to rescue so many people, she simply listened to her husband and stayed home. But then, her former best friend and her family, desperate for help, came to her, and she softened her heart. As soon as she opened the door, Wang Xiaoning, held hostage by the bandits, and a group of bandits took advantage of the situation and broke in. The neighbors who took her in afterward weren't so much kind-hearted as they were the bandits. It was the bandits' stored rations that led to the situation. Jiang Yumian looked at the unfamiliar faces and took off her backpack, throwing it in the middle. Jiang Yumian said coldly, there's plenty of food here, enough for you to wait until our next rescue. At worst, if you're brave enough, you can drive out and escape while we mostly cleared out the zombies outside. As long as we escape the city. Our rescue target this time is those 2. Military orders are as strong as a mountain. If we rescue the wrong person, both of our lives will be in danger. This time, I must take them with me. The government won't abandon any survivors. We already dealt with all the zombies here. Rescue is just a matter of time. I hope you understand. If you don't understand, that's fine. The superiors have said that anyone who resists or expresses dissent will be treated as a thug. I don't mind killing 2 more people. The girl's cold, reprimanding tone, coupled with her blood-stained clothing and dagger, momentarily intimidated everyone. Jiang Yumian silently took Chengwan's hand and prepared to leave. But as she turned, she heard Luo Xian's light voice beside her. Why don't you two stay? You must have brought some communication equipment with you. Just notify Zhuang Yingyao. With his connections to your superiors, he'd definitely be able to send a large helicopter and rescue us all at once. Wouldn't it be great if you two could stay and protect us? As soon as Luo Xian said this, everyone who had been intimidated suddenly understood. That's right. Why don't you just notify them? You can stay. The voices of agreement grew louder and louder, their momentum growing. For a moment, Jiang Yumian wanted to stab Luo Xian right there and then. But just as she was about to make another excuse, Lu Shiyan, who had always suffered from social anxiety, said from behind her, "We stay." Jiang Yumian instinctively thought she was hallucinating and turned to look at Lu Shiyan. Lu Shiyan nodded again and Jiang Yumian finally shut up. As if she thought it over carefully, she reluctantly agreed, "We can stay, but we both live on the basement floor." After all, living with this group of people, she probably wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. She had a few tents in her space that the boss had bought, and she couldn't just take them out without reason. She was also worried that the socially anxious boss would suffocate from the mask. Luo Xian agreed readily. After all, living on the basement floor provided them with some protection against zombies at night. This way, he wouldn't even have to arrange for his brothers to keep watch upstairs. But, Luo Xian, you all must come down to meet up except when you're sleeping. Jiang Yumian, okay. Chapter 29. Jiang Yumian lowered her eyes. There's food in my bag. Divide it up now. But let me remind you, it's best to save it after you divided it up. This is all we got. It lasts at least 10 days. I won't be responsible if you starve. Jiang Yumian pulled 2 cartons of pure milk from her pocket, walked over to Chengwan, and handed them to her. Pregnant women need more nutrition. Chengwan said gratefully, "Thank you." Jiang Yumian gave her a rare smile. "If you need anything tonight, come find me upstairs." Shielding herself from everyone's view with her body, Jiang Yumian wiped the bloody dagger on her dirty clothes and placed it at her leg. "Here's the knife. Protect yourself if necessary." In reality, there was no need for the knife. After all, with her and Lu Shiyan in charge, and the fabricated Zhuang Yingyao, they wouldn't dare touch them. She was worried that in the next few days, these people might lose their patience and threaten Chengwan's life, so she decided to be extra cautious. After Jiang Yumian stood up, she said to Luo Xian and the others, "Let's go upstairs and find a place to rest. Then, we report the situation to our superiors and ask them to send reinforcements. We didn't sleep last night because we were traveling. We come down again after a good night's sleep." Luo Xian glanced at the short man beside him as he followed. Jiang Yumian glared back, and he quickly explained with a smile, "Don't get me wrong. I have Sujia keep watch at the basement stairs. We won't disturb your rest." Jiang Yumian didn't refuse. Even if she refused, Luo Xian would definitely send someone upstairs to spy on them. It would be better to keep an eye on them out in the open. After Jiang Yumian and the other woman left, Luo Xian immediately had the scarred man fetch the entire package Jiang Yumian had left behind. After reluctantly giving up his only 2 self-heating hot pots to Chengwan, he silently handed her 3 bottles of mineral water, 3 military-grade compressed biscuits, and 4 bags of braised beef noodles, out of consideration for the 2 people upstairs. Then he began to withhold portions from everyone else. Wang Xiaoning stared at the only 2 bags of braised beef noodles in her hand, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Why? How can 2 bags of instant noodles last a family of 3 for 10 days? But just as she protested, the scarred man kicked her. "Eat it or not, you bitch. If you keep talking, I kill you right here, right now." Wang Xiaoning clutched her stomach in pain and looked at Chengwan in the corner for help. But this time, Chengwan didn't speak up for her, even turning his head away. Wang Xiaoning didn't dare say a word. She bit her lip, glared at Chengwan in anger, and then silently stepped aside, holding her son. Shuang Tingo, in Chengwan's arms, looked at his mother with watery eyes, wondering, "Mom, aren't we helping Aunt Ningning when she's being bullied?" Chengwan smiled and rubbed his furry little head, shaking her head. We can't cause any more trouble for the beautiful sister who gave us milk because of someone unrelated, okay? Shuang Tingo, only 3 or 4 years old, couldn't understand this. He nodded obediently and drank his milk quietly through the straw. Meanwhile, Jiang Yumian, who had already avoided the short man, asked Lu Shiyan a question. Jiang Yumian, why don't we just leave? She could easily fool the survivors with just a few words, and she wasn't afraid of the men either. With guns, what was there to fear? A couple of warning shots would keep them obedient and prevent them from causing trouble. With her experience killing zombies, she could easily rescue the two now while there were fewer. If the zombies gather again later, it would be difficult to escape. Lu Shiyan slowly said, I suspect Luo Xian and the other 6 are players. Jiang Yumian, How did you tell? The girl's curious head stretched out, staring at him eagerly. Lu Shiyan instinctively took a step back, not wanting to elaborate, simply saying intuition. Jiang Yumian, they're players, shouldn't we avoid them even more? Why stay? Lu Shiyan, What should he say? Lu Shiyan, it's okay. Go upstairs and find something warm. I clean up the house, and then inform the higher-ups about the situation. Jiang Yumian knew there was something else behind his words, but she couldn't be completely reassured. This guy's acting skills. Were they really that good? Finally, Jiang Yumian left. After all, in this dark underground, the short man couldn't see his acting skills. After they parted ways, the short man decisively chose to stay with Lu Shiyan. After all, there was always the risk of zombies breaking in upstairs. It was just collecting scraps. They had already taken most of what they could use. She could only go up there and pick up what they left, but... The short man held a red candle, his eyes fixed on Jiang Yumian's retreating figure. Warm candlelight. The girl's tiny waist, slender enough to be held in one hand, and her long, well-proportioned legs, even tightly clad in jeans, still made the short man's heart flutter. The short man swallowed twice, his heart pounding. If he hadn't been afraid the female NPC was armed, he would have chased her down and had a good time. Just as the short man was lost in thought, a dagger suddenly flew from a distance, swiftly slicing the candle in his hand in two. The entire basement floor was instantly shrouded in darkness, so dark that he couldn't see his hand in front of him. The short man panicked for a moment, and just as he was about to pull his lighter out of his pocket, he felt someone standing next to him. The man's cold aura, even cloaked in darkness, was intimidating. If you don't want to look, you can watch for a while longer. I don't mind. Shao Jia was so frightened that his resolve, having just stood up, instantly withered. He quickly apologized, no more, sir. I won't look anymore. All he heard was air, but he felt his pants wet. Chapter 30. Jiang Yumian carefully wandered around the first floor. It was completely empty, completely bare, and nothing could be taken away. Most of the furniture and equipment was blocked behind the glass windows. As for the villa's main entrance, Luo Xian had already blocked it with the sofa when they entered. Additionally, the first floor was protected by security windows, so the zombies couldn't break through. But then, Jiang Yumian casually strolled around for a while, before returning to the stairs. She pulled out 2 folding tents from her space, and hid in a corner of the stairs to finish her steaming Lanzhou ramen. Then she carried the tents back to the basement. However, when Jiang Yumian found Lu Shiyan in the movie room, she discovered that Sijia, who had been sent by Luo Xian to monitor them, was gone. Jiang Yumian quickly closed the door and, as she handed the tent to Lu Shiyan, she subconsciously asked, "Where's that person?" Lu Shiyan replied calmly, "After listening to my rambling, he went back." Oh. Jiang Yumian stuffed a portion of the hotel's fragrant braised duck into Lu Shiyan's arms, and began to diligently tinker with the tent. Lu Shiyan raised an eyebrow at the sudden appearance of the braised duck. It seemed she had already arranged her 30-day meal plan back at the hotel when they met on the first day of the game, in the restaurant on the 3rd floor. Lu Shiyan, have you eaten? Jiang Yumian, yes. The food I have stored in my space is too conspicuous now, so I just gave a lot of the instant food you left in my space to Chengwan and the others. Boss, you can just eat mine from now on. Don't worry, I definitely treat you well with the food. From now on, he eat at the restaurant, and she? Of course, she eat the top-notch gourmet food prepared by the chef. That night's $100,000 wasn't wasted. For safety reasons, the two stayed in the same room, each with their own tent. After Lu Shiyan set up the tent, the girl gave him a silk quilt from his presidential suite, 2 matching latex pillows, a thick blanket, and a 20,000 mAh power bank to charge his phone. Jiang Yumian even took out his pajamas, which he had discarded at the hotel. When Lu Shiyan saw the pajamas, he was stunned. You? Jiang Yumian gracefully held out her hands. Do you have money? Lu Shiyan, Jiang Yumian blinked sweetly. 3,000 yuan for these rentals isn't too much, is it? Excuse me, sir, do you want to pay by card or cash? Lu Shiyan, who had felt somewhat relieved just a moment before, said, Lu Shiyan, are you obsessed with money? Jiang Yumian smiled. Yes. I only care about money. Lu Shiyan was puzzled. Aren't you also quite? Are you rich? Jiang Yumian smiled wryly. In real life, I only have a little over 200 yuan in savings. I was able to stay in the presidential suite thanks to my luck and winning the lottery. Lu Shiyan, Can you play this game like this? Jiang Yumian's hands were sore from lifting, but she still smiled. Cash or card? Lu Shiyan, I don't have any cash right now, and I can't pay by card. Is it okay to pay on credit? Jiang Yumian immediately rejected the idea. No. We're a small business, no credit. Just when Lu Shiyan thought Jiang Yumian would immediately turn hostile, the girl's smile gradually became distorted. She excitedly said, It doesn't matter if you don't have money. Teach me some skills, and I pay your rent. Lu Shiyan frowned slightly. What? Do you want to learn? Jiang Yumian smiled flatteringly. Teach me how to shoot. Lu Shiyan's eyes, which had been avoiding her gaze, slowly lifted up and looked her in the eye. He said indifferently, You're quite calculating. I'm afraid the money wasn't the real reason, but the real reason was to learn some skills from him. Jiang Yumian, feeling slightly guilty, rubbed the tip of her nose awkwardly and spoke frankly, I entered this game. I could die at any moment, so everyone wants to learn some skills to protect themselves, right? I can't just keep licking the boots of all the big guys all day. I have big ambitions too. The girl raised her pale face high, her chin poised to the sky. Lu Shiyan couldn't help but laugh and asked, What's your ambition? Jiang Yumian said with immense pride, I want to be everyone's best friend. They'd be so afraid of me that I'd be collecting protection fees until my hands are tied, haha. Lu Shiyan, As expected, he still shouldn't overestimate her. Look at the progress he's made of her. You want to learn marksmanship from me for just 3,000 yuan? Do you think it's possible? After saying that, Lu Shiyan pushed the supplies Jiang Yumian had given her in front of her and continued, Take these back. I don't need them. Jiang Yumian, No, can we talk it over? Jiang Yumian, Then tell me how much you can learn with 3,000 yuan, and then you can teach me that much. Jiang Yumian was a little anxious, knowing she couldn't even touch a gun in real life. Not to mention someone like him, a wealthy, skilled shooter, and with access to so many firearms. Her instincts told her she had to learn as much as she could from him this time. Otherwise, it would be such a waste. Lu Shiyan couldn't help but laugh at her frantic look. Okay, then I teach you what I can learn for 3,000 yuan. Jiang Yumian's eyes lit up instantly. Okay, let's get started. Lu Shiyan didn't waste any time, and had her take out all the guns she had before and lay them out. There are two types of rifles, automatic and non-automatic. This is the AK-47. This is the 98K sniper rifle, the AWM sniper rifle. This is the Gatling gun, with a rate of fire of over 200 rounds per minute. Lu Shiyan, did you remember that? Jiang Yumian nodded obediently. She had memorized it. Lu Shiyan, okay, let's go to bed. Jiang Yumian's smile nearly faltered, and she stared at Lu Shiyan with a puzzled expression. That's all? Lu Shiyan, yeah, I spent 3,000 yuan on it. Jiang Yumian, question mark. Jiang Yumian questioned, doubting her. So, my 3,000 yuan only taught me about common firearms? Then, if someone points a gun at me from now on, do I have to raise my hands and yell, hey, don't shoot me with your AK-47? Please, please? Lu Shiyan, I understand that. Jiang Yumian, thank you. Lu Shiyan said calmly, you paid, it's my duty. No need to thank me. Jiang Yumian felt her heart tremble twice, and she didn't dare to say another word. She was afraid she'd anger the boss, who might just grab a gun from the ground and shoot her. Jiang Yumian complained, then I'd pay extra to learn. Is that okay with you? Lu Shiyan replied honestly, I'm not short of money. Jiang Yumian gritted her teeth and raised her index finger. 1 minute. 1,000 yuan. Lu Shiyan said, my time is precious. Jiang Yumian said, 5,000. Lu Shiyan didn't even glance at her. He turned around, clutching his supplies, and started back to the tent. Jiang Yumian excitedly grabbed his arm. 10,000, 10,000. No more. Chapter 31. Lu Shiyan still didn't stop. When he bent down to unzip the tent. Brother. 50,000. Big brother, you can't give me more. Jiang Yumian was so excited that she almost fell down and hugged him. If she hadn't worried about being kicked out by the socially anxious boss, she might have done so. Lu Shiyan finally stopped, stood up, and turned to look at her. Do you really want to learn? Jiang Yumian raised her hand, swore, and said sincerely, more than pearl. Lu Shiyan reasoned. Jiang Yumian, I'm afraid of death. She really was afraid of death. Even if she had to die, she had to live until her grandmother was safely discharged from the hospital. Jiang Yumian clenched her fists and said seriously, I always review everything before I do it. If the social order in this game world has always been so chaotic, and gun ownership is legal, then isn't murder also legal? Even if it's not legal, as long as the murderer hides in this game world for 30 days, who can catch him? If you can get a gun, then it means anyone with the money and the access can get one. Jiang Yumian, then why can't I be the one who carries a gun for self-protection? If the man with glasses who robbed her had a gun, she might have died the moment she first entered the game. Or perhaps, she would have died at the lottery center entrance, when Wang Daju was eyeing the tens of millions in prize money. Or perhaps, when Lu Shiyan discovered she had the space item, she would have died the night he fell asleep if he had wanted her to. She was still alive because of pure luck. But who can guarantee that good luck will last forever? Jiang Yumian's face was dusty, blood-stained still unwiped. Under the dim candlelight, the girl's obsidian eyes shone with an undeniable stubbornness and unwillingness to give up. Lu Shiyan was stunned for a moment, then quickly lowered his eyes, and replied calmly. 50,000 a minute. Start by assembling the parts. Just a moment ago, Jiang Yumian was still agonizing over the cost, when Lu Shiyan sat on a small stool and expertly disassembled the pistol. Jiang Yumian's eyes sparkled. Wow! Oh my, 50,000 is worth it. No problem. Jiang Yumian quickly picked up another small stool and walked towards him. Jiang Yumian was naturally skilled with her hands, and she understood everything quickly. But time flew by, and an hour passed quickly. The gold bars at Lu Shiyan's feet piled up, forming a small pyramid. Another hour later, Jiang Yumian pulled another gold nugget from the space and placed it on top of the pyramid, saying cheerfully, another 500,000, 10 minutes. Lu Shiyan observed her carefree, lavish spending, and recalled how someone else had been so stingy these past few days, even taking a frying pan with them. Lu Shiyan couldn't help but remind him, why don't you reconsider? Jiang Yumian asked him, what are you thinking about? Lu Shiyan, once I give you these gold nuggets, there's no getting them back. Take them, I give them to you. Jiang Yumian felt a little guilty, but she was secretly calculating. The gold nuggets in the game would be useless even if Lu Shiyan took them, they would be cleared after the game ended. Besides, how could he possibly carry so many, so heavy gold bars? He'd have to ask her to store them in her little space. As long as the gold bars were in her little space, they'd be hers after the game. She essentially just used the gold bars to go through the motions with Lu Shiyan, and gotten all this professional knowledge for free. She was just that clever. She could actually come up with such a wicked idea. Jiang Yumian's thoughts grew increasingly amused, and the corners of her mouth, which she tried so hard to control, curled upwards uncontrollably. Lu Shiyan couldn't help but laugh at the thought. Lu Shiyan, just don't regret it. Jiang Yumian, no regrets, no regrets. Time is money. Big boss, stop wasting time. Lu Shiyan's mouth curved slightly beneath his mask. Without further explanation, he slowly replied, okay. Until the 17 gold bars Jiang Yumian had looted from Zhuang Yingyao were completely piled at Lu Shiyan's feet. Jiang Yumian had already mastered the professional knowledge of assembling pistols and rifles. All she needed was real combat experience. But what she coveted most was the 98K sniper rifle in Lu Shiyan's hands. How cool would it be to snipe from a high vantage point without risking her life? Lu Shiyan, still want to learn? Jiang Yumian nodded obediently, but with no gold left in her pocket, she said a little frustratedly, tomorrow, we learn tomorrow. She wouldn't be able to reuse the gold bars until they were back in her pocket. Okay. With that, Lu Shiyan handed her the sniper rifle. Put it in your storage. Jiang Yumian clutched her gun, her eyes fixed on the small gold bars at Lu Shiyan's feet. Watching Lu Shiyan reach out and take the small gold bars, Jiang Yumian said with a fawning smile, Boss, so many gold bars are too heavy. I store them in your space for safekeeping. Lu Shiyan quickly stood up and said calmly, no need. Jiang Yumian looked up eagerly, still grinning, it's so heavy, it's inconvenient for you to carry around. There's so many people here, you wouldn't even know if someone stole it. Besides, even if we protect the currency in this game well, we can't take it out of the game. You don't need to protect it like this, right? Jiang Yumian's words were barely uttered when Lu Shiyan lowered his eyes, his dark eyes calm, his emotions unreadable. Lu Shiyan, who said I can't take it out? Jiang Yumian, huh? Jiang Yumian was stunned. The next second, the stack of gold bars Lu Shiyan was holding vanished. Jiang Yumian's watery eyes widened instantly, and she abruptly stood up, eager to circle around Lu Shiyan several times to see where he had hidden the gold bars. Finally, after a long while, Jiang Yumian's lips twitched violently, forcing a smile. Boss, you have a space? Lu Shiyan replied calmly, no. Jiang Yumian excitedly stood on a small stool, pointing at his empty hands and wailing, how did all those gold bars disappear? In the blink of an eye. All gone. Watching someone's humiliation, like a fortune cat with its fur standing on end, Lu Shiyan suppressed a smile and explained calmly, oh, I forgot to tell you. I cleared the game earlier, and because of my outstanding performance, the system gave me a power-up. Jiang Yumian, what power-up? Lu Shiyan, a conversion power-up. It converts my in-game currency and monetary instruments into gold coins and deposits them into my virtual game account. At that moment, the air in the entire movie room seemed to freeze, becoming incredibly quiet. Chapter 32. Lu Shiyan raised an eyebrow and asked, what do you think? Jiang Yumian's lips twitched violently, and she replied with a forced smile, no problem. The girl was clearly smiling and shaking her head, but Lu Shiyan felt as if she was about to burst into tears. Quite capable. Nothing else, I just rest. With that, the girl hung her head and silently turned toward the tent. He suppressed a smile and asked, still learning tomorrow? She replied dejectedly, no. It's too expensive. I can't afford it. Until Jiang Yumian entered the tent and zipped it up tightly, Lu Shiyan didn't wait for her to make any aggressive moves. It was as if she had truly accepted this fact. After a long silence, Lu Shiyan followed her back to the other tent. Jiang Yumian closed her eyes, tossing and turning in bed, then diligently counted the few remaining possessions in her space. 8 million. That was 8 million she painstakingly saved. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night for both of them. One was consumed with regret, constantly worrying about the money. The other was wary and alert, already prepared for the other's resistance. Until the afternoon of the 17th day of the game. Unable to wait for the two, Luo Xian sent his men to invite them downstairs to reunite. After emerging from their respective tents, they followed without a word, a tacit understanding, and then chose to stay in a corner near the stairwell. Perhaps fearing a sudden zombie descent, no survivors dared to stay near either side of the stairwell, making things much easier for Jiang Yumian and Lu Shiyan. At least we don't have to huddle with all these survivors. Luo Xian said sarcastically, you two commanders slept all day and all night. I almost thought you two had run off. Jiang Yumian smiled faintly. I've been so tense these past 2 days. I lost my composure the moment I relaxed. I'd be more careful next time. Luo Xian stopped talking and silently lowered his head to play with his phone again. Now living in the basement, it's hard to tell day from day. Only 2 white candles, emitting a faint warm glow, illuminated the entire basement living room. But even brighter than the faint candlelight was Luo Xian's face, illuminated by the phone screen. Jiang Yumian quietly stood up and, under everyone's gaze, quickly walked over to Chengwan and her son. She announced, slightly loudly, that Zhuang Yingyao would be sending a new rescue team in a week. Then she quietly slipped the note, and 2 bottles of milk to Chengwan and her son. Thankfully, the basement was dim, so no one could detect them. Jiang Yumian had wanted to give her some more bread or something, but she was afraid the noise of the packaging would be too noticeable, so she gave up. Before leaving, Jiang Yumian glanced at Luo Xian and noticed that he had a no-name power bank the size of a 16-inch suitcase next to him. His phone was plugged in and charging. But what Jiang Yumian hadn't expected was that he was still thinking about playing landlord? Jiang Yumian couldn't help but frown. Who in their right mind would carry such a heavy power bank around? Unless he had already guessed that the water and electricity would be cut off. Who in their right mind would leisurely play a single-player game on their phone when they had no water, electricity, or internet, and didn't know how they were going to survive in the future, unless he doesn't intend to stay here forever? Or perhaps this power supply is enough to keep him alive for the next 14 days. Jiang Yumian pursed her lips and silently returned to Lu Shiyan's side, pulling out a sticky note and paper from her pocket. Jiang Yumian, I think your intuition is right. Luo Xian is most likely a gamer. Lu Shiyan glanced at the sticky note she passed to him through her phone and silently wrote a reply. Lu Shiyan, Jiang Yumian, don't talk to me. When you talk to me, I remember the 8 million you scammed me out of. Lu Shiyan? Wasn't she the one who sent him the note? Before Lu Shiyan could react, Jiang Yumian snatched the sticky note from his hand, quickly opened a new page, and began writing. After a while, Jiang Yumian, I have a really good idea. Do you want to hear it? Lu Shiyan, pen in hand, glanced at her hesitantly. As expected, the girl wasn't about to let him speak. Jiang Yumian, they say a single word is worth 1,000 gold. I said one word, so giving me 1,000 isn't too much, is it? Lu Shiyan, ? So is he some kind of fool? Lu Shiyan was about to refuse when Jiang Yumian stared at him, tears welling in her eyes. Then she silently raised the sticky note she had written long ago. Jiang Yumian, I've been short of money since I was a kid, working odd jobs here and there to pay for my studies. Now I finally earned 8 million, and you ripped it all off in just 3 or 4 hours. I'm so miserable. Lu Shiyan didn't know what to say. In the end, he just sighed deeply and nodded twice. As soon as he finished his words, before Lu Shiyan could recover, Jiang Yumian, who had been on the verge of tears a moment ago, smiled brightly and extended her hand to him. The girl whispered, pay 50,000 first. Lu Shiyan? ? Jiang Yumian sniffed, her eyes filling with tears again. Are you trying to cheat? Lu Shiyan took a deep breath. In the apocalypse, tears are the least valuable thing. He'd known that long ago. Lu Shiyan pursed his lips, silently withdrew 50,000 yuan in cash from his virtual account, and handed it to her. Jiang Yumian accepted the 50,000 yuan with great satisfaction, and began writing diligently on a sticky note. The girl's earnest expression made Lu Shiyan suspect she was harboring some evil intentions. The result? As expected. Jiang Yumian, boss, this is what I thought. First of all, I don't know why you chose to stay, but it would be dangerous for us to stay with these players and us for a long time. We should find a way to get rid of them all. Didn't I sell you a filter buff item last time? It lasts 24 hours, giving you a 99% chance of attracting the attention of all members of the opposite sex within a 1,000-meter radius. This buff can be used on NPCs, and I think it can also be used on the zombies outside the villa. Let's tie up all the male survivors in this room, find a female zombie with identification farther away, and use the filter buff. Then, lure Luo Xian and the others over there. Whether they live or die will depend on their own luck. What do you think? Chapter 33. One moment, Lu Shiyan was still marveling at Jiang Yumian's quick thinking and endless stream of clever ideas. The next, he was chuckling at the last line on the sticky note. Then, the man wrote neatly on the note. Lu Shiyan, your idea is okay, but searching for a female zombie with identification is too risky. Jiang Yumian, what do you mean? Lu Shiyan, don't we have one right here? Jiang Yumian, who? Lu Shiyan, you. Jiang Yumian, ? Sweat dripping down my face. Bro. Jiang Yumian's eyes widened in shock, barely controlling his voice. Are you serious? Before Lu Shiyan could reply, Jiang Yumian, driven by a desire to survive, began analyzing his role. Jiang Yumian, come on, boss, I'm incredibly useful. Take me with you, and I definitely treat you well. Jiang Yumian, if you think it's dangerous to go out and find a female zombie of status, I'm fine with it. I'm not afraid of danger. Jiang Yumian smiled, appearing weak and humble, but in her heart she was already cursing the entire family of this heartless boss, who was about to sell her out. If she could, she really wanted to kick him ass and send him flying. But there was no way around it. After all, Lu Shiyan had the right to use the filter buff. Not to mention, he knew her name. Lu Shiyan didn't intend to scare the mobile warehouse away, so he simply nodded. Lu Shiyan, there's no rush. Let's wait a few days. Jiang Yumian, a few days? Lu Shiyan, first, study the rules of the game carefully, as given to each player at the beginning, and then talk to me. Jiang Yumian, ? Game rules? What's wrong with the game rules? Jiang Yumian frowned, trying to recall the rules Lu Shiyan had mentioned, but still had no clue. She simply wrote the rules down on a slip of paper, and studied them word for word. After Luo Xian lost to the bot in Mobile Dodiju, he looked up with a curse, and happened to see Jiang Shuqi, pen in hand, scribbling on a sticky note. Luo Xian glanced at the short man beside him, and typed a line on his phone's memo pad, handing it to him. Find a chance to steal that woman's sticky notes, or even better, steal their entire bag. The short man immediately understood and nodded. Luo Xian frowned, as he saw the slow pace of the game system's player count, and even the fact that there hadn't been a single player loss in the past 2 days. Remaining number of players in the game world, 45. Number of NPCs, 33. Number of players, 12. Now, the total number of people on the entire basement level, including them, is 21. It seems a fierce battle is inevitable soon. Until then, the only threat to them is the 2 NPCs sent by the rescue team from outside. Day 17 of the game. Shortly after Luo Xian sent his men downstairs, the short man quietly returned upstairs. Upon seeing Luo Xian, he shook his head. Luo Xian wasn't surprised, as Jiang Xuqi and the other man were both carrying their backpacks. Remaining number of players in the game world, 40. Number of NPCs, 28. Number of players, 12. Day 18 of the game. System notification. Remaining number of players in the game world, 30. Number of NPCs, 18. Number of players, 12. At midnight on day 19 of the game, the system's notification of the number of players appeared in her mind. Remaining players in the game world, 23. Number of NPCs, 11. Number of players, 12. The number of NPCs is still less than the number of players. Clearly, this isn't something to be happy about. Because Jiang Yumian discovered a major problem. There are 21 people on the basement level. Excluding Luo Xian 6, and Lu Shurian and herself, there should be 13 NPCs. But there are only 11 NPCs in total. That means, among their group, at least, there are still 2 players. Jiang Yumian, as if catching a glimpse of something she completely ignored, quickly pulled out the sticky note she'd written. Passing condition, only 10 players remain in this round, and have survived for at least 30 days. Jiang Yumian, holy crap. Frightened, Jiang Yumian scrambled out of her tent. She walked over to Lu Shurian's tent, and instinctively tried to unzip the tent door. The man's voice, slightly hazy and confused, rose considerably in volume. Lu Shurian, don't move. Don't come in. Jiang Yumian instinctively retracted her hand and quickly asked, Boss, I have a very serious question. What happens if more than 10 players survive for 30 days? Lu Shurian, the game will be at Devil's difficulty. Jiang Yumian swallowed. Wasn't the current difficulty level Devil's? Jiang Yumian quietly asked tentatively, and until only 10 players remain? At this moment, Lu Shurian, already wearing a mask, slowly unzipped the tent from the inner layer. Only one person can survive, or... The man's previously calm, deep voice suddenly took on a chilling chill. No one can survive. Jiang Yumian stared into his emotionless dark eyes, but couldn't help swallowing in fear. For some reason, Jiang Yumian had a hunch. If there were more than 10 players on the night of the 29th day of the game, and if she were with Lu Shurian, the boss would kill her without hesitation and clear the game. Of course, if it were her, she might kill him. But murder? Does she really have to kill? She wasn't sure she could bring herself to do it. Jiang Yumian, who had always lived in peacetime and been a good citizen, instinctively took a step back and chuckled. So what do we do now? There's no need to do anything. Someone will naturally get anxious first. After Lu Shurian finished speaking, he pulled the curtains back, said something, and sank back into his sleeping bag. Acting like a normal NPC, doing nothing and acting as usual would naturally eliminate her suspicion from other players. She said that, but she was truly anxious. As Jiang Yumian returned to her tent and lay down, she couldn't help but meditate, silently repeating Hua Guangguang's name. Jiang Yumian, Hua Guangguang, I'd like to ask if your game has any items like a death-free medal? Hua Guangguang, apocalyptic games don't allow cheats. Jiang Yumian's face drooped. Hua Guangguang suddenly hesitated, but... Jiang Yumian, but what? Chapter 34. Hua Guangguang. The system mall has a perennial lucky draw disc item, and the prize pool contains many one-time life-saving skills. Jiang Yumian, surprise! Why didn't you tell me earlier? Just as Jiang Yumian eagerly opened the system mall. Jiang Yumian's smile still curled at the corners of her mouth, but she couldn't help but twitch. The disc before her had a central circle with a pointer area, and on it was written, 100 gold coins / time. The area outside the circle was divided into 10 equally divided sectors. It said, thank you for your patronage, thank you for your patronage, and thank you for your patronage. 10 fan-shaped areas, all 10 saying thank you for your patronage. Where's the prize? What big prize is she getting? Hua Guangguang seemed to have anticipated Jiang Yumian's reaction and kindly explained, do you see the lines connecting each fan-shaped area? That's the winning area. As long as the pointer lands on these 10 lines, you trigger the prize pool and randomly receive a one-time life-saving skill. 10 areas, 10 chances to land on a line. Any random line will do. Jiang Yumian, This area is so huge, so big she could hardly see it. Jiang Yumian, 100 gold coins, or 1,000,000 yuan, spent on such a crappy item. Am I stupid, or is your system just crazy? Who would use a lottery system like this? Hua Guangguang, yes, check the district-wide lottery record in the lower right corner of the wheel. Following Hua Guangguang's prompt, Jiang Yumian finally discovered this unassuming, square place. The latest records kept popping up. Lu *** won the lottery. Thank you for your patronage. Lu *** won the lottery. Thank you for your patronage. Lu *** won the lottery. Thank you for your patronage. Yin *** won the lottery. Thank you for your patronage *5. Lu *** won the lottery. Thank you for your patronage. Lu *** won the lottery. Thank you for your patronage *9. Jiang Yumian closed her eyes and said, Is this the disparity of the world? How unfair. Just as Jiang Yumian was beating her chest and stamping her feet, about to withdraw into herself, Hua Guangguang continued to make up for it. Hua Guangguang, look at the top right corner again. That's the top 100 ranking of this week's lottery draws. Jiang Yumian glanced at it with a smile. This week's top 3 prizes: a set of indestructible protective clothing, a breath-holding tool, and an invincible heat pack. Lu *** S draws, 307. Yin *** S draws, 295. Chi *** S draws, 294. Even K***, ranked 100th, had drawn 67 times. Jiang Yumian laughed until she felt like crying. She covered her face with her hands and choked out a sob. I can't even imagine what a cheerful, positive little girl I'd be if I had 6,700 gold coins. Hua Guangguang truly wanted to comfort her, even reaching out his chubby little hand to press on her shoulder, offering heartfelt encouragement. Hua Guangguang, keep earning, Xiaomian. Earn as much as you can during the day, and earn as much as you can at night. Jiang Yumian, Hua Guangguang continued. When you level up a bit, you can buy more items and earn money. Earn gold coins one by one, and you be rich soon. Hearing this, Jiang Yumian was completely stunned. Outside the game, she was a regular wage earner, and inside, she had to become a miserable wage earner for the system. This life was truly unbearable. While Jiang Yumian tossed and turned in bed, Lu Shiyan, in another tent, had already been furrowing his brows in frustration. Because? Ding dong, congratulations to the player for completing the fixed 2,000 gold coin spending mission for today. Task reward: cash back 2 times the gold coin amount spent. Ding dong, 4,000 gold coins have been deposited. A minute later, at midnight, just as the second hand reached 0, Qian Duo Duo, your mission for today has been assigned. Qian Duo Duo, the spending amount is 4,000 gold coins. You cannot purchase fixed assets, donate, or transfer them. You can only use it for entertainment. Fail the mission, and you will be immediately eliminated. Succeed the mission, and receive a 3x gold coin cashback. Lu Shiyan simply exited the lottery system out of boredom, and drifted off to sleep with his eyes closed. Early morning. As expected, Luo Xian was already restless. Lu Shiyan hadn't slept long when there was a gentle knock on the door, followed by Luo Xian's overly polite voice. Xiao Jiang, Xiao Lu, are you guys up? No one responded from the room. Although Luo Xian's tone remained the same, Lu Shiyan could hear the knocking becoming increasingly frantic. The knocks on the door rattled, but Jiang Yumian didn't utter a single sound. Lu Shiyan quickly donned his mask and emerged from the tent. He saw Jiang Yumian already huddled outside her own tent, squatting on a yellow and white picnic blanket, eating instant noodles with tears streaming down her face. In front of her lay a half-eaten strawberry cake, stir-fried beef noodles, a large Orleans chicken drumstick, iced lemon Sprite, and a large, steaming bowl of steamed king crab with garlic sauce. Lu Shiyan? Lu Shiyan glanced at her suspiciously, then pointedly glanced at the door. Jiang Yumian ignored him, silently turning around with her instant noodle bucket, ignoring him. Although Lu Shiyan was puzzled, he also knew how much trouble would ensue if Luo Xian impulsively broke in and saw Jiang Yumian's food. This room was originally a video room, but all the furniture had been removed long ago. Fortunately, the soundproofing was excellent. Lu Shiyan walked to the door and asked calmly, "What's wrong?" Luo Xian, who had assumed the two had already escaped, finally felt relieved and explained, "Well, my brother was on guard at the first-floor stairwell last night and hasn't come back yet. I'd like you to come up with me to see what's going on." Lu Shiyan, "I see, I'd be right there." Luo Xian kindly continued, "By the way, since one of your brothers is missing, it's definitely not safe here. Pack up your things and move downstairs with me. Lu Shiyan, okay, we pack. Luo Xian, okay, I meet you at the door. When Lu Shiyan returned to pack his school bag, he found Jiang Yumian's backpack already packed and placed next to hers. The small stool, lighter, and other items that had been placed outside the tent were gone. The girl's hair, which had been a little greasy yesterday, was now fresh and tied in a high ponytail. She even tied the ends of her hair into a pigtail. Her hands were wrapped in 2 layers of thick fabric, completely covering her joints and vulnerable areas. Even her shoe bags were tied tightly, the laces tucked completely into the binding. Lu Shiyan looked up at her. Are you leaving? Chapter 35. Well, I'm going it alone. Jiang Yumian finished the last bite of instant noodles in her bowl, looked up, and asked him vaguely, You're not going to stop me, are you? Lu Shiyan didn't object, nor did he say anything, simply walking towards the tent. In this situation, going it alone was actually the wisest choice. He wouldn't have to ask her first, he would have chosen to part ways with her soon. Just as Lu Shiyan was packing his backpack, Jiang Yumian kindly reminded him, I'm going to the rooftop. If the timing isn't right, I find another way to leave. Be careful when you go out. They won't be friendly to you at this time. Lu Shiyan finally stopped what he was doing and looked at her calmly. The game's difficulty increases by 1 level every 10 days. The 5th, 15th, and 25th days are all when the difficulty increases. Take care of yourself. Jiang Yumian finally smiled. Thank you. By the way, you can't take your guns anyway. Give them to me? Lu Shiyan, all of them? Not a single one. Jiang Yumian laughed awkwardly. How about a little money for storage? Jiang Yumian was just joking, but Lu Shiyan asked bluntly how much. Jiang Yumian, not much, just 10,000. Lu Shiyan simply transferred 1 gold coin from his game account, and 10,000 yuan in cash automatically appeared in his hand. Just as Jiang Yumian happily accepted the cash, the task progress bar, visible only to Lu Shiyan, suddenly jumped. Consumption progress, 4,000/39.99. Lu Shiyan raised an eyebrow. Why wasn't there one back when every word was worth a fortune? Could it be that words and so-called good ideas aren't actually entertainment? The next second, Lu Shiyan grabbed the other side of the 10,000 yuan in cash again. Jiang Yumian? Question mark. Seeing the newly acquired money about to fly away, Jiang Yumian instinctively looked up and was about to speak. Lu Shiyan, 100,000 for a gun. Jiang Yumian, huh? What does he mean? I took the gun, and he's selling it to me for 100,000? Lu Shiyan, 1 million a gun. Jiang Yumian, ah? Is he crazy? Lu Shiyan, 5 million each. I want 4. 1 pistol, 1 sniper rifle, 1 light machine gun, and 50 rounds of each type of ammunition. That's 5 million too. I give you a total of 25 million. Is that okay with you? Jiang Yumian, ah? Was he using this opportunity to call me an idiot again? No, he called me even worse. 2005 is 10 times worse than an idiot. Jiang Yumian, no, I have my dignity too. Who allowed you to spend money like that on me? Lu Shiyan, just tell me if you want it or not. Jiang Yumian's eyes were as determined as someone who wanted to join the party. I want it. Lu Shiyan, okay, deal. Jiang Yumian, question mark. No, does he really have 25 million? While Jiang Yumian was still disheveled in the wind, Lu Shiyan handed over all the money without a word. 25 million in cash filled the space around them. Jiang Yumian had barely recovered from his shock when Lu Shiyan urged him to take out a gun from the space, and then with a wave of his hand, he put 25 million in cash into the space. The entire transaction took less than 2 minutes. And yet Jiang Yumian had earned 25 million without doing anything. Jiang Yumian, is this real? Is this really real? Oh my god. Before Jiang Yumian could react, Lu Shiyan had already donned 2 bulging bags and was heading for the door. As soon as he left, Luo Xian approached with a smile. Seeing no one near Lu Shiyan, he instinctively peeked through the crack in the door. Unexpectedly, Lu Shiyan's towering height and 2 large backpacks completely obscured his view. As Lu Shiyan closed the door, Luo Xian's forced smile nearly faltered. Where's Xiao Jiang? Lu Shiyan, she's on patrol. If she doesn't find anyone when she comes down, she'd go to the basement. Lu Xian noticed the 2 large bags Lu Shiyan was carrying and didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he gestured to the short man beside him. The short man instantly understood and quietly retreated behind the group of brothers, then disappeared into the darkness. Luo Xian, Then let's go down together and wait for them. Jiang Yumian had already put on her backpack when Lu Shiyan left, quickly stored the uneaten food in her space, and quietly stopped behind the door. As expected, not long after Lu Shiyan left, the door slowly opened from the outside. The other party seemed to notice the empty room and simply left. Jiang Yumian, who had been a little nervous, finally breathed a sigh of relief and slowly lowered the knife. She would wait a moment, until they were far away, then come out. Jiang Yumian cautiously peeked out through the crack in the door. The next second, a flashlight suddenly lit up outside the crack, shining from her chin upwards, revealing a pair of extremely vulgar, cloudy eyes. The man's eyes, especially, narrowed into slits from his smile, making it impossible to see his pupils or the whites of his eyes. The short man said, "So you were hiding here?" Jiang Yumian felt her heart skip a beat, and instinctively tried to close the door. But the man had already anticipated her next move, and walked in a split second before she could. The door slammed shut in the dark room, leaving only a faint flashlight between them. The short man held a gun high in front of Jiang Yumian, his smile terrifying. The short man said, "Put down the knife, and then take off your clothes." Jiang Yumian stared at the pistol in front of her, her eyes narrowed slightly. This was the second time someone had held a gun to her head. She truly hated this feeling. Jiang Yumian pursed her lips, and silently bent down. As she placed the knife on the ground, the short man lunged at the girl. "I haven't tried anything as exquisite as you. Let me have some fun." Before he could even utter the word fun, or before the short man could pounce on the woman, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. The man stared blankly at his abdomen as the girl's slender hand, gripping a knife, stabbed it. Then, without hesitation, her soft, boneless hands pushed the half-exposed blade to its lowest point. When the man looked up in surprise, he saw Jiang Yumian smiling at him. Under clear, bright eyes, her unstained, crimson lips slowly parted. "Brother, why are you so anxious? I didn't say I only had one knife." Chapter 36. Just as the short man instinctively raised his gun and prepared to pull the trigger, Jiang Yumian had already grabbed his hand and moved it aside. The hand gripping the knife handle pulled it out and thrust it in again, repeating this several times. Gushing blood splattered Jiang Yumian all over. Warm blood flowed down her pale cheeks, leaving streaks of blood. The short man clearly felt his life draining away, and his body slumped backwards weakly. Until. Number of players remaining in the game world, 22. Number of NPCs, 11. Number of players, 11. Jiang Yumian's hands instantly gave out and began to tremble. With a few muffled clangs, the flashlight and dagger fell to the carpet. Jiang Yumian's chest heaved with nervousness, and she stumbled a few steps before regaining her grip on the doorframe. Oh my god, this is much harder than killing zombies. While zombies were terrifying, killing them wasn't a burden. But this time, Jiang Yumian looked down at the lifeless villain on the ground again, squeezed her eyes shut, and then she kicked the corpse twice before quickly picking up the flashlight and running out. Shortly after she left, another figure appeared at the doorway. They stared at the short man on the ground for a moment before slowly closing the door. Jiang Yumian dared to enjoy a lavish meal in the room because the movie room was soundproof, and because the room had no windows and was underground, which, combined with the soundproofing tape, provided an excellent seal. The bloody odor in the air was now almost completely blocked. In everyone's eyes, the short man's death would become just another sudden, vanishing exception. Jiang Yumian cautiously ascended to the first floor, finding no one around. Then, he groped his way up the stairs, bit by bit. The entrance to the rooftop on the 6th floor of the villa. The tightly closed door suddenly opened a crack, and a dark head poked out from behind it. The villa's rooftop wasn't as desolate as Jiang Yumian had imagined. Instead, it was teeming with life. It was like an exquisite hexagonal greenhouse. Besides the guardrails, the edges of the rooftop also had glass walls that connected directly to the center. What gave Jiang Yumian a sense of security was the thin wooden branches placed everywhere beside the glass walls for plants to climb. The branches were densely covered with flowers and plants, some growing vigorously, some even reaching the very top. The center of the rooftop was a perfectly square cube formed by a series of shelves of varying heights. The shelves were filled with a dazzling array of roses, a truly breathtaking sight. Jiang Yumian was stunned. Oh no! This wasn't the apocalypse, this was pure paradise, Jiang Yumian thought. If the glass walls weren't so unstable, let alone safe, Luo Xian and his men would have already camped here. How could they have stayed so long in the darkness underground? But Jiang Yumian wasn't afraid of all this. Jiang Yumian's courage grew, too. To be precise, only slightly. The girl half crouched and cautiously walked to the rooftop. She then found a wooden stick and taped her phone to it. She turned on the video function, using the camera as her eyes, and walked around the edge of the rooftop in a half crouch. The villa area here was already quite far from the city. The last swift explosion had cleared out most of the zombies, luring away most of them. Now, only a few, rather slow-witted zombies were lingering outside the villa, making it relatively safe. In fact, she could have left during this time. But where else could she go? Who could guarantee that the next place would be safer than this? Besides, she couldn't fly a plane, and driving would only attract more zombies. Encountering a high-level zombie would surely kill her. What's more, she couldn't drive. She hadn't had the spare money to enroll in a driving school before, let alone buy a car. Speechless, Jiang Yumian silently took out a handful of 10,000 yuan in cash and touched it, vowing to herself that if she could get out alive, she would get her driver's license. But for now, she could only stay where she was. After closing the door, Jiang Yumian also placed a door blocker. This was to prevent Luo Xian and the others from suddenly approaching and catching her off guard. As for the edge of the rooftop, she tied it with a rope made from twisted duct tape. Jiang Yumian also found a few small bells from a box of toys she grabbed from the second floor, ripped them apart, and attached them to the duct tape. Then she began to pull the tent out of the space at the door and put it away. She even placed 4 or 5 screaming chicken toys around the tent. When she felt the arrangements were complete, Jiang Yumian finally laid down inside. With her free time, Jiang Yumian began to worry about other things. She had no idea what had become of Lu Shiyan down there. She had no idea if Chengwan and her son would survive until Lu Shiyan finished off Luo Xian and the others. Given Lu Shiyan's personality, he wouldn't let Luo Xian and the others live for too long, right? This was also why Jiang Yumian felt so confident leaving Chengwan on the basement floor and choosing to go it alone. Based on her observations of Boss Lu these past few days, Lu Shiyan wasn't a man who killed innocent people indiscriminately. He was simply socially anxious and afraid of trouble and socializing. But Lu Shiyan's fear of trouble didn't mean he was afraid of Luo Xian and the others. If she weren't afraid of Boss suddenly backstabbing her, she would have really wanted to find an opportunity to curry favor with him. Jiang Yumian shook her head gravely and sighed. Never mind, being a lone ranger is fine too. What the girl didn't know was, in the zombie swarm city center, and within 100 miles of the Washington Villa district, there were large numbers of zombies, tirelessly rushing day and night towards the few remaining survivors. Day 21 of the game. Remaining number of people in the game world, 22. Number of NPCs, 11. Number of players, 11. On the 22nd day of the game, the remaining number remained the same, but there were 4 or 5 more zombies nearby. On the 23rd day of the game, the remaining number remained the same, but there were a dozen more zombies nearby, and they were beginning to move closer to the 3 central villas. On the 23rd day of the game, the remaining number remained the same. Jiang Yumian, sitting in the tent with his feet up, drinking coke and eating fried chicken, said, "Boss, are you incompetent?" There were only 5 people left in Luo Xian's team, and he still hadn't taken out a single one. On the 24th day of the game, something finally changed. The number of people who could change wasn't the players, but the NPCs. The number dropped by 6 people in one go. Remaining number of people in the game world, 16. Number of NPCs, 5. Number of players, 11. Jiang Yumian, almost unable to sit still, sat up and quietly peered out through the gaps in the vegetation. The number of zombies has increased again, 100-fold. There are now 70 or 80 zombies pacing back and forth just outside the villa entrance. Jiang Yumian suddenly remembered Lu Shiyan's reminder before he left. The 5th, 15th, and 25th days are all days of increasing difficulty. But today is already the 24th day of the game. Chapter 37. Day 24 of the game. The sky was shrouded in fog, and the sun was nowhere to be seen. With every passing hour, Jiang Yumian felt as if the sky were getting darker. Jiang Yumian pursed her lips, staring at the dark clouds, and couldn't help muttering, "The weather's going to change." Sure enough, by noon, the sky had completely darkened. Dark clouds gathered, and the wind blew fiercely. Soon, only a few bursts of muffled thunder could be heard from the sky. Soybean-sized raindrops began to clatter against the glass. Thankfully, the villa's rooftop was covered by a glass roof, so Jiang Yumian didn't get soaked. The relentless pounding of the rain against the glass, the noisy sound, made Jiang Yumian lose all sleep and inexplicably felt a bit irritated. A constant sense of foreboding prevailed. At the same time, boom! The entire building suddenly shook. Jiang Yumian, who was about to crouch down on the edge of the rooftop to survey the surroundings, lost her balance and fell forward. Jiang Yumian, Jiang Yumian had just looked up when she saw what appeared to be a villa collapsing not far ahead. At that moment, even without a telescope, Jiang Yumian could see a uniform row of red lights emanating from the distant horizon where the ground and sky met. Jiang Yumian's brow furrowed. What was that red light? A natural phenomenon. When Jiang Yumian lifted her telescope, she realized. It wasn't a natural phenomenon. It was clearly the red light emanating from pairs of eerie zombie eyes. The reason the red light was so distinct and dazzling was because the zombie tide had arrived. The number was unimaginably large. Oh my god, Jiang Yumian's eyes widened, and she instinctively ran towards the rooftop entrance, not even having time to pack up her tent. She could only quickly pack up the tent and everything inside, hastily open the door blocker, and ran down the stairs. With the zombie tide coming, why would she go it alone? Helicopter. First, take to the air to escape this zombie tide, then think about other things. Jiang Yumian hurriedly reached the basement level, but before she could even find her footing, she was nearly fainted by the pungent, bloody odor. On the basement level, the two sides, still locked in a stalemate, were stunned by the sudden appearance of this uninvited guest. The boy in Chungwon's arms was the first to react. Sister Jiang, haven't you already become a zombie? Jiang Yumian's mouth twitched. Who said that? Chungwon and her son, along with Wang Xiaoning's entire family behind her, all looked at the man holding a tang sword. Everything was self-evident. Jiang Yumian knew now wasn't the time to discuss this, because Luo Xian's 4 men, covered in wounds, lay wailing on the ground. Warm blood flowed everywhere. And now, Luo Xian, blood still oozing from the corners of his mouth, spread his hands over his coat, which was strapped with explosives. In his right hand, he held a bomb with a safety pin pulled. He looked like he was going to die together. She seemed to have arrived at a very inopportune moment. And yet, it seemed perfectly timed. Luo Xian's laughter was almost manic. All right, one more to die with me, my life. Before he could finish his words, Luo Xian's hand, about to drop the bomb, was suddenly firmly grasped by someone. Honey, don't die yet. Hua Guangguang, who was monitoring the game's progress in real time, nearly choked on his own saliva. Why did those words sound so familiar to him? The survivors around him were stunned for a second by Jiang Yumian's effortless resolution. That's it? So they've been deadlocked for over half an hour? Even Luo Xian himself was stunned. When he realized what was happening, he frowned and tried to break free from Jiang Yumian's grip, only to discover. This pretty woman was so strong. Luo Xian gritted his teeth and said, "Let go." Jiang Yumian said sincerely, "Brother, now's not the time to threaten anyone. The zombie wave is coming." The moment these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Wang Xiaoning suddenly raised his voice. Is the zombie tide coming? Jiang Yumian, yes. It's coming. I'm here to tell you to evacuate immediately. That minor earthquake just now was caused by zombies directly overturning a villa near the gate of your community. Jiang Yumian, if you don't fly away now, you all be crushed to pieces. Luo Xian's eyes widened, his face grim. Don't try to fool me. The helicopter you brought here only has 4 seats. How can it possibly accommodate so many people? As he spoke, Luo Xian stared at the remaining survivors, his eyes widening, his voice swaying with passion. Do you think they saved you or Chungwon and her son? Don't forget, they came here to save them. My brothers are all seriously injured by this brat. None of you can escape. The next second, before Jiang Yumian could react, she felt a flash of cold light before her eyes. And then, beside her, Luo Xian froze, a bloody streak appearing on his neck. Then, puff, blood sprayed all over Jiang Yumian's body and face. Lu Shiyan said coldly, "Shut up." Jiang Yumian closed her eyes in silence, a swarm of mad horses galloping through her mind. This was unbearable. No need to endure it any longer. With her hands still clutching the bomb, Jiang Yumian unleashed a cascade of her thoughts. Hey boss. You were trying to be cool. Couldn't you have told me in advance? I just changed into new clothes. Don't you know how expensive the clothes I'm wearing are? These clothes are meant to be exchanged for money after the game. She didn't even remove the tags, just to get a better price from the system. It's all ruined. Just as Jiang Yumian was gritting her teeth in anger, Lu Shiyan had already walked to the wall, picked up his backpack, and slung it across his back. Lu Shiyan, is 1 million enough for you? Jiang Yumian's eyes lit up. Am I the kind of person who would sell my dignity for that little money? The young and ignorant Zhuang Tingo immediately chimed in. That's right, brother Shiba. How can you insult me like that? Lu Shiyan, 2 million? Shuang Tingo was about to speak when Jiang Yumian smiled and held out her hands. Jiang Yumian, that's definitely enough. Jiang Yumian, you can spend as much as you want, I don't mind at all. Shuang Tingo, huh? Chapter 38. After Luo Xin collapsed, several of his brothers also passed away due to excessive blood loss. The system's notification number of people dropped sharply to just 11. The number of players remained at just 6. And the number of NPCs remained at 5. Jiang Yumian realized that, besides herself and Lu Shiyan, there were only 5 people left on the basement floor. Cheng Wan, Shuang Tingo, Wang Xiaoning's son Wang Xiaosan, and Wang Xiaoning's husband Wang Longqing. It seemed that the 2 hidden players had been eliminated. Seeing Lu Shiyan ignore her and head straight for the stairs with his bag on his back, Jiang Yumian anxiously asked, "Boss, what should we do with this bomb? If she lets go, the bomb will explode the moment it hits the ground. She helped him solve such a huge problem, and he actually wants to just leave without a word. He's dreaming." Lu Shiyan suddenly stopped. "What's the space for?" Jiang Yumian, ? After this reminder, Jiang Yumian straightened her back instantly, as if she had discovered a new world, and immediately put the bomb into the space. Sure enough, the bomb, without the safety catch, sat remarkably quietly in the corner. Holy crap! Her small space, where the flow was still, could actually be used like this? If someone shoots at her in the future, could she instantly retract the incoming bullet? Wouldn't that make her a genius? This idea had barely sprouted when Jiang Yumian strangled it in its cradle. What was she thinking? She wasn't Superman. She couldn't catch a bullet. Seeing Lu Shiyan completely disappear at the stairs, Jiang Yumian finally abandoned her wild thoughts and hurried to catch up, turning to Cheng Wan and her son and saying, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get going." Cheng Wan nodded immediately, hand in hand with little Tingo, and followed. Wang Xiaoning's family, however, looked in the direction the 4 men had left, hesitant for a moment. Wang Longqing couldn't help but analyze. Luo Xian's right. The helicopter can only hold 4 people. They definitely won't rescue us. We might as well stay here and wait for rescue. Wang Xiaoning, who had been hesitant, immediately objected, "But how long will our food last? We might as well go out and try to find a glimmer of hope." The little boy looked from father to mother, his expression troubled. "Wang Xiaoning, you heard what they said. Even if we're here, we'd be crushed to a pulp if the zombie tide comes. I have to get my son out. If you want to be a coward here your whole life, then stay." Without a word, Wang Xiaoning took her son's hand, gritted her teeth, and ran towards the stairs. "Xiaoning. Dad." Wang Xiaoning's husband hesitated for a moment, then followed the mother and son. But he stopped dead in his tracks even at the stairs. After all, they've been pampered since childhood. If they got out, they have no one to protect them. They'd all be torn to pieces. Rather than being mauled to death by zombies, he'd rather die with some dignity underground. Seeing his father hadn't caught up, Wang Xiaosan, tears streaming down his face, said to Wang Xiaoning, "Mom, let's wait for Dad." "Wang Xiaoning, don't worry about him. Your dad's a complete coward, a worthless bastard. Wang Xiaoning, be good, Mom will take you out." As Jiang Yumian followed Lu Shiyan upstairs, she shared her latest intelligence. "There are probably 80 or 90 zombies at the villa's main entrance. We can climb over the wall of the back garden on the first floor and escape. There are the fewest zombies behind the rockery in the back garden, and it's closest to the helicopter. There are at least 30 or 40 zombies, but from my observation, the zombies nearby are only slow-reacting ones. There aren't any high-level zombies like Shuang Yingyao. I believe that if we work together, we can quickly take care of them. Yes, as soon as possible, or else it will be very troublesome later." "Jiang Yumian, you mean?" Lu Shiyan. Although the number of NPCs has been decreasing rapidly, the number of players in each game is fixed. You said you saw a large number of zombies heading this way. There's only one possibility. Jiang Yumian. They all smell the scent coming from the city center. This is a big problem. Not to mention that they couldn't defeat so many high-level zombies before, and had to flee. Now, after so many days, who knows how much the zombies have evolved. Just as Jiang Yumian and Lu Shiyan's faces were cold, Cheng Wan's face turned pale, and even the little Tingo she was holding had tears in his eyes. "Mom, does Daddy not want us anymore?" Cheng Wanqiang forced a smile. "No, Daddy cares about us. We'd be together again one day. Don't overthink it, Xiaohao, okay?" Little Tingo nodded obediently. "Yes, Daddy promised me that as soon as my little sister is born, he'd let me be the first one to hold her." Lu Shiyan was the first to climb over the wall, and Jiang Yumian carried Cheng Wan up and pushed him upwards. Although Changwon was pregnant, her already slender figure, coupled with recent malnutrition, had made her as light as a sheet of paper. Not to mention Zhuang Tingo, who was still a child. Jiang Yumian easily pushed the two of them against the wall. Just as she was about to take a run, Wang Xiaoning and the others arrived. Wang Xiaoning anxiously said, "Miss Jiang, please help me too." Although Jiang Yumian didn't know what had happened before she came to Huaning Mansion, she clearly remembered that when she wanted to take Chengwan and her son away, Wang Xiaoning was the first to stand up and oppose her. While human nature was like that, she didn't forgive everything. After all, she wasn't good at anything, but she had a very good memory. And when it came to holding grudges, she was even better. Just when Wang Xiaoning thought Jiang Yumian would gently carry her up, like she had with Chengwan, Jiang Yumian simply passed her, stomping on the wall in a flash, scaling the top, and leaping down. She didn't even spare Wang Xiaoning a glance the entire time. This nearly broke Wang Xiaoning's defenses, and the pitiful expression on her face nearly gave way, nearly causing her to snap. Wang Xiaoning took a deep breath, looked up at Chengwan, still clinging to the stone wall, and said aggrievedly, "Wan, come on, can you help me get up too?" She and Chengwan had been best friends for so many years, and she knew her character best. Whenever she was wronged, Chengwan would definitely soften his heart. But this time, Chengwan didn't offer her a helping hand as he had before. Instead, while Jiang Yumian and the others were still struggling to deal with the zombies, he asked her a question. "If the four of us all managed to get close to the plane, and the plane could only see 2 more people after removing the 2 benefactors, what would you do?" Chapter 39. Wang Xiaoning's eyes were red. "I just want to get Shaosun out. Xiaohao is still young, so Shaosun can squeeze in if he can." Chengwan was silent for 2 seconds. "Aren't you going to go? Won't you pull me down and go in yourself?" The woman bluntly stated her inner thoughts, and Wang Xiaoning was clearly panicked. "Wang Xiaoning, Wan, how could this be possible? How could I possibly hurt you?" Chengwan laughed a sigh of relief. "Xiaoning, I believe you wouldn't hurt me." Jiang Yumian, who was busy dealing with the zombies, thought to herself that something was wrong when she heard Chengwan's words. Could Chengwan be planning to take her with him? Now is not the time to be overly naive. Before Jiang Yumian could say anything, Wang Xiaoning impatiently raised her hands. "Well, I absolutely won't hurt you. Pull me up." Instead of offering a helping hand, Chengwan turned his legs around and apologized. "Xiaoning, I'm relieved you say that. I don't want to hurt you either. Trust me, your family will be safe here. Otherwise, when we get on the plane and zombies swarm around us, you'd definitely die. Maybe the sound of our helicopter will attract the zombies. The villa will definitely be safe. You should hurry back to the basement." Wang Xiaoning, ? Hearing Chengwan's high-sounding words, Wang Xiaoning's mouth twitched violently. Watching the 2 figures, one large and one small, disappear behind the stone wall, Wang Xiaoning's face twisted to its core. "Chengwan! How could you be so selfish?" The woman's shout set off a flurry of activity. The wandering zombies seemed to have suddenly locked onto a target, some attacking Jiang Yumian and the others, while others even began banging their heads against the outer wall. Lu Shiyan led the way, while Jiang Yumian followed behind. But Chengwan, heavily pregnant, clearly lacked the stamina to keep up. Chengwan instinctively took Xiao Tingo's hand and handed it to Jiang Yumian. "You go ahead, don't worry about me. I just follow you from behind." Jiang Yumian pursed her lips, watching the red light approaching in the distance. Finally, she agreed and handed her a piece of beef jerky made with the chef god buff. "Eat it, and your strength will return." When Lu Shiyan gave her the infinite strength buff, Jiang Yumian simply felt that she had followed the right person. Although the zombies surrounding Huaning Mansion were low level, they were no match for the nearly 500 or 600 zombies that had increased in number in recent days. She slaughtered the zombies one after another, but they simply couldn't finish them all. Because of the noise, the killing spree actually increased. After only 2/3 of the journey, Jiang Yumian was already sweating profusely. Her hair was clinging to her scalp, and her back was practically soaked with sweat. Luckily, she had the food prepared by the god of cooking buff, otherwise she might have given up and died mid-flight. The helicopter was just ahead. Lu Shiyan said, "Give me the Gatling gun, and you go refuel." Jiang Yumian immediately pulled out her weapon from her spaceship, unable to stop herself from saying, "This is too loud. Will the situation get out of control later?" Lu Shiyan's expression was cold. "I can't worry about that now. They're already here." Following Lu Shiyan's gaze, Jiang Yumian discovered that beneath the dark sky, what had originally been a vast, long river of red light had now begun to disperse from its outer edges into pairs of eerie pupils. The pupils were moving towards them at a visible speed. The pairs of pupils in the foreground were even more astonishingly bright. Jiang Yumian knew without a doubt that the zombie king had arrived. Jiang Yumian. Surprise! Oh my god! Jiang Yumian sprinted towards the helicopter's refueling port. Thump, thump, thump! The Gatling gun's roar was incredibly loud, and the firing was accompanied by bursts of fire. Its power was immense, quickly wiping out most of the zombies in the area. Lu Shiyan, you guys get on the plane first. Chung Wan, clutching his aching stomach, nodded obediently, and hurried to the helicopter with Little Tingo. At this moment, Little Tingo felt Chung Wan's hand, slippery and sticky. Looking down, Little Tingo noticed that where Chung Wan had passed, blood-red flowers had already blossomed. Mom! Chung Wan's lips paled slightly as she ran, smiling at Little Tingo. Mom, it's okay. Little Hao, we have to listen to our brothers and sisters, okay? Little Tingo nodded, his eyes red. Yes. At the same time, a heart-wrenching scream rang out from not far away. It turned out that not long ago, Wang Longqing, worried about his wife and children, had mustered the courage to come out, even helping Wang Xiaoning bring his son and wife out. He was also rushing towards their helicopter. To be more precise, they could only run backwards. The villa he had once thought he could survive in was now razed to the ground by the zombie horde. Wang Longqing, a bookworm who only knew how to study and trade stocks, couldn't even run as fast as his own son, and he was already panting after just 2 steps. Then, his legs gave out, and he fell to the ground. Thankfully, the zombies nearby had already been mostly cleared out by Jiang Yumian and the others, so even if he fell, he could just get back up. Xiaoning, pull me up. But unfortunately, Wang Xiaoning remained completely indifferent. When Wang Xiaosan instinctively tried to turn back to help his father, Wang Xiaoning stopped him. Don't worry about him, your dad is a loser. Wang Longqing's heart plummeted, and even the will to live vanished. He simply sat there, dumbfounded, staring at the fleeing figures of Wang Xiaoning and her son. Wang Xiaoning had been staring intently at the people near the helicopter, and hadn't noticed any movement near the lawn she was passing. Suddenly, a zombie lunged out of the brush toward her, its maw gaping. Wang Xiaoning was terrified. Seeing no escape possible, she felt a sudden push from behind, and stumbled forward 2 steps before finally stabilizing herself. Looking back, she saw the coward she despised, clutching the zombie's rotting waist with his bare hands. He slammed the zombie hard against a tree trunk, but the zombie's hands were still nimble, clawing at his back, leaving deep, bloody wounds. Wang Longqing, run! Wang Xiaosan, Dad! The zombie, ho, ho! Wang Xiaoning frantically picked up a nearby branch and stabbed it into the zombie's head. Only after her delicate hands were riddled with thorns did the zombie cease its attack. Wang Xiaoning supported the finally exhausted Wang Longqing, and they knelt together on the ground. Her moist, red eyes stared at him in confusion, and she asked blankly, why? Why did you? Wang Longqing endured the excruciating pain, his lips bleeding as he offered her a faint smile. I know you like to compare yourself to others. I also know I'm dull, cowardly, inflexible, and unromantic. I'm certainly not as understanding and considerate as Uncle Yingyao. But I really like you. That other day, that man wanted to bully you. I thought about killing them all that night, and if that didn't work out, dying with him. That group of people, as your husband, I tried my best to stop them, but they only enjoyed it more and bullied you even more. I just felt that if I had stood up to protect you, not only would I not have gotten revenge, I would have ended up hurting you. I was even more afraid of losing you forever. Xiaoning. Run. Run. Wang Longqing. Chapter 40. Ah. Wang, get up. Chung Wan. I beg you to save him. Take him away. I'm not leaving. I really am not leaving. I beg you to take Xiaosan with you. Chung Wan. The woman's heart-wrenching cry clearly registered in the ears of a high-level zombie still frantically scrabbling in the ruins of the villa. Huh? As the other high-level zombies quickened their pace toward the source of the sound, they continued to let out piercing roars, directing the actions of the surrounding high-level zombies. Chung Wan had already heard Wang Xiaoning's cries, and looked out the window. He saw a pale, thin little boy, tears streaming down his face, running towards them at his mother's urging. Mom, Dad. Wang Xiaoning simply held tightly to Wang Longqing's already zombie-like form, and sat there, watching Wang Xiaosan's back. At that moment, Chung Wan seemed to see her relief. Seeing a zombie near Wang Xiaosan being dispatched by Lu Shiyan, Wang Xiaoning pulled out the fruit knife she had hidden in her sleeve. Her face stained with tears, she plunged the knife into Wang Longqing's heart without hesitation. At the top of her lungs, Wang Xiaoning shouted at the others, Chung Wan, I always been jealous of you for having such a capable, caring, and thoughtful husband. But my man isn't bad either. In my heart, he's the bravest husband. Xiaosun, your father isn't useless." With that, Wang Xiaoning swiftly plunged the fruit knife into her own chest before being surrounded by the zombies she had deliberately attracted. The warm blood attracted a frantic surge of zombies. In her final moments, as the fruit knife slipped from her hand, only the woman's unspoken whisper remained. "Wanwan, I'm sorry." Just as Jiang Yumian was about to fill up the gas tank, Chengwan finally appeared. Grabbing the golf club Jiang Yumian had given her for self-defense, she ran towards Wang Xiaosun. Jiang Yumian shook her head helplessly, but didn't stop him. Instead, she closed the fuel tank, pulled out an AK-47, and stood before Lu Shiyan. "You take the pilot's seat and start the plane. I cover them aboard." Lu Shiyan didn't refuse. After all, if a high-level zombie charged, none of them would survive. "Lu Shiyan, don't save them unless necessary." "Jiang Yumian, I know." As Lu Shiyan reluctantly cleared the zombies outside the driver's door and climbed in, the very thing he feared happened. A high-level zombie leaped with astonishing strength, landing in front of Chengwan and Wang Xiaosun. She had seen this person before, or rather, everyone had. Luo Xian. He wasn't dead. He even transformed into a high-level zombie. How could this be possible? Jiang Yumian's face paled. "Oh no!" Jiang Yumian immediately fired at Luo Xian with her AK, trying to draw fire. But Luo Xian seemed to have only Chengwan and Wang Xiaosun in his sight. A large, clawed hand swooped down towards Chengwan's head. The next second, he was suddenly kicked far away by a zombie that dropped from the sky. Yes, the target wasn't Chengwan or Wang Xiaosun, but Luo Xian, also a high-level zombie. For a moment, all three of them were stunned. Little Tingo, who had been obediently staying in the cockpit at his mother's behest, excitedly leaned against the window. "Daddy." "Husband." Just when Jiang Yumian wondered if Zhuang Yingyao still retained any human consciousness. Suddenly, Zhuang Yingyao, already transformed beyond recognition into a zombie, turned and roared at Chengwan and the others. "Ho ho!" Jiang Yumian, shock. Jiang Yumian said anxiously, "Zhuang Yingyao's dead. Come back." Suddenly, Luo Xian rushed over and bit Zhuang Yingyao's neck with his bloody mouth. Roar! Zhuang Yingyao, in so much pain, threw Luo Xian over his shoulder. But even that easy throw was a reflex, deliberately avoiding Chengwan and the others. Then the two zombies engaged in a fierce struggle, neither willing to give in, and neither paying any attention to Chengwan and the others. Seeing this, Jiang Yumian rushed forward, clearing the surrounding zombies, while dragging the two men toward the plane. Amidst a series of intermittent roars, the surrounding zombies seemed to quiet down considerably, then began to fight among themselves. Jiang Yumian, who had managed to board the plane during the chaos, witnessed a nearly starving zombie evolve after devouring several others in a surprise attack. As the sky darkened, all the zombies went almost insane, engaging in a fierce internal conflict. This also gave Jiang Yumian and the others a chance to escape. As the helicopter soared into the sky, the inky night, devoid of the city lights, made it impossible to discern the direction. And the beams of red light gradually grew dimmer. With the crisis averted, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Yumian couldn't help but say, "It seems like a common phenomenon in the animal kingdom. Choosing a new leader, occupying territory. Survival of the fittest, and then evolution." Lu Shiyan simply replied, Jiang Yumian, let me guess. Will they fully evolve after midnight tonight, which happens to be the 25th day of the game? Lu Shiyan still replied, Luckily, we ran fast today, otherwise we'd be even harder to defeat after they evolve again. Jiang Yumian grew increasingly excited. You don't even know how much bullets I used just now attacking Luo Xian, and it felt like I was just tickling him. Chapter 41. A head popped out from the iron fence behind her, connected to the rear driver's seat. "Sister, come check on my mom." Jiang Yumian turned her head and looked behind her, only to see Chengwan's pale lips and face as pale as paper. "Jiang Yumian, were you bitten?" Chengwan clutched her stomach and shook her head. "No, I just seem to have a miscarriage." Jiang Yumian, shock. Lu Shiyan, she might be giving birth. Jiang Yumian's eyes widened in surprise. Now? Chengwan forced a smile. "It's okay, I'd be fine after a while. Don't worry about me, I can fly anywhere." There was no place to stay now. Even if she had a place to stay, she wouldn't be able to deliver a baby. Jiang Yumian, boss, can you deliver a baby? Lu Shiyan rolled his eyes at her and asked, "Do you think I'm a doctor who can deliver babies?" Jiang Yumian silently shut up and pulled out the remaining half box of beef jerky from the chef's collection. Eat it first. It replenishes your energy and nutrients. Here are 2 clean bath towels. I haven't unpacked them yet. Use them. If you need anything else, let me know. Chungwan, okay. After giving her a heartfelt explanation, Jiang Yumian handed the 2 remaining bottles of milk in her collection to Xiaohao and Xiaosun. While the food created by the chef's buff wasn't a panacea, Chungwan's complexion at least regained some color after consuming it. Jiang Yumian felt relieved for a moment. But, could Chungwan not notice that this kind of food could improve her condition out of thin air? Jiang Yumian frowned slightly. In front of the 3 of them, 2 bags of tiger skin chicken feet appeared out of thin air, which she handed to Xiaohao and Xiaosun. As expected, the 2 children weren't the least bit surprised by her magical act, as if nothing had happened, or perhaps it was perfectly natural. Jiang Yumian subconsciously glanced at Lu Shiyan, curiously asking, "They don't seem to find my space strange at all." Lu Shiyan, the NPCs will automatically correct their thinking, correcting any actions you take with any item to be perfectly reasonable to avoid OCs. When you talk to them about the survival game, their minds automatically block it out, turning it into a string of gibberish. Jiang Yumian, no wonder. Lu Shiyan, how much food do you have in your space now? Jiang Yumian, a lot. Lu Shiyan frowned slightly. How much is a lot? Jiang Yumian honestly counted the inventory. The hotel sent me 22 boxes of dishes and staple foods, 3 servings. A tonic soup. The only dishes left from the chef's buff were a supreme seafood rice, a curried lobster, and a deluxe pizza. 50 boxes of the luxurious self-heating hot pot, 10 packets of cooked snail noodles, 3 bags of whole wheat bread, 5 boxes of sandwiches, 2 boxes of chocolate, 4 packets of fish tofu, and large gluten. Lu Shiyan, let's not talk about snacks first. Tell me how much drinking water we have left. Jiang Yumian, 1 bottle of mutai, 6 bottles of baijiu, a case of beer, a case of 24 cokes, a case of Sprite, and 3 cases of mineral water, all in various sizes. Of course, I moved the entire beverage refrigerator from the hotel's presidential suite into this space. Boss, feel free to take whatever you want. Lu Shiyan raised an eyebrow. Cost? Jiang Yumian smiled harmlessly. Of course, I charge the market price. Lu Shiyan expressed frustration, but he chuckled, having known this would happen. The helicopter soared for nearly 5 hours before refueling in an open lawn and continuing on. This whirlwind of flight lasted a full day and night. During the flight, Jiang Yumian would sneak down every time they passed a gas station, grabbing empty jugs and buying gas for free, achieving fuel independence. The revolved zombies would usually arrive within an hour or 2 of them getting off the plane, so for the past 3 days, the 5 of them had been practically on the run. The journey had been exhausting, and everyone was exhausted. Lu Shiyan, in particular, hadn't had a chance to rest. Thankfully, Chungwan's pregnancy had held up, and her last miscarriage had stabilized. Not only did they not hinder them at all, but they also managed to keep watch with the 2 children while Jiang Yumian went to get the oil, keeping a constant eye on the surroundings, allowing Lu Shiyan to rest for a while. Until the early morning of the 29th day of the game. The number of players and NPCs remained unchanged. Number of players, 6. Number of NPCs, 3. That evening, Lu Shiyan and Jiang Yumian unanimously decided to land. They chose a small farmhouse in an open meadow, far from the city center, and eliminated the zombies there. Near midnight, Jiang Yumian took advantage of Chungwan, and the other 2 falling asleep, and placed all their food and drinking water with Chungwan. Finally relaxed, Lu Shiyan spoke up for the first time. They're just a bunch of data in the game. Jiang Yumian said slowly, we're just a bunch of data to them in this game. 200 living people, 1 million NPC residents, and now there are less than 10 left. Lu Shiyan was silent. Jiang Yumian was stunned. Do people who die in the game really die in real life? Lu Shiyan, yes, they die in various unnatural ways. Jiang Yumian, I understand. Just as the game entered its countdown, Lu Shiyan asked her again. You treasure these things so much, why don't you charge them? Jiang Yumian couldn't help but understand the sarcasm in his words. Without getting angry, she calmly replied, someone has already paid for them. Besides, these items will be reset at the end of the game. There's no point in me taking them. Lu Shiyan smiled faintly. Is that so? Jiang Yumian found Lu Shiyan's smile a little strange. Just as she was about to turn around and ask him, the scene before her suddenly shifted from grass to a vast, white, chaotic space. Ding dong. Congratulations to the player for successfully completing the game. The system has 3 reward options. 1. 10 gold coins. 2. 1 draw from all items. 3. 1 new player gift pack. Chapter 42. Jiang Yumian, Newbie Gift Pack? What does the Newbie Gift Pack include? Huag Wang Wang. When every player successfully completes a level for the first time, the main system will customize a Newbie Gift Pack for them. Most of the items in the gift pack are what players want most, or need most. The value of the gift pack itself is an uncertain factor though. Jiang Yumian understood. This gift pack might be worth less than 10 gold coins, or it might be worth more than a lucky draw item worth 100 gold coins. What she wanted most, or needed most. It had to be making a fortune. After earning tens of millions from Lu Shurian, Jiang Yumian no longer cared about 10 gold coins, and the second reward was pure gambling. Without a second thought, Jiang Yumian clicked on the third reward option. Ding dong. Your newbie gift pack has arrived. Newbie gift pack. Space upgrade pack *1, health aura *1, safety knot *1. Item, space upgrade pack. Instructions. This upgrades the space of your I have a little rubber band item by 4 cubic meters at a time. Item, health aura. Instructions. Using the health aura increases health. Note, the effect varies. The effectiveness of the health aura depends on the subject's physical condition. Item, safety knot. Instructions. This item is a physical item and can be carried with you. Owning this safety knot can maintain the current state of life, preventing injuries from worsening and allowing life to continue. Note, once the safety knot is bound to the subject, it cannot be transferred until death occurs due to external factors. Furthermore, the life of the user of the item is linked to the life of the object it affects. If the user dies, the object of the effect will also die on the spot. Jiang Yumian held the peace knot in his hand, but remained silent. Huag Wang Wang, I always thought you wanted money most, and that the main system would give you hundreds of gold coins. Jiang Yumian gave a wry smile. I thought so too. Huag Wang Wang, from your expression, it seems you don't really like this newbie gift pack? Jiang Yumian, I like it, but I'm just wondering, if I die in the game, will the owner of the piece not also die? Huag Wang Wang, yes. Huag Wang Wang, so, please use it with caution, or you can sell it to other players for a high price. Jiang Yumian immediately pocketed the item. I'm not selling it. Huag Wang Wang smiled. As long as you like it, I clear the items in my rubber band and convert them into gold coins at 50% of their real-world market value, which will be transferred to your virtual account. Jiang Yumian, okay. At this point, Jiang Yumian's tiredness vanished, and she looked practically radiant. Although she wasted quite a bit of money on the lottery, she spent over 3 million on those luxury items. Add to that the 25 million she ripped off Boss Lu, and the 100,000 yuan he spent on various other things since then. Not to mention the firearms he kept in her space. Adding up all those little bits and pieces, even at a 50% discount, she'd be at least a multimillionaire. Jiang Yumian had expected the settlement to take a long time, but in less than a minute, the system notification popped up. System, dear player Jiang Yumian, your supply settlement has been completed. The total market value of all supplies within the space, 1.3 million renminbi. Based on the ratio of 1 gold coin equals 10,000 renminbi, should we exchange it for 130 gold coins and transfer it to our account now? Jiang Yumian's previously wildly raised lips froze in place after the information on the system screen fully reappeared, and he even twitched twice. Jiang Yumian still couldn't believe it and couldn't help but ask, did you calculate it wrong? System, should we exchange it for 130 gold coins and transfer it to our account now? Jiang Yumian, that doesn't make sense. I clearly made over 20 million renminbi. How could I not have a penny left? I need a detailed settlement list. System, okay, please wait. Not long after, a thick detailed list popped up on the system screen. Each item on the list included a detailed image of the various items. The luxury goods Jiang Yumian had previously purchased at the mall were more or less discounted to half price. Even brand new clothes were sold at half price. Everything she'd worn was discounted at 20% off, then 50% off. Even her dirty clothes could be converted into a few hundred or even a few dozen yuan. Jiang Yumian understood all of this. But 25.19 million S-coins real-world market price, 0 yuan. 50% off, 0 yuan. All kinds of firearms and ammunition, real-world market price, 0 yuan. 50% off, 0 yuan. Jiang Yumian, question mark, went from a multi-millionaire to a well-off millionaire. This disparity made Jiang Yumian's breath catch in her chest, and she almost couldn't recover. She complained excitedly, "Look at this beaver for yourself." System, reasonable. Jiang Yumian, what beaver? At this moment, Hua Guangguang appeared beside Jiang Yumian, smiling innocently. In the peaceful real world, firearms are controlled and prohibited items. Public sale is prohibited, so the market price is 0. As coins, can only be used in a game. In the real world, they are useless currency, a piece of waste paper with no value. Jiang Yumian, That made so much sense, she couldn't even argue with it. But she was really angry. That was all her hard-earned money. Jiang Yumian, you say it's just a piece of waste paper, but waste paper can be recycled. I should at least give you some money for so much waste paper, right? Not to mention guns. Can't I just sell them as scrap metal? Hua Guangguang thought carefully for a moment. I think you have a point. Please wait. After a while, Jiang Yumian saw the numbers on the detailed list jump. 25.19 million, S-Coins real-world market price, 56.17 yuan. 50% discount, 28.085 yuan. Various firearms and ammunition, real-world market price, 210.97 yuan. 50% discount, 105.485 yuan. Jiang Yumian, What the hell? Before Jiang Yumian could finish her sentence, she was automatically kicked out of the game's meta space. Jiang Yumian looked at the 130 gold coins in her account and the 133.57 yuan in her hand. To be more precise, it was a few crumpled bills. A 100 yuan red note, a 20 yuan note, a 10 yuan note, 3 1 yuan coins, a 50-cent coin, and a 10-cent coin. Jiang Yumian, Who are you insulting? Who are you insulting? Chapter 43. Before Jiang Yumian could finish her grumbling, she suddenly heard the sound of a chainsaw from the doorway of her rental apartment. Jiang Yumian, ? Jiang Yumian's stomach growled with hunger. Just as she lifted the covers, she heard the fat landlord's voice from outside. Police, could this little girl have died in my apartment? She hasn't moved for 3 days. The tenants next door have knocked several times, but haven't heard a sound. The hallway surveillance camera shows she hasn't been out in the past few days. It's so cold now, so the smell isn't so strong? Amid the piercing sound of the chainsaw, the police's soothing voice echoed. We have to wait until we get inside to find out what's going on. The fat landlord, this little girl always leaves early and comes back late, and she's constantly being complained about by the tenants next door for the loud keyboard noises. Could she have died from staying up all night? Jiang Yumian, Jiang Yumian had just gotten out of bed and taken 2 steps when the door to her apartment was broken open from the outside. As a large group of people rushed in, the fat landlord was startled to see a perfectly healthy person standing right before his eyes. The fat landlord said, "Oh my goodness. Why didn't you answer my knocks?" The fat landlord said, "You didn't answer my calls, didn't reply to my WeChat messages, and you even locked the door. What's going on?" Jiang Yumian apologized profusely. "I've been a little tired lately, and have been taking sleeping pills. That's why I didn't hear you. I won't do that again." The police officer breathed a sigh of relief. "Since you're alright, we leave?" The fat landlord smiled, and saw the officers off before returning to his room. "Yumian, I know it's not easy for you, and it's not that I'm immoral. It's you who's always behind on rent, and now this has happened. My shabby little house can't accommodate you anymore. Jiang Yumian, Aunt Pan, this place is close to the hospital, so please let me stay. I swear I never default on rent again." Jiang Yumian said, subconsciously withdrawing a gold coin from her virtual account, converting it into 10,000 yuan in cash, and handed it to her. "I pay you the second half of the year's rent first. Please don't kick me out, okay?" Jiang Yumian said, her bright, dark eyes gleaming with pity, always evoking pity. Jiang Yumian's fair, innocent face was Pan Lanhua's favorite, yet also her most unbearable. She knew Jiang Yumian's life was difficult, and she wasn't deliberately defaulting on rent, so whenever she acted coquettishly, Pan Lanhua would always give her some leniency. Not to mention the 10,000 yuan Jiang Yumian had given her all at once this time. Pan Lanhua's smile returned immediately. As she counted the money, she said to her, "Stay up less late and work less hard. If it really doesn't work out, you should find a man to share the burden. Don't always carry it all alone." Jiang Yumian smiled, I know. After seeing Pan Lanhua off, Jiang Yumian checked the time on her phone and realized she slept for 3 whole days and nights. No wonder Pan Lanhua had asked someone to come up. Jiang Yumian rubbed her empty stomach, grabbed her frozen computer, and immediately left. City Central Hospital, Cardiovascular Surgery Department. Jiang Yumian sat on a waiting chair outside the attending physician's office, munching on a breakfast bun she bought on the street while checking WeChat for messages she missed in the past few days. The draft she'd written late at night had long been interrupted. 3 days had passed, and not only had she not received her salary, she'd even been completely blocked by the client. Her hopes of a monthly living wage were completely dashed. While this crappy Doomsday survival game was a bit of a rip-off, it still helped her solve her current woes of being unable to pay rent, tuition, and even medical and hospital bills. Thankfully, she was now a junior, with winter break approaching, and plenty of time on her hands. Many people were already preparing for postgraduate entrance exams, and applying for jobs at prestigious state-owned enterprises. The school had relaxed their curriculum requirements, some courses even had final exams already completed, so there was no attendance. Many electives didn't have roll calls, and since she lived off campus, no one noticed she missed 3 days. Jiang Yumian had just logged out of WeChat when she discovered a new app. Moyo app. Even the app's interface was pure black. Jiang Yumian subconsciously clicked on the app, and upon entering, her account was automatically logged in. Hello, player Jiang Yumian. Welcome to the official Doomsday survival game discussion forum. Please set your account nickname. If you don't do so after 1 minute, your real name will be automatically entered. Jiang Yumian immediately entered a fake name in the input box. Jiang Xiaobai. After Jiang Yumian entered it, she noticed 4 buttons at the bottom of the app's main page. Main forum, leaderboards, messages, and personal profile. The main forum was divided into 2 areas, top and bottom. The top section displayed the most popular discussions on the forum, while the bottom section seemed to be constantly refreshing based on the latest posts. Among the latest posts, there was one that Jiang Yumian was interested in. Why is city hunting such a rip-off? Jiang Yumian instinctively clicked on it. Official dog, how can this themed game be so intense? I'm a tough guy who's cleared the game 8 times, and I spent all my life-saving items, but I still nearly died. Dog Doomsday game, forget it. I was the only one in my group who survived. I was even bitten by a zombie on the night of the 29th day. Luckily, the game ended, or I'd be dead too. I want to pick up girls in the Doomsday. Haha, you might not believe this, but I was chased by zombies and jumped into a lake, ready to commit suicide. I found a shelter there, and survived from the 9th to the 30th day. Everyone, ? Even Jiang Yumian was silent. She didn't know what a shelter was, but just seeing the countless people complaining about this person made her feel impressive even through the screen. As a community expert, she jumped in without hesitation. Jiang Xiaobai, what is a shelter? After a while, a kind person explained it to her. Highly intellectual, each game has several supply drop-off points. The higher the difficulty, the more supply drop-off points there are. Higher difficulty games also randomly drop a 10 square meter shelter, indestructible to any external force, so even the most powerful zombies can't destroy it. Jiang Yumian, Jiang Yumian, Jiang Yumian's eyes flushed, and she immediately asked him I want to pick up girls in the apocalypse. Jiang Xiaobai, where did you jump into the lake? I want to try that too. I want to pick up girls in the apocalypse. Haha, it's underwater in the center of Huaning Mansion Lake. There's a huge basketball court in the center of Huaning Mansion, and it's in the lake not far from the basketball court. Jiang Yumian, Coincidentally, they went back and forth twice near the basketball court next to the lake. Once, when the plane landed, she had chosen the basketball court next to the lake. Once, while preparing to board a flight, she even ran past the lake and onto the basketball court. Her heart ached. It truly ached. Chapter 44. Jiang Yumian, fearing she'd be completely irritated if she continued reading, simply exited the thread. However, she discovered that, aside from the threads discussing the game City Hunt, many other threads were filled with encrypted symbols. Game guides. Do you have to be so deceptive? It's easy, you just need to find *********. Jiang Yumian, Jiang Yumian figured it was probably because she hadn't completed the games in those themes, so she didn't have access. That makes sense. If everyone could see them, then the players who completed them first would just post all the guides, and the others could just copy them. What's the point of playing? Jiang Yumian scrolled down 2 more threads before discovering several recruitment posts. The Thorns are recruiting junior members of the organization, providing food and accommodation, 5 social insurances, and 1 housing fund, a base salary of 4,000 yuan per month, and a comprehensive promotion system. Qualifications. Complete at least 4 games. Those with high abilities will be given priority. Salary is negotiable. At first, Jiang Yumian thought it was just an ordinary job post. Until she noticed the lively comments below, she only took a quick glance and ended up being unable to leave. Wafasiba, Red Sugar Siba is recruiting junior members of the organization. Food and accommodation are provided, along with 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, a base salary of 5,000 yuan per month, and a comprehensive promotion system. Requirements: clear at least 3 games. Those with high skills will be given priority. Salary is negotiable. Xiaochen, laughing to death. The first and second organizations of Mayo are fighting again. Jiang Xiaobai, is there some old grudge between these 2 organizations? A moment later, a man with the ID long-lived 100 years replied to her. Longevity, girl, don't you know? These 2 organizations are constantly clashing over recruitment, and life and death battles in the game are common. Jiang Xiaobai, oh really? Then which organization is better to join? I only completed 1 game. Longevity, which one? Jiang Yumian replied honestly with 4 words. City hunting. And soon. Wofo Siba, girl, come to me. I protect you from now on. Big Siba, girl, come to us, and I protect you from now on. Little Siba, pretty girl, come on over. Ever since Wofo Siba joined, Jiang Yumian felt like her message page was instantly overrun by a Siba army. Even the poster from the Thorn organization came to her privately. Thorn HR, could you please tell me about Ms. Zhang's specialties and abilities? Jiang Yumian, just asking if you don't understand. Is the city hunt dungeon so popular? Jiang Yumian was just watching the gossip and didn't want to get involved in the fights between the various organizations, so she didn't plan to reply. Unexpectedly, Changming Beijui also sent her a private message. Changming Beijui, girl, if you have excellent IT skills, I suggest you join the 3rd rank time. Time? Seeing the other party quietly poaching her, Jiang Yumian couldn't help but chat curiously. Jiang Xiaobai, why is time so good? Changming Beijui, although time is ranked 3rd, everyone is an elite. Some are hackers, while others are well-known hackers who have taken down many illegal websites. Jiang Xiaobai, oh. Then why are they only ranked 3rd? Long live 100, we have so few members. Organization rankings are based on the percentage of team members and the number of levels they cleared. Long live 100, Thorns and Red Sugar Siba both have several thousand members, while Time only has about 30. Let me put it this way, on the surface, Thorns and Red Sugar Siba are more powerful than Time, but the leaders of both organizations dare not easily offend Time members. Time's top leader is even more godlike. In fact, the former 4th-ranked Time organization and the 1st-ranked organization wasn't the current Thorns, but the Giant organization. Later, I heard that the Giant organization's leader offended Time's top brass, and within a week, the Giant organization collapsed from within. From then on, there was no more Giant organization. Jiang Yumian asked him tentatively while chewing on a bun. Jiang Xiaobai, so what rank are you in Time? Changming Beijui, I'm not a member of Time. I don't even meet Time's recruitment requirements. Jiang Yumian was a little surprised. After all this time, it's not just internal boasting. Jiang Yumian didn't bother to ramble on about his failures, but immediately switched to the rankings page. The rankings page is divided into team and individual rankings. First place, Thorns. Number of members, 5831. Total clearing points, 4325. Second place, Red Sugar Siba. Number of members, 5244. Total clearing points, 4307. Third place, Time. Number of members, 37. Total passing points, 793. Jiang Yumian didn't know how the points were calculated, but just looking at the number of participants and the point ratio, Time's ratio was indeed more impressive. Jiang Yumian subconsciously clicked on her personal rankings. As expected, several familiar names from the lottery draw rankings reappeared before her. First place, Lu ***, Time member. Second place, Yin ***, Thorn member. Third place, Chi ***, Red Sugar Siba member. For some reason, Jiang Yumian saw Lu ***, and thought of Lu Shiyan, the science and engineering gurus. That shouldn't be possible. Can a socially anxious person be an organization manager? A big boss? I don't believe it. However, Boss Lu should also be a Time member. That much she believed. While Jiang Yumian was still scrolling down the personal rankings. Suddenly, a strong male voice reached her ears. Xiaomi, why are you here so early today? Jiang Yumian immediately put away her phone, stood up, and ran toward the doctor. Director Liu, I raised 1 million yuan. I should be able to find a suitable heart for my grandma now. Director Liu was a white-haired old man, but his spirits were excellent. Seeing Jiang Yumian raise 1 million yuan in such a short time, he was surprised at first, but then he said nothing more, only sighing helplessly. Xiaomi, your grandma is already in her 70s. Even with a healthy heart, she won't live for many more years. Why are you doing this? It's better to let her suffer less and spend the rest of her time with her. Didn't your grandma tell you she wanted to give up? At the mention of this, Jiang Yumian's face darkened, and he said sternly, my grandma doesn't want to give up. Please, director, don't give up on her either. Chapter 45. Dean Liu, seeing her continued assertive attitude, could only shake his head helplessly. Alright, but I still need to explain this to you. This 1 million is just the amount needed to find a healthy heart nationwide. If someone near death is willing to donate, either for free or for a fee, then that's when the big bucks will be spent. Whether it's surgery or post-operative observation, if there's a rejection reaction, it's a bottomless pit of money. I know. Jiang Yumian smiled faintly, and then pulled a bank card from her pocket. There's 1.28 million here. Excluding 1,200,000 is for my grandma's upcoming hospitalization and medical expenses. For the remaining 50,000, please find a trustworthy caregiver for me. The remaining 30,000 will go to the caregiver first. Anything my grandma wants to eat or drink will be deducted from the amount. Let me know when it's all gone. Director Liu, don't you think the caregiver might not be able to provide adequate care? Why are you suddenly looking for one now? Jiang Yumian, I'm probably going to be busier. I need to make a lot of money, and I can't manage my time. Director Liu nodded. That's true, but you haven't been here for the past 3 days. Your grandma hasn't been in a good mood, always basking in the sun and daydreaming. Jiang Yumian smiled apologetically. I'd be there after I loaded the medical card. Go ahead. When Yumian finished her work and returned to the ward door, the elderly woman in the bed was still asleep. Grandma Jiang had trouble sleeping, so Jiang Yumian had previously splurged on a single room. This saved her from having to move rooms again. Jiang Yumian carried a bowl of oatmeal porridge bought downstairs in the hospital, walked into the ward carefully, and sat on the rest chair next to the bed. Jiang Yumian held a peace knot in her hand, silently asking the system in her mind. Jiang Yumian, are there any side effects to the health aura? Hua Guangguang explained politely. There are no side effects. The specific effects depend on the health of the target. Hua Guangguang, should we use the health aura now? Jiang Yumian, yes. Hua Guangguang, please select the target for the health aura. Jiang Yumian, Jiang Linghua. Ding dong. Health aura has taken effect. Target, Jiang Yumian. Target, Jiang Linghua. Current health, 5/100. Health after use, 7/100. Jiang Yumian looked at the old man before her, whose hair remained white and unchanged, and who, Hua Guangguang asked again, should we use the peace knot now? Jiang Yumian lowered her head. Wait a little longer. Hua Guangguang, okay. This wait lasted, for who knows how long. Jiang Yumian's mind was filled with the words her grandmother had spoken to her late at night on her birthday, as she rested on the edge of the hospital bed. Grandma's little Yu, why don't we just stop treating my illness? This illness is so expensive, I don't want to. This illness is so painful, and the medicine is so bitter. But I haven't seen our Yu graduate from college yet, haven't seen our Yu marry into a good family, and wear a wedding dress yet, haven't. Grandma doesn't want to die. I don't want to die. Jiang Yumian forced a smile and exhaled twice. I'm going to use the peace knot on Jiang Linghua. Hua Guangguang, okay. Ding dong. The peace knot has been activated. Subject, Jiang Yumian. Subject, Jiang Linghua. Jiang Linghua's current health value remains at 7 out of 100. Without external intervention, her condition will not deteriorate, and her life will continue. This item, called a peace knot, is a physical entity. Although it had been used, the knot in her hand persisted. Jiang Yumian stood up and carefully tied the bright yellow peace knot with a small tassel to the armrest at the end of the bed. Perhaps her movement was too loud, waking Grandma Jiang, who had been sleeping lightly. Grandma Jiang has severe presbyopia and can barely see clearly without her reading glasses. Seeing the familiar figure, Grandma Jiang was so excited that she subconsciously grasped the armrest. Again? Jiang Yumian smiled. Yes, it is. Grandma Jiang fumbled with her reading glasses. Where have you been these days? I feel like you lost weight again. Jiang Yumian couldn't help but laugh. No way. I've been on a business trip with my boss these days. eating delicacies every day, and I feel like I gained weight. Boss? Female boss, don't worry, our boss is a serious person and won't bully me. Grandma Jiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Jiang Yumian handed the still hot oatmeal porridge to Grandma Jiang and said, by the way, Grandma, my current job will. I be traveling frequently, so I hired a nurse for you. If you need anything, just tell her when I'm away. Grandma Jiang, no need for a nurse. I can take care of myself. Hiring a nurse is such a waste of money. You haven't even graduated yet, so don't waste it. Buy yourself some nice clothes and eat well. Jiang Yumian playfully stuck out her tongue at her. Got it. I never skimp on food, you know. After Grandma Jiang finished eating and went to sleep, Jiang Yumian secretly slipped the 7,000 yuan under her pillow. After leaving the hospital, she first took the bus to school for 2 yuan, then found the cheapest driving school near the school, which cost another 2,500 yuan. Jiang Yumian silently pinched the 133.6 yuan left in her pocket from selling paper and guns. Even in her virtual account, there was only 0.05 gold coins left, which was 500 yuan. Alas, her wallet is still tight. She had to write more articles and earn some extra cash before the next round of games began. But she didn't know when the next round would start. Just as Jiang Yumian, hands in her pockets, silently plotting, suddenly, a bright red convertible Maserati, which had just happened to pass by, slowly retreated. As the roar of the engine faded, the man in the driver's seat sarcastically said in a very deliberate, bubbly voice, Hey, isn't that our school's cash-strapped beauty? How come you have time to stroll outside the school today? Chapter 46. The man in the Maserati was a well-known wealthy young man in their school, Hu Yingjun. But his greatest fame wasn't his wealth or status, but his pursuit of the beauty of the Chinese department for 3 consecutive years. At the anniversary celebration, after confessing his love in front of the entire school, to no avail, he became enraged and hired someone to privately teach the beauty a lesson. He was then beaten up by the beauty. Not only that, but a photo-based news article by the beauty went viral on the campus forum. From then on, Hu Yingjun was ridiculed to the point of being unable to raise his head. Since then, the two of them have been at odds with each other, and they've been giving Jiang Yumian a lot of trouble in private. But Jiang Yumian wasn't one to let things get to her head in silence. Now, she simply glanced at him, and casually flirted with him. Hey, isn't this the young master who we couldn't catch, stripped down to his underwear, and kneeling down to beg for mercy? Hu Yingjun, Jiang Yumian. Don't rely on Lin Jiayu's backing to make me dare you. Jiang Yumian waved at him directly. Come on, get down and attack me now. How could Hu Yingjun dare? Seeing Jiang Yumian walking straight towards his car, he immediately drove away in dejected dejection. Before fleeing, he even uttered a harsh remark, trying to save some face. Just wait. TSK. Jiang Yumian rolled her eyes speechlessly, and turned to see someone standing not far away. Speak of the devil, and he appeared. The president of their student union, the perennially most popular student, Senior Bai Yueguang, known as the Cold and Clear Moon, was standing before her. Jiang Yumian nodded politely. Senior. Lin Jiayu was holding 2 books and walking towards her at a slightly faster pace. Lin Jiayu, did I just see you coming out of driving school? Jiang Yumian followed his gaze, glancing at the heated driving school not far behind her. She nodded twice and said with a smile, Well, I'm thinking about acquiring multiple survival skills, so I can have more opportunities for part-time jobs in the future. Is the money still not enough? I transfer you some more. Lin Jiayu said, subconsciously reaching for her phone. Jiang Yumian quickly said, No, you already lent me enough. I really can't pay you back anymore. Lin Jiayu, it's okay, I'm not in a hurry. Jiang Yumian's presence in the student union was minimal. Every senior who had been in the department for 2 or 3 years was vying for the future positions of president and vice president. She was just a small member, quietly writing reports to earn credits, and then leaving the union when she had enough. She wasn't close to them on a daily basis, and they hadn't even exchanged private messages on WeChat. At the time, a loan shark, who owed money to Grandma Jiang due to her illness, came knocking on her door. Lin Jiayu happened to be passing by and paid the debt, saving her from trouble. Jiang Yumian was grateful to him, but it was only gratitude. She always remembered the 1 million yuan she owed, but she didn't want to get too close. Just kidding. If she got too close, she'd be torn apart by all the girls in the school. The atmosphere was quiet for 2 seconds, and Jiang Yumian instinctively wanted to slip away. It's okay, But Lin Jiayu suddenly interrupted. Is Grandma Jiang feeling any better lately? Jiang Yumian continued to nod. Much better. She even had an extra half bowl of porridge this morning. Lin Jiayu walked beside Jiang Yumian, his ears flushed. Tonight. Jiang Yumian, I have a part-time job tonight. Lin Jiayu was stunned for a moment, but his smile remained unchanged. He mustered up the courage to continue. Okay, then tomorrow. Suddenly, a ridiculously exaggerated female voice echoed from behind her. Zhu Zhu Yu. Jiang Yumian turned around and saw her best friend, who exuded a queenly air, riding a super cool motorcycle, which had pulled up beside her in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yumian, Laziji. Du La La lifted the hood of her helmet and teased with a smile. Princess Zhu Zhu Yu, please get in. Jiang Yumian quickly took the helmet Du La La tossed her and trudged towards her. Goodbye, President. I return the money as soon as possible. Before Lin Jiayu could say another word, Du La La, carrying Jiang Yumian, flew off with a whoosh. Lin Jiayu, Watching the two of them quickly disappear at the end of the road, Lin Jiayu's face flushed with anxiety. Finally, he could only murmur helplessly, what kind of monster am I? Meanwhile, on a motorcycle speeding down the road, Du La La beamed and teased, isn't your president a nice guy? Jiang Yumian hugged her and ruthlessly retorted, there are so many good people in the world, would I date them all? Du La La, true, but he's rich, handsome, good-tempered, a good student, and capable. What's there to be dissatisfied with? Jiang Yumian sighed in mock frustration, you're too innocent. I'm afraid you insult me. Du La La couldn't help but laugh. You act like you've been through a lot, but you're still a complete novice. Jiang Yumian, I won't tell you this. You might not believe it, but I was dragged into a survival game as a salesperson. Jiang Yumian chattered on, and on until Du La La's motorcycle stopped at the back door of an upscale restaurant. Du La La, this is the restaurant hiring part-timers. By the way, why didn't you say anything just now? Jiang Yumian, huh? Jiang Yumian was stunned for 2 seconds, then closed her eyes speechlessly. Then she understood. Come on, it was just another secret protection mechanism in the game. Jiang Yumian managed to get away with it by saying she was too sleepy, then fixed her hair and prepared to go in for the interview. Then, her vision went black. A familiar screen appeared before Jiang Yumian. Welcome once again to the apocalyptic survival game, where you be joined by 100 players and 500,000 NPCs. Complete the game and instantly return to the real world, where you receive random items or gold rewards. Attention new players. Failure or death in the game will result in immediate annihilation in the real world. Cherish your life, stay away from hunters, avoid danger, and we wish you success. Game theme, spiraling upward. Starting capital, 300 S-coins. Clearance requirements, only 10 players remain in this round and must have survived for at least 30 days. Cherish your life, avoid danger, and I wish you success. Wog Wong Wong. Sales system number 009 has issued you this round's item sales task. You must sell 5 items this time. 1,000-pound weight buff. Lasts for 5 minutes. Once activated, there's a 50% chance of triggering the 250-pound weight status. Price, 3 gold coins. Paper plane buff. Lasts for 5 minutes. Once activated, there's a 50% chance of triggering the light as thin paper status. Price, 3 gold coins. Skillful gardener buff. Lasts for 5 hours. Once activated, you can quickly grow a variety of flowers and plants. Price, 10 gold coins. Cold legs buff. Lasts for 24 hours. Once activated, you can freely sense weather conditions. Price, 12 gold coins. Sewing machine buff. Lasts for 24 hours. Once activated, you can make any clothing you desire. Price, 20 gold coins. After browsing them all, Jiang Yumian was speechless for a moment. Then she silently closed her eyes, and quickly pinched her philtrum with her left thumb. System, I'm not selling anymore. I'm done with this lousy salesperson. Chapter 47. The screen before me continued to display new subtitles. System, salesperson, please note that previously sold item buffs will be automatically added to your item store as regular items. You can choose to sell them to others or purchase them yourself. To maintain game balance, regular items in the store are limited to 5 purchases per round. Salespeople will still receive a commission of 1 gold coin for each regular item sold, but will no longer receive lucky buffs. Jiang Yumian understood. The more junk she sold, the more money she made. Come on, she was just a junk item salesperson. Jiang Yumian gritted her teeth and asked, can I view all my current assets? Player Jiang Yumian's assets are as follows. Assets, 0.05 gold coins, 133 renminbi and 60 cents, 300 S coins. Props. Lucky buff props asterisk 2, I have a small rubber band, 12 cubic meters, debt, 1.45 million yuan. Jiang Yumian smiled, okay. The next second, the scene before her transformed into a bus packed with people. The sun shone brightly outside the bus window. Beyond a row of lush bushes lining the road, a vast expanse of shimmering blue sea stretched out. Jiang Yumian instinctively opened the window. The sea breeze, carrying the scent of the ocean, gently caressed the girl's delicate face. She could even detect a faint salty taste, refreshing and not at all like the fishy smell of the seafood section at the market. Jiang Yumian's lips curled up unconsciously, even briefly forgetting her worries, as she closed her eyes and took in the experience. The sound of a bee loudspeaker emanated from the bus. The female tour guide, wearing a bee and holding a stack of flyers, gently said, "Attention passengers on the bus. We arrive at Hailey Island in 10 minutes. Please check your belongings and disembark in order of your seat. I wish you all a wonderful vacation on Hailey Island." Unsurprisingly, Jiang Yumian received a blue and white city flyer from the tour guide. One side featured various pictures and introductions, while the other contained a complete, miniature map of Hailey Island. Welcome to Hailey Island. Must-see areas on Hailey Island. 1. China's most beautiful golden sand beach. 2. China's largest marine amusement park. 3. An extra-long aerial cable car connecting directly to the mainland. 4. Rainbow hot air balloon base. Jiang Yumian was dazzled. Although she had never traveled before, she was still dazzled. Although she knew it was just a game, she couldn't help but be mesmerized by the various scenic photos on the flyer. She couldn't imagine how happy she would be if she could visit all those attractions. Why not, after she stocked up on supplies and found a place to stay, she could go play too? Anyway, the first 5 days of the game were her safe period, and she'd been holed up in her room, bored anyway. But the most urgent thing was to figure out what the theme of this game was. Spiraling upwards? Up? Jiang Yumian looked out the window at the distant sky. The blue sky was covered with lingering clouds, and every frame felt like a stunning landscape photo. What was on it? The weather? Jiang Yumian instinctively reached for her phone, but after a few unsuccessful attempts, she silently turned and raised her large white teeth to the middle-aged woman beside her. "Sister, my phone's dead. Can I borrow yours to check the weather?" The middle-aged woman, hearing the girl's sweet voice and calling her sister, felt flattered. "Oh, I'm already in my 40s, and I'm embarrassed to have you, a little girl, call me sister." "What? Already in your 40s? I don't look much older than you." "Sister, you've taken such good care of yourself." Jiang Yumian's earnest expression, even if the praise was a bit exaggerated, was evident in the woman's love of beauty. Chen Ping quickly pulled out her phone and handed it to her. Jiang Yumian took the phone with both hands and thanked her with a smile. "Thank you. Sister, you're so kind." Chen Ping's smile was so intense that it curved into many wrinkles, and the smile on her lips couldn't be concealed at all. "You're so sweet, little girl. Would you like some cookies?" "Thank you," Jiang Yumian said without hesitation, accepting the cookies and clicking on the weather forecast for Hailey City for the next 15 days. "It's been sunny for the past 15 days. TSK. Just as Jiang Yumian was about to let her thoughts wander, Chen Ping, standing beside her, took the initiative and said, "Don't look at the weather forecast. The weather forecast here is basically inaccurate." Jiang Yumian was slightly stunned. "Basically inaccurate? It shouldn't be much off, right?" Chen Ping shook her head. "No, sometimes it's quite off. A few months ago, there was hail, and the weather forecast still said sunny. Sometimes it's sunny, but the forecast says it's going to rain heavily." Jiang Yumian, that is a bit exaggerated. Although weather forecasts are only predictions, they are based on various professional data and are generally pretty accurate. But it was the first time she heard the weather forecast so off. Jiang Yumian obediently took another cookie and continued chatting naturally. "Sister, it sounds like you're an island resident." Chen Ping, "Yes." Jiang Yumian, "Then why did you take the tour bus?" Chen Ping smiled and said, "To save on gas and fares. My daughter had something to do today and couldn't pick me up, so I just took the bus to avoid the hassle. We island residents can ride the bus for free with our ID cards, saving 50 or 60 yuan per round trip." Jiang Yumian, "Wow. That's great." Chen Ping, "Haha, it's okay, little girl. Are you traveling alone in Hailey?" Jiang Yumian nodded obediently. "Yeah, I was feeling down, so I came out for a walk." Chen Ping, "Are you heartbroken?" Jiang Yumian caught the cautious glances of the people around her, and immediately nodded with a look of grievance. Yeah, he cheated on me, and I caught him red-handed. He slapped me, and we broke up. Chen Ping, that's outrageous. Is that man blind? Jiang Yumian said nothing, just lowered her head and ate her cookies. This aggrieved look of the young woman tugged at Chen Ping's heart, and she quickly comforted her. It's okay, girl. It's better not to have such a jerk. Hyli Island is fun. You might even meet some handsome guys, and have a passionate encounter. Jiang Yumian sniffed, curled her lips slightly at her, and immediately got to the point. Sister, where are the best and most cost-effective places to rent? Chen Ping was slightly stunned and asked, puzzled, you're looking to rent a place? Why not stay in one of those beachfront hotels with great views? Those beachfront hotels have great views. Chapter 48. Jiang Yumian nodded and continued, feeling aggrieved. Well, to be honest, we were planning to come here for vacation when we discovered he'd been cheating on me and had brought his mistress with him. After we had a fight, he took all my money and even stole my phone. I don't have much money left for a hotel room now. Chen Ping, that's too much. Chen Ping's chest trembled with anger. In this world these days, there are so many wicked men, even swindling a young girl out of her money. That's too much. Chen Ping grew increasingly angry, her frustration flaring up. She continued furiously, my daughter is just like you. She was scammed out of everything right after she started college. Now she's pregnant out of wedlock, and the man is demanding an exorbitant bride price before she marry him. Jiang Yumian blinked, taking a few seconds to pause. Suddenly, realizing something was off about what the woman was saying, Chen Ping suddenly grabbed her wrist. Girl, don't rent a house anymore. Jiang Yumian was stunned for a moment. Huh? Chen Ping, I have a few vacant beachfront villas. Pick one and live there first. Tell me when you want to go back. Jiang Yumian couldn't help but let out another huh? Chen Ping, what? It's not like you're staying here for free. If you have time, just help me clean the room. Jiang Yumian, question mark. This? The surprise came a little too suddenly. Is she dreaming? That's not right. With so many houses, how could she still think of saving a few dozen dollars on the bus? She was still confused when Chen Ping took her off the bus and drove along the ring road to a 3-story villa. Don't tell me, is this the legendary ordinary low-key sister who saves when she should save and spend when she should spend? Especially Chen Ping, she didn't even take her ID card or her phone number, just left her a business card and left. She even casually dropped the keys before leaving. Look around the door for the front door key. The code for the inner door is 030321, my daughter's birthday. I'm in a hurry to get home for dinner, so you stay here for now. If there's anything missing or you need in the room, just call me, and I have it delivered to you. Jiang Yumian, Jiang Yumian was so moved that tears streamed down her face. She excitedly shouted in the direction of the departing taxi, thank you, Sister Chen. You? You're my god. I love you. Sister Chen waved frantically, I love you too. Only after the taxi had completely vanished did Jiang Yumian smile, and find the keys in the mailbox at the front door. From the condition of the villa's courtyard, Jiang Yumian could tell that Sister Chen Ping only had someone come to clean it once in a while. The yard was now overgrown with weeds, the grass near the wall reaching half her height. Entering the house, Jiang Yumian noticed that all the furniture was mostly new, covered with dust sheets, making cleaning easy. Jiang Yumian put her hands on her hips, and laughed with relief. Great! I found a place to live. Now all I need is money and supplies. Jiang Yumian took her keys, and went out, strolling along the coastal road while taking in the surroundings. The surrounding villas were mostly built along the coast, with the taller ones clustered among the smaller ones. Perhaps because the villa complex caters to the wealthy, there aren't any shared bikes on the road. Even if there were, Jiang Yumian didn't have a phone to scan the code and hop on. Jiang Yumian walked and ran for nearly half an hour before reaching the only bus stop outside the villa complex to check the route map. Jiang Yumian quickly set her sights on the largest shopping mall in the center of the island. Upon boarding the bus, she realized. It was so packed that Jiang Yumian struggled to squeeze in, let alone find a seat. After dropping 2 coins into the cash box, she simply got stuck next to it, and didn't move. After finally reaching the shopping mall, Jiang Yumian got off the bus, and headed straight for the lottery shop. Don't ask, the money she had on her couldn't even afford a basic, internet-capable, off-brand phone, unfortunately. Even with the lucky buff, Jiang Yumian's winnings were still pitifully small. It wasn't even as exciting as her first 10 million jackpot win. Jiang Yumian scratched for an hour, redeeming her prizes and changing her lottery tickets, then redeeming her prizes and changing her lottery tickets again. By the time the lucky buff wore off, she had only won a little over 20,000 yuan. Jiang Yumian sighed helplessly. Although her dream of getting rich was shattered, she quickly adjusted her mindset. Just be content. 20,000 yuan is enough for living. The girl first went to a nearby cell phone store and bought a phone and SIM card for around 1,000 yuan. Then she went to the supermarket on the basement floor of the mall and bought 3 power banks, 3 cases of mineral water, a large bucket of natural spring water, and a 24-pack box of assorted instant noodles. She also bought a 10-pound bag of rice, 2 packs of noodles, a set of bowls and chopsticks, a bottle of dishwashing liquid, a 2L thermos, a large water storage bucket, a small bag of salt, and several bottles of various seasonings. After buying a set of toiletries, Jiang Yumian went to the night market and bought 4 cheap changes of clothes, a set of pajamas, and 2 clean blankets and thick quilts. All in all, including her phone, she spent over 4,000 yuan. Luckily, Jiang Yumian had a portable storage device, otherwise, with such a large purchase, the shipping fees would have been significantly higher. After finishing her shopping, it was already 8 p.m., and Jiang Yumian quickly grabbed a box meal at a street food restaurant before rushing to the pharmacy. However, as Jiang Yumian was carrying a small basket to buy medicine, she suddenly overheard 2 staff members, who were responsible for displaying the medicine, discussing something. Female staff member, have you checked the weather forecast? There's a typhoon coming ashore in 2 days. The slightly younger male staff member replied nonchalantly, it's just a minor typhoon, no need to make a fuss. Female staff member, no, I heard another eye is formed behind it, and it's expected to make landfall soon. Male staff member, well, last year when all 3 typhoons came together, there was only a slight breeze for a day, nothing happened. I was even playing basketball outside that day. Jiang Yumian's hand, holding the iodine tincture, suddenly paused. Typhoon. Wind. Swirling up was wind. Chapter 49. After hurriedly buying a supply of essential medicines, Jiang Yumian splurged on a taxi, which took her to a hardware and grocery store, bought some necessary items, and then hurried home. The entire way, Jiang Yumian searched for necessary typhoon preparedness measures. If the main danger of this game came from a typhoon, then the beachfront villa would definitely not be safe. Typhoons can cause high tides at the coast, and in severe cases, even a tsunami is possible. But even if she moved, where could she go? The entire island was large, but also small. Move to a high-rise building in the center of Hailey Island, but a high-rise building might be more vulnerable to strong winds and heavy rain than a villa, making it more difficult to escape in the future. If it was a tsunami, the entire island, including the high-rise buildings, would be vulnerable. It would be more practical for her to take advantage of this opportunity to reinforce the villa against wind and flooding. But what if the villa is flooded? Meanwhile, the driver noticed the girl had been keeping her head down and silent since getting in the car, so he couldn't help but ask, "Are you having any troubles, young lady?" Hearing the noise, Jiang Yumian finally looked up and took the opportunity to chat with the driver. "Uncle driver, I'd like to ask how you usually deal with typhoons and floods here. Are there any national evacuation shelters?" The driver suddenly laughed. "Did the news scare you, young lady? Don't worry, our typhoons are just scary on the surface, but generally, we're not afraid of them. We drivers even work extra hours during typhoons." Jiang Yumian, more overtime? The driver, yes, our typhoons are usually loud but light, so employees are all working normally. Aren't typhoons often windy and rainy? Many migrant workers take taxis to and from work, so we and the delivery drivers earn the most on typhoon days. Jiang Yumian, aren't there times when the typhoon is even stronger? The driver, yes, there was one time when the government was promoting a super typhoon and telling everyone to stay home. And guess what? A few dilapidated metal sheets and a few trees were blown off, and they were gone. Jiang Yumian chose to remain silent. If the key to conquering this game is wind, then the next typhoon will definitely not just blow by. Seeing the girl remain silent, the driver continued, "You mentioned a typhoon shelter, and we have them here. The above-ground shelter is Hailey University, and there's also the government building. As for the underground shelter, there used to be an air raid shelter, but I advise you, a young girl, not to go there." Jiang Yumian, is there anything over there? The driver, it's very chaotic. The government, for the sake of urban beauty, has relocated homeless residents from the island and built a shelter there. There are also a lot of delinquent teenagers who paint graffiti and race cars there. It's best not for a young girl like you to go there in the dark. After Jiang Yumian had collected a lot of useful items, the car parked safely at the entrance of the villa complex. The first thing Jiang Yumian did upon returning to the villa was to go down to the basement to check the terrain. The beachfront villa here wasn't as large or spacious as the one she had in Huaning Mansion. It only had 3.5 stories above ground, and only 1 floor below ground. Because Sister Chen never lived in the house after buying it, the basement floor has been vacant for a long time, and can even be considered abandoned. The underground garage, which could accommodate 2 cars, was completely empty, perfect for storing supplies that would outgrow the space. But Jiang Yumian looked at the entrance to the underground garage, where a small gap of light still let in. TSK, if a heavy rain pours in, the entire basement floor will be flooded. It still needs some renovations. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yumian, sitting on a sofa on the first floor, finally dialed the number on the business card. "Hello, sister, it's Xiaobai." "Xiaobai, what's up?" "Sister, can I renovate your villa?" "Huh?" The other party was clearly confused, but Jiang Yumian, prepared to throw in the towel and get kicked out, got straight to the point. "Here's the thing, sister. I had a dream while taking a nap this afternoon. I dreamed a typhoon hit, devastating the entire Hailey Island, and your villa was completely submerged. My dreams are always accurate. So I was thinking of renovating your villa for a safe haven. Is that okay with you?" Sister Chen on the other end of the line fell silent, as if she had silenced her. Jiang Yumian quickly said tactfully, "If that's not possible, it's fine. Don't worry. I moved somewhere else, and I still help you clean the villa before I leave. I know you're kind enough to let me stay in the villa, and I also know that renovating your house just because of a dream is definitely asking too much. Just treat me as..." Jiang Yumian was about to say something when Sister Chen burst into laughter from the other end of the line. "Xiaobai, why are you so cute?" "Jiang Yumian, huh? You could have just renovated my house. I haven't been to that villa in 800 years. You could have done it secretly, but you had to tell me so honestly. Isn't that adorable? So honest." Jiang Yumian smiled sweetly, gently touched the tip of her nose, and playfully said, "I always been so honest." "Sister Chen, haha, you're so adorable. You can do whatever you want with that house." Jiang Yumian had already prepared herself for rejection, and didn't react for a moment. "Really? Sister Chen, really? How much does it cost? Give me your card number, and I transfer it to you." Jiang Yumian was stunned. "Huh?" This time, Jiang Yumian immediately refused. "Sister Chen, the renovations won't cost you any money. You've been so kind to me, I almost thought you had ulterior motives." The next second, Sister Chen said frankly, "I do have ulterior motives." Jiang Yumian was stunned again. "Huh?" Sister Chen said frankly, "If your dream were to happen, our family would have nowhere else to go. Wouldn't we have to resort to your house for protection? If the renovations didn't cost me any money, I wouldn't feel comfortable going there. Even if I pay for the renovations, you could always bring your whole family over. This is your house. Just leave me a room." Sister Chen made the decision without a second thought. "Okay, no more words. It's settled. I pay for the renovations. This phone number and WeChat ID are yours, right? I add you later. Is 200,000 enough? If not, ask me again. If it's enough, buy me some more food. Even if there's no typhoon, I can still come to your place for free food and drinks. Okay, I have a meeting to attend to. I'm hanging up now. Beep beep beep." Jiang Yumian couldn't even finish a sentence. This? Are all rich people so domineering and unwavering? Damn, she loves it. Jiang Yumian expressed her utmost respect for this financial sponsor. Even after Sister Chen added her on WeChat, Jiang Yumian's note to her was, "Sister, my financial sponsor goddess." Chapter 50. "Sister, my financial goddess, transfer 100,000 yuan. Sister, my financial goddess, transfer 100,000 yuan. Sister, my financial goddess, take it, don't hesitate." Jiang Xiaobai, "Okay, sister, thank you." Jiang Xiaobai, "I give you a detailed list of modifications when the time comes. I won't charge you a penny." Jiang Yumian hadn't imagined things would be so easy and enjoyable, and so free. She was so excited she couldn't sleep all night. She simply took a tape measure and measured the dimensions of the villa, then scribbled and corrected them in a notebook, memorizing the measurements. Most importantly, she was only buying necessities today, not essentials for wind and flood protection. She would go shopping tomorrow to thoroughly complete the items on her list. Early in the morning, Jiang Yumian, with her small backpack on her back, prepared to go out and get busy. And then, The shared yellow bike she'd been looking for ages outside the villa gate last night. It had been taken. Jiang Yumian couldn't accept this fact and searched around the gate for a while. Her shared yellow bike had been taken, just like that. Jiang Yumian wished she could grab her sword and kill the thief. Although the shared yellow bikes could be taken away with just a scan of a code, making them unowned shared items, Jiang Yumian had somehow found one and left it outside, ready to use as a means of transportation for the next few days. But then, it was just taken away so easily. God damn it, the people living in this villa are so wealthy, why would they ride her humble yellow bike? With tears in her eyes, Jiang Yumian walked for another 10 minutes to the gate, then walked for nearly 15 more minutes to reach the shared bike station. As Jiang Yumian scanned the code, she silently greeted the thief once more before riding off to her first destination of the day. Comprehensive Market. Jiang Yumian planned to create a sealed area in the underground parking lot, but she didn't intend to completely seal the roller shutter. She had observed that the roller shutter could be opened manually even without power. That way, even if the flood completely submerged the roller shutter, they would have a chance to escape immediately. Jiang Yumian arranged for a technician to install the glass door and a skilled welder. After searching for a long time, she finally found a shop specializing in flood control. She ordered 500 sandbags, 4 flood barriers, 2 high-powered pumps, and finally, 3 6-square-meter sheets of waterproof fabric. Next, Jiang Yumian rode her bicycle to a swimming store and bought 6 sets of diving equipment, 6 swimming rings, and 12 oxygen tanks, 3 kayaks and a 3-meter-long, 2-meter-wide inflatable swimming pool. When it came time to check out, Jiang Yumian bargained expertly, not only saving nearly 1,000 yuan, but also receiving 5 free small umbrellas and 5 sets of thick, full-body raincoats. As Jiang Yumian filled out the delivery address, the shopkeeper asked with a smile, "Young lady, why did you only fill in the address up to the villa's front door? These things are very heavy, and it would take a truck to move them." Jiang Yumian smiled and said, "No problem, just deliver them to the front door." Although the shopkeeper was puzzled, he didn't say anything else. As Jiang Yumian walked out the door, she saw 2 tightly wrapped men and women pass by her and enter the swimming store. Jiang Yumian's ears twitched twice, and she instinctively turned to watch the 2 people walk in. A man and a woman entered, but instead of choosing their supplies, they went straight to the cashier and asked, "Boss, can we get a discount on a large order?" The cashier smiled. "Sure, what do you want, and how much do you need?" Jiang Yumian instinctively put on a mask and hat, and tiptoed to the side to eavesdrop. 10 kayaks, 30 sets of diving equipment, 100 oxygen cylinders. Jiang Yumian watched the 2 people talk eagerly. When the boss offered a 200 yuan discount, she immediately paid the deposit. "Hurry! Ideally, deliver within 3 days." Okay. Seeing the 2 people preparing to leave, Jiang Yumian quickly rechecked his hat and mask, then pulled out the ridiculously expensive 9.9 yuan sunglasses he bought at the night market and quickly walked towards them. The couple clearly wanted to avoid her, but unexpectedly, Jiang Yumian blocked their path in the same direction. Realizing they were deliberately blocking their path, Di Shuang couldn't help but frown. Just as she was about to curse. "Sister, are you 2 gamers?" Di Cheng's body visibly stiffened, and he glanced nervously at his sister. Di Shuang, evidently a seasoned gamer, immediately avoided the subject, pretending not to hear, and asked, "Miss, why are you blocking our path? Did we offend you in some way?" Jiang Yumian slowly raised her head and gazed directly into the woman's eyes through her sunglasses. A normal person buying large quantities of supplies wouldn't be so tightly wrapped, and certainly wouldn't be able to bargain. And they want all of this stuff delivered within 3 days. Besides, your brother looks so nervous. Just now, when I mentioned gamers, his back was visibly tense. Di Shuang stopped denying and asked her coldly, "So what do you want to do?" Jiang Yumian habitually flashed a toothy smile, only to realize she was wrapped up like a thief. What a waste of her salesperson's friendly smile. If she weren't afraid of being recognized in the real world and facing retaliation, she wouldn't have been so tightly wrapped. Jiang Yumian, trying her best to sound friendly, said to the 2, "I mean no harm to you. I just want to ask you something." "What is it? Do you have money?" Chapter 51. Seeing the 2 men step back, Jiang Yumian smiled and said, "Don't get me wrong, I just wanted to ask if you have any gold coins. Looking at your brother, I'm guessing this is his first time in this game, and he hasn't gotten used to it yet?" Di Cheng, "How do you know?" As soon as he finished speaking, Di Shuang glared at him, and Di Cheng shut up. Jiang Yumian just smiled. "It's okay. Everyone has their first time. It's normal for him to be like this." It's because they know nothing and can't do anything that newbies need the protection of props, right? Do you need props? I have a lot of props here, all kinds of strange and varied. There's nothing you can't buy, nothing you can't imagine. Jiang Yumian's sales pitch was so strong that Di Shuang couldn't get a word in. When Jiang Yumian finished, he subconsciously felt a little moved. Di Shuang, how? Are you selling this item? Jiang Yumian patted her chest and assured, don't worry, the items I have here aren't those rip-off items from the System Mall lottery. You know those System Mall item raffles? You can spend 1,000,000 gold coins and not even get one item. The biggest rip-off ever. Di Shuang listened and nodded twice, subconsciously following suit. Di Cheng, clueless, watched his sister nod and followed suit. Jiang Yumian saw the siblings react, clearly not resentful, and even somewhat agreed. Jiang Yumian then struck while the iron was hot, saying, I'm telling you, the items here aren't worth 999, let alone 99. Take them home for as little as 3 gold coins. Di Shuang, only 3 gold coins? Jiang Yumian's eyes lit up. Right. And I never do raffles or other scams. If you buy more, give me an extra 5 gold coins, and I give you a lucky buff. Di Cheng, what's a lucky buff? Jiang Yumian subconsciously covered her mouth with an exaggerated gesture of surprise. Don't you know about lucky buffs? Di Shuang, who had already completed 5 rounds of the game, frowned. I haven't heard of them either. Jiang Yumian, that's your fault. You're so unlucky not to have met me sooner. During the lucky buff period, lucky events are doubled. For example, if you're being chased by zombies and there are 3 paths ahead, but only one escapes, with the lucky buff, the one you choose will definitely be the escape route. Or for example, if you buy a lucky buff and use it to scratch the lottery, you never lose money. I personally experienced it myself, winning a 10 million yuan jackpot with a lucky buff. It saves your life and makes money. This buff is really useful. Di Shuang's mind was filled with her story about winning 10 million yuan with just 5 gold coins. 5 gold coins earned 1,000 gold coins worth of cash. You know what? She was really tempted. Di Shuang, what items can I buy to get the bonus? Jiang Yumian waved her hand and displayed the item store page in front of the two of them. Hua Guangguang had given her permission to display any item she wanted to sell and block those she didn't want to sell. So, Jiang Yumian immediately displayed the 5 items she had to sell for this round. Di Shuang, who was very excited and ready to make an impulse purchase the previous second, felt like she was being made a fool of the next second. Di Shuang's lips twitched uncontrollably. What kind of prop is that? Jiang Yumian felt aggrieved. Lanshou Xianggu. Jiang Yumian, don't underestimate them because they're unremarkable. They all have their place. Di Shuang gestured at her perfectly proportioned figure with a smile and asked Jiang Yumian, so, do you think a 1,000-pound buff that makes me bulk up to 250 pounds is right for me? Or a prop that makes me skinny, oh no, skinny as a sheet of paper? Or should I spend 100,000 yuan on a gardener buff and become my own gardener? Or 200,000 yuan on a sewing machine buff to make a few clothes? Your old cold leg buff is even worse. Why would I spend money on something sick? Jiang Yumian held her hands in front of her, looking obedient, honest, and simple. Because she couldn't refute it, Di Shuang wanted to complain about exactly what she wanted to complain about herself, but she couldn't. She had to make something dead seem alive. Jiang Yumian, I think what you say makes sense, but beautiful, listen to me. Di Shuang folded her arms over her chest. Come on, talk. I want to see what you can say about these props. Jiang Yumian cleared her throat. I'm sure you came here to buy a lot of swimming gear, and you must have realized that this round of the game is likely related to a typhoon, right? To be honest, the props here are updated with each round of the game system. Why update? It must be because each round of the game has the most suitable props for it. The most suitable props for this round are all here. Take, for example, the 1,000-pound weight and the paper airplane buff. Think about it, what's most important when a typhoon hits? Weight. If you weighed 250 pounds, would you still be afraid of the typhoon blowing you away? Di Shuang's expression shifted, but she didn't speak. Instead, she listened as Jiang Yumian continued her sales pitch. Jiang Yumian, take this paper airplane, for example. Doesn't a typhoon normally cause the water level to rise? What if it rises significantly, making it impossible for people to survive underwater for long? Couldn't we use this paper airplane? You'd be reduced to a piece of paper, so you'd definitely float to the surface and find a way to escape, right? Di Shuang saw Jiang Yumian pause in her explanation and suddenly smiled. She couldn't help but ask, what about the other 3 props? Will you tell me more? Jiang Yumian shook her head. They're expensive, but there's a reason for their price. I don't need to explain. If you don't buy them, someone else will. I won't force you. Di Shuang, then why don't you buy all the items yourself? Jiang Yumian, She wanted to, too. Does she have the money? Jiang Yumian sighed helplessly. To be honest, I'm still a student, and my family isn't very wealthy. I simply don't have that much money to play this game. The gold I earn every round goes towards living expenses, leaving me with no money for items. How about this? If you buy the 1000 gene weight and paper plane buffs, and add 5 more gold coins, I give you a 30-second lucky buff. Di Shuang, only 30 seconds? Chapter 52. Jiang Yumian, a 30-second lucky buff is expensive. It costs 10 gold coins to buy one. I see your brother is a complete newbie, so I'm only selling it to you for 5 gold coins. One lucky buff is 10 gold coins, and one lucky buff plus a 1000-pound weight buff plus a paper plane buff is only 11 gold coins, which is like giving 2 buffs away for free. And these items are permanent. Even if you don't use them this round, you can use them later whenever you want. You can't get away with 11 gold coins, and you can't get cheated. Di Shuang hesitated. Jiang Yumian shook her head, seeing her silence. Forget it. If you don't want to buy, forget it. I won't waste any more time talking to you. Just go to the system and try your luck. I only have these 5 items for sale. If someone else has bought them, don't come back to me to buy them. After Jiang Yumian finished speaking, she clasped her hands behind her back and prepared to leave like a little old man. Before Di Shuang could speak, the man beside her quickly called out to Jiang Yumian. Let's buy it. We want the 1000 gene weight and the paper plane, and we want the lucky buff too. Di Shuang instinctively turned to look at Di Cheng, Xiao Cheng Yu. Di Cheng said seriously, sister, didn't you say we had so many gold coins we couldn't spend them all? Let's just buy some and test the waters. We don't know if these items will be useful in the future, but having more in times of trouble is better than looking at useless gold coins. Jiang Yumian, your brother is quite sensible. Di Shuang remained silent. At this moment, Di Cheng, like a child dragging his parents to buy candied haws from the street, was still trying to persuade his sister with a pitiful look. Di Cheng, besides, we don't lack money. Even though those people promised us protection as long as we paid, it's better to have a little more leverage, so we won't be so vulnerable if they abandon us. This time, Di Shuang, who had been hesitant, finally agreed. Ding dong. The 1000 gene weight buff transaction was successful. Jiang Yumian received a commission of 1 gold coin, and the 50% chance of the lucky buff duration was increased by 1 hour. Ding dong. The paper plane buff transaction was successful. Jiang Yumian received a commission of 1 gold coin, and the 50% chance of the lucky buff duration was increased by 1 hour. Ding dong. The lucky buff, originally worth 3 gold coins, was successfully traded for 5 gold coins. Jiang Yumian received a commission of 1 gold coin, and the remaining 2 gold coins will be automatically transferred to the salesperson's virtual account. Jiang Yumian couldn't contain her smile after her commission was successfully deposited into her account. She joyfully watched the 2 leave. Then Jiang Yumian eagerly opened her own virtual account. She watched as the gold coins in her account had increased from 0.5 to 5.5, and her 1-hour lucky buff items had doubled to 4. She was so overwhelmed with satisfaction. If only she could meet the socially anxious boss this round. She could just sell him all 3 of her remaining items. Jiang Yumian's imagination was so rosy that she happily hummed, today is a good day. Tomorrow is a good day too, all the way home. This time, as she parked the shared bike at the door, she glanced around and deliberately placed it a little more discreetly. She planned to finish shopping today, then take advantage of a few renovations tomorrow to ride her shared bike around the coastal road. She couldn't lose it again. Satisfied with her safekeeping, Jiang Yumian walked into the villa and began her online shopping spree. 3 20,000 mAh power banks were definitely not enough, so Jiang Yumian bought 2 4 kWh power banks online. To save even more money, Jiang Yumian decided to cook for herself, boiling pot after pot of rice, and storing it in her space while it was still hot. She also bought nearly 1,000 yuan worth of fruits, vegetables, and various types of meat from the fresh food supermarket app. Thanks to her previous cooking buff, Jiang Yumian, though exhausted, had a good memory and had mastered most of her cooking techniques. Adding to that her own home cooking skills, she got to work as soon as the supermarket delivery arrived. That afternoon, her spatula was practically smoking, and the range hood whirred for 7 or 8 hours. The hot water boiled, one pot after another, without stopping. It wasn't until after 8 o'clock that Jiang Yumian managed to prepare enough nutritious lunch boxes for 2 or 3 people for 30 days, plus the snacks and instant noodles she bought yesterday. The food and drinking water problems were finally solved. Jiang Yumian even boiled a large bucket of hot bath water for herself and tucked it into the living room along with the bathtub. Satisfied, Jiang Yumian ate and drank a simple meal before starting to clean the villa. Although the mess would still be there when the renovation workers arrived tomorrow, the focus of the renovation was on the basement floor. She didn't plan to make any major renovations to the first, second, and third floors of the villa. Firstly, they were too conspicuous from the outside, and secondly, if they flooded, it would be almost the same. Budget was limited, so she decided not to make any major changes. The next morning, the renovation workers arrived promptly. Jiang Yumian planned to build a thick, high wall around the entrance to the basement to prevent heavy rain from flooding the first floor and water from seeping down through the gaps in the stairs. She installed 2 doors at the basement entrance, a hard-wearing, impact-resistant iron door that opened upwards, and a well-sealed tempered glass door that opened downwards. As for the welder, he helped her weld a large security window to the exit near the basement's rolling shutter door, enclosing the entrance. The welder, somewhat puzzled by her approach, asked her questions while preparing his tools. "Young lady, why do you want to do this? Why not just seal the shutter door? The key is leaving such a large gap between the shutter door and the security net. It's unsightly." Jiang Yumian smiled. Aesthetics don't matter, as long as it's functional. She had left this gap intentionally, to place a layer of waterproof sheeting before piling the flood control sandbags into a wall to prevent water from flooding in. The security net was only there to help support the weight of the sandbag wall. With the shutter door and the security net as 2 layers of protection, she didn't believe water could get in. After Jiang Yumian had instructed the workers and confirmed that everything was fine, she was satisfied and ready to leave. Today's task was half complete. The remaining half was filling the flood control sandbags with sand, a major undertaking. However, Jiang Yumian planned to wait until dark before digging on the beach to avoid attracting attention. Now, of course, she hopped on her shared bike and go for a spin. Just as Jiang Yumian, feeling happy, simply dressed up and headed out for a joyful ride. The girl's smile froze again. Chapter 53. Who the hell is that? It's fine if they just rode off one, but why did they take off with another? Couldn't they just keep using the one they stole yesterday? Jiang Yumian, unconvinced, walked around the villa again, then took a few deep breaths before finally accepting the reality. Furious, Jiang Yumian returned home and asked the renovation workers for the phone number of the security camera installer. She immediately ordered 3 surveillance cameras, 2 for the villa's entrances and 1 for the courtyard. A gentleman can be killed, but not humiliated. She simply couldn't believe her bike would be stolen again tomorrow. After Jiang Yumian made her arrangements, she had no means of transportation and could only walk to the villa complex's exit. The complex was enormous, and during the 20 minutes Jiang Yumian wasted, she cursed the bike thief 1,000 times. So much so that when she picked up another bike and began cycling around the sea, she continued to curse. The weather on Hili Island had been beautiful recently, and the beaches were practically packed with tourists. As Jiang Yumian rode along the electric bike lane by the sea, she couldn't believe this round of the game would be about a typhoon. But if the focus of this round wasn't the typhoon, then all her preparations would have been for nothing. All day, Jiang Yumian wandered around, buying snacks from local specialty shops with the 300 S-coins she received from the game. Eating and strolling along, evening soon arrived. The evening sky was overcast at the beach, and the breeze was much stronger than during the day. After parking her bike, Jiang Yumian found a less crowded beach, took off her shoes, and walked barefoot along the shore. Putting aside the unknown dangers, Jiang Yumian felt that this moment was exactly what she longed for, and what she had been striving for. If only she could have another cat and dog. Walking the cat and dog with her grandmother on the beach, enjoying the sea breeze and chatting about family matters. Jiang Yumian's smile lifted unconsciously just thinking about it. At night, the beach was almost deserted, save for the camping area. Jiang Yumian deliberately chose a dark beach, pulled out the shovel she had prepared from her space, and began filling her flood control bags with sand. Since Jiang Yumian had bought a few bags, she shoveled for nearly 3 hours. Seeing the sand pits growing larger and larger, Jiang Yumian was even considerate enough to move to another spot to continue shoveling. By the time Jiang Yumian returned home, the renovation workers had almost finished their work after a day's work. After receiving her wages, Jiang Yumian set to work cleaning the house, her feet pounding away. It wasn't until 12:30 a.m. that Jiang Yumian finally settled into bed. She felt like the cows in the production team were more productive than she was. Before going to sleep, Jiang Yumian deliberately turned the surveillance camera outside her villa on the shared bike she'd ridden back that day. Even though she wasn't going out tomorrow, she had to find out who had been so shameless these past 2 days. The surveillance camera had a snapshot function, allowing it to focus on items of interest with a single click. If an item was moved, an alarm would sound. After setting everything up, Jiang Yumian finally settled into bed. Perhaps she was too exhausted. She slept until noon. The first thing she did when she woke up was check the surveillance camera. Sure enough, her shared bike was gone again. Jiang Yumian abruptly jumped up, feeling completely awake, and began watching the surveillance footage outside the villa at high speed. At 6 in the morning, just as the sky was getting a little light, 2 tall men ran by. One was dressed in black, a black hat, and his face was hard to see. The other wore a white shirt and gray pants, with a white t-shirt with crayon Shinchan printed on the back. He looked quite handsome. A moment ago, Jiang Yumian was still admiring the handsome man in white. While not as tall as the man in black, he should have been around 1.8283 meters tall. A few minutes later, she couldn't laugh anymore. Because, when the two of them returned from their run, the man in white, gray pants, clearly exhausted, grabbed her scooter and rode away. He even shouted in a frivolous manner at the honest black-clad man jogging, "Brother! Come on! I'm rooting for you! Go 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 go!" Jiang Yumian, I see. So that's what's going on. Jiang Yumian was so angry she scratched her head several times. Are all NPCs in games this frivolous these days? She hadn't planned to go out today, but now she did. Jiang Yumian put on some casual clothes, wrapped herself up tightly, and ran out. Since the man in the white shirt and gray pants was running in the residential complex, it proved they were also residents of the villa complex, making them easier to find. Jiang Yumian followed the direction the 2 men had passed in the surveillance video, searching door to door along the way. Finally, she spotted 3 yellow bikes parked side by side outside a luxurious 4-story villa. Jiang Yumian was so angry, she didn't know what to say. Jiang Yumian put the shared bikes one by one into the space with a resentful expression, even her movements tinged with emotion. After collecting them, she didn't forget to face the door, clenched her fists, and waved them wildly at the air. Not feeling relieved yet, she raised her foot and kicked the air twice. Before he could stop, a light, puzzled male voice suddenly came from behind him. "What are you doing?" Jiang Yumian shuddered with fear, standing still without daring to turn. The man continued, bewildered, "Who are you?" Hearing the man's voice approaching, Jiang Yumian quickly raised her hands to shield her face, hunched over, and sprinted back in the direction they had come from. 2 strong men, wise men who know the situation. "Farewell." "Hey! Don't run." Shinchiron instinctively tried to chase after him, but was stopped by the man beside him, who had remained silent. "Brother Liu, it's not her. No need to chase her. But she was sneaking around our door. Did you see her just packing up her bicycle? She must have the space prop." "I know." "You know?" Shinchiron was shocked. "Brother Liu, do you know her?" "Not really." Shinchiron pressed. "Will she do anything to harm us?" Look at her expression of helplessness and fury as she faced the door just now. Lu Shiyan looked in the direction the girl had fled, his mouth curling slightly beneath his mask. "Don't worry, she's very timid." Chapter 54. Jiang Yumian, who some people called timid, had already run breathlessly back home and hidden herself. But just as she caught her breath, she felt something was wrong and began to rethink the situation. That's not right. Why would I run? It was the man who had repeatedly taken her bike, so why was she running? She should have confronted him with confidence. Why was she running? Yes. Go outside and argue. But the next second, Jiang Yumian's leg, which had just taken a step forward, was immediately retracted. Forget it, forget it. She had her bike back anyway, so she didn't need to argue with an NPC. But, are they really just NPCs? Jiang Yumian silently blacklisted them, along with the villa they were staying in. After recovering, Jiang Yumian quietly began to deal with the flood control sandbags she hadn't been able to move out when she returned last night. After she had dealt with all the sandbags, there were still a dozen left, which she simply piled at the first floor entrance. While the water and power outages haven't stopped yet, Jiang Yumian has already prepared plenty of food, but she insists on making extra each day. After lunch, Jiang Yumian settles into her usual sofa, watching the news on TV while scrolling through the latest trending topics to stay up to date on the island and beyond. However, not long after she opened her account, she came across a trending topic that immediately piqued her interest. Hashtag Island Deep Pit. Jiang Yumian quickly clicked on it. Hashtag Island Deep Pit. Early this morning, fishermen out at sea discovered unknown deep pits on several beaches on Hailey Island. Surveillance footage from the beaches last night showed no unusual activity, and several experts have already rushed to the scene. Just as Jiang Yumian was engrossed in watching, she noticed the sand pits in a photo attached to a comment by a passerby. It felt familiar. Jiang Yumian tried to recall the past. It would have been fine if she hadn't, but as soon as she did, she choked on her own saliva. This. Aren't these the big holes she dug on the beach yesterday? Jiang Yumian suddenly felt guilty. Last night, she had chosen to dig holes close to the ocean. She had thought that the waves would soon fill up the holes she had dug. But what she hadn't expected was, the tide would rise near dusk and recede shortly after dawn. The holes she had dug after high tide would only move further and further away from the shore after receding. So much so that, while she was eating the melon, she hadn't immediately realized that she had dug them herself. She even thought for a moment that the focus of this game might not be the typhoon, but the deep holes. This. Jiang Yumian silently muttered to herself, Sin. It's fair to say that such precious public resources are being used. It's truly unfair. But no players would be misled by her fabricated heroic deeds, right? Jiang Yumian didn't know that this amazing move nearly cost her dozens of veteran players their lives. At night, inside the most luxurious seaside hotel, a large group of people sat in a luxurious private room, feasting on a feast of fish and meat. The Di Shuang siblings, who had contributed financially and physically, sat silently at the table. Xiao Shuang. Don't worry. For Weiming's sake, our team will definitely have you covered for this game. Di Shuang nodded with a forced smile. Thank you. Su Weiming subconsciously grasped Di Shuang's hand under the table. Shuaner, don't be so nervous. Brother Jiang and the others are actually key members of the Red Sugar Siva team. They definitely have an easy time guiding us through the game. Di Shuang nodded twice. Yes, I know. I'm not worried about myself, but about Xiaoqing's first time playing the game, and I'm afraid I can't handle it alone. Su Weiming gently patted Di Shuang's palm, indicating that she could rest assured. But as Di Shuang lowered her head and elegantly ate her meal, a pair of long, naked legs in black stockings, under the table, hooked up Su Weiming's trouser legs and slowly began to rise. Su Weiming's scalp tingled. Afraid of being noticed by Di Shuang, he quickly pulled up a corner of the tablecloth to cover the affected area. As Su Weiming picked up his red wine glass, he subconsciously glanced up at the instigator. He saw the instigator, held in Jiang Peng's arms, winking playfully at him. Meanwhile, the large LCD TV in the private room was playing the daily news. Today, fishermen out at sea discovered unknown deep pits on the beach. Their locations are irregular. Let's hear what the experts have to say. Everyone turned to look at the LCD TV. The female reporter passed the microphone to an elderly expert. The old expert adjusted his glasses and said seriously, the size and depth of these pits are irregular. While there are many signs of human intervention, many fishermen, out of curiosity, have used shovels to destroy this natural phenomenon. Many of the pits have also collapsed and filled in due to the increasing number of onlookers. Whether or not they are natural phenomena remains to be determined. We are currently working to protect these pits for future research. Tourists visiting the beach recently, please refrain from damaging them. Thank you for your cooperation. In the private room, Jiang Peng, the eldest brother, remained silent for a few seconds. Brother, didn't you say it was a typhoon this time? Then what's with these sinkholes? Jiang Peng, pay close attention to the news these past 2 days, and let me know if anything happens. What they didn't know was that after the sinkhole phenomenon went viral on WeChat Moments and the internet, many tourists flocked to join in the fun. It became a must-see attraction on the amusement island. Many businesses along the coast, seeking profit, even created sinkholes near their shops on the beach. The sinkholes grew in width and depth. Every day, news broke about the island's largest sinkhole. The sinkhole phenomenon went viral online, even overshadowing the Category 14 typhoon that was expected to hit Hailey Island in 2 days. Even after this mild typhoon, some businesses had begun digging sinkholes not just on the beach, but also on the island itself. Day 6 of the game. When news of the 2-meter-deep sinkhole on the island broke, Jiang Yumian, the culprit behind it, was practically terrified. Not to mention Jiang Peng and the others. Jiang Peng simply discarded the typhoon preparedness supplies he initially stockpiled, throwing them to Di Shuang and her brother. He even told them to prepare airplanes, fuel, and other essentials for escaping the skies. Even if Di Shuang needed their help, or even if she had a lot of money, She couldn't withstand the extravagance of Jiang Peng's team of 20 or so. Not to mention the fact that Jiang Peng had thrown all their unwanted swimming gear at her. Di Shuang slammed her chopsticks on the table and abruptly stood up, about to speak, but was stopped by Su Ruiming. Shuanger, don't be angry. Offending them now won't benefit the three of us in any way. Chapter 55. Di Shuang bit her lip. She'd always been a lady who never tolerated humiliation, but now, since being dragged into this game, the most important thing she learned was patience. After Su Ruiming saw Di Shuang calm down a bit, he continued to whisper in her ear, "We all given so much. If we turn against them now, not only will all our previous efforts and money go to waste, but what if we offend them, and they leave us no chance of survival? Even if we don't think about ourselves, we should at least think about Xiaoqing." Di Shuang, After Su Ruiming's persuasion, Di Shuang chose not to antagonize Jiang Peng and his gang, but she also lost her previous complacency. Di Shuang, go tell them I never give them a penny again, and don't tell me to do anything. Let them figure it out. I don't need them looking after us anymore. We can't afford it. Di Shuang gritted her teeth and said, no longer in the mood to eat. She dragged Di Cheng out. Jiang Peng had already guessed Di Shuang's current attitude and wasn't even angry. After all, they already taken advantage of them enough, and a falling out wouldn't hurt them. As for the protection the Di Shuang siblings had initially sought, they hadn't intended to protect them in the first place. A falling out would actually be more beneficial to them. And whether this would offend the Di Shuang siblings? They didn't care. The chances of meeting them in the next round were incredibly small, not to mention that in this apocalyptic game, even if they didn't cause any trouble, whether Di Shuang and her brother could survive this round was another matter. Di Cheng, being dragged away, couldn't help but ask, "Sister, are we still living with them now?" Seeing that Su Ruiming didn't chase after them, Di Shuang remained silent for a rare 2 seconds, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Di Shuang, let's go, we find somewhere else to stay. Di Cheng, what about all that garbage they threw at us today? Di Shuang knew that the garbage Di Cheng was referring to was the swimming gear Jiang Peng had bought in bulk and no longer wanted. Di Shuang pursed her lips and said, take it all with you. We spent real money on it, too. Even if we don't need it, it's worth a trip to the beach with it. 17-year-old Di Cheng nodded obediently. Then Brother Ruiming. Di Shuang stared at the closed doors of the banquet hall. He wants to stay here, so let him stay here. Early morning, day 7 of the game. A light drizzle fell, but it didn't dampen the tourists' appetite for the deep pit. Even on the beach in the villa area, a crowd had gathered. And inside a small villa in Hailey, a mechanical weather forecast was blaring from the tablet. After Typhoon Swan made landfall, it will bring light rain turning into moderate rain to Hailey Island for the next 2 or 3 days. Tourists, please take precautions. We can see from the weather map that Swan is being closely followed by a super typhoon. The meteorological station predicts a strength of 16 to 17 upon landfall, and it's expected to make landfall on Hailey Island in 3 days. Relevant departments, please prepare response measures. Jiang Yumian, sitting at the dining table, savored freshly baked beggar's chicken and drank cold beer. Perhaps the rain interrupted the 2 car thieves' morning run. They hadn't been seen all day. Jiang Yumian was also content. As long as they didn't cause her any trouble, that was all she asked. She didn't know when this downpour would stop. She still had 3 items left to sell, and she planned to go out and continue selling them once the rain stopped. While she longed to run into Boss Lu again and have him take all her items, she couldn't pin all her hopes on Lu Shiyan. Otherwise, if she couldn't find anyone to buy her items by the time the game reached its climax on the 15th or 25th day, she would be in big trouble. Jiang Yumian stayed home, browsing Weibo, eating delicious food, playing games, and quietly waiting for the rain to stop. But who would have thought that the drizzle didn't stop, but instead intensified? In the evening, the sound of crackling rain swept across Hailey Island. But people thought it was just a minor downpour brought on by a small typhoon and paid it no mind. During the day of the 8th game day, the heavy rain continued unabated. Umbrella gear began to fly off the shelves at convenience stores and supermarkets, but only just. Late at night on the 9th game day, relentless downpours caused the humidity to rapidly increase across Hailey Island. On the night of the 10th game day, high tide arrived. People sheltering at home hadn't noticed that the final high tide level had risen slightly the day before. On the 11th game day, Tianji, a Category 17 super typhoon, made landfall south of Hailey Island. Typhoons, usually considered insignificant, were now raging with lightning speed, swaying the cargo ships docked at the harbor. The strong winds, driven by the heavy rain, had a slightly piercing sound, like ghosts howling. The branches of century-old trees swayed wildly in the storm. Some fragile branches were ripped from the trees, careening through the air, their final destination uncertain. Even small stones on the roadside were lifted and dropped by the raging wind, smashing into the floor-to-ceiling windows of many high-rise buildings. After a few muffled thuds, the windows of the high-rise buildings cracked piece by piece, rapidly towards the edges, and then, crash! Shattered glass, accompanied by the storm, rushed into many homes. Anything light and airy was swept high by the vortex of wind, scattered out of the windows. Among these light objects was even a crying baby. Even the beautiful woman wandering the streets, due to her light weight, was blown into the air with her umbrella, swirling, rising higher and higher with the wind. Then, just as the whirlwind had completely dissipated, the woman was slammed to the ground, unconscious. Although Jiang Yumian's villa wasn't damaged, she was terrified by the howling wind outside the window, until she noticed that the already overloaded manhole covers on the roadside were clogged by the debris and fallen leaves carried by the water, and the water level began to rise at a visible rate. Jiang Yumian, shock. Not good. Chapter 56. Jiang Yumian hurriedly pulled out a large waterproof bag from her space, and sealed the entire first-floor door with tape. Next, she placed the flood control sandbags that had been piled in the corner of the first-floor doorway one by one to block the gap in the doorway, buying herself some extra time. Jiang Yumian used the space to gradually move the furniture from the first floor underground. As expected, the water level rose rapidly. By the time Jiang Yumian had almost emptied the first floor, the water level outside the window had risen by nearly 50 centimeters. Some homes had lower front steps, and muddy rainwater had seeped through the cracks in their doors into their rooms. There was no way to clean it up, so they could only let the water level rise slowly inside. Jiang Yumian took this opportunity to carefully inspect the basement floor. Finding no leaks, she returned to the first floor. Thanks to Jiang Yumian's early discovery, and the support of the flood control sandbags, the house remained intact, though it became a little more spacious. But she knew this wasn't a long-term solution. Floodwater should be drained, not blocked. If the water is blocked too much, a house that has been soaked and expanded for a long time will often collapse under the pressure of the floodwaters. Furthermore, once the water level reaches the windows, she'd be completely helpless. She already become famous online for digging a few hundred flood prevention sandbags. If she dug a few hundred more, she'd probably be arrested and thrown in jail for damaging public facilities. Jiang Yumian took advantage of the break to move the furniture from the second floor to the basement level. As for the furniture on the third floor, she'd leave it there for now, as she have to live there for the time being. This way, she could get a better understanding of what was happening outside, so she wouldn't have to hide in the basement level all the time, completely cut off from the news. Then, she pulled out the remaining waterproof fabric from her space, and used it to create a circle around the basement entrance, which was already covered with a thick stone wall. She then removed the flood control sandbags piled at the door, and realigned the entrance. She had initially researched a lot of typhoon precautions online, one of which was that there would be water, electricity, and internet outages. When Jiang Yumian finally had some free time to sit in the third-floor living room, she didn't forget to send a WeChat message to her landlady. Jiang Xiaobai, Sister Chun. The typhoon is coming. The water level is rising rapidly. Are you prepared? After waiting for a few minutes, just as Jiang Yumian was feeling a little worried, her phone vibrated. Sister? My financial sponsor? Ah? A typhoon is coming. Our family is on vacation abroad. Jiang Yumian, ? Sister Chen sent another video. Jiang Yumian clicked on it. The sea was azure and the sky was blue, with foreigners of all colors everywhere. Some were tanning, some were surfing, some were partying. Ah, this is so cool. Damn, she was so envious. Sister, my financial supporter, I heard you said a typhoon is coming, so we might as well go abroad and travel. We'll be back in about a month to avoid the stress back home. Take care of yourself, and don't worry about your sister. Sister, my financial supporter, if you need money, just tell your sister. Jiang Yumian was so envious that she almost wanted to chew a handkerchief, but she could only obediently reply yes. She also silently reaffirmed her ideal. Make money. She wanted to make a lot of money. At noon, Jiang Yumian pulled out the piggy blanket she learned to make from a food video yesterday from her social media account and ate 2 large bowls of rice. After dinner, she didn't sit still either, registering a short video account. She recorded short videos, added captions, and was about to upload the prop details she written yesterday when Jiang Yumian suddenly paused. Jiang Yumian, Hua Guangguang, I have something to ask you. Hua Guangguang, I'm happy to answer your questions. Please go ahead. Jiang Yumian, can these props be traded online? Hua Guangguang paused for 2 seconds, as if he hadn't reacted. What? Jiang Yumian, online trading? Who doesn't know how to shop online these days? I sell the props online, no need for face-to-face transactions. This way, she wouldn't have to chase people down every time she sold the props, and it would also reduce many uncontrollable risks. Hua Guangguang calmly replied, these items were actually sold at a low price in the mall long before you entered the survival game. Jiang Yumian blinked, seemingly confused as to what Hua Guangguang meant, and casually asked, and then? Hua Guangguang, in a month, not a single item has been sold. Jiang Yumian, then your method must be wrong. I'm asking, can online transactions be done? Hua Guangguang, online transactions are possible. As long as both the buyer and seller agree to the transaction, the system will automatically deduct the buyer's gold. But will anyone actually buy it? Jiang Yumian smiled faintly. We see. Hua Guangguang, Qian Duoduo, who was enjoying the show in the metaspace, curled his lips. What's this woman up to now? Why is she laughing so perversely? Night fell in another beachfront villa. Shinchiron, slurping his self-heating hot pot, scrolled through short videos on his phone. And then, the next? A clear, bright voice slowly announced on the black screen, followed by pure white subtitles. Welcome to the Doomsday survival game. The live auction of Boss Lu's prop library will officially begin at 8 o'clock. Boss Lu? Shinchiron subconsciously turned to look at Lu Shurian, who was tinkering with Lego behind him, then silently turned back and clicked to follow the short video livestream account. 7:30 p.m. Jiang Yumian had cleared a small corner on the 3rd floor, where she had prepared a note and an empty mineral water bottle. Her idea for the livestream was a spur-of-the-moment idea. There was no phone stand, no beauty light, not even a hammer or auction bell. There was a typhoon raging right now, so there was no way she could buy anything online. So she prepared an empty mineral water bottle she used today. Jiang Yumian twirled the bottle in her hands. TSK. Isn't that a bit shabby? Jiang Yumian searched everywhere, but couldn't find a replacement. She could only tear off the label on the bottle. Perfect. Chapter 57. On a stormy night, almost everyone stayed home. Jiang Yumian reluctantly spent 1,000 yuan on traffic exposure to increase exposure and clicks among her friends in the same city. The livestream had only just begun when it attracted nearly 100 people. Jiang Yumian knew that if an NPC accidentally entered, they would automatically block out her game-related terms, and would leave if they didn't understand. The only people left were naturally the players. Watching the crowd gradually dwindle after the broadcast began, until only a dozen or so remained, the girl remained unfazed. Jiang Yumian leisurely placed a billboard made of 6 A4 sheets on the white wall behind her. Boss Lu's prop auction. Limited quantities, first come, first served. Virtual props, no returns or exchanges. The price is determined by the 3rd hammer. The reserve price is transparent. Bid in the comments, and the highest bidder wins. The order of product links determines the order of bidding for props in this auction. Buyers have 10 minutes for questions and answers. Feel free to raise any questions about the items. 8:10 officially begins. In another villa, Shinchiron looked at Jiang Yumian, who was wrapped up tightly in the livestream, with a mixture of laughter and tears. No, at what auction does the auctioneer not even show their face, just their eyes? Clearly, the players in the livestream were equally puzzled, posting their questions directly on the public screen. Hamburger, no streamer, why don't you show your face? If you don't even show your face, how dare we touch the item in your hand? High-paying bodyguards. It's hard to disagree. The tightly wrapped woman slowly spoke, regarding the question of whether to show your face or not. As everyone knows, online exposure is enormous, and I'm Boss Lu's right-hand man. If I were to reveal myself completely, everyone would quickly guess Boss Lu's identity, something our boss would absolutely not allow. Today we're only selling props, and only to those with genuine interest. Those who don't like or find us unreliable can steer clear. After hearing the woman's words, Shinchiron casually crossed his legs, glanced up at the man still intently building Lego, and then quietly mentioned something in the livestream. She is invincible. Okay, who is the Boss Lu the streamer is talking about? It can't be the Boss Lu we thought it was, right? Yes, it can't be the Boss Lu who perennially tops the individual leaderboard, right? The crowd enthusiastically chimed in, speculating about the relatively well-known figures on the list. The female streamer said, our boss is indeed on the list. Many of the props I'm selling are discarded, and used items he won from the raffle disc in the mall. You all know how tricky the lottery system is. These items cost an average of 3,000 to 4,000 gold coins. That's 30 or 40 million. But you made the right choice today. There are so many unused items, and the starting prices are incredibly low. Some even start in the single digits. Everyone is welcome to bid enthusiastically. It's only a few dozen gold coins at most. You won't be cheated or fooled. I'm sure you all have too many gold coins to spend. Spend a little and save a lot. You're guaranteed to win. Shinchiron thought the female anchor's eloquence was quite interesting. He was a little tempted. But why did Shinchiron feel that the back of the woman's head, which had just turned to face the billboard, looked a little familiar? Shinchiron quickly stood up, phone in hand, and sat down next to Lu Shiyan. Brother Lu, do you think we've seen this back of the head before? Lu Shiyan was still diligently building his Lego, not even bothering to glance. What back of the head? Shinchiron, I remember now. It seems to be the woman who used a space prop to steal our car outside our villa a few days ago. Lu Shiyan's hand suddenly paused in midair for 2 seconds. Shinchiron, tactfully, brought the phone screen directly to his face. Look! These little balls are all stuck at the same height. Meanwhile, Jiang Yumian, noticing it was almost time, pulled out the bottle of mineral water she had prepared earlier from a drawer. Although her mask was tightly covering her face, she still smiled at the camera and said, "If everyone has no questions, our auction will begin." Time. Is your eldest brother's surname really Lu? Jiang Yumian was unfazed and admitted straightforwardly, "Yes, my eldest brother's surname is Lu. You should all know the Lus on the list. My eldest brother is amazing. He's simply amazing." Jiang Yumian was actually feeling a little guilty. She only knew one person named Lu. Although Lu Shiyan wasn't as impressive as the number one Lu, considering his wealth and the fact that he had given her several props without blinking an eye during their last game, he probably had a ranking on the list. Jiang Yumian estimated that Lu Shiyan's highest ranking was probably Lu ***, number 31 on the individual list. That's why she was planning to use the name of the social anxiety boss to make a big deal today, taking the opportunity to praise Lu Shiyan a little, so as to avoid having to explain herself to the boss later. But now, it seems netizens have tacitly accepted that the big brother Lu she was referring to is the top dog on the list. If she doesn't follow the lead, she wouldn't be named Jiang. Jiang Yumian straightened her back and earnestly praised, "My big brother is the number one science and engineering guy. He's handsome, long-legged, and healthy. He's rich, talented in both literature and martial arts, and can do anything. Most importantly, he's a great person. Oh, you all know where he ranks on the individual rankings. I won't go into detail, but you can all guess which one he is." Not long after she finished speaking, a carousel image suddenly appeared on her phone. Time gave the streamer a fantasy carousel. Jiang Yumian, surprise! Jiang Yumian subconsciously clicked on the gift list, wanting to see how much a fantasy carousel cost. And then she saw 15,000. Jiang Yumian blinked in disbelief, her mouth already mumbling to herself. "Thanks boss Time, for the fantasy carousel. Time, call me big brother." Jiang Yumian's almond-shaped eyes narrowed into 2 crescents, radiant and brilliant. "Okay, big brother." Meanwhile, in another villa, Shinchiron watched from the side, as Lu Shiyan's lips curved up uncontrollably, a tiny curve that stunned him. Just as he had finally digested the fact that Lu Shiyan, usually so stingy with him, had actually spent 15,000 yuan on a completely faceless female streamer in a shabby livestream room, Shinchiron let out a sharp cry. "Brother Lu, is this woman your new electronic pet? What about me? Who am I? I wanted to buy 2 more pieces of clothing yesterday, and you wouldn't even buy them for me. They were less than 1,000. Chapter 58. Bang. A loud noise. Jiang Yumian instinctively looked through the bedroom doorway toward the French windows in the 3rd-floor living room. She knew without a second thought that it must have been small stones carried by the typhoon outside that had hit the glass of her French windows. The popular rice-shaped tape stickers online are said to be effective in preventing glass from shattering and splashing. Jiang Yumian simply bought 7 or 8 rolls of Scotch tape and taped all the glass in her house, leaving no gaps. Especially for the French windows, which were the largest and most vulnerable to shattering, Jiang Yumian taped them completely front and back. But now, seeing this noise and this commotion, this isn't good. After quickly thanking the top-ranking brother, Jiang Yumian immediately began the auction. Even if her own power and internet didn't go out later, she was worried the players in the live stream would suffer from power and internet outages. Jiang Yumian tapped her mineral water bottle on the table and immediately said, "Okay, now let's move on to our first item. Buff items can grant various bonuses." Jiang Yumian picked up another piece of beige paper, torn from a notebook. On the paper were 2 neat lines of black marker. Chef God buff. Jiang Yumian's explanation slowly followed the gazes of everyone in the live stream. This first item is a 100% guaranteed Chef God buff. Chef God, Chef God. After it takes effect, for 5 hours, the recipient's culinary skills will reach full power. As expected by Jiang Yumian, the entire live stream room fell silent. After a brief silence, a flurry of complaints erupted. If this item can only be sold to foodies, right? Where are the foodies in the apocalypse? Hell, war god. What's the point of spending 200,000 on this skill? Sweetheart, switch to the next item. No one wants this one, stop wasting time. I'm really interested in that filter buff. Jiang Yumian smiled, her light voice carrying a shock that surprised everyone. What if I say that any food prepared within the buff's duration will eliminate all negative effects on the body, allowing it to function at its peak? And what if the food prepared won't spoil for 100 days, remaining in its fresh out of the pot state? At that moment, the players in the live stream fell silent again. Jiang Yumian wasn't in a hurry, but continued, quantity is limited. First come, first served. Win by the highest bidder. There are only 4 items, and they all be purchased at the first bid price. A reminder, if you don't have enough gold coins, you can wait for the next item. This item buff not only provides a large amount of energetic manpower for your team in the game, but it's practically inexhaustible. It's perfect for those with a team or organization who want to buy it in bulk. And the item is the same as the one you win in the 100 coin lottery in the mall. It's limited to a certain number of times, not a time limit. If you don't use it this round, you can use it in the next round or the next. The live streamer's comments echoed. Get rich, get rich, get rich. Damn, even a lone wolf likes this. Jingjia loves rice cakes. Girl. Just tell me how much. Happy hamster. What the hell? Everyone from Jingjia is here? Jiang Yumian. Starting price. 20 gold coins. Players are welcome to bid on the public screen. In the chaotic space of the system, Hua Guangguang and Qian Duo, watching the show with their hands propped up, were even more shocked. Hua Guangguang. Huh? A direct price increase of 8 gold coins? Qian Duo. That's so shady, we won't be able to sell a single item. At this moment, everyone in the barrage fell silent again. But this time, it was something Jiang Yumian hadn't expected. For a long time, no one commented. No way, was her reserve price too high? Okay, although this item only sells for 12 gold coins in the mall, she raised the price by 8 gold coins in an auction. But it wasn't like there wouldn't be a single bidder. But the price was already set, and she couldn't suddenly lower it. She could only quickly make amends. These item buffs are the same as the items you get from the 100 coin lottery in the mall. They're limited to a certain number of times, not a time limit. If you can't use them this round, you can use them in the next round or the next. Then, another silence. No way, no way, is this really going to fail? If no one wants it, she just have to move on to the next item. What Jiang Yumian didn't expect was, she just had a network problem. The livestream's barrage of comments was becoming increasingly tense as dozens of players were bidding higher prices. Get rich, get rich, get rich, 30. Jingji loves to eat glutinous rice cakes. 100, I want all 4. If 250, I want all 4 too. Jingji loves to eat glutinous rice cakes. 300. Let's see who dares to snatch them from me. Chi is invincible. 301, I dare you. Happy hamster. 302, I give you one, haha. Jingji loves to eat glutinous rice cakes. 400, Chi is invincible. Okay, you're awesome. I can't accompany you, I let my big brother do it. Time, 401. Little Rose. Jingjia loves glutinous rice cakes, After Jiang Yumian's internet connection came back, she discovered the prices had increased 20-fold. Jiang Yumian. Question mark what? Stop. Stop hitting me. Jiang Yumian thought this, but she couldn't suppress the smile on her face. Hua Guangguang. My idol, stop laughing, I can't help it either. Qian Duo. You two, each one of you, have so much inner drama. Jiang Yumian, suppressing her laughter, curiously asked Hua Guangguang, isn't the maximum you can earn from a single game 100 gold coins? How many games do they have to play to earn that many coins, and have enough to auction? Hua Guangguang. The system will grant redemption rights to players who successfully complete 5 games. Players can exchange real-world currency for virtual and-game gold coins at a 100,000 to 1 ratio. Jiang Yumian was a little confused. So, 1 gold coin is only worth 10,000 yuan in real-world RMB, but 1 gold coin costs 100,000 yuan in real-world RMB. Hua Guangguang smiled. Yes. Jiang Yumian couldn't help but smack her. You guys are so mean. Hua Guangguang, same here, my idol. Jiang Yumian, Is he praising her, or scolding her? Chapter 59. Seeing the price in the barrage soar to 450 gold coins per item, Jiang Yumian was clearly panicking. Enough. Truly enough, Jiang Yumian wanted to prevent this group from going crazy and asking for a price that would bankrupt them, or even end up not having the money to pay. Then her efforts would be completely in vain. Jiang Yumian tactfully reminded, I understand how desperately you, the distinguished players, want this item, but I still need to warn you. This auction will not accept credit, only gold coins. If you can't pay after bidding, you will be blacklisted and will never be able to bid on items again. Jingji loves to eat glutinous rice cakes. 465. Are you still following? Time. 566. Jingji loves to eat glutinous rice cakes. You're determined to go against me, aren't you? Qi is invincible. Okay, brother, you're so rich. You know that 400 or 500 gold coins can only get you 5 chances at most in the mall, and those prizes are guaranteed to be worthless. 400 gold coins for such a great item, who wouldn't want to grab it? In another villa, Shinchiran, a handful of sunflower seeds in his pocket, cracked them with a smile on his face. Shinchiran, Brother Lu, are you really going to buy this item? Don't you have more items in your inventory than you can possibly use? Lu Shiyan, still clutching a Lego piece and reading the instructions, said slowly, no. Shinchiran, then why are you haggling so hard on the price? Lu Shiyan replied nonchalantly, let her earn more. Shinchiran, huh? Look at the way you're saying it. It makes it seem like if she earns more, you earn something too. Lu Shiyan, isn't it profitable? Shinchiran, question mark. After Lu Shiyan put the Lego blocks into the correct position, if they don't try to rip me off, I'm profitable. Shinchiran, what if they don't chase the price because it's too high? Lu Shiyan remained calm. It's okay, I'm not short of money. Shinchiran silently gestured with his fingers. 6. Jingji loves to eat glutinous rice cakes. 520. No more. That number was just a gesture of goodwill to the anchor with such a beautiful voice. Time, 521. Jingji loves to eat glutinous rice cakes. 522. Time, you take the picture. Jingji loves to eat glutinous rice cakes. Haha. Jiang Yumian was also watching the melon-eating scene, completely captivated. After a moment's pause, he quickly picked up his mineral water bottle and knocked it on the table. 522 gold coins once. Anyone else wants to bid? Humble as a dog, who can afford that? Get rich, get rich, get rich, give it to him, and quickly move on to the next item. 522 gold coins twice. 522 gold coins 3 times. Deal. Congratulations to player Thorn Loves Rice Cake for winning this item. Would you like to take the remaining 3 items with you? Thorn Loves Rice Cake. Not yet, it's over budget. I need to consult with my supervisor. Jiang Yumian felt a pity, but she also said readily, okay, then, the Chef God buff will be displayed in the live stream window for 522 gold coins each. Interested parties can purchase it directly. As soon as she finished speaking, the system's voice rang in her ears. Ding dong. The Chef God buff, originally priced at 12 gold coins, was successfully traded for 522 gold coins. Jiang Yumian received a commission of 1 gold coin, and the remaining 510 gold coins will be automatically transferred to the salesperson's virtual account. Jiang Yumian couldn't contain her smile. 500 gold coins equaled 5 million. Wow, she's rich again. Jiang Yumian quickly retracted her smile. After all, compared to the fully developed Chef God buff, the next step was her real priority. Whether it could be sold, and whether it could fetch a good price, depended on her strategy of first suppressing and then promoting. Jiang Yumian picked up another piece of beige paper from the table, and said with a smile, the second item is also a buff item. The Skillful Gardener buff, as the name suggests, also known as a skilled craftsman. The buff lasts for 5 hours, and once activated, it quickly grows various flowers and plants. The starting price remains 20 gold coins. Jiang Yumian smiled sweetly, only 1. Get rich, get rich, get rich, that's it. Planting flowers, Sweetheart, after this previous experience, I don't dare underestimate this item anymore. Meanwhile, in a luxury apartment building, two siblings were talking. Di-chung, sister. Isn't this the item we didn't buy last time? I remember it only cost 10 gold coins back then. How come it's 20 now? Di-shuang, who had been lurking in the livestream, was silent for a long moment. She must have a reason for selling it this way. Maybe she discovered some hidden function, so she's jacked up the price. Di-chung, should we buy it? Then Di-shuang remembered how she discovered her boyfriend having an affair with Jiang Peng's woman the day before. Furious, after confronting him to no avail, she decided to tell Jiang Peng about it before leaving, hoping to use Jiang Peng to get revenge on the adulterer. But unexpectedly, Jiang Peng not only didn't mind, but also wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to defile her and then kill her. It was the lucky buff that saved her and her siblings from suffering. Di-shuang was so grateful to the woman who sold her the item back then that even now. Di-shuang, ask your price. More items means more lives. If it's too high, forget it. We just grab a bargain. Di-chung, okay. Perhaps because Jingji Aichi Ba had suffered heavy losses in the previous round, the bids weren't increasing by tens of gold coins like before. The gold price on the public screen was rising by 1, and Jiang Yumian almost fell asleep. In the end, the clever gardener buff was auctioned off by time for 215 gold coins. Jiang Yumian also received a 205 gold profit, plus a 1 gold commission. Since it was a new item, she also received an additional hour of lucky buff. The old cold legs buff was the last thing anyone wanted to raise the price for, yet it was still sold to Happy Hamster for 42 gold coins. Jiang Yumian made a whopping 30 gold coins for a useless 12 gold item, plus a 1 gold commission and a 1-hour lucky buff. The sewing machine buff was also bought by Fa Dekai for 79 gold coins. Fa Dekai, I want to make a one-of-a-kind wedding dress for my wife. 7.9 million is worth it. So, Jiang Yumian made another 59 gold coins, plus a 1 gold commission and a 1-hour lucky buff. Jiang Yumian really. She was laughing so hard that her mouth almost broke. In fact, if she'd gone after each player individually to sell, the results wouldn't have been as good. After all, with a sense of crisis that if she didn't buy it now, someone else would have bought it, and it would have been too late, her chances of closing the deal were multiplied. When Jiang Yumian's phone ran out of battery, and she almost sold enough for the day, she paused her livestream and prepared to resume it the next morning. Then, a familiar system notification reappeared in her mind. Ding dong. Clever Gardener buff has taken effect. Target, confidential. Target, Jiang Yumian. Probability, 100%. Duration, 5 hours. Jiang Yumian, ? Chapter 60. It's a raging storm outside, and you want me to plant flowers? What kind of flowers? Jiang Yumian gritted her teeth, wishing she could unleash another set of military boxing at the air. After a while, she realized that this skilled gardener buff wasn't as overbearing and overpowering as the master chef buff, forcing her to execute actions. It could even be said. No reaction at all. This. Jiang Yumian breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, she wasn't forced to open the door and plant flowers right now. Even if she didn't do anything, just sleep for 5 hours, and let this buff go to waste, it was all up to her. But then Jiang Yumian remembered that Lu Shiyan had auctioned off this skilled gardener for 215 gold coins. 2.15 million. Wouldn't it be a shame for her to waste it just by sleeping? After a mere minute of hesitation, Jiang Yumian found the empty mineral water bottle that had just been auctioned and cut it in half with a knife. Preparing to find some soil. Thinking of the few small, soil-filled flower pots she brought in from the garden the day before, Jiang Yumian hurried down the stairs. However, she hadn't anticipated that in just one night, the water pouring into the first floor had reached a height of nearly a meter. She couldn't move at all. The murky rainwater was choked with dead branches and small, floating objects, making it impossible to see the exact location of the flower pots. Fortunately, all the furniture on the first floor had been put away, so the damage wasn't too great. Jiang Yumian simply gave up, bent down, scooped out half a bottle of dirty water, then pulled out an empty 2L mineral water bottle from her space, filled it up, and then immediately rushed back to the third floor. There weren't many seeds, but... Jiang Yumian smiled and pulled out from her space. Half a stalk she left over from cooking. A scallion. Hey, flowers and plants, maybe green onions count too. Watch me make some hydroponic green onions. Jiang Yumian casually stuffed the green onion roots into the mineral water bottle and waited quietly. Half an hour later. Jiang Yumian's brows furrowed. Why isn't there any reaction? Unconvinced, Jiang Yumian measured the green onion roots through the mineral water bottle with a ruler. No change at all. Jiang Yumian, what kind of chili pepper prop is this? Jiang Yumian then unceremoniously poured the remaining tea tree mushroom and duck soup from the table into the bottle, preparing to throw the green onion and the water into the trash can. But she never expected. The green onion, which had been motionless for a long time, suddenly grew 10 centimeters at a visible speed. This startled Jiang Yumian, and her eyes widened. Jiang Yumian stared blankly at the bowl in her hand, then at the green onion in front of her, and at the roots in the bottle, which had completely absorbed all the water. No way. You need nutrients too? Jiang Yumian quickly opened the full bottle of mineral water nearby and filled the small bottle. In the blink of an eye, the scallion grew another 10 centimeters taller, and the water in the bottle was completely absorbed. Jiang Yumian, frog fun. The soup isn't the important thing, the watering is. Jiang Yumian, looking like she discovered a new world, carried the scallion straight to the first floor and sat on the stairs. When the water was completely absorbed, she casually scooped up a bowl of water from the side and poured it in. Soon, the scallion was almost reaching the ceiling. She had finally seen those giant scallions from northeast China that were taller than a person. Then, Jiang Yumian complained that scooping water bowl by bowl was too slow, and the roots in the bottle were almost overflowing. A daring idea suddenly struck her. Jiang Yumian plucked the scallion by the roots and flung it into the water with a graceful, crisp motion, shouting, "Go ahead, I'm a scallion." The scallion, still floating in the water, showed no sign of reaction. Thinking she needed more water, Jiang Yumian tossed 2 or 3 bowls of water in its direction. The result? The scallion, barely floating on the surface, swayed unsteadily after being splashed with those 2 bowls of water. Then, it sank, as if drowned, never to emerge again. Jiang Yumian, Jiang Yumian felt her heart shatter along with the scallion. In disbelief, she splashed water twice more in its direction. "Stop, Song! How can I live without you, Songer?" Jiang Yumian, heartbroken one moment, saw a black bead float on the surface of the water due to the noise she made. Jiang Yumian had eaten some longan before, and upon closer inspection, she realized it was the seed itself. It's common sense that seeds that float on the water can't be planted. But she had the skillful gardener buff, so maybe she could succeed? Jiang Yumian thought, and quickly fished it out, not caring about the wet cuffs on her jacket. She skillfully began planting green onions again. The only difference, this time, was that as soon as she placed the longan seed in the water-filled bottle, the water was absorbed, but the seed remained unchanged. Jiang Yumian immediately watered it again, and sure enough, tiny sprouts appeared. Time passed, and Jiang Yumian changed bottles more and more frequently. It took only half an hour to switch from a small 250 milliliters mineral water bottle to a 2L1, and then to an 18.9L mineral water barrel. And as the tree grew taller, it needed more and more water. Jiang Yumian was so focused on planting trees that she didn't notice the torrential rain outside was still pouring down. Yet, the overflowing water level inside her home hadn't risen at all, and had actually dropped by a staircase. She bent down to scoop up water, her movements becoming more and more vigorous. Jiang Yumian looked at the longan tree, which had now grown as tall as she was, and as wide as a bucket. Its branches and leaves were lush, and growing beautifully. Not only that, Jiang Yumian even discovered that the small tree could grow in any direction she desired. Jiang Yumian placed her hands on her hips, proudly raising her head, looking incredibly pleased. Is this the feeling of raising children? But then, Jiang Yumian grew serious, rubbing her chin as she began to reflect. Wait a minute. What's the point of planting such a small tree in this typhoon weather? Such a small tree is useless. What if it was a towering tree, immensely powerful, capable of shielding her from typhoons and heavy rain? Jiang Yumian saw that Xiao Huajiang's buff had nearly 2.5 hours left. Her perspective suddenly widened. Chapter 61. This tangled, swirling rainwater, teeming with microscopic particles, was teeming with bacteria. Jiang Yumian didn't dare jump into the water. Instead, she quickly went to the second-floor bathroom, changed into a wetsuit, and donned short rain boots. Then, carrying the tree bucket, she descended the stairs one step at a time. Her boots quickly soaked through the rain, making each step difficult. But Jiang Yumian didn't care. She wore the rain boots because she was afraid of sharp glass in the water, not for waterproofing. It was just that, since the tree was still enclosed in the bucket, it was easier to move after entering the water. Jiang Yumian pushed the tree trunk carefully toward the first-floor French window that led to the small back garden. She hadn't taped the first-floor windows, especially the French window, which had been cracked, as if it had been struck by something heavy. After Jiang Yumian dragged the sapling to the French window and set it down, she donned her diving goggles, took out the utility knife she prepared, and dove headfirst into the water, which had already reached her waist. She diligently cut the edge of the bucket, allowing the sapling's roots to fully unfurl. At first, Jiang Yumian worried the sapling would drown in the water like the green onion. But once Jiang Yumian had completely pulled the bucket from the sapling's roots, the branches and leaves clearly seemed to come alive. The roots began to spread outward, and the small branches extending from the trunk began to straighten up, showing a noticeably more vibrant look. After putting the utility knife and diving goggles away, Jiang Yumian smiled with relief, gently touching the trunk and sighing, "Good treasure." Then, without wasting any time, Jiang Yumian frantically poured water on the sapling with a small bowl. With a splash of water, the tree grew taller and thicker, its roots spreading directly into the vast, overgrown expanse of abandoned land in the back garden. Seeing the tree grow almost as tall as the ceiling, Jiang Yumian began to talk to herself. "Guiyuan, grow outward. Grow toward the window. Don't break down my sister's house." As if understanding, Guiyuan turned a corner and swiftly broke through the window. If anyone outside were watching, they would have noticed branches rapidly growing upwards alongside the villa wall, growing thicker and thicker, yet not damaging the wall at all. When it reached the third floor, it stopped growing upwards and began to sprout branches in all directions. From thin to thick, from short to long, like a large umbrella, it enveloped the entire villa within its protective envelope. On the first floor, Jiang Yumian had no idea what the longan tree had become. All she knew was that the heavy rain outside, which had been falling for days and nights, seemed to have stopped. The water on the first floor had been almost completely absorbed by the longan, and she couldn't even scoop it up even if she tried. The water that continued to seep in through the cracks in the door wasn't even close to enough for the longan tree to drink. Jiang Yumian looked out the window at the water level, which was now up to her chest, and she had another bold idea. While everyone on the island was trying their best to stem the flood, Jiang Yumian had already reached the front door and took a deep breath. And then, she opened the door, grabbed it without looking back, and dodged. "Guiyuan, the water's coming. I give you a big one this time." Once the door was opened, the floodwaters seemed to have found an outlet, rushing in with a vengeance. Jiang Yumian, hiding behind the door, felt the force of the floodwaters, nearly sweeping the door away with her. This time, perhaps because Jiang Yumian's opening the door to release the water was also considered watering, before Jiang Yumian, hanging from the door, could descend, the main trunk of the longan tree had grown even larger. The thin branches outside the villa began to crisscross and grow wildly along the tips of the umbrella until they reached the ground. It was like a giant protective shield, completely enveloping the entire villa. The floodwaters outside could not enter, and the howling winds were completely blocked from the tree. As the branches grew thicker, green buds began to sprout, and after the green buds, a dense cluster of small buds appeared. The moment the water in the villa was completely absorbed, every bud on the longan tree fully bloomed. Countless small golden yellow flowers bloomed. This spectacular and breathtaking scene left Jiang Yumian, who was inside, completely stunned. She couldn't recover for a long time. Only when the countdown for the Qiaohua Jiang buff ended sounded did Jiang Yumian instinctively pick up the green onions on the ground and walk out of the villa. The longan tree wasn't completely impenetrable. High up, it even had two small round windows. The heavy rain could only get in a little, barely sprinkling water. When Jiang Yumian reached the back garden, she discovered a small skylight on the roof, barely wide enough for one person. Clad in a wetsuit, Jiang Yumian found a retractable ladder, put on her raincoat, and emerged a little from the small skylight. The downpour made it nearly impossible for Jiang Yumian to open her eyes. The hood of her raincoat blew off, leaving her hair soaked. But this didn't dampen her good mood in the slightest. Holding a waterproof flashlight, she illuminated everything with a golden glow. Jiang Yumian exclaimed, stunned, "Oh my god! Did she really create this intricately crafted longan tree? She's a genius." Not only that, but underneath the skylight was a small door woven from hundreds of tender green branches. When she descended, she could even close it, and it was incredibly stable. It's windproof, rainproof, and only someone could chop it with a sharp object or burn it with a raging fire. Otherwise, even in this typhoon, it wouldn't be damaged at all. Jiang Yumian was almost moved to tears. What a magical longan tree house. What the heck is this cheap gardener buff? She felt like she could live there forever. In the next round, no, the round after that, she could buy this item herself. She had plenty of money now. Jiang Yumian, with her bright white teeth bared, cheerfully returned to her room. While showering and washing her hair, she took stock of her day's bounty. Today, she sold 4 lucky buffs, net profit of 401 gold coins, a cooking god buff, 511 gold coins, a cheap gardener buff, 206 gold coins, an old cold legs buff, 31 gold coins, and a sewing machine buff, 60 gold coins. Player Jiang Yumian's current assets are as follows. Assets: 1,214.5 gold coins, 63,799 S-coins. Items: Lucky buff, 100% chance per hour, *7, I have small rubber bands, 12 cubic meters. Debts, 1.45 million yuan. Seeing the gold in her account, Jiang Yumian finally straightened her back and prepared to start anew. This was real money. There wouldn't be any more shady system deductions. After this game, not only would she no longer have to worry about medical expenses, she could even buy a large beachfront villa outright. Wow, so touching, so touching. After Jiang Yumian finished her shower and settled back into bed, she opened the short video account for today's livestream. I had originally thought that Lu Shiyan, the perpetual cheater. No, the perpetual cheater would leave her a message in the background. But she hadn't expected many players to privately message her about items, asking if they could buy them privately. But Lu Shiyan was the only one who didn't, and he didn't even bother to follow her. Wow, the socially anxious guy is truly a severe social anxiety sufferer. He gave away over 2 million worth of items without even bothering to click a follow button. Jiang Yumian, having received such a great favor from him, naturally found him on the gift list and quickly typed a few words. Xiao Jiang, I don't know why you always give me such big surprises, whether it's a malicious prank or a kind gift, but I still have to say something this time. Xiao Jiang, big brother, please accept my greeting. Xiao Jiang, the props you gave me this time are very useful. I promise to talk less and do more when I see you next time. Of course, she didn't dare say the words excessive money. Chapter 62. Jiang Yumian didn't expect the social anxiety boss to reply to her message, and Lu Shiyan probably didn't have the energy to reply at this point either. In the early morning of the 12th day of the game, the rain was getting heavier, and the wind wasn't far behind. The dilapidated iron fence danced wildly in the air, sometimes falling to the ground and tumbling, sometimes blowing up into the night sky, disappearing into the darkness. Just then, not long after Shinchiron and the others finished watching the live broadcast, they heard a loud bang. The two of them exchanged a brief glance, then, in tacit understanding, ran up the stairs. This single-family villa was the largest and tallest in the complex, with 6.5 floors, and a large transparent skylight that provided excellent light. When Lu Shiyan and the others reached the 6th floor, they discovered that the tempered glass skylight on the roof had been hit by a huge piece of iron. Furthermore, one end of the iron sheet had sunk deeply into the crack in the glass, leaving the remaining half of the sheet standing upright. The strong wind blew, causing it to sway slightly from side to side. But this slight swaying was causing the tempered glass to disintegrate at a visible rate. The cracks in the glass grew larger, and it was unclear when it would completely shatter. Shinchiron stared at the rainwater leaking through the iron sheet, and said blankly, "How could this happen? Didn't we seal the entire skylight with cement and bricks?" As soon as he finished speaking, the brick, already rolled twice by the wind, smashed directly into the skylight. Lu Shiyan instinctively pushed Shinchiron away, and quickly took several steps back, instinctively raising his arms to shield his head. Bang! The entire shattered tempered glass, along with the iron sheet and brick, slammed into the warm white tile floor in front of him. The tiles instantly cracked into several pieces. Soybean-sized raindrops scrambled down, and the wind carried many fallen leaves into the villa. 2 bright red plastic bags, mixed with a few small yellow longan blossoms, blew directly to Lu Shiyan's feet. The howling wind made Shinchiron's bangs flutter. "Brother Lu." Lu Shiyan looked at the brick shattered by the wind again, his expression serious. "Go downstairs and bring up some sandbags." Shinchiron, "Okay." Late at night, Jiang Yumian lay in bed, sound asleep in peace. Lu Shiyan and his companions were carrying sandbags upstairs one by one. They were relatively safe. Jiang Peng and his group, who were staying in the high-rise building of the Seaview Hotel, had all the glass in their room shattered, including the floor-to-ceiling windows. Strong wind surged through the house, and everyone desperately grasped at any lifeline, trying to prevent themselves from being blown out the window. At over 10 stories high, being blown out would undoubtedly mean death. Jiang Peng's wig had long since been blown away, revealing his shiny, sleek chin, yet he remained composed and concerned, like a big brother. Hold on, everyone. The typhoon will normally last a day or two and be over. There's nothing to be afraid of. But the next moment, Su Weiming, clinging to the pillar, looked at the woman clinging to his legs, his expression cold. While Jiang Peng wasn't paying attention, he pulled a fruit knife from his space tool, gritted his teeth, and swiftly cut the woman's wrist. Feng Xiaoyu stared blankly at the wound on her wrist, stunned by the stinging pain. Before she could fully react, Su Weiming kicked her again. The woman, weighing only about 80 pounds, was swept out of the room by the wind the moment she let go of his hand. Jiang Peng, Xiaoyu. Feng Xiaoyu, her curly hair disheveled by the wind, stared blankly at Su Weiming. The man who had been so affectionate and devoted to her not long ago now sent him to his death without blinking an eye. Brother Peng, Su Weiming is killing me. After Feng Xiaoyu finished speaking, Su Weiming's expression became visibly flustered. Feng Xiaoyu spoke hysterically at the top of her lungs before disappearing from everyone's sight. She was planning to drag Su Weiming down with her before she died. But what she hadn't expected was, Jiang Peng's face was devoid of any resentment. He simply glanced at Su Weiming calmly. What a pity. I'm not tired of her yet. I just have to find someone better next time. Brother Weiming, please help me find more when you have the chance. Su Weiming breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, that idiot Feng Xiaoyu didn't reveal he had the only spatial item in this round, otherwise Jiang Peng wouldn't have gotten around him so easily. She thought she was so important to Jiang Peng. So stupid. As Jiang Peng had said, the typhoon ended on the morning of the 13th day of the game. It was a shame the rain continued to pour, but it also gave everyone a chance to catch their breath. But there was still some bad news: widespread water and power outages across the city. Once the power went out, how long would it take to go without internet? Jiang Yumian, well rested, woke up early. After flipping the switch twice, she realized the power was out. Even the water from the faucet was trickling out. Unfazed, Jiang Yumian headed downstairs with her water bottle. The night before, after the water on the entire first floor had completely receded, Jiang Yumian not only mopped the floor thoroughly, restoring the villa to its former appearance as best she could. She also filled a large pond of water in the garden reservoir, and fully utilized every water-holding bottle, basin, or bucket in the building. With so much running water at home now, it's no exaggeration to say she could easily wash, cook, and mop the floor every day for 30 days, not to mention the several cases of mineral water, and a large bathtub of boiling water in her space. Jiang Yumian casually scooped a cup of water from the red plastic bucket, squeezed some toothpaste on it, and squatted on the steps, leisurely brushing her teeth. Her little treehouse was nice, but the lighting was terrible. There were only 2 small holes in the roof of the back garden for ventilation. For a moment, she felt like a caveman. Damn it! She couldn't even go out and chat with the neighbors and get some gossip. It's not that she couldn't go out, but she had to go through the small skylight on the roof, which was incredibly inconvenient. Unless she was escaping, there was really no need to go out. She was worried that her little treehouse would look too out of place, and too conspicuous to outsiders. She should have been more discreet when planting the longans. It's not that she's afraid of thieves stealing, but that they're lurking around. If someone discovered her, how would she explain herself without drawing attention? Sure enough, just as Jiang Yumian finished brushing her teeth, she heard a sharp screeching of brakes outside the treehouse. Hey! Brother! That's what I saw the night before last. This tree ball definitely appeared the night before last. Chapter 63. Jiang Yumian, shock. Whatever you fear comes true. Why not just pretend to be dead? The sound of footsteps outside the treehouse grew closer. The stranger's voice was childish, almost immature. But the voice of the boy's brother was remarkably deep and steady. There's definitely a player here. Brother, what do you mean? The boy's brother. This scene must have been caused by props in the hands of a player. Otherwise, it wouldn't have appeared overnight. After saying this, the boy's brother, Yufeng, placed his hand on the longan tree and pressed hard. Noticing the tree house's incredible stability, he couldn't help but marvel at nature's ingenuity. Yufeng, this tree house is built to withstand super typhoons. It's a true magic weapon. Additionally, the coastal drainage system is hundreds of times better than that of the island's urban areas. This morning, the flood level had dropped significantly. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to drive their SUV and barely find a new shelter outside today. Yufeng, A's, find the entrance to this tree house. Yuze, a boy who had only just reached adulthood 2 days earlier, nodded quickly. Sure enough, the two searched around the tree house, but couldn't find a single entrance or exit suitable for parking. Yuze, brother, how about we burn a hole in it? Or maybe cut a door with a chainsaw? Otherwise, the rain's going to start pouring again. Jiang Yumian, who had been eavesdropping from inside the tree house, gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, that brat. Yu Feng checked the time. No rush. Let's first find out how many people are inside. Hearing that the boy's brother didn't deny his idea, Jiang Yumian finally spoke up. If she didn't say anything, these two would chop down her treehouse. Jiang Yumian said coldly, there are over 20 of us. What? Are you still going to demolish it? Yu Feng frowned slightly at the young woman's voice, pushed up his glasses, and said seriously, excuse me, young ladies, which organization are you from? Jiang Yumian then said evasively, we're all from the Thorns. You know who's number 1 on the team list. Those of you who can't afford to offend, get out of here. Suddenly, the two people outside the treehouse fell silent. Just as Jiang Yumian was beginning to feel strange, the little brat laughed out loud, a hint of pride in his tone. We're all core members of the Thorns, and my brother is one of their top leaders. How could we not know about you? And there are only 6 Thorns playing this round with us, including the 2 of us. The rest live on the island. How could there be over 20 of us? Jiang Yumian smiled, but remained silent. It's truly unlucky for her to have her unlucky father open the door. She's incredibly unlucky. Yuze, those 20 or so people here are trying to scam us. I'm afraid you're the only one. Jiang Yumian, This little brat is quite clever. Yu Feng smiled calmly and continued, I know the girl is using our Thorn's name just to protect herself. Well, we mean no harm. It's just that the typhoon tore a huge hole in our house last night, and it's uninhabitable now. I wonder if the girl could take us in. We brothers will reward you handsomely. Jiang Yumian, how much? Yu Feng, expecting a bit more talk, was stunned by the girl's blunt words. How much do you want, young lady? Yu Feng asked hesitantly. Jiang Yumian's dark eyes darted around. 60 gold coins, accommodation for 2 people, plus a 40 gold coin protection fee. I keep you here until the end of the game. Yuze's temper flared. You're robbing me in broad daylight. Jiang Yumian, that's right, I'm robbing me. Your Thorn leader can't even come up with 100 gold coins, right? Yu Feng quickly stopped Yuze, who was about to curse. We agree. Please let us in, young lady. Jiang Yumian, okay, wait, but the entrance is too small. You have to come in one by one. Let your brother come in first. Yu Feng, okay, thank you. Jiang Yumian put down his water cup, happily picked up a stick, and quickly ran to the rooftop. He opened a small tree hole, and threw a several-meter-long rope toward the 2 brothers. The 2 hadn't expected the entrance to be at the very top of the spherical tree house. No wonder no one else had noticed. Yuze grabbed the hemp rope that had slid down from the entrance, and climbed up carefully, fearing he'd trip and fall on a fragile branch. To his surprise, the branches were surprisingly resilient. Every step he took was a sure-footed one. Yuze had just jumped from the treehouse's entrance, and before he could say a word, he felt a wooden stick strike him hard on the back of the head. As his vision went dark, Yuze turned to look at the girl behind him, and with trembling hands he said, You. Before he could finish his words, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Jiang Yumian stuck out her tongue at the brat, and nudged him in the side with the tip of her shoe. Only then, satisfied, did she put her hands on her hips. Hey, brat, I deal with you later. After saying that, to avoid arousing the man outside, Jiang Yumian quickly bent down and ripped the rope from the boy's hand. Then, climbing back up the ladder, she threw the rope out. When the man descended, the treehouse was dark, lit only by the cave entrance. Yu Feng carefully descended the ladder until the moment he landed on the ground. Already wary, Yu Feng dodged a wooden stick behind him, but he didn't notice the scattered soybeans on the ground beneath his feet. His balance shifted, and before he could regain his balance, he was struck by the girl's stick, knocking him to the ground and unconscious. Jiang Yumian had tied the 2 men tightly, fearing they might break free. As a precaution, she wrapped several layers of tape around their hands and feet. When Yu Feng woke up, the tree hole they had entered had been firmly sealed shut. A large incandescent light bulb illuminated the rooftop. Not far from them, a petite girl, her back to them, squatted, diligently scattering soybeans. Yu Feng felt a complex mix of emotions as he surveyed the scattered soybeans. He hadn't anticipated falling prey to these soybeans. Yuze also woke up at this moment. The girl had wrapped countless layers of tape around his mouth, and even with his mouth and tongue, he couldn't remove them. The noise Yuze made caused the girl to stop what she was doing. She turned and smiled at the two men with a sweet, warm smile. Wait a minute, someone will be here soon to accompany you. Yuze, Yufeng, Chapter 64. A flicker of surprise flashed across Yufeng's deep brown eyes, but it quickly faded, replaced by a look of vigilance and fear. The girl's fair, beautiful face radiated an endlessly vibrant energy, as if she hadn't been exhausted or drained by the game at all. Even her clothes were spotless, and her casually tied bun, with a few wisps of smooth hair, betrayed the comforts of her life. To be able to live so comfortably and independently in this man-eating game, her methods and abilities must be extraordinary. It was only natural that their brothers would fall at her hands. He had assumed this girl was like the female players he'd seen before, clinging to men for protection. This time, he'd been careless. Of course, it wasn't just the two brothers who were careless this time. 5 minutes later, the two brothers watched as the distressed siblings replayed their own experience of being tricked under Jiang Yumian's stick. Yuze, Yufeng, What a coincidence. They met these two before the game started. When Di Shuang and Di Cheng woke up, they looked at Yufeng and his brother and exclaimed in surprise, "It's you. Oh, you know each other. Just the right time to team up." Jiang Yumian clutched a piece of boiled corn and smiled frivolously. Yufeng remained silent, seemingly withdrawn. Yuze, on the other hand, was clearly agitated, but unable to speak for a long time due to the tape covering his mouth. The honest Di Cheng asked Jiang Yumian blankly, "Sister Bye-Bye, why are they silenced? Why aren't we?" Jiang Yumian glanced at him nonchalantly. "What? You want them to try it too?" Di Shuang quickly replied, No. My brother's still young and naive. Sister Bai, don't bother with him." Jiang Yumian was just joking. She pulled a corn cob from the transparent bag on her wrist, stuffed it into Di Cheng's mouth, and stood up to clean up the space beside them. "Jiang Yumian, if it weren't for the fact that you two are kind-hearted, have a good attitude, and even bought me props, I have you all charged an extra 40 gold coins for protection, just like them. Just stay here. I provide you with food and clothing. 300,000 each is a great deal for you." Di Shuang nodded obediently, clearly very obedient, but curiously asked, "Sister Bai, what are you doing now?" Jiang Yumian replied nonchalantly, "Looking for space to rent. It's such a big rooftop. If we clean it up, it can accommodate quite a few people. Oh, I can't help it. I'm just such a kind-hearted person." Yufeng, Yuze, Di Shuang, Cough, cough, cough. Di Cheng, bound by his hands and feet, could only hold the corncob skewer with his hands clasped together. He choked on the corn and coughed until his face turned red. Jiang Yumian didn't care about their silence. She figured, cooking for one portion is the same as cooking for two. Why not keep a few more people and earn a few more millions? You're kidding. Could she possibly resist money? Absolutely not. Before going to bed, Jiang Yumian gave each of them 2 corn cobs, rechecked the ropes, and then returned to her third-floor bedroom for a nice bath and a good night's sleep. On the 13th day of the game, after the typhoon had completely dissipated, the rain gradually subsided, and the floodwaters on the roads had almost receded. The roads were littered with dead branches and garbage, and even near the homes of homeless residents under the bridge, one could see the bodies of stray cats and dogs. The island's power and water systems were still out of service. The residential radio broadcast a single message over and over again. Another Category 17 super typhoon will make landfall on the evening of the 14th. Please stock up on daily necessities, and avoid going out as much as possible. If you need to go out to find supplies, please send an able-bodied member of your household. You can also call the neighborhood committee to report the supplies you need, and wait in line for firefighters to assist you. Children, stay out. Underweight people, stay out. No one is allowed to go to the beach. Early in the morning, Jiang Yumian, who had finished washing up and was cooking porridge on the rooftop, still exchanged glances with the 4 people in front of her. Yufeng stared down at the porridge in front of the girl, his thoughts racing. She couldn't possibly feed them all one by one, right? He finally got to stretch his wrists. But what he hadn't expected was that Jiang Yumian had cooked the preserved egg and lean meat porridge until it was a mess, and when she distributed it to the 4 of them, she thoughtfully served it with straws. Yufeng, Yuze, whose mouth had just been freed from dozens of tape loops by Jiang Yumian, pouted in dissatisfaction and asked, "How long are you going to keep us tied up like this?" Jiang Yumian, "Until the game is over." Yuze seemed to have compromised, his tone softening considerably. "Then can we talk about not tying our hands like this? They're going numb." Sister Bai, can we not tie our hands? I promise we won't lay a hand on you." Jiang Yumian blinked, then smiled and replied, no. I have to guarantee my own safety too. I can't trust your promises. Please be understanding. If you dare to make trouble again, I kill you right now. It won't hurt me, and I won't have to cook such a big pot of rice for you, right? Yuzhe was speechless after being silenced by Jiang Yumian. He could only obediently hold the straw and sip the porridge with difficulty. Seeing his tactful behavior, Jiang Yumian couldn't help but reach up and touch his head. Be good, little brother. If you cooperate, you have to endure much less hardship. Yuzhe snorted softly, quickly dodging her hand in disgust. Don't touch my head. I'm disgusted with you, Jiang Yumian retorted. TSK. I'm disgusted that you haven't washed your hair in ages, and you're getting greasy hands on me. You? Humph. Yuzhe seemed furious. As he turned his head away and sipped his porridge, his ears flushed with anger. Jiang Yumian didn't bother with the brat and continued distributing the preserved egg and lean meat porridge. Fortunately, the other 3 people were very cooperative. Yufeng even asked, can we pay more? Stop trying to silence us. Jiang Yumian raised her left eyebrow slightly. Sure, 20 gold coins each. Let's make this clear. If you mess with me while I'm scamming others, don't blame me for being rude. Yufeng, yes, sure. Seeing another 40 gold coins deposited into her account, Jiang Yumian looked at the 2 brothers with a warmer eye, as if they were golden beasts. She gave them another half bowl of porridge. Before she could get any useful information out of them, she heard the piercing sound of a chainsaw. Jiang Yumian jumped to her feet, ran to the fence at the edge of the rooftop, and peered down at the sound. Who was so blind as to secretly saw her little Lungan? Chapter 65. Lu Shiyan and his companions were out looking for materials to repair the skylight, and they had to pass by this large tree house. Shinchiran, curious, ran over to inspect it. Brother Lu, this tree house is great. Why don't we just pay some money and borrow it from the players inside for 30 days? Lu Shiyan, backpack on his back, hurried away without hesitation. No, you can go if you want. Shinchiran glanced left at Lu Shiyan, then right at the tree house, and finally quickly caught up with Lu Shiyan, chattering with a beaming smile. No, brother Lu, wait for me. I know you don't like socializing, but I think this tree house is really good quality, much better than our villa. Just ask. Maybe the owner is kind enough to agree without hesitation. Lu Shiyan, he won't agree. Shinchiran, why? Lu Shiyan, because you stole 3 of their bicycles. Shinchiran didn't understand what Lu Shiyan meant for a moment. What? When had he ever stolen a bicycle? Shinchiran, brother Lu, do I look like someone who would steal a bicycle? Lu Shiyan glanced at him, a little speechless. Why don't you take a closer look at where we are? Shinchiran glanced around, confused. Could it be those 3 shared bikes? Shit, this is that Anchor Zhang's house? Lu Shiyan didn't bother to answer him and walked on. Shinchiran explained beside him, I thought it was just parked casually on the side of the road. Besides, I paid for the bike. I didn't know that it was parked there intentionally by Jiang Anchor. I was wondering who's so uncivilized every time they park around here, throwing things in the bushes and burying them. Lu Shiyan, you don't have to explain to me. Shinchiran, how about I give you a gift to apologize? Shortly after the 2 of them left, Jiang Peng and his group were searching for the best accommodation in the wealthy villa area. There were 22 of them, and they could just grab any house they liked. Not to mention NPCs, even players had to make room for them, otherwise. Just as they were scouting for the best accommodation, Su Weiming, sitting in the passenger seat, frowned as he looked at something unusual in the distance. What's that? Jiang Peng, sitting behind him in the driver's seat, glanced over, his eyes lighting up. He quickly picked up the intercom and commanded, brothers, all of you, head to the tree house to the right. A group of 3 or 4 vans pulled up in front of the tree house. Seeing a valuable off-road vehicle parked in front of the treehouse, the bald underling hurried forward to investigate. Boss, there's no one inside. Another underling briefly inspected the treehouse, and then approached the vehicle, reporting, Boss, this treehouse is incredibly sturdy. It should be a good shelter from the elements, but I can't find the door. Jiang Ping flicked away his half-burned cigarette, and said casually, If you can't find the door, just saw it open for me. Can't you fix a shabby treehouse? Yes. Su Weiming, brother Jiang, shouldn't we use courtesy first, then force? What if one of the bigwigs on the leaderboard is inside? He felt that anyone who could afford to buy or rent an off-road vehicle in the game was definitely not an ordinary person. Besides, a treehouse this large couldn't be a natural phenomenon. Someone must have used some special props to construct it. If he could avoid offending them, he better not. Jiang Peng had become the boss of so many people, so his intelligence was no small matter. He naturally understood Su Weiming's concerns. But wasn't it because he had the financial resources to support such a large team, and didn't he rely on catching the lone bosses on the leaderboard, killing and robbing them for money? Wealthy girls, like Di Shuang, who relied on a little pocket money from their families, were just a small matter. His real targets were those lone bosses with strong abilities, and a considerable amount of gold. The richer the boss in the treehouse, the more excited he became. Especially since the treehouse didn't even have a door, it indirectly proved that the players inside had no intention of leaving, let alone any supplies. Jiang Peng grew increasingly excited as he thought about it, and immediately opened the car door and jumped out. But just as the two underlings, each holding a chainsaw, started up their engines and approached the treehouse, ready to cut through it, suddenly, the densely crisscrossed branches before their eyes suddenly sprouted sharp spikes. The spikes grew larger, as if sensing hostility, and only stopped when they reached 10 centimeters. This bizarre sight stunned Jiang Peng and his companions. The bald underling swallowed hard. Boss, what? After Jiang Peng regained his composure, he dismissively tossed away his newly lit cigarette and angrily swore, "What are you standing there for? Saw them. They're just a few thorny branches. They're not spirits, so why should you be afraid?" After hearing Jiang Peng's words, the two underlings in charge of sawing would suddenly realize what was happening. They immediately increased the speed of their chainsaws and moved towards the treehouse wall. At this moment, Jiang Yumian quickly ran to the first floor. She heard the crescendo of a chainsaw, followed by the sound of a man cursing. Jiang Yumian's heart immediately rose to her throat. Fuck, what a bunch of bastards. Just as she reached the back garden, before she could even say a word, she heard a familiar system notification. Ding dong. The skillful gardener buff has been fully developed. Its effects are as follows. The skillful gardener buff lasts for 5 hours. Once activated, it allows for the rapid growth of various flowers and plants. Grown plants are indestructible to human tools, and will activate their self-protection mechanisms in the face of hostility, triggering a diamond-like resilience. Note: due to the principle of mutual generation and mutual restraint, these plants are not fireproof and require a sufficient supply of water and nutrients, otherwise they will wither and die. Jiang Yumian paused in her tracks, her smile almost reaching her ears. That's truly amazing. Wow, so touching. Her little longan was surprisingly powerful. It could fend off enemies, protect against rain and typhoons, and even attract girls, her particular girl. Little longan, mommy loves you. Thinking of this, Jiang Yumian immediately retracted the wooden stick in her hand, pulled out her 1.88-meter-long scallion stick, and trotted over to the treehouse wall. The men's discussion reached her ears, word for word. Boss, this won't work. I've been sawing for ages, and there's not a single cut in the tree. Instead, the saw teeth are practically wearing holes. If you can't saw it, burn it. If you can't even saw it off, how will fire help? You useless fools. Just try and see. Jiang Yumian then hurriedly spoke, interrupting their thoughts. With a smile he said, this prop of mine won't cut it, but it will keep the fire burning. It can keep out rain and wind, so don't waste your energy. Everyone here is a guest. Just ask to pay the rent, and I let you in. Why be so rude? Jiang Peng, hearing a woman's voice, and such a delicate one at that, instantly piqued his interest. He pushed aside the bodyguard in front of him and walked into the treehouse, joking with a smile. So there's a girl in there. Forgive me, please. I wouldn't have let my men be so rude if I had known. Chapter 66. Jiang Yumian, okay. How many of you are there? Jiang Peng turned to glance at the men gathered around him, and replied casually 10. I wonder how many of you are there. Jiang Yumian remained calm, saying, just me. Jiang Peng's eyes lit up, but he sighed, with a feigned regret. It's not easy for a young girl to play games alone. Jiang Yumian sighed heavily as well. That's right. I always wanted to join an organization, hoping to find a good big brother who could show off and take me on. Jiang Peng, if you don't mind, young lady, I have these people who can be your big brother. Brother, I make sure you're safe throughout the entire game, Jiang Yumian said with the expectant tone of a little girl. Okay, then come in quickly. Jiang Peng laughed dryly. How do we get in? Jiang Yumian, I'm not very good at using this tool. The entrance is overhead, and it's quite small. Only one person can come in at a time. Wait for me to throw you a rope. Jiang Peng, okay. But big brother, I'm really short on money right now. Would you like to pay the protection fee in advance? Not much, Just 150 gold coins per person. Jiang Peng and his men twitched their lips. 150 gold coins isn't enough? 150 gold coins per person, that's 1,500 gold coins for 10 people. Luckily, they underreported the number of people by 10, otherwise, they'd be completely bankrupt. Jiang Peng's younger brother took 2 steps forward in excitement. Just as he was about to curse, Jiang Peng stopped him. Jiang Peng laughed dryly, suppressing his almost ferocious expression. We can pay for it, but dear sister, what do you want so many gold coins for? Jiang Yumian, raising Wangan. Oh, you don't know. This prop plant of mine needs to be fed with gold coins daily, otherwise it will die. And every time it defends against damage, it consumes a large amount of gold coins as nutrients. Look! You just saw it and kicked it, using up all the nutrients it could have needed to survive for over 10 days. I can't do anything about it. On the rooftop, for people, their hands and feet tightly bound, leaned against the wall with difficulty. They appeared silent, but in reality, they were stunned by what was happening below. They began to exchange frantic glances. Di Cheng, oh, the price has gone up again? We only have 60 gold coins. Di Shuang, she must have her reasons for doing this. Yu Zhe, but the price increase is ridiculous. Yu Feng, it's not like we're paying. Meanwhile, Lu Shiyan and Jiang Peng, who were holding a pile of wood not far from the treehouse, overheard the entire conversation between Jiang Yumian and Jiang Peng. As the conversation ended, Shen Qiran swallowed nervously. Brother Lu, there are so many people here. Should we go help? Lu Shiyan, if she dared to let them in, she must have a trap waiting for her. Shen Qiran, but she's just a little girl. No matter how powerful she is, she can't defeat these 20 or so people head-on, right? Lu Shiyan glanced at him casually. A bet? Shen Qiran felt a chill down his spine. Huh? Jiang Yumian had already happily run up to the rooftop and saw Di Shuang leaping towards her like a little jumping frog. Afraid her voice would be too loud and heard by the group outside, she lowered it, her voice trembling. Di Shuang, Sister Bai, you can't let them in. I just heard that this group is Jiang Peng and his gang. There are 23 of them. There aren't just 10 of them. Jiang Peng is a ruthless man, with a penchant for money, and a penchant for cheap things. He definitely won't just give you so many gold coins. Once you get in, he definitely make you cough them up. Jiang Yumian, after hearing Di Shuang's kind reminder, patted her shoulder. Thanks, but I have a plan. The 4 of you, be quiet and just eat your porridge. I need to give the dishes to the guests coming later. Or do you want to eat their saliva? Yu Zhe and the other 2 immediately jumped back to their seats, struggling to hold the porridge, and began to slurp it up. Yu Feng stood still and said seriously, I can help. No, I can handle it and... Jiang Yumian weighed the stick in her small hand twice, then looked up at Yu Feng and said calmly, I don't trust you either. If she were attacked from both sides, it would only be more troublesome. Jiang Yumian knew from the beginning that the Jiang Peng group Di Shuang mentioned were not easy to deal with, otherwise, they wouldn't have started destroying her Longan tree house at the first sign of a disagreement. She also knew that Jiang Peng would definitely understate his team size to lower her guard. But she hadn't expected Jiang Peng's team to have 23 players. Remember, there were only 100 players in this game. Jiang Yumian's team alone accounted for 1/5 of the total. However, Jiang Yumian's worry was brief. After all, she had plenty of money now. Jiang Yumian looked at the 1,414.5 gold coins in her account, plus the 1,500 gold coins Jiang Peng had just transferred, and without hesitation, she opened the general item store. Ding dong. The salesperson has purchased 5 unlucky buffs, valid for 5 minutes, for a total of 15 gold coins. Jiang Yumian received a commission of 5 gold coins. Ding dong. The salesperson has purchased 5 sleep god buffs, valid for 5 hours, for a total of 60 gold coins. Jiang Yumian received a commission of 5 gold coins. After making the purchases, Jiang Yumian also used the lucky buff on herself, which lasted for 1 hour. She then double-checked the small traps she had prepared, and only after checking them were correct did she begin to lower the ropes out of the cave entrance, shouting, All right, brothers, climb up one by one. Jiang Peng had intended to be the first to climb up, but after grasping the ropes, he hesitated for 2 seconds before handing the end to Su Ruiming beside him. You go first. If anything unexpected happens, yell or cut the rope to warn others. Su Ruiming didn't want to be the first to step forward. He didn't know what was going on inside, and being the first to go up would undoubtedly be the most dangerous. But he could only hold his anger in his arms. If he refused now, he would die right here and now. Jiang Peng, don't worry, I get another brother to go up with you. With that said, Su Huiming had no choice but to bite the bullet and climb up, step by step, along the top of the rope. Jiang Peng kept his word and immediately grabbed a brother, asking him to follow closely behind Su Huiming. But unexpectedly, as the second man's feet left the ground and landed firmly on the tree, spikes appeared on the previously flat treetop. These spikes were longer and denser than the previous ones, piercing deep into the man's soles and exiting through his insteps. Ah! After a violent scream, the man instinctively fell to his knees in agony, only to be met with a barrage of spikes piercing his entire body. 2 seconds later, he expired. Chapter 67. Everyone took 2 steps back in unison, horrified by the man's tragic condition. The younger brother's blood slowly trickled down the branches, quickly soaking the already muddy ground. Jiang Peng instantly calmed down, frowning as he commanded, "Go up one at a time. Wait until someone is down before you go up again." Su Huiming, who was climbing the sloping wall of the treehouse, breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, this defensive treehouse only harmed those who arrived later. Otherwise, he would have been the first to die, trapped on the sloping wall with no way to retreat. Perhaps because the climb had taken a lot of effort, or perhaps because he was still a little shaken after surviving such a disaster, Su Huiming entered the pitch-black treehouse, and what awaited him was a blow. Dizzy and dazed, Su Huiming even began to hallucinate as he collapsed to the ground. Why did he see the Di Shuang siblings leisurely sipping porridge in front of him? Before he could react, the attacker behind him struck him with another club. Su Huiming, One club would have knocked him unconscious. No need, truly no need. The situation didn't allow Jiang Yumian a moment to relax. Watching the hemp rope tied to the tree trunk tighten from loose to straight, Jiang Yumian quickly pulled the corpse aside, picked up her club again, and disappeared into the darkness. As she had suspected, this group of people were not lacking in martial prowess. Some of them had sensed danger the moment she swung the club, not only dodging quickly but also taking the opportunity to counterattack. Even with Jiang Yumian's fortitude, she couldn't withstand the constant barrage of so many men, and even took a blow from several of the tougher men. Not only did the other person not faint, but she had actually managed to provoke him, his anger skyrocketing. The expressions of the bound Di Shuang and his companions, initially calm, gradually turned to worry. Especially since the scattered soybeans on the ground were already dwindling, and Jiang Yumian had gone from taking them out with 1 or 2 blows to now needing 4 or 5 to knock them unconscious. Even this latest one had arrived before Jiang Yumian had time to deal with the previous one. Furthermore, there were still nearly 10 people left. Yu Zhe, who had just turned adult, said to Jiang Yumian after she had struggled to knock one down, "Without a team, you'd be fighting to death. Let us go now." Jiang Yumian reached out to wipe the sweat-soaked hair from her forehead. "Shut up. I sew your mouth shut later." She didn't believe that if she let them go, they would still let her tie them up again after they were done with them. Her current stamina simply couldn't sustain her against these 4 men. If only she had food made with the God of Cooking buff, she could have taken down at least 2 more teams. She had the money to buy a God of Cooking buff, but she didn't have the time to make one. Humph. Yu Zhe snorted coldly, turning his head away in a haughty manner. "You disobeyed the elders, and suffered the consequences." Jiang Yumian tightened her grip on the stick again, and offered a faint smile. "Little brat, your sister's trump card hasn't been revealed yet. Just wait, I show you today." Yu Zhe, everyone's good at bragging. Before he could finish his words, a man appeared at the cave entrance. He took in the pitch-black darkness, and immediately became alert. Brother Jiang was right. Something was indeed amiss inside, otherwise, why wouldn't those brothers have said anything before? As he cautiously descended the stairs at the cave entrance, he heard a girl's sweet voice from behind him. "Hey, handsome guy, you're quite tall. What's your name?" Listening closely, he could hear a hint of exhaustion in the girl's innocent voice. Before the man could speak, Di Shuang excitedly exclaimed, "Sister Bai. He's the most powerful member of Team Jiang Peng. His name is Aoinian." Aoinian frowned and turned to look at the source of the voice. Before he could identify the familiar voice. "Oh, Aoinian." Aoinian immediately threw a punch at the woman in the darkness. The next second, an emergency alert sounded in his mind. Sleep God buff has been activated. Target, you're Bai Jie. Target, Aoinian. Probability, 100%. Duration, 5 hours. Aoinian, ? Just when the four thought Jiang Yumian would definitely be defeated by Aoinian this time. Aoinian was powerless to fight back, his fist barely reaching halfway before Jiang Yumian used a single index finger. Yes, just a single index finger, a gentle push, and he fell to the ground motionless. 4. Shock. The four of them stared blankly, speechless for a moment. The girl, half hidden in the darkness, scoffed and laughed. That's it? If Jiang Yumian hadn't been rushing to deal with the next arriving brother, she would have noticed that Di Shuang's eyes were blazing with an almost scorching light as she stared blankly at Jiang Yumian. And you? My idol, sister by love's tiger oil. Jiang Yumian had no idea how Di Shuang knew all the names of these people, let alone how she had suddenly become so obedient and cooperative. Every time Jiang Yumian lurked in the shadows, observing and estimating the chances of a fight, Di Shuang would respond, like timely rain. For example, Jiang Yumian, hey, what's your name, this muscleman? Di Shuang, his name is Yishao. He's a great fighter, and a retired weightlifter. Yishao, ? Sleep god buff has taken effect. Duration, 5 hours. Yishao. Another example. Jiang Yumian, wow, there's a pretty girl on the team. What's your name, pretty girl? Di Shuang, sister by, her name is Jiang Yin, Jiang Peng's sister. Be careful with her whip, she's a killer. Jiang Yin, Di Shuang, you're not dead? Sleep god buff has taken effect. Duration, 5 hours. Jiang Yin, The two of them, working in unison, dispatched 7 people. Until the second to last. This time, Di Shuang was silent for a long moment. Jiang Yumian fell silent when she saw the man, because she seemed to have seen him somewhere before. Di Shuang, sister by, his name is Yuxingwen. He's a deaf-mute who can't even lift a finger. Do whatever you want with him. Jiang Yumian looked at the fair-skinned, well-behaved boy in front of her, and suddenly remembered. She seemed to have seen him on their university's sophomore celebrity list. He seemed to have won an award or something, but I've forgotten. Jiang Yumian rarely attacked directly. Instead, she felt a sense of familiarity, like meeting a fellow villager in a foreign land. Holding up a wooden stick, she openly asked Di Shuang, why would Jiang Peng need such a weak deaf-mute? Di Shuang, because he's the most knowledgeable electronics expert in Jiang Peng's team. To be honest, the night Jiang Peng nearly bullied me, he used the universal room card he made to open the door. Jiang Yumian, who had just felt a sense of sympathy as a fellow villager, the next moment, was beating Di Shuang harder than anyone else. With one blow, Yu Xingwen was gifted with a luxurious sleep. We're both schoolmates and fellow townspeople. I'm going to say it, this is embarrassing. Chapter 68. Outside the treehouse, Jiang Peng watched the sky gradually darken with dark clouds, thinking to himself, this isn't good. However, so many of his brothers had gone in one after another, yet no news had come back. Perhaps things weren't that simple. Now Jiang Peng was alone, and it was too late to find a safe haven. Furthermore, this little girl had ripped him off with almost all his belongings. He had to return. Jiang Peng hesitated for a moment, but seeing the wind pick up, he dared not hesitate any longer and had to bite the bullet. Jiang Peng gritted his teeth, reached out to grab the hemp rope, wrapped it around his hands a few times, tightened it, and quickly climbed up. However, he didn't descend immediately. Instead, he stood near the cave entrance and called out into the pitch-black tree hole. Yishao. Inian? All he heard was air, and Jiang Peng's heart began to tremble. If everyone had been taken care of by the little girl, there would be no time to deal with it in such a short time. The stench would surely be overwhelming. But Jiang Peng couldn't smell any blood, and the system didn't indicate a decrease in the number of players in the game, so he figured he was relatively safe. Undeterred, Jiang Peng called out again toward the cave entrance. Sister? What's going on in there? The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the gradually increasing wind blowing, threatening to rip the only remaining wig from his body. Jiang Peng gritted his teeth, opened his store item interface, and used the only item buff he drawn. Withdraw indestructible buff active. Effective target, Jiang Peng. Probability, 100%. Usage duration, 10 minutes. Item description, after this effect, the player possesses an indestructible body, rendering all external physical attacks ineffective. After using this item, Jiang Peng straightened his back, acting as if he had gained a layer of absolute defense. He turned on his phone's flashlight, and slowly climbed down. As expected, when he climbed down the tree hole and fell into darkness. Clang! A sharp metallic clang echoed. Jiang Peng, holding his phone's flashlight, aimed it at the woman who had attacked him from behind, his tone tinged with pride. I have an indestructible body. Your little wooden stick can't hurt me at all. Even if you have a gun, it's useless. I'm immune to all physical attacks. Come on! Get your accomplices to come! Jiang Peng scanned the darkness with his flashlight. He saw no accomplices, but he did see Di Shuang and the other three, now bound but maintaining a calm demeanor, struggling to sip their porridge with both hands. Jiang Ping felt strange and turned to look at the girl who had attacked him with the stick. Suddenly, the girl dropped the stick with a deft movement and rubbed her numb wrist. Immune to physical attacks? Why didn't you tell me earlier? My hand's numb. Before she finished her words, the girl raised her head and smiled at Jiang Peng. That innocent smile, when Jiang Peng's consciousness immediately became hazy after hearing the system prompt, took on a hint of fear. Before he collapsed, only the girl's soft voice remained in his ears. Sorry, I have a spell attack. Jiang Peng, As Jiang Peng closed his eyes completely, falling into a deep sleep, Jiang Yumian silently turned on the light nearby. The rooftop suddenly became much brighter, and what came into view was Di Shuang and the other three gave him a thumbs up. Seeing the varying degrees of admiration on her face, Jiang Yumian, who had been feeling a bit worried about the last sleeping item, felt her heart lift a bit. She put her hands on her hips and waved a smile. Oh, it's nothing, nothing. Don't be so adoring. Jiang Yumian immediately started to pull back the hemp rope hanging from the treehouse. But unexpectedly, just as she reached out and pulled it twice, a head suddenly popped out of the treehouse's hole. 8 gleaming white teeth beneath the head smiled innocently at her. Hello. Jiang Yumian, Hey, we met. Jiang Yumian, She wasn't exactly looking forward to meeting this car thief who'd been to her house so many times. Jiang Yumian lowered her eyes, planning how to deal with this troublemaker, when she saw the man shouting out of the treehouse, Brother Lu, I'm fine. She's safe. Awesome. You single-handedly took care of all those bodies on the ground? Jiang Yumian ignored his compliment, instead gleaning more important information from him. The car thief had an accomplice. Presumably the same guy who'd been running with the thief last time. 2 tall, burly men who looked like they were formidable. Jiang Yumian placed her hand behind her back and silently pulled out a fruit knife from her mind. She began to mentally calculate the few remaining items she had and how to use them to her best advantage. Suddenly, a familiar, deep voice rang out from outside the treehouse. Leaving. Jiang Yumian. The car thief said okay to the other person, and immediately threw the hemp rope that had exposed her outside the treehouse into the hole. He also considerately gave her and closed the small door of the treehouse. Jiang Yumian and the others were stunned. What? Not coming in? Such a golden opportunity. Even a powerful little girl would be exhausted and unable to fight back after taking on so many people. If she didn't come in, she would reap the benefits. Not only would she have a perfectly defensive tree house, but also a large sum of money, and even a beautiful woman to accompany her. But this legendary Brother Lu only sent a little guy up to check, and after finding that everyone was fine, he left. The tree hole door was opened again, and there was still that handsome face with a particularly bright smile, but also a sly look. Shinchiron, hey girl, I'm so sorry for stealing your bike so many times. Shinchiron, come here, I give you something as an apology. Shinchiron, move aside, I'm about to throw it down. Chapter 69. Jiang Yumian hadn't expected the car thief to give her anything special, but she still took 2 steps back. The man pulled a square, golden object from his pocket and threw it down. Jiang Yumian looked at the small dent in the concrete floor of the rooftop, and the large, gleaming gold nugget. Judging from the depth of the dent, the gold bar must have been worth at least several 100,000. Jiang Yumian, ? Jiang Yumian looked up, bewildered, her expression of surprise as if to say, Brother, you must have thrown it in the wrong place. Shinchiron's head was almost tilted upwards with pride. How is it? Are you satisfied with the gift? Not enough? The next second. Clang! Another gold nugget fell. Not only was Jiang Yumian stunned, but even the several people tied up nearby were dumbfounded. No, brother, you're a nouveau riche. Before Jiang Yumian could even begin to speak, Shinchiron eagerly revealed the origins of the gold nuggets. While I was picking up branches, I ran into a gang of bandits who had just come from a wealthy area. I happened to be short of an apology gift, and Brother Lu told me you have a special obsession with gold nuggets, so I'm offering them as a token of my gratitude. Come on, I give them all to you. I can't take them all with me anyway. Gold nuggets bounced down one after another, and Di Shuang and the others' mouths opened wider and wider. Jiang Yumian felt a sense of déjà vu, and the implication of Shinchiron's words immediately led her to guess who the other accomplice outside the tree house was. Who else besides Lu Shiyan could it be? Just as the man finished pouring out a dozen gold nuggets and turned to leave, Jiang Yumian stopped him. Jiang Yumian, wait a moment. Shinchiron, Jiang Yumian, are you two brothers in need of a place to live? Shinchiron's eyes lit up at this. Yes. Jiang Yumian, I have plenty of room here. Why don't you come in and live with me? Okay. Shinchiron agreed without a second thought. Then, as if unable to make up his mind, he instinctively turned to look outside the treehouse. The other person outside the treehouse seemed to nod, and Shinchiron impatiently pulled the rope and jumped into the tree hole. Shinchiron, I'd be down right away. Shinchiron didn't expect that Jiang Yumian, who had been smiling and welcoming him down one moment, would, while he was admiring the view from the rooftop, hit him in the back of the head with a club the next. Shinchiron, ? Shinchiron, dazed, turned and pointed a trembling hand at Jiang Yumian's face, saying in surprise, You're not Brother Lu's friend. Before he could finish his words, he collapsed to the ground. Yu Zhe and the others were clearly unaware, staring blankly. Jiang Yumian sighed silently, My apologies, brother. As Lu Shiyan climbed up the tree, he hadn't heard a word from the ever-chatty Shinchiron, and he already sensed something was amiss. So, after descending, he had already firmly caught Jiang Yumian's stick as it swung towards him. In the darkness, the two could barely see each other, only vaguely catching each other's facial features in the moonlight filtering through the tree. There was no way they could win in a fight. Just as Jiang Yumian was debating whether to use any distraction buffs on Lu Shiyan calmly released his grip on the stick and said slowly, Give me the rope. At first, Jiang Yumian didn't understand the implication of his words until the man clenched his hands into fists, clasped them together, and held them out to her. Lu Shiyan, I tie it myself. Looking up at him, Jiang Yumian couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Seeing his cooperation, she was briefly distracted before immediately taking out the nylon rope she had prepared and quickly tying it up. He tied it? Are you kidding? Impossible. Jiang Yumian always remembered what Lu Shiyan had said at the end of the previous round. The space prop for this round is with Luo Xian. This meant that Lu Shiyan knew she had a permanent space prop. Perhaps Lu Shiyan wouldn't be interested in a disposable space prop, but the allure of a permanent space prop was so great that she didn't believe he wouldn't be tempted. As Jiang Yumian bent down to wrap the rope around Lu Shiyan's wrist, she grumbled, Thanks for your clever gardener's tools, but next time you use them on me, could you please let me know? Throwing a pot late at night until your hands are numb is one thing, but scooping water late at night on a rainy day until your hands cramp is a real pain. Lu Shiyan's mouth curved slightly beneath his mask. Okay. After double-checking that the binding was secure, Jiang Yumian casually gestured to the open space nearby. Alright, go find someplace to stay. I have a lot to do. After finishing up Lu Shiyan and Shinchiron, Jiang Yumian began a new round of hustling. Halfway through tying up the people, a heavy rain began to fall outside the tree hole. Jiang Yumian quickly climbed up to the tree hole and closed it. In the late night, the howling wind rustled the rainproof branches and leaves outside the tree house. Thankfully, the dense branches and leaves blocked most of the rain. The remaining rainwater that hadn't completely seeped and flowed along the semicircular curve of the tree house, effectively waterproofing it. However, the Longan tree house wasn't soundproof, and the noise from the strong wind and heavy rain quickly woke many people. Uncomfortable with the noise, Jiang Yumian wrapped several rolls of tape around everyone's face until the rolls ran out. At first, Jiang Yumian thought the rooftop would leak a little, but she didn't expect the rooftop to be the most waterproof place. Naturally, Jiang Yumian was worried about so many people staying on the rooftop, so she set up 3 tents in an open area. Jiang Peng, the last to wake up, watched Jiang Yumian cooking porridge in the center. His eyes widened, he stammered, and he struggled to make a sound, only to be knocked unconscious again by Jiang Yumian's spoonful. The brothers beside him, frightened by Jiang Yumian's crude actions, subconsciously fell silent, extremely obedient, fearing they would be next. Jiang Yan, standing right beside Jiang Peng, watched in stunned silence, staring at Jiang Yumian. Jiang Yumian, realizing she had something to say, opened a little opening for her to speak. Jiang Yumian, go ahead, what's the matter? I won't listen to any more nonsense. Jiang Yan, desperate to lose her temper and threaten this ungrateful woman, fought back. How can you untie us? Jiang Yumian calmly replied, Game over. Jiang Yan, we already given you so many gold coins, what else do you want? Jiang Yumian smiled at her. You should be thankful I'm a 3 good citizen, otherwise. Jiang Yumian glanced coldly at Jiang Peng and the others. You are all dead just now. Don't haggle with me. Since you already paid the protection fee and accommodation, either follow me, enjoy a good meal this round, and survive until the end of this game. Or die now. With that, Jiang Yumian pulled a dagger from his trouser leg and casually tossed it next to the cauldron. Chapter 70. Everyone fell silent as they stared at the polished dagger lying on the ground. I have a bad temper and little patience. If you're afraid of the pain, it's okay. Jiang Yumian slowly stood up and walked to a folding table nearby. She dropped a pure white plastic bottle next to the dagger. I have another bottle of dichlorvos. If you don't want to live, just tell me. I put the drug in your porridge right now, saving me the hassle of taking care of you for 10 days. Jiang Yan curled her lips, fearing Jiang Yumian would follow through, so she could only change the subject. Jiang Yan turned her head and pointed at the two handsome men who arrived last, saying unconvincedly, then why can they sleep in tents, but not us? Even Yuzhe, who was jealous of the small tent, nodded. Ever since he turned 18 and entered the game 3 or 4 months ago, he had almost always lived a life of luxury with his brother. He had never experienced such hardship, and he felt very wronged. Woman, you can't just be attracted to someone just because they're handsome. I'm handsome too. Yuzhe's voice grew quieter as he spoke, until it was almost as soft as a mosquito. This immediately amused Jiang Yumian, who scoffed and sneered, hands on her hips, and began to curse. I coaxed and tricked her into coming here. How can I compare to a bunch of bandits like you? Jiang Yumian gestured at the gold nuggets still lying on the ground, then at the tightly bound ropes around Lu Shiyan's hands. Look at how self-disciplined she is. Can you compare? Everyone, It made so much sense, they were truly powerless to refute it. Yuzhe was about to say something more when Jiang Yumian glared back at him. Fearing he'd be silenced again, he immediately shut up. The brief interlude ended, and Jiang Yumian began to hum and groan as she cooked porridge over the gas stove while happily picking up gold nuggets. When Shinchiron woke up, before he could react, he was already staring at Lu Shiyan in the tent. Shinchiron's mouth was also sealed, but the squeaks he made at Lu Shiyan were surprisingly understandable. Shinchiron, whoa, brother Lu, why are you tied up too? This doesn't make sense. Lu Shiyan said calmly, suffer less. She won't hurt us. Shinchiron, whoa, then why are you allowed to speak? And I have to be treated so cruelly. Lu Shiyan remained calm. You're being too noisy. Shinchiron, Before Shinchiron could shake off his sorrowful thoughts, he heard a mournful whistling of the wind. The wind grew stronger, roaring and snarling like a wild beast out of control. The noise instantly awakened all the sleeping players. Lu Shiyan quickly exited the tent, followed by Shinchiron, who crawled out of the tent on all fours. All the bound people simultaneously raised their heads, gazing at the treehouse overhead, their eyes filled with varying degrees of worry. The once sturdy treehouse began to sway from side to side, and no one could guarantee it wouldn't be blown away in the next second. If even the massive treehouse could be easily blown away by a typhoon, then those bound people, without exception, could only wait for death. Suddenly, a system notification appeared in everyone's mind, indicating that the number of surviving players and NPCs began to rapidly decrease. The typhoon on the 15th day of the game. You can see how crazy it was. As Jiang Yumian went up to the balcony with a bunch of volcanic sausages, she saw everyone's heads tilted upwards at a 45-degree angle. Jiang Yumian calmly stuffed another bite of sausage into her mouth and mumbled, Yo, you're all awake. Stop looking. My little Longan is very resilient. These little gusts and waves are nothing. Jiang Peng and the others, Damn, she's so arrogant. But how can she be so confident? Jiang Yumian sat back in her personal chaise longue. Just in time for you to wake up. Want some sausages? Everyone cast hopeful glances at her. Tonight's sweet potato porridge really wasn't filling. Jiang Peng, ugh. Shinchiron, sister. My sister? I want some too. Yuzhe swallowed. Does it cost money? Jiang Yumian smiled. Of course. The girl then brought over the sausage griller she had prepared earlier and began reading the menu to the group. Starch sausage 100, crispy bone sausage 100, black pepper sausage 120, volcanic stone sausage 300, northern red sausage 500. We also offer Odin, but the variety may be a little limited. It's mostly vegetables, and fish roe and mushroom balls. But we don't haggle. We're honest. We only accept exchanges of items of equal value. We don't accept in-game coins. Anyone interested? The girl said, blinking innocently. Jiang Peng's gang, Yu Feng and his sister, Di Shuang and his sister, Even Shinchiron was stunned, grunting as he exchanged glances with Lu Shiyan. Lu Shiyan calmly handed him a gold note. You get used to it. And by the way, get me a volcanic stone sausage, thank you. Shinchiron, Yuze curled his lips innocently. Although price gouging is common in this apocalypse, and your sausage isn't expensive, where else can we find so many equivalents? At this, some of those who had long wanted to improve their food nodded in agreement. The girl, as if anticipating this, smiled sweetly and adorably. She pulled out a notebook she prepared long ago and explained righteously, "Don't worry, we're offering a gold coin top-up promotion. For every coin you top up, we give you 3 sausages and a bottle of Fat House Happy Water. You can choose yours. Anyone who tops up their gold coins will become a member. All subsequent purchases will receive a 20% discount, and the money will be deducted from your account balance." So what? Is it a good deal? Everyone, Shinchiron was stunned, his jaw dropping. You really know how to run a business. This money-making mind of his had him almost caught off guard. He was almost as good as Brother Liu. Chapter 71. The treehouse was filled with prominent figures, easily able to part with a few gold coins. However, some still managed to control their appetites, like Su Weiming, who was sitting not far from Jiang Peng. The man was diligently hiding the spatial device on his right middle finger. Although the space was only 20 cubic meters, it was enough to store 30 days' worth of delicious food. He really didn't care about a few sausages. What's more, his spatial device contained a dagger. If he wanted, he could turn his back on everyone, instantly pull it out, cut the ropes, and escape. But Su Weiming watched as he topped up gold coins for Di Shuang and the others, a flicker of calculation flashing in his eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses. He couldn't yet determine how many more cards this money-loving woman had up her sleeve. He could only wait until she slacked off, until the perfect moment to kill her with one strike. But what he never expected was Day 16 of the game. The wind howled on the island, but within the treehouse, life was peaceful and tranquil. It was even. During the 2-hour lunch break after lunch, Jiang Yumian arrived promptly with her delicious roast chicken and fried chicken and rice cakes. Su Weiming, 2 hours after dinner, it was time for a late-night snack. Jiang Yumian arrived promptly with her meticulously prepared barbecue king skewers. After finally making it to the early morning, Jiang Yumian prepared a bottle of warm milk laced with a little sleeping pills for everyone as she prepared to go downstairs to her room. Su Weiming, who slept soundly until dawn, said, "It's okay, he still has a chance." Day 17 of the game. The wind on the island gradually died down, but the rain also intensified. The torrential downpour pounded relentlessly against the tall buildings, and the humidity in the air became uncomfortably high. Even the sewage from the city's low-lying roads began to accumulate and rise at a visible rate. If anyone were still outside the treehouse at this moment, they would have noticed that the branches at the bottom, while also soaked by the rain, seemed to be absorbing it. The branches that had been broken by the wind these past few days began to sprout and grow, growing from thin to thick, covering the gaps again. The longan leaves, which had almost been blown bare, also sprouted countless small leaves, growing ever denser, tightly covering the entire treehouse and blocking out all the rainwater that tried to intrude. Even the sound of the wind seemed to have subsided. Everyone upstairs in the treehouse still thought life was peaceful and tranquil. Because Jiang Yumian slept until naturally in the morning, everyone else slept until noon every day. For lunch, they had preserved egg and lean pork porridge. For afternoon tea, they had freshly baked egg steamed cakes and freshly ground soy milk. For dinner, they had healthy longan and red date porridge. For supper, they had spicy lobster tails, garlic and 13-spice crayfish, and ice-cold beer. Su Weiming, It's okay, there's still a chance tomorrow. On the 18th day of the game, everything was calm and peaceful. On the 19th day, if the game system hadn't indicated the number of survivors was constantly decreasing, the kidnapped people in the treehouse would have thought they were just spending a small fortune on a vacation. On the 20th day of the game, the entire city lost power and water, including the treehouse. On a gloomy, rainy day, the treehouse was tightly wrapped, its interior almost pitch black. Just when everyone thought their comfortable days were finally over, Jiang Yumian pulled out the fuel-powered generator she had prepared long ago. And she had also prepared a dozen large buckets of purified water. Everyone, 6. Jiang Yumian had reserved a dedicated restroom for them, urinating, eating, drinking, and defecating. She threatened them that if they left it dirty, she would make all players who used it that day live there for a week. This led to the players being incredibly conscientious, even keeping their restrooms cleaner than her own. They also seemed to be worrying about the purified water issue for her, even more so than she was. Jiang Yumian felt relieved. She only took care of the food and collected the money, and her demeanor towards everyone improved considerably, avoiding any conflicts. The 21st day of the game passed safely. The 22nd day of the game passed comfortably. On the 25th day of the game, the typhoon was noticeably more severe, even triggering a tsunami. The entire island relied on imports for food, and the food collected by the government had long been exhausted. The island's import and export facilities were destroyed one after another, making it impossible for helicopters to deliver aid. The days without water, electricity, and internet were terrifying, and the lack of food and the rapid rise of the floodwaters. 1 floor, 2 floors, 3 floors, 4 floors. All residents living in the lower floors were forced to relocate. Some sought shelter in higher-rise buildings, while others used their homemade floating windows to seek support from outside. But would support be forthcoming in such a typhoon and rainstorm? As more and more bodies floated outside the high-rise buildings, fear spread throughout the city. Inside the treehouse, Jiang Yumian discovered that the small tree hole on the roof, which provided access, had been completely sealed. Jiang Yumian wondered if the floodwater outside had already surpassed the height of the tree house itself, so were they underwater now? Jiang Yumian had been worried about the lack of oxygen in the tree house for days, but until the 28th day of the game, she noticed that the candles inside were still incredibly bright. Could it be that the carbon dioxide provided by their breathing had just been photosynthesized by her little Lungan, turning it into oxygen? That didn't make sense. Where was the light coming from on a typhoon? Although Jiang Yumian was puzzled, she was also happy. She touched the trunk of the little longan tree with relief and muttered to herself for a while. She truly loved this little longan tree. Unfortunately, even if she had enough space to move the whole little longan tree inside, she wouldn't be able to keep it. Jiang Yumian could only sigh twice, then return to the top floor, watching everyone's eyes shift as their minds became increasingly agitated. Jiang Yumian had always known there were only 2 days left in this round of games, but the conditions for clearing it remained unchanged. Condition: only 10 players remain in the round, and they must have survived for at least 30 days. The next 2 days were about to change. Chapter 72. It was 2 o'clock in the morning on the 28th day of the game. Number of people remaining in the game world, 9023. Number of NPCs, 8993. Number of players, 32. Just as Jiang Yumian had suspected, once she reached the top floor, everyone was staring at each other. No one slept, nor dared to. Even the midnight snack Jiang Yumian had prepared today had the worst sales yet. It wasn't that they weren't hungry, it was that they simply didn't dare eat. They feared being poisoned by Jiang Yumian, and even more so, that if they fell asleep, they would be stabbed to death by anyone nearby. Everyone's nerves were on edge. No one dared to relax. Jiang Yumian sighed helplessly, clasping her hands behind her back like an old man, and walked to the central chaise longue and sat down. Jiang Yumian, what's wrong? You're all just dying to stab each other, aren't you? Yufeng, always a quiet and handsome man, slowly spoke up at this point. Miss Bai, I'm sure you know the rules of this round. You know, in all 8 rounds I played, this is the first time I've seen more than 20 players survive the final 2 days. There are still 32 players left in this round, and all of us here combined make 29. Do you know what this means? Before Jiang Yumian could reply, Di Shuang spoke anxiously. I saw on the app forum that if there are more than 10 players left on the final day, the game will be upgraded to a challenging level, and then there will be no survivors. Everyone present fell silent. Shinchiron, sister, what do you think? I think I have a good idea. Would you like to hear it? You say. Jiang Yumian took another sausage from the sausage grill and began to chew on it. Shinchiron smiled nonchalantly and explained casually, You, Brother Lu and I, both. The brothers and the siblings will stay. There are still 3 spots left. Pick 3 from Jiang Peng's team who perform well. If nothing else, kill them all. At these words, the 22 Jiang Peng members, already tense, began to squirm restlessly. Jiang Yumian looked at Shinchiron's irresistible smile and helplessly pointed at him with half a sausage. Jiang Yumian, you're really a troublemaker, kid. Jiang Yumian, but you do have a point. Jiang Peng, who had been trying to break the stickiness of the tape with his saliva, finally moved the tape under his lips and said excitedly, No. Jiang Yumian ignored Jiang Peng and looked up. But ever since I took you in, I've been thinking about a very serious question. Shinchiron, tell me. Jiang Yumian, suppose one day, all the family and friends you care about, your family's best friends, all appeared in a game world where only 10 people survived. What would the scene be like then? Who would you let live, and who would die? Or maybe, who wants you to live, and who wants you to die first? Shinchiron was stunned for a moment, and involuntarily glanced at Lu Shiyan, who was resting with his eyes closed beside him. It wasn't for anything else but because Lu Shiyan had said something similar, and even at the same time, the man, tired of this scene of begging for mercy, and resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. Lu Shiyan, from what you said, it sounds like you have other ideas? Jiang Yumian finished the last bite of sausage. Is it just wondering, what's the system's purpose behind establishing these rules? Is it to promote survival of the fittest, to select the best players, or is it to satisfy its own perverted desire to watch people slaughter each other and harbor suspicion? Lu Shiyan asked, which do you think? Jiang Yumian shook her head and said seriously, I don't think it's either. I think these rules test humanity itself. Yu Feng also frowned, his bound hand subtly moving. Sure pushed his eyes away. Humanity itself? Shin Qiran couldn't help but scoff. Sister, what you're talking about is unity, trust, and never giving up. Jiang Yumian, you know? Shin Qiran couldn't help but scoff. Sister, you're a little too idealistic. Reality isn't a TV show. Jiang Yumian, how do you know if you don't try? Shin Qiran's laughter immediately died down, and she instinctively turned to look at Lu Shiyan. My brother tried? It was just one breath away. Jiang Yumian raised an eyebrow and looked at Lu Shiyan, instantly recalling what Lu Shiyan had said to her during the first round of the game. Lu Shiyan, only one person can survive, or Lu Shiyan, no one can survive. He meant only one person survived, so it had to be him. Jiang Yumian couldn't help but admire his courage to try. Jiang Yumian stood up and walked over to Jiang Peng, who was chattering and noisy nearby, and wrapped the film around his face again and again. The girl glanced at the tree house above her head and said to Lu Shiyan, I don't know how harsh the environment you were in was, and how complicated people's hearts were. But this time is definitely different. I have little Longan. The treehouse is now completely buried by the floodwaters. No matter how hard the typhoon blows across the surface, it won't be harmed in the slightest. Now all I have to deal with is people's hearts. So I want to try to break the rules of this rubbish game. How about we do something big together? Lu Shiyan looked at the determined expression on her face. Her eyebrows were knitted together, and her body was as thin as a bamboo pole, frail and vulnerable to a single blow. But he could always sense endless strength in her. The strength to always face the rising sun. Lu Shiyan curled his lips slightly. Okay. Shin Qiran looked at him in disbelief and couldn't help but whisper, No, brother, listen to me. If you don't like killing, all we need to do is lead Jiang Peng's gang to kill each other. With this treehouse cheat, we can easily complete this round. Why risk our lives with this naive little girl? It's incredibly difficult. Thinking about you being in a coma in the hospital for over a month, I'm scared to death. Shin Qiran was about to say something more when a shadow fell before him, and a sharp tang sword was placed directly at his neck. Will you join me? Shin Qiran, let me do it. Lu Shiyan felt embarrassed by the speed with which someone changed their attitude. He didn't even bother to look at him, and simply asked about Jiang Yumian's plan. Lu Shiyan, what's your first move? Jiang Yumian, kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. Lu Shiyan, if the plan isn't sound, I can always back out. Jiang Yumian, don't worry, let me prepare myself. Jiang Yumian took 2 deep breaths, then, carrying his tang sword, walked towards Su Ruiming and his group. Chapter 73. Within half a minute of Jiang Yumian's advance towards Su Ruiming, knife in hand, the hairs on Su Ruiming's body stood on end. With the knife hidden beneath his sleeve, he began frantically sharpening the hemp rope, which he had already nearly severed, and he felt deeply annoyed at his recent laxity and complacency. It was also because this woman was so shrewd. She always managed to slip the sleeping pills where they couldn't detect them, and even if they did, they couldn't escape. Additionally, there were so many people on the rooftop that Su Ruiming couldn't find a chance to strike, let alone a reliable partner, because everyone who had a high chance of collaborating with him had been silenced. That's why he kept putting it off until now. He even gained several pounds. Just as Su Ruiming cut the ropes, quickly stood up, and raised the knife hidden under his sleeve, preparing to stab Jiang Yumian, who knew that Jiang Yumian didn't even move towards him, but stopped in front of Jiang Peng beside him. The abruptness of Su Ruiming's movement caused everyone around him to look up in surprise, not to mention Jiang Yumian. The atmosphere on the rooftop was almost completely awkward. Jiang Yumian, holding her tang sword, raised an eyebrow at him. What are you doing? Su Ruiming was in a dilemma, now holding the knife, unable to put it away or not. There was a 2-second silence, as Su Ruiming imagined dozens of possible outcomes in his mind. He relied on his brain to make a living in Jiang Peng's team. In terms of fighting skills, he was not even as good as Di Cheng. How could he possibly defeat the woman who had once defeated more than 20 members of Jiang Ping's team in a round-robin battle? Now that his only chance of a surprise attack on the woman was gone, he could only maintain a smile and play dumb. Su Weiming, if I said I stood up to stretch my legs, would you believe me, Sister Bai? Jiang Yumian stared at the knife in his hand and chuckled. Oh, you're still hiding a knife? Do you have the space prop for this round? Su Weiming swallowed and admitted decisively, grinning flatly, yes, Sister Bai, if you need any supplies, I have them all. I can be your portable space. Jiang Yumian found it amusing and instinctively lowered her head to look at Jiang Peng, who was sitting on the ground in equal shock. Brother Jiang, you have a space prop, but it looks like you knew about it no earlier than I did. Jiang Peng, mmm. Although Jiang Yumian didn't understand his language, the way he glared at Su Weiming told her how foul his words were. Jiang Yumian waved at Su Weiming, motioning him over. Su Weiming immediately came fawning over. Jiang Yumian snatched the knife from him and pushed him towards Jiang Peng. Jiang Yumian calmly said, strangle him to death with your bare hands, and you can live. Su Weiming hesitated only for a moment before reaching out and quickly grasping Jiang Peng's neck, squeezing so hard that the veins in his forehead bulged. Jiang Yin was the first to fight back. Even with her hands and feet bound, she struggled to her feet and charged at Su Weiming with her head. But before she could reach Su Weiming, Jiang Yumian kicked her in the ribs, sending her crashing backwards to the ground. Jiang Yumian plunged the knife into Jiang Yan's shoulder blade, scanning the area with a cold gaze. Let's see who dares to help. I just want to kill a few disobedient people. If anyone dares to get out, I don't mind killing them first. Jiang Peng's pupils began to swell, his hands and feet thrashing with the will to survive. At some point, the rope around his wrist suddenly snapped, and a dagger was thrust into his hand. Without a second thought, Jiang Peng stabbed Su Weiming in the chest. Su Weiming, stunned, looked down at the dagger on his chest, then turned to look at Jiang Yumian, who was squatting beside him, watching the show. Why? Jiang Yumian smiled sweetly. I won't spare a traitor. When Su Weiming collapsed, Jiang Peng began to cough violently. The girl in front of him slowly squatted down. Come on, tease me. Jiang Peng, ? Jiang Peng's gang, ? Di Shuang and her brother, ? Yu Feng and his brother, ? Shen Qiran. Lu Shiyan remained calm. Jiang Yumian calmly tilted her head and pointed at her cheek. Come on, kiss her here. Lu Shiyan, ? Jiang Peng was puzzled and shocked. Could it be that this girl had already fallen deeply in love with him? Impossible? Although Jiang Peng didn't quite understand Jiang Yumian's intentions, how could he refuse such a good opportunity? Just as he instinctively pouted and moved closer to Jiang Yumian, his mind began to imagine the woman begging for pleasure under him every day. The next second, another short knife stabbed straight into his neck, and blood splattered all over Jiang Yumian. Jiang Yumian, pervert, go to hell. Jiang Peng, Jiang Peng, Everyone, Jiang Yumian drew his dagger expressionlessly, stood up, and walked towards the dying Jiang Yin, tears streaming down her face. Come on, kiss me too. Jiang Yin, Everyone, Lu Shiyan, Jiang Yumian squatted before her, firmly grasped her chin, and lifted it upward. Do you want to kill me? Jiang Yin glared at her angrily, tears welling in her eyes. If looks could kill, Jiang Yumian would have died 1,000 times over. Shen Qiran was stunned, his jaw dropping, and couldn't help but grumble, what kind of maneuver is this? Lu Shiyan stared at the girl's back silently. Her mental preparation is to fight back. She's not in a position to kill unless someone bullies her. Shen Qiran turned back to Jiang Yumian with a look of realization. 6. At first, she acted like a big sister. I thought she already taken countless lives. No wonder you were so confident she wouldn't attack us, and even volunteered to be tied up. So she's still a novice? All the newbies these days are like that. After completely dispatching Jiang Yin, Jiang Yumian stood up, her dagger in hand. The blood-stained blade was still dripping with hot blood. The blood splattered on her body and face, a clear reminder of her ruthless and decisive approach. Jiang Yumian, do you all want to stay with me and survive until the end? Chapter 74. On the evening of the 28th day of the game, everyone lined up at the edge of the rooftop fence, watching Jiang Yumian dump the 3 bodies into the trash can. They watched as Jiang Yumian calmly washed the blood-soaked floor, as if she were just cleaning up the trash. Jiang Yumian looked up at everyone and shouted, What are you looking at? Sit back down. Di Shuang and her group immediately jumped back to their seats. When everyone had left the fence, Jiang Yumian finally couldn't help herself. She trotted to the longan tree, hugged the trash can, and began to vomit quietly. This kind of power building thing was really a lot of trouble. Next time, she just grabbed a friend to help her dispose of the bodies. Just as Jiang Yumian was sipping water and rinsing her mouth, a large hand suddenly appeared beside her, holding a bag of tissues. Jiang Yumian jumped in shock and instinctively shrank back. Seeing it was Lu Shiyan, she breathed a sigh of relief. When did you untie it? Ran is a master locksmith. He could untie a knot like that with his eyes closed. Jiang Yumian quickly took the tissue from his hand and wiped her mouth. What do you want to see me about? Seeing Lu Shiyan pull another gold coin from his pocket, nothing special, just needing a place to shower. Jiang Yumian, that's it? Lu Shiyan coughed lightly. Yeah. Jiang Yumian stared at the mask on Lu Shiyan's face, which was almost welded shut, and asked, Are you really ugly? Lu Shiyan, ? Jiang Yumian, or do you have any scars on your face? Lu Shiyan, Jiang Yumian stared intently at the black mask on the man's face. I'm just a little curious. We've been together for so many days, and I haven't seen what you look like. Never mind. Lu Shiyan instinctively took 2 steps back, ready to take the gold coins back. Jiang Yumian quickly grabbed the coins from his hand, narrowing her eyes and smiling. Don't forget it, wash up. I take you there. In the entire building, only the master bedroom, where Jiang Yumian usually slept, had her homemade shower head and faucet. When Lu Shiyan entered the woman's clean and cozy little room, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. She seemed quite enjoying it. Especially when he saw that there was something else in the bathroom. When Jiang Yumian came out, she suddenly remembered something and excitedly rushed to the bathroom. She quickly tossed her clean bra and panties, which were hanging on the towel rack, into the space. She gave the man an awkward smile, then her expression changed in an instant. Hurry up and wash. If you take more than 10 minutes, you have to pay an extra gold coin. Bang. The bathroom door slammed shut again. The clothes hanger on the door handle wobbled twice, and the 2 pairs of plush cartoon socks on it fell to the floor. Lu Shiyan's eyebrows raised, and he finally went into the bathroom without looking back. That evening, when Jiang Yumian and Lu Shiyan reappeared in public, Lu Shiyan's clothes had already been completely changed. Even his hair was cleaner and fresher than before. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell what was going on. Furthermore, after Lu Shiyan's hands were tied again, Jiang Yumian left. She didn't even tie his legs as before. The most gossipy person was Shinchiran. When it was time for dinner, Shinchiran couldn't wait to ask him, Brother Lu, how's it going? Look at you. Did you find a place to shower? I haven't showered in days. I'm itching like hell. Lu Shiyan replied calmly, I didn't find one. Shinchiran, huh? Then, Shinchiran's expression darkened as he stared at Lu Shiyan's clean men's clothing. While it didn't fit him perfectly, and the pants were a bit short, it was clearly new. Shinchiran, do you think I believe you? Lu Shiyan, oh forget it. Shinchiran, Autistic, do not disturb. After Jiang Yumian finished serving dinner to a bunch of good masters, she happily returned to her room to shower. She planned to stay on the rooftop with everyone else for the next 2 days. This would allow her to keep an eye on those who couldn't control their desires, and it would also serve as a deterrent. But sleeping on the rooftop certainly wasn't as comfortable as sleeping in her own room, so she still had to wear her little wool socks. As Jiang Yumian was cleaning up, she discovered that her little wool socks, which she should have dried long ago, were now hanging wet behind the door. Not only that, there was also a pair of pure black men's cotton socks next to them. Jiang Yumian, It seems she didn't collect enough gold coins. I wonder if this Mr. Lu is athlete's foot, and if it will infect her little wool socks. Jiang Yumian gritted her teeth in anger, and could only throw the wool socks and the hanger into the space. Jiang Yumian's tent was gone, but she found a deluxe tent in Su Ruiming's space props, as well as a luxury down sleeping bag that she hadn't been willing to buy. Most importantly, everything was brand new and unopened, which made Jiang Yumian incredibly happy, like she found a treasure. She happily set up her tent late at night. The others, who could only squat in the corner, each covered with a thin blanket, responded with ugh. They dared to be angry but not to speak out. Especially when Jiang Yumian brought up her deluxe 4-piece plush bed set from downstairs. Maybe it was because they were underwater now, but the nighttime temperature had dropped considerably, and the thin blankets were no longer enough for them. But they didn't dare to say anything. They were afraid Jiang Yumian would get upset and lash out at the person who was making such a fuss. Just when everyone thought Jiang Yumian had finished setting up her tent, She actually spread a wool blanket from Su Ruiming's space outside the tent and shouted, come on, Brother Su's space has plenty of cold weather supplies. Anyone who needs anything can come over. As usual, we're selling them at double the market price. Anyone who needs anything, please line up. Limited quantities, first come, first served. Everyone straightened their backs upon hearing this. Perhaps because Di Chung was young and inexperienced, he was moved to tears. Wow, the price only doubled. How touching. Sister, let's go. Jiang Yumian looked at the long line of people waiting before her. Did she raise the price too little? Forget it. Sell out quickly, and go to bed early. It was 1 a.m. on the 29th day of the game. Jiang Yumian looked at the empty disposable space item, then at the 2.1 gold coins that had increased in her account. These days were becoming more and more hopeful. Chapter 75. Day 29 of the game. 11 o'clock in the evening. Everyone seemed to be waiting for the death sentence. This round of the game was arguably the most miserable they had ever experienced, but also the most comfortable. Miserable because of the constant high tension. Comfortable because they no longer had to worry about food and clothing, no longer living in a homeless state like before. Besides the marks from their bindings, they were completely unharmed, not even a scratch. This woman truly lived up to her words. Except for Jiang Peng and the other two, she didn't raise a finger against them. In the final 2 days, Yu Feng even asked, for the first time, if they could stop eating porridge and corn on the cob. Jiang Yumian actually changed their meals to a seafood buffet. She even untied everyone's legs, so their mouths no longer had to be covered with sticky tape. As the clock neared midnight, Di Chung grew extremely nervous. Sister, are you nervous? Di Shuang swallowed hard. Nervous? How could I not be? But if even someone as powerful as my idol isn't afraid of death, then why should we be afraid? We just have to be careful not to get stabbed in the back by Jiang Peng's men. Di Chung nodded honestly, his eyes fixed on the men around him. Okay, I'd be watching. It wasn't just them, everyone was on edge, fearing being stabbed. After all, as long as they killed 16 people before midnight, they cleared the level. It was perfectly normal for someone to have such thoughts. Almost everyone in Jiang Peng's gang shared the same sentiment. Even the Yufeng and Yuza brothers were mentally calculating one possibility after another. But they didn't dare. No one dared. None of them was confident they could eliminate 16 people in half an hour, let alone Jiang Xiaobai. If they didn't eliminate Jiang Xiaobai first, he would definitely kill anyone who had sabotaged her plan. Everyone remained in a stalemate until the hour and minute hands of the large pendulum clock that Jiang Yumian had brought up from downstairs landed on the 12th. As the bell rang, a system message flashed through the minds of the 26 people present. Ding dong. Congratulations to the player for successfully surviving 30 days and 27 players remaining in the game. The game has been upgraded to devil level difficulty. Now issuing the latest game rules. Survive 1 day and have 10 players remaining. As the system announcement ended, the entire building shook. It would have been fine if it hadn't, but the shaking set everyone's hearts racing. The result was pretty much what Jiang Yumian had guessed, so as soon as the announcement ended, she immediately unsheathed her tang sword. Let's see who dares to move. Everyone, They couldn't move even if they wanted to. They certainly couldn't rely on their legs to fight their way through the crowd. After ordering everyone back to their seats, Jiang Yumian immediately ran to the rooftop railing and looked down. She had no idea what was happening outside, but she noticed that the treehouse wall seemed to have been struck hard by something sharp and heavy. Not only was there a dent, but there was even a hole. Having always been living beneath the floodwaters, she could only watch helplessly as the water rushed in through the hole. At this rate, they would all be drowned in the treehouse in about 6 or 7 hours. Just as Jiang Yumian was about to run upstairs to try to block the hole and stem the flood, she saw little Guyuan's injured branches begin to grow wildly. In less than a minute, the hole was blocked again, and everything was back to normal. Jiang Yumian was so moved she almost cried, "Good baby." Her little Guyuan was truly amazing. Over the course of the day, dozens of holes were smashed into the treehouse, but little Guyuan either quickly repaired them, or Jiang Yumian used flood control cloth and her body to block them, while she waited for little Guyuan to repair them. Everyone's living conditions were only slightly worse than the previous 30 days, with only a few more mild tremors. Until midnight on the 30th day of the game. Ding dong. Congratulations to the player for successfully surviving a day and it has been discovered that there are still 27 players remaining in the game. The game has been upgraded to a perverted, devilish difficulty level. Now issuing the latest game rules. surviving a day and having 10 players remaining. Jiang Yumian, shit. When the rules were finally read out, everyone was practically stunned. Even Jiang Yumian was distracted, and for a moment she wondered, if there weren't 10 players left, would this round of the game continue? If so, she wouldn't have enough food. Just as Jiang Yumian and the others were distracted, the most muscular man in the crowd suddenly burst out and slammed into Jiang Yumian. This maneuver caught everyone off guard, including Jiang Yumian. Even if Jiang Yumian reacted quickly, Yi Xiao still grabbed her wrist in the blink of an eye. The dagger in her hand was incredibly sharp, severing the rope in Yi Xiao's hand with one blow. The dagger was only a fist or two away from Jiang Yumian's heart, but Jiang Yumian still managed to grab the blade. One hand isn't enough, so use two. Seeing this, Lu Shiyan and Shen Qiran immediately broke free from the ropes and tried to rush over. The girl hissed, "Get away." The girl's hands, gripping the dagger blade, were quickly soaked with blood, which splattered onto the ground drop by drop. Lu Shiyan's brow furrowed. But Jiang Yumian didn't seem to feel any pain. Instead, she gave Yi Xiao a scornful smile. "Do you feel like you're completely exhausted? Do you think I wouldn't prepare anything?" For the past 2 days, every meal and every sip of water they eaten has been laced with knockout drugs from Su Weiming's space. The muscular hunk, now brimming with throbbing muscles, collapsed in tears, shouting passionately, "I can't take it. Why not just kill those 16 losers and clear the level right away? Are their lives so worthless? I don't care about their lives." Jiang Yumian's eyes were as cold as ice. As she released one hand, she pulled out her tang sword from her space and plunged it into Yi Xiao's chest without hesitation. Not feeling it was enough, she pulled it out with a vengeance and thrust it in again, even whispering in his ear, "I care even less about your life." Even as Yi Xiao collapsed, Jiang Yumian cast a glare at him, as if he were an ant ready to be crushed at any moment. She just had a sudden urge to break the rules of the game. They were just within her experimental range. If she wanted to, she could kill all but 10 people and complete the level. She was just playing the game, searching for new strategies. Yes, she was the only one truly playing the game, a survival game that no one else could afford. Madman. Completely insane. Chapter 76. It was clearly midday, but the sky was completely obscured by thick, dark clouds, emitting an eerie, dark hue. The island was lashed by a violent storm, the sea almost merging with the floodwaters. At the interface between the sea and the floodwaters, the dark blue water, tinged with white, was rapidly seeping through the turbid, muddy yellow water. It seemed as if the entire island would soon vanish beneath the surface. The buildings beneath the floodwaters were gradually corroding from the trace elements in the seawater. Furthermore, all manner of debris and heavy objects in the water were being carried everywhere by the storm's floodwaters. The treehouse was no exception. It had already been struck countless times, and even if Jiang Yumian had 100 hands, they wouldn't be enough to stop it. The treehouse's ability to repair and absorb water was limited. Jiang Yumian now truly experienced the truth of Yuzei's earlier words. Without a team, she would have to work alone. But Jiang Yumian couldn't completely leave her back to this group of people. She had to do everything herself. Her hair, freshly washed the previous night, was now stained with a few dead leaves from the combined effects of sweat and external sewage. Today was the most embarrassing day of her entire round of the game. At 11:59 p.m., Hua Guangguang's voice suddenly reached Jiang Yumian's ears. "Hua Guangguang, why are you doing this?" "Hua Guangguang, this game doesn't allow anyone to challenge the rules." "Jiang Yumian, this rule itself is inhumane. Why would I insist on enforcing it?" The boy's childish sigh echoed in her ears. "Just accept your fate." "Jiang Yumian, accept your fate?" From the moment her grandmother rescued her from the trash can on the night of the winter solstice, she never resigned herself to her fate. After being rescued, she endured a high fever that wouldn't go away, and she could only rely on water and expired fever-reducing medicine. She also endured the scolding, isolation, and beating she faced while helping her grandmother collect trash and sell scraps since she was a child. When her grandmother was seriously ill and hospitalized, and she hadn't even graduated from college, she was already saddled with millions in debt, unable to even pay her rent, and was even targeted by someone named who on a forum about her dream university life, allowing others to fabricate rumors about her. She never resigned herself to her fate. Why should this crappy game make her resign herself to her fate? Jiang Yumian's injured hand had been torn open again, and blood quickly soaked through the bandage. However, the girl's frail hand still held the flood control bag tightly against the largest hole in the treehouse. Even as the blood trickled down her arm and onto the branches of the longan tree, in just a few seconds, The blood on the branches and leaves was visibly absorbed by the longan tree. The girl didn't flinch at all, only scoffing calmly. Resign yourself to your fate? I won't. Never. 12 o'clock sharp. Ding dong. Congratulations, player, for successfully surviving a day and it has been discovered that there are still 26 players remaining in the game. The game has been upgraded to Ultimate Devil difficulty. The latest game rules are now being announced. Survive a day, and the remaining number of players. Before the system finished its announcement, Jiang Yumian spoke first. If you dare to claim that only 10 players can complete the game again, I'd be the first one to kill you when I have the authority. These boring rules, which only lead to human violence, should have been eliminated long ago. At the same time, inside the main system's authority room, red alerts were sounded on all 4 consoles. Hua Guangguang and Qian Duoduo were stunned. Warning. Serious warning. Potential player number 521125 has been found to have a resistance level exceeding all human records. Main system. The main system has reflected on this, and will re-examine the rules. The main system has determined that there are loopholes in the game rules. Rules that contradict the survival game philosophy have been revoked. The rule of only 10 players remaining per round has been revoked. Qian Duoduo, shock. Hua Guangguang, shock. In the game, a new system announcement appeared before the eyes of many players. Ding dong. The latest game rules are now being announced. In this incredibly difficult game, protect the player who provided the exploit, and help them survive the day together. Complete the game and receive 500 gold coins and a gift pack from the system as a thank you for your feedback. Everyone, shock. Oh my god, if the player who provided the exploit wasn't Jiang Xiaobai, who else could it be? Everyone turned to look at Jiang Xiaobai, their bright eyes filled with anticipation. It was as if Jiang Xiaobai was light at that moment. Jiang Yumian felt a chill down her spine at the glances that seemed to devour her. Why are you looking at me like that? At this moment, the system announcement echoed in Jiang Yumian's mind, a separate announcement from the others. Ding dong. Thank you, player 521125 of Blue Star, for your sincere feedback on your gaming experience. The latest game rules are now being announced. In this extremely challenging game, protect existing players and survive for a day. If you suffer fewer than 10 casualties, you will complete the game. Once you complete the game, the rule that only 10 players remain in each round will be lifted. You will receive 1,000 gold coins and a space item upgrade pack. Also, due to your complete development, the creatures under the Clever Gardener buff have gained independent consciousness. As long as you can prevent the intelligent creatures under the Clever Gardener buff from suffering damage below 80%, they will be yours forever, ready for your use at any time. Jiang Yumian, surprise! Little Guiyuan could be completely hers? She was thrilled to hear that, but before she could rejoice, as if due to the pressure difference, the entire treehouse seemed to be floating. Sewage from outside began to overflow. Oh no, I knew this game wouldn't let them get through this level so easily. Before Jiang Yumian could give any orders, Di Shuang and the others all ran to her side. Sister Bai, we protect you. Jiang Yumian, ? She could understand Di Shuang and her brother, but the key was that Jiang Peng's brothers, who had been dissatisfied with her, were now treating her with respect. Yes, Sister Bai, if there's anything we can help you with, just let me know. Sister Bai, I'm strong, let me do it. Wow, she's become such a hot commodity, huh? I don't believe it. Jiang Yumian looked up at Lu Shiyan and the others standing behind them, half believing and half doubting. Could one of your conditions for clearing the game require me not to die? Lu Shiyan watched quietly, then nodded twice. Only Shen Qiran, excited like a kangaroo, rushed to her and raised his bound thumbs. Sister Bai, you're this. Help me untie them quickly. I can't wait to get to work. Jiang Yumian couldn't believe that the men who once wanted to kill her first were now protecting her like a family. This feeling. It felt great. Chapter 77. When humanity unites, its power is almost infinite. But this unity, in the face of natural disasters, is as insignificant as an ant. Jiang Yumian and the others had been working hard to stem the floodwaters from all directions. But it wasn't enough, still not enough. As the floodwaters in the treehouse grew, the water level rose higher and higher. Gradually, the first floor collapsed, followed by the second and third floors. Time flowed so quickly and so slowly. Everyone was clearly doing their utmost to combat the flood, but it was only 1 p.m. when the second floor was completely submerged. There were still 11 hours left, and there was only space on the third floor and the rooftop. Jiang Yumian calculated that if the water level continued to rise like this in 5 hours, they would have to spend 6 hours submerged in water. How should they survive? Especially, she hadn't had time to sign up for swimming lessons yet. Perhaps because she had been too comfortable recently, Jiang Yumian had only just now remembered the supplies she had prepared. Su Weiming's space had been completely drained, and Jiang Yumian couldn't just take the supplies out. She had to run to the 3rd floor and pretend to load the stored supplies into the disposable space props Su Weiming had left behind before moving them out. Jiang Yumian, there are 24 of us here. Here are 6 sets of diving equipment, 6 swimming rings, and 12 oxygen tanks. 3 kayaks, each seating 4 people. The remaining 6 people will all get into this 3 meter by 2 meter inflatable pool. Once the rooftop is flooded and completely uninhabitable, we exit the tree house through the damaged tree hole. My plan is that anyone who can't swim will enter the inflatable pool, wearing a swimming ring. 6 people equipped with professional diving equipment will be on guard to prevent anyone from falling in and to observe any unusual activity in the water. Then the 12 kayakers will be responsible for retrieving or removing any sharp objects from the water. Understand? Everyone nodded. Jiang Yumian was clearly relieved. When humans share a common goal, communication becomes easier. Jiang Yumian smiled and said, "Great. Now, anyone who can't swim, please step forward and put on your raincoats and umbrellas. I have 5 raincoats and 5 umbrellas. We have to share them roughly, and be considerate of those who are afraid of water." Just as Jiang Yumian was fiddling with the raincoats and umbrellas, preparing to distribute them, she looked up. No one had come up to collect the supplies. Jiang Yumian? Jiang Yumian glanced around. Isn't anyone incapable of swimming? Yuze, isn't being able to swim standard? What idiot wouldn't know how to swim in a Doomsday game like this? Isn't that just like waiting to die? Jiang Yumian, Jiang Yumian's mouth twitched, and she instinctively glanced at the youngest, Di Chung. Brother, you probably don't know how to swim yet, do you? Di Chung shook his head honestly. Yes, I do. My parents enrolled my sister and me in swimming lessons since we were little. I won gold medals in every high school swimming competition. My sister is a fantastic diver. She often invites her friends to the diving area. Jiang Yumian, Okay, everyone's so good, right? She signed up for lessons when she gets home. Jiang Yumian pretended nothing had happened, silently grabbing an umbrella and raincoat. Then, she continued, everyone, choose your own gear. I be in charge of inflating the inflatable boats. Everyone quickly settled into their respective positions. Divers, Di Shuang, Lu Shiyan, Ao Niani Shinqiran Tian Hui Xiong. The kayakers were almost all Jiang Peng's subordinates. Of course, Yu Feng was directly assigned to be the kayak boss. The reason was that he was stable and had a strong background. He was one of the top brass at Thorns, so how could he not have some power at his disposal? Jiang Yumian had assigned special personnel to the inflatable boats. The injured were injured, the deaf and mute were deaf and mute, the immature were immature, and the disabled were disabled. Inflatable boat racers, Jiang Yumian, Yuxingwen Yuze, Di Chung, and 2 of Jiang Peng's cooks, who each had 2 broken pinkies. As expected by Jiang Yumian, the flood reached the 3rd floor even faster than her estimated time of 5 hours. A full 15 minutes faster. Thankfully, everyone was well prepared. Let's go, get on board. Jiang Yumian strode proudly into the inflatable boat, sitting quietly in the middle. She had originally wanted to show off by sitting in the front, but her life was more important. The others who boarded with her also acquiesced to her position. After all, the bosses commanded from the rear of the battlefield. Time ticked by, and they waited until the floodwaters rose high enough for everyone to paddle the inflatable boats and kayaks out of the tree hole. Jiang Yumian distributed the last remaining sausages, and after quickly eating, everyone began to swim out with their homemade paddles. Meanwhile, Jiang Yumian, sitting in the center surrounded by the others, wasn't idle either. She held a cute little yellow umbrella, drank Wangzai milk, and occasionally chattered. Yuza, watch out for that kitchen knife paddle. Don't cut my inflatable boat. Yuza pouted, looking at the paddle he made from a broomstick and kitchen knife, a chorus of madness racing through his mind. Got it. Jiang Yumian, we're going to pass the longan, don't cut my longan. Yuza, okay, got it. Yuza, you're so annoying. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yumian smacked him in the head from behind. Call me sister? Yuza, After finally passing through the treehouse, Jiang Yumian's happy little day was completely ruined by a gust of wind. Her adorable little yellow duck umbrella was blown over. Jiang Yumian, Yuza, ha ha ha. Chapter 78. A frustrated Jiang Yumian silently tossed her umbrella into the space, and quickly donned her raincoat and hat. Outside, the fierce wind howled fiercely, and soon, Yuze couldn't even laugh anymore. Thankfully, the typhoon seemed to have already passed several times during the day, and the night wind wasn't strong enough to blow them away. But the heavy rain continued, and those in the inflatable boats and kayaks began frantically scooping out water with pots and pans. Lu Shiyan and his companions would periodically climb onto the inflatable beds to rest for a while, and once they had recovered some strength, they would jump back in to clean up the sharp objects outside the treehouse. 11 o'clock in the evening. Everyone was feeling unwell. The long hours of rain and wind had left everyone feeling dizzy, but everyone was incredibly excited. Just one more hour, and each of them would receive 5 million. What a concept! And there was also a mysterious gift package to be given away. Then, this round of the game, they barely made it, winning almost effortlessly, all thanks to Jiang Yumian was still grinning, wondering how she would spend her 3,000 gold coins after the game ended, when a sudden gust of wind swept through. The entire inflatable boat and kayak were overturned. Everyone fell into the water like dumplings. Jiang Yumian, the lightest among them, was flung out along with her inflatable boat by the wind, forming a perfect parabola in the air. Jiang Yumian, shock. Help! Plunging headfirst into the water, Jiang Yumian, without a second thought, pulled out the swimming buoy everyone despised from her space, and slid it around her waist. Thankfully, the gust of wind was short-lived, and everyone quickly swam back to their respective positions, and swiftly climbed aboard. Di Chung looked at his mechanical watch and said excitedly, "It's almost over. 10 minutes left." Just as everyone was buzzing with excitement, Lu Shiyan, having just finished cleaning a sharp piece of metal, emerged from the water. Only then did he realize the inflatable boat was missing. "Lu Shiyan, where's your boss?" "Boss? You mean Sister Bai? Isn't Sister Bai right behind us?" Di Chung said, turning his head to glance back. As a result, Jiang Yumian, who should have been the center of attention, was gone. At the same time, Jiang Yumian, already blown away by the wind, struggled to poke her head out and waved upwards. "Help! Gurgle gurgle gurgle. This lifebuoy is leaking. Gurgle gurgle. Gary. Gurgle gurgle. Everyone, Yuze, holy shit. Di Chung, boss can't swim?" Even the usually calm Yu Feng was stunned. "This is impossible. Di Shuang, how can someone as impressive as your idol not swim?" Jiang Yumian, She'd been pretending to be a boss for so long, and her reputation was ruined, all ruined, and then everyone jumped into the water and swam towards Jiang Yumian's call for help. Are you kidding? If Jiang Yumian were dead, forget about the 5 million, they'd all be dead. Jiang Yumian looked at the 10 seconds remaining on the system and, with remarkable courage, shouted to everyone, "No. Gulu Gulu. Use Gulu. Save me. I'm dying, Gulu Gulu." "No!" Lu Shiyan, already in the water, rushed to Jiang Yumian's side and pulled her out. Ding dong. As the system announcement sounded, Jiang Yumian, choking on the water and groaning, could almost hear the man's final, helpless sigh. "You're a landlubber showing off. You can't swim, so you haven't even passed your driver's license test, have you?" Jiang Yumian, To be honest, she hasn't taken the test yet, she just registered. Reporting a little bit, really a little bit. Congratulations to the player for successfully completing the game. The rewards for completing the game are as follows. 1. 1,000 gold coins. 2. A space item upgrade gift pack, which can be used to upgrade your I have a little rubber band item by 4 cubic meters. 3. The damage rate of intelligent creatures under the skillful gardener buff is 74%, not exceeding 80%. From now on, you can plant them in the space item. Jiang Yumian, surprise. Jiang Yumian, doesn't my space item freeze time? How can I plant small longans in it? System, please wait. The answers to all questions provided with this reward will be transferred to Hua Guangguang, number 009, for your care. Jiang Yumian, Is this even possible? Hua Guangguang quickly appeared in front of her. Wait a moment. I clear the items from my rubber band for you and perform the asset settlement. A small screen quickly appeared next to Hua Guangguang. System, dear player Jiang Yumian, your inventory settlement has been completed. The total market value of all inventory in the space, after a 50% discount, is 16.25536 million yuan. Based on the ratio of 1 gold coin equals 10,000 renminbi, should I exchange it for 16.25536 gold coins and transfer them to my account now? Jiang Yumian had cleared out most of the items she had stored in the space, leaving very little food behind. She actually managed to earn over 1 million. I guess it was because of the 13 gold nuggets Shinchiron had given her earlier. Jiang Yumian didn't bother looking at the item list this time, and simply clicked on the exchange button. By the way, help me upgrade my space item. Spend it all, okay. Player Jiang Yumian's current total assets are as follows. Assets: 4,002.2536 gold coins. Items: Lucky buff item, 100% chance per hour, *7, I have a small rubber band, 16 cubic meters, and a chef god buff item, 100% chance per 5 hours, *4. Liabilities: 1.45 million yuan. Before Jiang Yumian could even rejoice over the plethora of gold coins, Hua Guangguang smiled and said, since you have sufficient funds now, you have 3 options. First, expand the black soil space within the stagnant flow space. The initial expansion will cost you 1,000 gold coins. Second, expand the spiritual spring space within the stagnant flow space. The initial expansion will cost you 1,000 gold coins. Also, due to the large size of the small longan, you will need to continue developing the black soil or spiritual spring area, at least 10 square meters at a cost of 100 gold coins per square meter. Note: while the flow of time remains the same for plants planted in the black soil or spiritual spring, their growth rate will be 6 times faster than in the real world. The black soil is rich in nutrients needed for any plant, allowing you to plant whatever you want. The spiritual spring is drinkable, inexhaustible, and has a certain stamina restoring effect. Third, you can sell the small longan in the Planet Mall for 5,000 gold coins. Jiang Yumian was silent for a moment, stroking his chin, then looked up at Hua Guangguang. Can't I just choose 1 or 2 at the same time? Hua Guangguang was stunned. Huh? At the same time? Chapter 79. Jiang Yumian: yeah, so I can choose both at the same time, right? Hua Guangguang blinked blankly. That should be possible. But don't you like money? Don't you want to buy a big beachfront villa, a mansion? Jiang Yumian nodded frankly. Yes, but I also like farming. Hua Guangguang: wait a minute, let me ask. Jiang Yumian's lips twitched slightly. It was indeed a new system, so blurry. Hua Guangguang's chubby little face wrinkled into a ball. He suddenly turned around and glared at her resentfully. Don't scold me. I can hear what you're thinking. Jiang Yumian: okay. A moment later, Qian Duo, clad in a dazzling golden outfit, appeared beside Hua Guangguang. Qian Duo, you can choose both. This is your right as the sole owner of the space item. However, both options require developing 10 square meters. This is what you humans call a bundled sale, totaling 4,000 gold coins. Are you sure? Jiang Yumian: okay, she thought she could develop one first, saving some money to pay off her debts, and buy a small house of her own. But once you lose, you never get another. Jiang Yumian looked at the funds in her account. If she deducted 4,000, she would have less than 3 gold coins left to spend. After much hesitation, Jiang Yumian gritted her teeth and said, I want it. Qian Duo, okay, where would you like the longan to be planted? Jiang Yumian: spiritual spring center. Qian Duo, okay. Player Jiang Yumian's current total assets are as follows. Available assets: 2.2536 gold coins. Items: Lucky buff item, 100% chance in 1 hour, *7. Chef buff item, 100% chance in 5 hours, *4. I have a small rubber band, 16 cubic meters, black soil area, 10 square meters. Spiritual spring area, 10 square meters. Small longan *1. Debt, 1.45 million yuan. After Jiang Yumian exited the space, she suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to bargain with the 2 systems. Can you please give me one of the green onions she planted earlier with the small longan? Sigh. What a shame. When Jiang Yumian opened her eyes again, she found herself lying in Du Lala's bedroom. At least no one had picked her up and sold her. Jiang Yumian closed her eyes. Even feeling the sunlight outside the window was too glaring. She raised her hands and draped them over her head. It was this subtle movement that caused a girl's voice to murmur, "Oh my God," from a distance. "You're finally awake. If you don't wake up, I send you straight to the crematorium." Seeing Jiang Yumian didn't respond, Du Lala quickly tossed the game console aside and leaned over to complain to her, "You fainted at the back door of the restaurant, and the boss and I rushed you to the hospital. Hey! Guess what? The doctor said you were just asleep. How come I didn't realize you could sleep for 3 days and 3 nights at a time? No, to be more precise, 3 days and 3 hours. Aren't you hungry? Aren't you thirsty? Forget turning over, you didn't even move a finger. How horrible. Jiang Yumian seemed to suddenly remember something and quickly raised her hand, asking, You didn't tell Grandma, did you? Lala, no, how could I dare? If anything happens to Grandma because of me, you strangle me to death when you wake up. Jiang Yumian finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to stare blankly at the ceiling. Lala saw this, becoming even more worried. No, please say something. I'm worried sick. Suddenly Jiang Yumian quickly raised a finger. Don't say anything. I'm just thinking. Lala was stunned, thinking about what? Jiang Yumian replied seriously, How can I make more money? After all, it's too expensive. It's really too expensive. Even if she earns 40 million, it's still not enough to spend. Now with Xiao Guiyuan, she needs to earn even more to support her parents. Lala, Jiang. You? Mian. Do you want to die? The next second, the two sisters started fighting on the bed. Lala, is money more important than life? Lala, you idiot. Jiang Yumian, her ears pulled, pleaded aggrievedly, Oh my, a gentleman should speak, not fight. An hour later, in a small restaurant downstairs from the hospital, Jiang Yumian was very attentive and pushed the entire banquet on the table towards Lala. Hello Lala, beautiful Lala, just give me that swimming coach you mentioned earlier. Didn't you say she has a good personality and teaches well? And best of all, the membership is cheap. No. Lala, the reason her membership is cheap is because they offer one-on-one instruction. Sometimes they don't have time for you. With your condition, you're not suited to swimming, let alone diving. No one in the Dead Sea will know by then. Jiang Yumian raised her eyebrows suggestively. Why don't you come with me? Maybe you even run into that senior student you've been thinking about, Xiaoqi? Lala glanced at her. Okay, I asked the coach if he's available soon. Jiang Yumian nodded rapidly. Okay, I ask now. It would be best if he could teach me this afternoon. Lala couldn't help but frown. Why are you in such a hurry? Jiang Yumian impatiently stood up and sat next to Lala. It's nothing. Hurry up, hurry up. Just as Lala picked up her phone and opened WeChat to look for the coach's contact information. Suddenly, several messages popped up in the swimming group chat. Ding Jia, a student of Coach Hao. Someone died in the shallow end of the pool. So scary. Qin Jing, a third-term student of Coach Tian. It's over. No one dares to go to this pool club anymore. Club manager Xiaochuan, are there any students of Coach Sheng in the group? Let everyone know. There's no class this afternoon. Coach Sheng drowned. How could someone drown in a shallow end? And a coach at that. She drowned during lunch break. Witnesses say it appeared to be suicide. Didn't Coach Sheng suddenly miss 2 days of work without explanation? How could she have drowned the moment she showed up at the pool club? Who knows? This is horrible. I'm leaving the group. Bye everyone. Jiang Yumian saw Lala staring blankly at her phone and couldn't help but lean over and ask, What's wrong? Is Coach Sheng free? Lala, she's dead. Jiang Yumian, ? Chapter 80. On this sunny afternoon, a series of deaths suspected to be caused by depression occurred across the country. Some jumped from buildings, some jumped into rivers, some hanged themselves, and some even deliberately committed suicide by lying in the middle of the street. And most of the deceased were young and middle-aged people between the ages of 18 and 38. These devastating incidents attracted the government's attention, and even junior students like them, who were usually busy with internships, were urgently recalled to school. The school announced overnight that a renowned national psychology instructor had been invited to give a lecture on college students' mental health. The lecture lasted 3 days. The school required mandatory attendance for all students, with nearly 60,000 teachers and students attending the lecture in batches. Lala clutched her books and struggled to squeeze closer to Jiang Yumian, because the crowds were so overwhelming. It's outrageous, truly outrageous. This scene is even more outrageous than the freshman orientation. I feel like I'm almost dying from the crowd even though I don't have any mental illness. Jiang Yumian was still queuing up to get in, but she didn't believe the nationwide suicides were caused by depression. It was more likely due to deaths after losing a game. After Jiang Yumian and Lala found an empty seat and sat down, Jiang Yumian began writing in her notebook. She observed her grandmother's condition yesterday and found that the health aura and peace not items were quite effective. She hadn't gotten any worse, and her appetite had actually increased. Her whole spirit and energy were noticeably different. Item, health aura. Instructions. Using the health aura increases health. Note: the effect is variable. The effectiveness of the health aura will depend on the subject's physical condition. Currently, Grandma's health was only 7 out of 100. What if her health reached 100? Would she be fully recovered? So she made a bold decision and posted her first post on the forum. Looking for as many health aura items as possible. Poster: Jiang Xiaobai. Content: if anyone has health aura items, please private message me. You name the price. Afterward, Jiang Yumian began scribbling down a shopping list in her notebook. She had to make full use of her black soil and spiritual spring. As for what to plant: plant whatever trees are expensive. Raise whatever fish are expensive. She didn't plan to grow vegetables or grains. The harvest would be too quick, and her space would have to be cleared of supplies every time, so she decided to use them. 10 square meters could support 350 saplings, but considering the black soil's fast-growing nutrients, fruit trees would surely grow quickly, so Jiang Yumian planned to plant only 1 tree per square meter. First, a red velvet red heart kiwi fruit tree. If you want to eat, just pick 2 from the tree for a vitamin boost. Next, a Musang King durian tree. Durian is highly nutritious, filling, and best of all, it's quite expensive. A cherry tree, a white jade loquat tree, a peach tree, a dondong strawberry seedling, and then a wax apple tree, a lemon tree, and finally, Jiang Yumian was torn between apple trees, banana trees, mango trees, grapevines, and lychee trees. Unable to decide, Jiang Yumian decisively turned to Du La La for help. La La, which of these fruits do you prefer? Du La La leaned over to take a look. Lychee. Jiang Yumian decisively chose not to choose. Then I go with lychees. Du La La glanced at the list in her notebook and jokingly said, "What? Are you trying to steal the fruit farmer's business? Don't be so quick." Jiang Yumian quickly wrote down a dozen varieties of seafood and handed them to her. "Come on, pick 5. From now on, you have all the seafood you want." Du La La: "Oh, you're welcome." Du La La's choices were king crab, Australian bluefin mullet, sea cucumber, oysters, and red salmon. Jiang Yumian pondered for a moment and added a few more varieties: abalone, grouper, cod, arctic clams, and scallops. Du La La's mouth watered just looking at the varieties. Okay, I get 2 more. Although the longan was planted in the center of the spiritual spring, since it was damaged, only the thickest trunk and roots remained, rooted in the water, taking up little of the spiritual spring surface. Jiang Yumian wanted to cultivate more seafood and seaweed to create a small underwater ecosystem. Just as the two were happily scrambling for a pen, a pure white notebook appeared before them. On it was a single line of neat handwriting: "I have 2 health aura items. Would you like them?" Jiang Yumian instinctively looked up and saw her teammate, whom she had spent the previous game with for over 10 days, sitting in the seat in front of her. He was also the most knowledgeable electronics expert on Jiang Peng's team. The deaf-mute Yuxingwen, a top student on their school's sophomore list, was a top student. But the fact that he helped Jiang Peng open the girls' room door was enough to make Jiang Yumian wary of him for the rest of her life. Jiang Yumian also wrote a line on the notebook he handed her. "Jiang Xiaobai, how much do you want?" Yu Xingwen took the notebook back and buried himself in writing. Seeing the man's serious expression, Jiang Yumian suddenly became nervous. Is this man trying to ask for too much? Jiang Yumian, preconceived, associated him with Jiang Peng and sneered. As expected, 2 dogs can't sleep in the same henhouse. Du La La, who was watching the notebook, which contained only a string of garbled characters, focused her attention on Yu Xingwen's docile face. Du La La instinctively leaned closer to Jiang Yumian and gossiped quietly, "Wow, how come this junior looks even more docile than Lin Jiaoyu?" Jiang Yumian whispered beside her, "He's deaf." Du La La: "Shocking." Jiang Yumian added, "He can't speak either." Du La La: "Shocking." Jiang Yumian continued, "He used his expertise to help someone sneak into a girl's room in the middle of the night, trying to take advantage of her." Instantly, the volatile Du La La slammed her palm down on the table. "Fuck, that's outrageous. Du La La, why are you still wasting your time talking to him?" Du La La had barely finished her words when the once noisy surroundings fell silent. Looking up, she noticed the students around her were all looking up at her. Du La La, without a second's hesitation, said, "What are you looking at?" Everyone turned their heads away, pretending nothing had happened. After all, everyone knows that their Chinese department's beauty has a super hot-tempered best friend who's also the vice president of their school's martial arts association. But all this was happening quietly in the world of the deaf-mute. When Yu Xingwen handed the notebook back to Jiang Yumian, Jiang Yumian, who had been gloating a bit, suddenly stopped laughing. Yu Xingwen, I don't want any money. Jiang Yumian, ? Yu Xingwen, thank you for helping me clear the last round. At the same time, a system notification chimed in Jiang Yumian's ear. Yu Xingwen, I'm offering you a health halo. Do you want to accept it? Jiang Yumian, She deserved it. She thought so badly of me. Chapter 81. Du Lala was about to write a few words of warning on Yu Xingwen's notebook when Jiang Yumian quickly grabbed her. Wait, baby, don't be impulsive. This might be a misunderstanding. Du Lala, ? Du Lala looked at what was already written on the notebook. Du Lala, then what should I write next? Jiang Yumian glanced at your mother flying around on the paper, and said to Yu Xingwen calmly, the photo is so handsome. Du Lala's mouth twitched, but she still wrote obediently. Although Yu Xingwen was deaf and mute, he had long since developed the ability to guess words by reading people's mouth shapes. The man blushed and quickly wrote 2 more words on the paper. Yu Xingwen, thank you. Then he turned his head quickly, leaving only the back of his head, his red ears, and his neck, which was still red and purple, visible to the 2 of them. Immediately, the 2 sisters began imitating Yu Xingwen's style, communicating frantically on their laptops. Du Lala, this kid is so innocent, how could he possibly check into someone else's room? Jiang Yumian, we don't know the specifics of the situation. Du Lala, it's hilarious. Someone like him would die from a high heart rate before even opening the door. Jiang Yumian, is there a possibility he's just putting on a show for us? Du Lala, why would he put on a show for us? There's no need. Jiang Yumian thought so, but then thought better of it. Jiang Yumian, maybe. I'm too awesome? He's trying to curry favor with me. Du Lala just glanced at her and immediately turned away to play with her phone. Jiang Yumian scratched her head. Am I not awesome? Just wait. Once she fixes her shortcomings, she'd be a formidable shovel. Jiang Yumian finished 2 sets of Subject 1 mock exams, only halfway through the lecture. Just when she was about to browse the game forums, an inexplicably familiar feeling of dizziness washed over her, and she slammed her head against the wooden table. Oh no! It happens again. I haven't even signed up for my swimming lessons yet. When will this sudden gaming experience end? At the same time, a series of thumping noises echoed from the classroom, which can accommodate 20,000 students. Welcome players to this round of survival games again. This time, there will be 100,000 players and 100,000 NPCs participating with you. Game theme: Project Rising Star Undersea Paradise. Starting supplies: a fishing rod that never breaks, a smartwatch. Passing requirements: survive 30 days in this round. Completing the game will instantly return to the real world and earn a Rising Star badge. A top 10 fishing ranking will earn an additional Rising Star badge. Cherish your life, avoid danger, and I wish you success. Jiang Yumian, wow, it feels like I played 2 rounds of the game and still feel like a complete novice. What's going on with this Rising Star project? What's going on with this Rising Star badge? One more thing. Jiang Yumian silently complained to Hua Guangguang. What's going on? Your games are always about water, right? The sea again? Can't you just let her learn to swim before sending her to a water-related game like this? Damn it. Before Jiang Yumian could complain any further, Hua Guangguang's task list continued. Hua Guangguang, Sales System 009 has issued you a sales quota for game items this round. You must sell 5 items this time. Shrinking ball buff, lasts 5 minutes. Once activated, there's a 50% chance that the human body will shrink to the size of a ping pong ball. Price 3 gold. Ice touch buff, lasts 5 minutes. Once activated, there's a 50% chance that the item you trigger will instantly turn into ice for 5 minutes. Price 5 gold. Keeper buff, lasts 5 minutes. Once activated, you can command any underwater creature. Price 5 gold. Sea pearl buff, lasts 24 hours. Once activated, there's a 100% chance that you can breathe freely underwater. Price 10 gold. Legs for tail buff, lasts 24 hours. Once activated, you instantly lose your legs and grow a tail, allowing you to survive underwater, swimming at speeds up to 100 kilometers per hour. Price 20 gold. Jiang Yumian gritted his teeth and said, if you say this game doesn't end with you soaking in water, I give you the same surname as you. Hua Guangguang smiled sweetly. You can also buy these items yourself. Well said. Don't say that again next time. Jiang Yumian woke up, cursing, only to find herself on a train, carrying a shark backpack. The train windows were unlike any she'd seen before. Each row had a single, small round window. But outside the window was pitch black, as if she were passing through a tunnel. The people sitting next to her were all asleep. Jiang Yumian stood up and looked around, realizing that everyone around her was almost her age. Is the Rising Star Project only for college students? If so, there were 100,000 college students in this round? Wow! Before Jiang Yumian could think any more, the scene outside the train suddenly changed. From a pitch-black tunnel, it transformed into the ocean. A dreamy deep blue ocean. Jiang Yumian also saw colorful light strips scattered across the ocean floor, and swarms of luminous jellyfish drifting about. She even spotted a few divers, armed with tools, picking up sea urchins from the coral reef. When the divers saw the train passing not far in front of them, they waved to everyone on board. The train seemed to be gliding through the sea. The windows were filled with colorful fish, and several rays with adorable smiles swam past. One ray even held up its favorite small fish, wanting to offer it to these distinguished guests from afar. It was so adorable. Jiang Yumian was momentarily stunned, and for some reason, she placed her palm against the transparent window, wanting to interact with him. Chapter 82. Before she could finish her conversation, the train suddenly lurched. Attention, passengers! The train is about to pass through a shark sanctuary. Playful baby sharks will frequently interact with the train, causing turbulence. Please refrain from wandering around the train to avoid injury. Jiang Yumian's mouth twitched as she watched the massive creature swimming past the window. You call this giant creature with bared fangs, whose tail could easily fling her away, a baby shark? Okay, that's how we play it, huh? Jiang Yumian silently clutched her school bag tightly and looked down. Her school bag was still the cartoon shark one. Jiang Yumian, She suddenly had a bad feeling. At the same time, several sharp explosions echoed from within the train car. Ah! Where is this? I'm in class at the school. How did I end up here? Ah! Shark! That's a real shark! The woman's screams woke up the still drowsy college students one by one. But some reacted even more dramatically than the first girl. Ah! Who are you? Where am I? What the hell is a survival game? Is it like in novels? I don't want to play games, and I don't want to die. Jiang Yumian blinked twice at the chaotic train car, reflecting on herself. Was she a little too calm? She didn't look like a novice at all. The next second, she clutched her little shark backpack tightly and stood up. Ah! How terrifying. The two college students beside her suddenly shuddered at her strangled scream. Shock! No, girl, your reaction time is a little too long. And why is your voice so thick? Jiang Yumian was a self-reflective person. Seeing the people around her reacting strangely, she immediately paused. Then, a very serious question suddenly occurred to her. Jiang Yumian regained her composure, shook the hand of the short-haired girl next to her, and asked her earnestly, Do you have any gold coins? The short-haired girl, bewildered, instinctively turned to look at the long-haired girl wearing black-framed glasses next to her and asked, What kind of gold coins? Jiang Yumian also looked at her eagerly. The girl with the black-framed glasses pushed up her glasses, revealing a pair of shrewd eyes. I know. At that moment, Jiang Yumian seemed to see light. Sure enough, someone knew. The girl sincerely mimicked the cute voice from the game, Coins. Coins? Coins for the egg boy party, right? Jiang Yumian, Oh my god, what on earth was she expecting? Who knew that the short-haired girl also suddenly realized, right. Jiang Yumian saw the two people's eyes, all radiating the carefree clarity of a university student. She was truly living in Bungbu. I'm dying. Ah. I'm losing my mind. 100,000 players, they can't all be newbies. 100,000 people can't even scrape together a few dozen coins. Someone buy her items. Someone, come save her. Seeing Jiang Yumian's madness, the two girls instinctively hugged each other, unable to help but exclaim in unison, this time. He seems truly mad. A crisp bell rang from the train. Ladies and gentlemen, the next stop is the final stop, Undersea Paradise Station. Passengers wishing to disembark, please collect your luggage and be prepared to exit. Exit from the left door in the direction of travel. Until Jiang Yumian disembarked and stood outside the station's women's restroom. The girl regained her smile. It's okay. It's just gold coins. She just have to think of a solution. The most urgent thing was to find out what the challenge was in this round. After entering the restroom, Jiang Yumian closed the door and checked Little Shark's backpack. There was indeed only a retractable fishing rod and a smartwatch. After Jiang Yumian put on the smartwatch, A small screen suddenly appeared above it. Player linking successful. Please enter your nickname for this round. As soon as Jiang Yumian finished entering her nickname, the content on the screen suddenly changed. Fishing leaderboard. 1. Jiang Da's dad. Number of fish caught, 3. Number of fish that cannot be taken away, 3. 2. Cousin Lu Chong. Number of fish caught, 3. Number of fish that cannot be taken away, 2. 3. Call daddy. Number of fish caught, 2. Number of fish that cannot be taken away, 2. Your current rank, 90351, Jiang Xiaowai. Number of fish caught, 0. System reminder. Fish caught by players can be stored in the Little Shark backpack. Note, the Little Shark backpack can only store 100 live fish, regardless of size, so please plan your space carefully. If the Little Shark backpack is stolen, the backpack and the fish inside will belong to the robber. Players need to find a storage box with their name on it in the game park. The fish will be permanently recorded in their name. The storage box is immovable and can be destroyed, so players should take good care of theirs. Players can also choose to kill the fish. Even if the storage box is lost, the fish will remain theirs forever. Every day at 12 a.m., the bottom 10 players on the leaderboard will receive an unexpected punishment. Jiang Yumian, Jiang Yumian couldn't help but frown. For some reason, she felt this round of the game was strange. But she couldn't put her finger on it. She could only take it one step at a time. Confused, Jiang Yumian silently took out her fishing rod and tossed the shark backpack into the space. As Jiang Yumian walked out of the station gate, she was once again stunned by the scene before her. She felt as if she were in a deep blue ocean, the paradise enclosed by a vast, transparent glass wall. Even the ground beneath her feet was transparent. She could even see a school of small, yellow, and white fish swimming beneath the transparent tiles. There were also vibrant coral formations of all shapes and sizes, and crab couples mating in the white sand. If it weren't for the bright white streetlights mounted on the glass walls on either side, and the green arrows marking safe passages embedded in the transparent tiles on the floor, Jiang Yumian would have thought she was in the sea. It was so beautiful, breathtakingly beautiful. Even the large archway at the entrance to the park was made of magnificent shells, conchs, and small starfish. Welcome to the undersea paradise. There was also an advertisement board next to the archway. We sincerely welcome all children who love the ocean to the undersea paradise. The undersea paradise was jointly developed by renowned research institutes around the world. Its walls are constructed using cutting-edge nanotechnology and are indestructible. The only thing children need to worry about is getting lost, not falling into the ocean floor, haha. Also, don't be fooled by the intimidating creatures in the undersea paradise. They all been trained by researchers and now survive on algae, just like the smaller fish. All the creatures in the undersea paradise are well-behaved and gentle, so please take good care of them and don't litter. Jiang Yumian's lips curled up at the playful slogan. It takes a very cute young lady to write such a lovely slogan. Jiang Yumian put her hands in her pockets and glanced at the map below the advertisement. You're right. The background of the map was filled with photos of 3 or 4 large sharks of different species, happily surrounded by small schools of fish. Sharks that don't eat fish are truly remarkable. Jiang Yumian found it hilarious to see one of the sharks, a dark-colored one with a gaping mouth, trying to smile at the camera. It was quite cute. Chapter 83. Jiang Yumian followed the entrance signs and walked into the underwater park. When they reached the underwater tunnel, they saw a large group of NPCs listening to the tour guide's explanation. Jiang Yumian, shameless, went over to listen. The tour guide said, "We are now in the jellyfish aquarium. You can see a wide variety of jellyfish here, and many of them glow at night. After midnight, the lights in the underwater park, except for the living area, will be turned off throughout the park to provide a good rest environment for the sea babies. If you can't sleep after midnight, you can come here to see the glowing jellyfish babies. It will be a breathtaking sight. This place is known as one of the most beautiful corners of the underwater park at night." Jiang Yumian nodded in agreement. Okay, she took note. At the same time, Jiang Yumian also learned some basic information about the underwater park. The underwater park has a total of 10 areas. There's a jellyfish aquarium with vibrant nightlife, a coral castle, a mermaid cove where you can don a fish tail and dive into the sea for photos and interact with the creatures, an ocean theater where keepers and marine life perform, and the world's largest and most comprehensive whale aquarium. There's a scuba diving and shipwreck exploration area, a fishing tower where you can try free fishing, and even a shark area where you can don a wetsuit and dive into the sea. There's also a living area where guests can enjoy all 3 meals and stay. The final area is a research center, off limits to tourists. However, Jiang Yumian also learned a particularly important piece of information. In the underwater paradise, no currency is accepted. The indigenous people only recognize pearls and fish. Everyone must trade supplies at the underwater bank in the center of the underwater park, exchanging currency from the outside world or from wild fishing for pearls. You could also directly trade fish caught in the wild for supplies with merchants within the park, gaining access to convenience. Based on the game's previous nature, she had to catch enough fish in the wild fishing area within 5 days to exchange for supplies and housing. She currently had just over 20,000 yuan available, so she had to find a place to live first. With 100,000 players and 100,000 NPCs, it was unclear if the living area would be large enough. If prices were to be driven up, she would only become more vulnerable. Jiang Yumian strode along the curbs on both sides of the road, running towards the bank in the center of the park. As expected, when she arrived near the bank, there was a dense line of people, at least tens of thousands. The sight of people slowly moving into the bank made her almost panic. This is terrifying. The queue will last at least until the next day, however, since most players are already queuing here, then the living area. Jiang Yumian turned and left without stopping. But before she even reached the living area, she suddenly braked, took a few steps back, and stopped in front of the large fluorescent screen next to Mermaid Bay. We are looking for mermaid models, 2 men and 2 women. Daily salary, 400 pearls, food, accommodation, 6 insurances and 1 housing fund. Requirements, good-looking, slender figure, optimistic and outgoing, multilingual proficiency preferred. Job description, only 2 hours of work per day, requiring frequent interaction with children, with a dedicated person responsible for teaching. Salary negotiable for those with good looks. Jiang Yumian stared at the large screen, her smile almost reaching the sky. That's it. Half an hour later, in the conference room. The expressions on the faces of the interviewers could be described as a mixture of joy and sorrow. The lead interviewer, Si Qing, smiled wryly. You said you can't swim? Jiang Yumian sat obediently, blinking innocently. Yes, didn't they say on the screen that there would be someone responsible for teaching? Everyone, Jiang Yumian, can you teach me swimming and diving, too? I'm a fast learner, and definitely won't be a drag. I don't need a salary, or social insurances or housing. Just food and lodging are fine. Si Qing held his forehead with his hand, smiled wryly, and explained helplessly, the thing is, the mermaid models we recruit must have a diving license. Even if we teach you how to swim and dive, for safety reasons, we can't let you start working right away. Jiang Yumian nodded politely. Okay, excuse me. Since they had mentioned that, Jiang Yumian was quite tactful and stood up to leave. She only come to try her luck, so it was understandable that they didn't want her. After all, aside from her outgoing personality, speaking several languages, strong work ethic, a willingness to endure hardship, and decent looks, she had no other advantages. She already decided that if things didn't work out, she'd just find a job as a waitress in a random restaurant. She could handle any job. Just as Jiang Yumian was about to open the door, Si Qing called out to her from behind. Si Qing, wait a minute. Jiang Yumian, Si Qing, we can hire you. Can the daily salary, and the 6 social insurances, and 1 housing fund you mentioned be waived? Jiang Yumian nodded. Yes. The HR interviewers immediately engaged in a discussion before Si Qing continued. We discussed it, and decided that your daily salary will remain 400, but we deduct the daily fees for swimming and diving instruction. The final salary will be 100 pearls, paid daily. Food and accommodation will be provided, and the 6 social insurances and 1 housing fund will be paid once you officially start. Is that acceptable to you? Jiang Yumian, how long is the internship period? Si Qing, 1 month, depending on your progress in the swimming and diving courses. You can leave anytime you want during this time. Is that acceptable to you? Jiang Yumian raised her teeth in a smile. Sure. No problem. Si Qing, then when can you start work? Jiang Yumian, now. Si Qing raised an eyebrow. Why did she feel so young and naive, willingly walking into someone's trap? Never mind. Female divers are rare to begin with, and with the increasing number of divers disappearing mysteriously lately, it's a rare opportunity to find such a beautiful, free mermaid model. It's not worth fussing over such a small matter. Chapter 84. Noon, in the lobby of the guest house in the living area. No, why are there no rooms? Wouldn't you have told me in advance that there were no rooms? I've been waiting in line for almost 5 hours, and you told me there were no rooms. Doesn't your park have a daily limit on the number of visitors? Are you going to leave so many of us out on the streets? Front desk agent, I'm sorry, but our park's daily limit is 200,000. We close ticket sales to the public and are limiting the number of visitors. Sir, there are rooms available. And you didn't notice it. The screen above us says it. We only have 6-person rooms left. Hu Ingjun, who had been playing games, felt a little guilty, his demeanor weakening. Can I pay extra? Front desk agent, I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do. Or you could find some hotel guests and ask them to give you their rooms. Hu Ingjun was so angry he almost slammed his fist on the table. You won't provide any information about the residents, so how am I supposed to find them? Behind him, Su Wenlin was still urging him, brother, can you please hurry up? If you don't stay in the 6-person room, we have to. Su Wenlin, it's just like staying in a school dormitory, what's the big deal? I'm really impressed by you rich people. What's so great about a few bucks? Already furious, Hu Ingjun said, do you want to fight? Fight me, I'm not afraid of you. I hate you idiots from S University the most. A university is bullying us from S University. S University students, where are you going to add me? Grab all the shark bags from S University. Soon, students from the two universities, who had always been at odds with each other, began to join the fray. Yu Xingwen, still at the back of the line and unconcerned, looked at the sudden scuffle before him and said, ? What is going on? Until a few hot-blooded athletes rushed up from behind, about to join the fray. Seeing Yu Xingwen standing there idiotically, they suddenly stopped and turned to ask him, brother, which school are you from? Originally, Yu Xingwen couldn't hear him, but he somehow guessed what he was saying from his lips, and subconsciously picked up his pen and quickly wrote in his notebook. Yu Xingwen, S University. The next moment, the leader of the athletic students, Jin Chengzhou, pointed at Yu Xingwen and cursed, brothers, there's still a shrew here. Hit him. Yu Xingwen, shock. Sensing something wasn't right, Yu Xingwen instinctively took 2 steps back, threw his notebook and pen at everyone, and ran away. Jiang Yumian completed her onboarding procedures, strolled around the mermaid pavilion, and then sat in the lobby, waiting for the roommate Si Qing had mentioned to get off work and take her back to the staff dormitory. A little after 11 o'clock, her roommate arrived. Jiang Yumian recognized her future roommate instantly. She couldn't resist a beautiful girl with a sexy figure. Especially her long, wet hair, thick as ink, which didn't look the same as the dull, yellow hair from years of malnutrition. The girl's smile was particularly sweet, with 2 dimples on her face. Hello, my name is Chen Manru. You can also call me Man, your future roommate. Jiang Yumian smiled and nodded. Hello. Come on, I take you to the dorms now. I also tell you about our mermaid model jobs. Okay. Our mermaid model jobs are the easiest in the mermaid pavilion. You only need to be in the water between 10:30 and 15:30 every day for half an hour each time. The rest of the time, you're free to move around the park. As for your underwater duties, you act like a mermaid, feeding the fish to foster relationships, and interacting with the humans outside the glass for photos. Jiang Yumian took careful note. Chen Manru suddenly paused. I heard from Sister Si Qing that you can't swim? Jiang Yumian nodded honestly, yeah. Chen Manru smiled. It's okay. Sister Si Qing has arranged the easiest job for you. You only need to stand at the door and hand out flyers for an hour every day. The rest of the time, whenever you want to learn how to swim, come see me. If I'm out on a date, you can just put on a swimming ring and go to the staff lounge backstage and find someone to teach you. Jiang Yumian, okay. Chen Manru suddenly became serious. But Sister Si Qing said, you must learn for a full hour every day. Jiang Yumian said simply, no problem. She wished she could learn a few more hours. If it weren't for the in-game mission, she would have just soaked in the water all day. Chen Manru breathed a sigh of relief at Jiang Yumian's cooperation. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at the dormitories. Jiang Yumian didn't know what the living conditions were like in the park's living quarters, but she knew the staff dormitories were 100 times better than her rented apartment. Air conditioning and heating are all available, and the room is double occupied, with 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a living room, and a kitchen. If you don't want to cook, the staff cafeteria is right next door. Fuck, even the bed is a replica of a shell bed. Jiang Yumian was absolutely delighted. She saved on tuition, accommodation, and food, and still received a daily salary of 100 pearls. As long as you're not dying from studying, you keep studying. Chen Manru, work starts tomorrow. Get some rest today. I need to take a shower. Jiang Yumian, yes. Perhaps because of her kindness, or perhaps because of a mutual sympathy between beautiful women, Chinmanru returned and kindly reminded her, "By the way, I just saw you with a fishing rod. Are you going to the wild fishing area later?" Jiang Yumian nodded. Chinmanru warned, "Don't buy bait promoted by others in the wild fishing area." Jiang Yumian, "Huh?" Chinmanru winked playfully, "Go to the seaweed market next to the research area and buy mixed seaweed. It's super cheap. 1 pearl can buy a whole basket, and it's super easy to catch." Jiang Yumian's heart fluttered. She straightened her back and smiled innocently. "Okay. Sister, you're so beautiful. And so kind." Chinmanru sensed the infatuation in the girl's eyes, and couldn't help but laugh. "Are you short of money?" Jiang Yumian, "Huh?" Chinmanru pulled a dozen pearls from her pocket. "Here. I treat you to milk tea." Jiang Yumian was so moved she practically peed. "Oh sister, I love you so much. I treat you to dinner when I get back from fishing." Chinmanru, "No, I'm going to a fancy restaurant with my man tonight." Next time. Jiang Yumian, okay. Jiang Yumian silently made up her mind. She would catch more fish, exchange them for more pearls, and treat her beautiful sister to a fancy dinner at a fancy restaurant. Chapter 85. When Jiang Yumian arrived at the seaweed market, following the map, she discovered seaweed was everywhere, practically sold by the bucket. 50L, 150L, and 200L were available. Prices weren't based on type, but only on volume. 50L of seaweed cost 1 pearl, 150L 3 pearls, and 200L 4 pearls. This, I thought, must be the wholesale market for the entire underwater paradise's food supply. The prices were so cheap that Jiang Yumian wanted to cry again. And it wasn't overrun with tourists at all. Most of the people who came here were buyers from various amusement parks or local anglers. She didn't even have to wait in line. She had been wondering how much fishing bait cost all the way here. Now, it was practically free. So, Jiang Yumian splashed out the money she paid for a cup of milk tea and bought 600L of mixed seaweed. Because she was so sweet, the seaweed seller even forced her into a 15L basket. Jiang Yumian left, satisfied. The wild fishing building is located at the highest point of the underwater paradise, on the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th floors of the undersea bank. It even has a dedicated elevator. Thankfully, there are 5 elevators, so Jiang Yumian only had to wait in line 5 times before finally getting on. As soon as he exited the elevator, all sorts of strange men and women selling bait clung to him like tamper-proof plasters. Jiang Yumian asked curiously, "Uncle, how much are your baits?" "My baits are the latest products developed by scientists. The hook rate is almost 80%. 1 bag contains 100 pearls. Buy 3, get 1 free. If you order a lot, I can even give you a discount. See?" Jiang Yumian didn't wait for him to finish. She silently took out her seaweed basket, tossed her hair, and walked away proudly. "Oh, if only I had enough money to buy sunglasses." "Strange, uncle, Jiang Yumian had already brought a bucket from the dormitory bathroom when she arrived. Carrying a shark bag would have been too conspicuous, so she had to pretend to be an ordinary NPC. Although the wild fishing area was free, there were still rules and regulations. Jiang Yumian quietly went to the front desk to queue up for a number. Looking at the 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional images of the wild fishing area on the large screen at the front desk, Jiang Yumian realized that the entire wild fishing area was arranged in the shape of a spiral staircase at the outermost edge of the wild fishing building. Each step was a separate fishing area, so the steps were extremely wide and could only be reached by spiral staircase. And the wild fishing area wasn't entirely free. The areas on floors 7 and 8 were free, while floors 9 and 10 had separate compartments, so the fee was not expensive, only 200 pearls a day. If fishing tools and a complete set of fish-killing tools were provided, there would be a corresponding rental fee, and if the tools were damaged, they would still have to pay for it. The good thing was that the prices were reasonable, and there was no question of taking advantage of the situation. There are all sorts of fishing tools. There are countless varieties of fishing rods alone, not to mention hooks, lines, bait, and floats. She doesn't use them, only the ones given by the system, which the system says never break down. There are complete sets of fish-killing tools, as well as individual ones. A fish-killing knife only costs 1 pearl to rent, and 10 pearls to sell individually. She doesn't need them either. Other people can't pack their sharks, so they have to find storage boxes with their own names. She now has 16 cubic meters of space, and even. Jiang Yumian had another bold idea. Jiang Yumian immediately repeated Hua Guangguang's name in her mind. Guangguang, Hua Bao? Little Guangguang. I'm here. Jiang Yumian, having learned her lesson this time, asked politely, if I buy seeds in the game and plant them on my black soil, will the fruit trees there be cleared away after the game ends? Hua Guangguang, I think so. Jiang Yumian, should? Jiang Yumian, while I understand you're new to the system, I don't think the word should be in your vocabulary. Hua Guangguang was immediately silent, because what she said made a lot of sense. Jiang Yumian didn't give it time to think, and quickly continued, tell me. Since the fruit trees are planted on the black soil in my space, do they count as part of my black soil? Hua Guangguang frowned, thinking carefully for a moment. Yes. Jiang Yumian, then the black soil won't be cleared after the game ends. Hua Guangguang, yes, I'm sure of that. Jiang Yumian immediately slapped his thigh. If the fruit trees count as part of my black soil, then they can't be cleared either, right? Tell me. Doesn't that make sense? Hua Guangguang, Hua Guangguang, wait a minute, wait for me to ask. Hua Guangguang was interrupted by Jiang Yumian before he could finish. If Hua Guangguang hadn't been able to touch him, Jiang Yumian would have even wanted to put a hand on his shoulder and continued, Guangbao, you may be young, but since the main system has allowed you to serve me independently, it must be confident in your abilities, right? Hua Guangguang nodded honestly, yes, my stats are top-notch in every other system. Jiang Yumian slapped his thigh, right? So you're an independent Guangbao now. You can't be so insecure about your own ideas. A system without a strong opinion will be looked down upon by other systems. Hua Guangguang nodded immediately. I think you have a point. Jiang Yumian smiled brightly. Then tell me, do the fruit trees count as part of my black soil? Hua Guangguang firmly agreed. Yes. Jiang Yumian, then the fruit trees won't be cleared out, right? Hua Guangguang, yes. Jiang Yumian, then the fish I keep beneath the spiritual spring count as part of the spiritual spring too, and won't be cleared out, right? Hua Guangguang, yes. Jiang Yumian, good boy. So we happily decided. Hua Guangguang, okay. Jiang Yumian, okay, there's nothing for you to do now, go get busy. With that, Jiang Yumian quickly exited her consciousness, grabbed her number plate, and headed for fishing area 7834. On arrival, Jiang Yumian discovered that the free area was completely empty. A square area had been marked on the ground with yellow lines, and the number 7834 written on it. It looked no different from a parking lot. Fortunately, parking fees are still charged on time. Why would anyone need a bicycle if it's free? Luckily, she prepared. Jiang Yumian quietly placed the bamboo basket filled with seaweed on her right, and the bucket she'd been using for the fish on her left. Just as Jiang Yumian squatted down to bait her hook, she heard a sneer of disdain from beside her. That's ridiculous. How can you bait like that? I'm afraid a fish would bite. Chapter 86. Jiang Yumian looked up at the 7835 fishing area beside her. Two men and a woman were clutching several bags of bait, gazing at her with a gloating air. More precisely, they were looking at the seaweed in her hands. To them, seaweed looked like weeds, scattered everywhere on the seabed. They had never seen seaweed used as an ingredient in fish feed, but this was the first time they had seen anyone using it directly for fishing. Jiang Yumian, in turn, looked at them with a hint of surprise. None of the three people were likely college students. Their eyes lacked the clarity expected of a university student. The leading man was about 30 or 40 years old, wearing a pair of simple black glasses. He possessed a refined and elegant demeanor. The other man, with a buzz cut and a slightly unsettled hairline, was tall and muscular, estimated to be about 1.9 meters tall. The man's arms were covered in tattoos, but these tattoos, why did they look like giant pandas? As for the woman who had just started mocking her, she had fair skin and long legs, but a typical snake-like face. Jiang Yumian only glanced at them briefly before her eyes settled on the three shark-shaped backpacks the woman was holding. She chuckled, those backpacks are pretty nice. Where did you buy them? As soon as she finished speaking, the woman immediately hugged her bags tightly, and shrank back behind the tattooed man. The bespectacled man in the lead, upon hearing Jiang Yumian's words, instinctively shielded the woman behind him and apologized with a smile. But the man's tone, from the moment he spoke, immediately gave off a teacherly air. I'm sorry, my sister is new here and doesn't know the rules. I apologize on her behalf. Jiang Yumian smiled and replied casually, it's okay. I don't know either. The woman couldn't help but complain to the tattooed man beside her, Teacher Liu, what a fool. She's just an NPC, basically just a string of data. No need for such politeness. The tattooed man Zhao Kong took her hand and coaxed her. Baby, you don't know since it's your first time in the game. Beautiful NPCs like this shouldn't be easily offended. I saw on the forums a man who thought a female NPC was easy to bully ended up being hunted down by her financial backer for the entire game. Besides, we need to get enough information from the NPCs to figure out how to beat the game this round. It's best not to offend them easily. The woman curled her lips and said nothing more. But Jiang Yumian was eager for her to talk more. The more she talked, the more information she could extract. Seeing the three of them preparing their fishing rods, Jiang Yumian didn't want to waste any more time. She decided to catch a few fish first to escape the countdown. Jiang Yumian, intent on looking impressive, flung off a lot of the seaweed tethered to her hook with such force. Lu Nung and the other two watched, shaking their heads. Jiang Yumian, instead of reeling in her line to rebait, actually began to stare blankly at the seabed and sky. To the three, her Buddhist demeanor resembled Jiang Taigong fishing, where those who wanted to take the bait would take the bait. Lu Nung silently shook his head, too embarrassed to offer any advice, so he could only teach the two people beside him how to bait the line. What the three thought was a daze, Jiang Yumian was actually just letting her mind wander, thinking. She was simply wondering how to sell items in this round of the game. There weren't any mobile phone stores in the park, otherwise, everyone wouldn't be given smartwatches. The live auction plan was definitely not going to work. Furthermore, most of the players in this round were university students, who had just participated in the first round. They didn't even have a single gold coin, so where could she go to get it? No matter what trick she came up with, she couldn't sell the items. Furthermore, the items in this round weren't worth much. For someone like her who couldn't even swim, they were practically a lifeline. She didn't really want to sell them. She wanted to buy them all herself. But where would she get the gold coins? Just as Jiang Yumian was lost in thought, she felt a pull from the hook, pulling her out. She hurriedly raised her rod. As she reeled in the line, a large blue-green fish, of unknown species, was firmly lodged on the hook. The sight of it leaping and struggling, desperately trying to break free, was a delight to behold. Lu Ning, in less than a minute, she caught a. Sorry. Jiang Zimei, teacher, that's just good luck. She definitely catch nothing later. After returning the fish to the bucket, Jiang Yumian casually wrapped some seaweed around the bait, and cast it out again. The bait began to empty again. Then, the float moved again. Lu Ning and the others watched helplessly as another plump, top-quality grouper took the bait. Lu Ning and the others, Jiang Yumian repeated the action and cast the hook out. A minute later, a yellow croaker took the bait. Lu Ning and the others, 2 minutes later, a cod took the bait. Lu Ning and the others, 3 minutes later, a sori took the bait. Lu Ning and the others, Jiang Yumian herself couldn't help but laugh, not to mention the authentic NPC fishing grandpa beside her. The fishing grandpa said, "Little girl, you're so lucky today." Jiang Yumian scratched her head sheepishly. "Grandpa, this is my first time fishing today." The fishing grandpa smiled and said, "Hurry up. Catch more during the beginner's protection period. I trade you some small pearls later." Jiang Yumian, okay. She finally understood why so many people love fishing. It's a chance to let go and relax, and sometimes you might even catch a surprising fish. You could exchange it for money or make soup with it. Who wouldn't want that? Just when Jiang Yumian's hook caught 2 pieces of stone silk at once, Lu Nung and the other 2 standing nearby finally couldn't sit still anymore. Lu Ning spoke first. "Little girl, can you sell us all the fish you caught later?" Then the fisherman was immediately displeased. "Everything has a first come, first served basis. What am I going to do if you all buy them?" Lu Ning, then little girl, after you sell them to this man, can you sell us all the rest? We pay double the pearls. Jiang Yumian, uncle, I have to report to my parents, and I can't sell any more. Jiang Zimei was immediately agitated. If you hadn't caught all our fish, how could we have nothing? Jiang Yumian hadn't even begun to speak when the already bored fisherman rose from his small stool. You're so young, and you're already talking nonsense. Oh, you're so incompetent, yet you're resorting to moral blackmail. I've been fishing here all my years, and I never seen a woman as shameless as you. Jiang Zimei, who are you calling shameless? Zhao Kan also stood up. Who are you scolding, you old fool? Chapter 87. Fishing Grandpa, I'm scolding you. What? You want to hit someone here? Come on. There are surveillance cameras everywhere, and gatherings and causing disturbances are strictly prohibited. If you hit me, you never come back again. Lu Ning quickly grabbed the 2 and tried to persuade them. But Jiang Yumian couldn't help but smirk at Lu Ning's expression. He didn't try to persuade them sooner or later, but only stopped them after knowing that hitting someone was illegal. This teacher is really... Seeing that the two had finally calmed down a bit, Luning turned around and said apologetically, "Girls, my two students have bad tempers. How about this? Can you sell us some of your seaweed bait for fishing?" Jiang Yumian just smiled at him. "Uncle, I won't sell it to you." Lu Nung was stunned. "Why?" "I just need a little." He needed to experiment to see if it was the bait or just her luck. Jiang Yumian's clear eyes stared straight at him, and everything around them seemed to quiet down. Her gaze seemed to possess a kind of magic, as if it could see through all his disguises. Suddenly, the girl smiled. "Jiang Yumian, uncle, I have a bad temper too, and I like to speak my mind." "Jiang Yumian, I hate hypocrites." "Jiang Yumian, especially people like you who use others as pawns. You're obviously not a good person." Lu Nung, Xiao Kong and the others, The fishing grandfather, who had been furious, was immediately amused by the girl's bluntness and gave her a thumbs up. "That was a good scold, girl." Jiang Yumian lifted the bucket. "Grandpa, there are 7 fish in total. See how many pearls 6 of them are worth. The extra one is yours. Thank you for helping me out today." "Fishing grandpa, you little girl, I won't be polite then." The fishing grandpa pulled a small purse from his trouser pocket and pulled out 3 large pearls. "No need for change. Consider the extra money a gift from grandpa." Jiang Yumian had never been to the underwater bank and didn't know the ratio of pearl values, but just by looking at the luster of these 3 large pearls, she knew. "What a steal. Fishing grandpa, if you catch any more fish tomorrow, remember to leave a few for me." Jiang Yumian patted his chest and said, "No problem. As long as I'm still in my novice protection period." "Haha, come on, I lend you my gear. When you're done, just leave it at the front desk. The girls there know me." Jiang Yumian, "Thank you, grandpa. I actually been coveting your chair for ages." Fishing grandpa, "Haha, it's all yours, all yours." Lu Ning and the others could only watch as the old fisherman poured the fish from Jiang Yumian's bucket into his own fish box. He then lent Jiang Yumian all his gear and happily left, carrying his small fish box. Xiao Kong narrowed his eyes and whispered in Lu Ning's ear, "Teacher Lu, look at the top 10 on the list. They already caught over 100 fish. Even if they catch one a minute, they can't catch hundreds that quickly. They must be trying to steal them. Why don't we just grab all the fish from that old man?" Xiao Kong said, subconsciously trying to get down the stairs, but Lu Ning stopped him. "Teacher Lu." Lu Ning glanced suggestively at Jiang Yumian from behind his glasses. "If you're going to do it, why go so far?" Lu Ning immediately understood what he meant. Since this annoying woman could catch so many fish in half an hour, why not just wait here and snatch them when she's about to leave? Jiang Yumian, having reeled in another fish, turned to see the sly-faced man, shielding his shark bag, staring intently at the fish on her hook. Adding to the fact that the 2 men hadn't caught anything yet, she could easily guess what they were thinking. Trying to steal her fish? That would depend on whether they had the guts to do it. So, Jiang Yumian continued fishing until nightfall, when the sensor lights on the steps of the wild fishing area lit up completely. Jiang Yumian sat comfortably in a folding chair lent to her by a fishing grandpa. Fishing relaxing. There was no shortage of fish boxes for temporary storage, and Jiang Yumian filled box after box. Lu Nung and the other 2, however, arrived without even a chair and stayed with her until the evening. Jiang Zime, already wearing high heels, was already exhausted. If Xiao Kong hadn't been by her side to comfort her, she would have probably stormed out. Lu Nung, on the other hand, seemed more relaxed. Perhaps it was his job, or perhaps it was simply because the more Jiang Yumian caught, the more excited he became. He didn't even want to disturb her fishing. Until more and more novice college students came down the stairs, and seeing Jiang Yumian's bountiful catch, they couldn't help but take a second look. Especially those who had fished all day and hadn't caught anything. But these newbies still retained their good morals from the real world, and had no intention of stealing or robbing. 2 girls simply stood watching from a distance, not daring to approach, simply wanting to learn how the big guys fished. More and more college students, eager to join in the fun, were drawn to the fish on Jiang Yumian's hook. Seeing this, Lu Ning sighed inwardly. But before he could think of a good solution, the 2 female students, who had been standing the longest, finally mustered up the courage to step forward. "Sister, can you sell us 2 of these fish? 100 pearls each. 1 for each of us. No matter how small, please, please. Your Highness." It would have been nice if Jiang Yumian hadn't turned around. When she did, she was startled by the swarm of students behind her. She was so lost in thought that she didn't even notice the crowd surrounding her. Jiang Yumian sighed silently at the adoration in the girl's eyes. Oh, there's nothing I can do. I can never say no to lovely girls like you. Come on, take 2 each. You two pick yourselves. I'm busy fishing. Sister, you're so kind. Jiang Yumian's ears flushed with praise. Seeing that the two had actually bought 2 fish each, Lu Neng and the other two felt a pang of pain in their eyes. Those were all their fish. The crowd began to speak louder. Beautiful sister, can we buy some too? Beautiful sister, I want some too. Jiang Yumian waved her hand generously, saying, buy, buy, buy. Everyone, line up and buy. Limit 2 per person. Small ones are 100 yuan, large ones are 200 yuan, and extra large ones are 300 yuan. Lu Neng and the other two, Chapter 88. As the line grew longer, Lu Neng and the other two's faces grew darker. Lu Neng couldn't even sit still anymore, and with an awkward smile he asked, Miss, didn't you tell us to leave a few fish for your parents? Jiang Yumian blinked innocently and said, yes. She had already left some. Today, while Lu Neng and the others weren't paying attention, she had secretly stuffed dozens of plump, fresh fish into the spiritual spring. Otherwise, the fish box the fishing grandpa had given her wouldn't have been able to hold them all. She was already worried about her full fish tank. What else could she do with the fishing she was trying to catch? Now she could earn pearls and free up space in her fish tank. She'd be a fool to refuse. Seeing 2 more large fish missing from the tank closest to him, Lu Neng couldn't help but twitch his lips. He quickly smiled at Jiang Yumian and said, Girl, with such a long line, how many fish are you planning on taking home? Jiang Yumian smiled back. I suddenly changed my mind. I decided. Lu Neng and the other two, surprise. Not a single one. Lu Neng and the other two, Jiang Yumian watched Lu Neng's face turn pale and blue. His eyes curved into 2 small crescents as he smiled. What's wrong, brother? You can't hold back your anger? It's a shame so many people are watching, and you can't vent. It's frustrating, right? It's frustrating, of course. She loved watching that hypocritical old man swallow his anger in front of so many people. However, Jiang Yumian ignored them. Not all college students were kind and honest, so to prevent some from cheating, she threatened, Listen up, everyone in the queue, count the pearls. If I find out that there are any missing pearls, I won't sell them tomorrow. The college student said, Don't worry, sister. We have plenty of pearls. Jiang Yumian smiled, contentedly, and waved at the crowd. Purchase limit, 2 per person. Please keep an eye on them, or the younger students behind you won't be able to get any. If you want to buy more, you can queue up again. But let's be honest, queuing is risky. If there's no fish left by your turn, don't blame me. When the college students heard they could buy multiple times, their eyes lit up. The students who had just bought 2 immediately ran to the back of the line and blew her a kiss. Sister, we love you so much. Jiang Yumian caught the kiss. If her hands weren't grimy and smelled of fish, she would have returned the kiss. Looking at Jiang Yumian's pretty face, Lu Neng and the other two, with such greasy expressions, they said, Lu Neng was so frustrated that veins popped in his forehead, and he felt like he was crushing the fishing rod with his hand. Jiang Yumian watched as the pearls piled higher and higher on the rag next to the fish box, nearly forming a small mountain. The fish in the boxes dwindled, until finally all the boxes were empty, and everyone lined up, waiting for Jiang Yumian's fresh catch. Jiang Zime, teacher, what should we do now? 10 minutes ago, the fishing leaderboard. The bottom 200 players all had 0 results. Just 1 catch per player would be enough to move them to the bottom 2 or 300. One person only needed 1 fish to avoid the unknown penalty for finishing in the bottom 10. But now? Lu Neng stared at his fishing rod, which had been motionless for a long time, then at the only 2 small fish in their fish box. The 3 of them couldn't even get the basic 1 per person. The university students lining up behind Jiang Yumian were probably among those on the last 10. 2 more fish per person. Lu Neng pushed his glasses, took 2 deep breaths, and whispered to the 2, Come on, pack up, and get in line too. Jiang Yumian wasn't completely focused on fishing. She noticed them while the other 2 were packing. Not to mention the few people who had joined the line. What's that? Can't beat them, so they join? You're so flattered. Jiang Yumian couldn't help but sneer, ignoring them, and returning to fishing seriously. Time passed, and Jiang Yumian's small bucket, instead of holding fish, became filled with pearls. 11 p.m. Jiang Yumian closed her stall in time, selling her last fish to the cute girl in front of her. Then she called out to the long line, Okay, that's all for today. If you want more, come back tomorrow night. Perhaps because no one had a cell phone, no one approached to ask for Jiang Yumian's contact information. They simply exchanged a few words and left. Jiang Yumian quickly packed up the gear the fishing grandpa had given her, and walked to the faucet by the stairs to rinse out her fish tank. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Lu Nung and the other two, each buying 4 fish from her, and hurriedly preparing to leave. Jiang Yumian followed their gaze, and found that they were fixed on 2 female university students in the fishing area not far away. As luck would have it, these 2 female university students looked very familiar to her. They had waited in line 3 times for her and bought 12 fish. They were now putting them into their shark backpacks and preparing to leave. Jiang Yumian laughed suddenly. You 3 are still so ruthless. Half an hour later, in the central square outside the undersea bank, the 2 girls, who had just queued up in the elevator, now clutched their shark backpacks tightly in their arms. E-Water swallowed hard. Ran, do you find those 3 people behind you strange? Joey Ran was also a little nervous, her pace gradually quickening. I don't know, let's go back to the B&B. E-Water, okay. Let's try to get to where there are more people. Joey Ran looked around at the many passers-by who were occasionally glancing at them, sweat dripping down her back. Her voice trembled with nervousness. But why do I feel like so many people nearby are also staring at our bags? The next second, a sharp soprano voice echoed from the center of the nearby square. What are you doing? Someone help me. Someone's robbing me. Let go, let go. This is my bag, my bag. At the sound of these screams, E-Water and the others' hearts suddenly skipped a beat. E-Water, how about we go somewhere less crowded? Joey Ren nodded rapidly. Let's run. Not far behind, Jiang Yumian, clutching a hot, grilled sausage, shook her head helplessly. After all, she was still a newbie. She was guarding her backpack so tightly, perhaps because she was afraid others wouldn't know there were so many fish inside. Suddenly, a tall, burly man approached and curiously asked, Hey girl, did you catch any fish? Why are you out here empty-handed? Jiang Yumian nodded innocently. Yes, I did. I had a big catch today. Over 200. As soon as she said this, the people nearby began to chatter. Jiang Yumian took a bite of sausage, pointed in a direction, and said nonchalantly, Look, I sold them all to the tattooed man and the other 3 guys up front. As she spoke, the girl squinted and scoffed, Hey, where did you get those high-tech shark bags you're wearing? They can hold so many fish at once. I buy a few someday, so I don't have to buy fish boxes. Chapter 89. Clear and melodious announcements began to blare from the public announcements distributed throughout the underwater park. Attention all guests. It's 11:40 a.m. underwater time. To ensure the animals have a healthy lifestyle, the entire park will be closed at 12 o'clock. For your safety, please return to the living area and rest as soon as possible. The 2 girls walking in the alley quickened their pace upon hearing the announcement. Water, let's hurry. Many people on the leaderboard have reached 0, so they're at the bottom. As the 2 girls chatted, the footsteps behind them quickened. But every time they turned around, there was no one behind them. Until the sound of a violent fight rang out from the next door. Frightened, E-Water and the others instinctively tried to turn the corner, only to find. Standing before them were the 3 people who had chatted with the kind-hearted sister in the fishing area that day. E-Water was deeply impressed by the giant panda on the man's arm, but the smiles on their faces were no longer as friendly as they had been to the kind-hearted sister. E-Water and the other woman instinctively hugged the shark bag tighter and took 2 steps back. What do you want? The tattooed man said, Hand over your shark bag, and we won't fight. Joey Ren said hurriedly, We only have a few fish in our bag. You dare to steal it in broad daylight? If I call the police, the park is so small, they definitely catch you. The woman next to the tattooed man chuckled and teased, Go ahead and call. Just look at how many police officers there are in this underwater park who can help you. You probably don't know, but a serious brawl broke out in the living quarters today. Most of the park's police officers were injured trying to break up the fight. The train to the undersea park only runs twice a month. Unfortunately, this morning's train was the last of the month, and the next one won't be until 15 days later. After the woman finished speaking, Chen Nung, who was standing beside her, also stepped forward, adjusted his glasses, and kindly added, Kids, we don't want to push you too hard. How about this? We buy your fish, and that be the end of it. I told him not to attack you. Harmony brings wealth, otherwise, you lose a few pieces of clothing. E-Water and the other girls' eyes were red. Before they could speak, they heard bursts of sneers from behind Lu Nung and the other 2. What a saying, harmony brings wealth. You made me laugh. I've seen many living Buddhas, but this is the first time I seen a living devil. That's right, they already caught 200 or 300 fish, and they're even trying to snatch a few fish from a young girl. How shameless. Lu Neng and the other two couldn't help but look behind them after hearing these confusing words. They saw a row of energetic male university students standing behind them. What do you mean by 200 or 300 fish? Before Lu Neng could finish his words, Xiao Kong, standing beside him, looked at the tall and muscular young man and, for once, showed a hint of timidity. Teacher, why don't we leave? Lu Neng, sensing these university students' ill intentions, naturally wanted to leave, but when he turned around, he saw a group of people standing behind the two girls, completely blocking the alley. Hey, isn't that Xiao Kong? When did he become so reckless, even robbing people? Don't be afraid, girls. You go ahead. We take care of these three. Iwaner and the other girl nodded, quickly clutching their shark bags and running through a path cleared by the crowd. Just as they were about to break free from the crowd, a woman's voice, deliberately hushed, drifted past them. Remember, don't show off your wealth. Iwaner instinctively stopped and turned, but the dense crowd made it impossible to find the woman who had spoken to her. Waner, what's wrong with you? Iwaner scanned the crowd again, desperately seeking answers. When she saw nothing, she shook her head. It's okay. Let's go back. Yeah. The girl, now hidden in a corner of the alley, didn't leave. Instead, she watched the constantly changing list on the leaderboard while keeping an eye on Lu Neng and his group. She was simply helping the two girls. For her, she had been thinking about teaching them a lesson ever since the three of them had considered robbing her. She wouldn't feel lucky that the bad guys didn't attack her because of her cleverness. Because bad guys are always bad, if they don't attack now, they do it again. She hated anything that threatened her existence, especially in a post-apocalyptic game with virtually no moral constraints. And Jiang Yumian wasn't leaving now because she was curious. She was curious about the minor penalties the system imposed on the bottom 10 on the leaderboard. But Jiang Yumian also discovered Liang Sibo, a male university student who knew Xiao Kong, seemed to be a veteran player, familiar with the rules of the game, and had been hailed by the male university students as a team leader. The male university students' near-crushing victory declared Lu Neng and the other two to be completely relegated to the bottom of the leaderboard. Not only were the fish in the backpack stolen, but even the backpacks themselves were. When Liang Sibo opened one person's backpack, he discovered only 3 fish. Liang Sibo's face darkened instantly. He quickly opened another backpack, and there were only 2 fish. He opened another, and there were 2 more. Liang Sibo's temper flared up, and he kicked Lu Neng, who was standing in front of him. What the hell? Where are the fish in the bag? Lu Neng's glasses had already been crushed to pieces, and blood oozed from the corner of his mouth as he mumbled, it's all in here. The younger brother beside Liang Sibo asked, Boss, are we being tricked? Liang Sibo pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Probably not. I investigated, and that woman is indeed an employee of Mermaid Bay, an NPC. I saw her this morning. She didn't even go to the bank to exchange pearls. She went straight to the wild fishing area. He's obviously a master fisherman. Besides, only NPCs offer players a way to exchange fish. How could a normal player sell all the fish they worked so hard to catch? I thought so, nodded firmly, and then excitedly said, that means these 3 guys killed 200 or 300 fish before they even came down from the wild fishing area. Liang Sibo, beat them. Liang Sibo, beat them to death. Before Lu Neng and the other 2 could even ask more questions, they were pinned to the ground and beaten until their heads were bleeding. After nearly 10 minutes of beating, with midnight approaching, Liang Sibo finally led his men downstairs to the wild fishing area to continue looking for someone to buy fish. Lu Neng and the other 2 lay on the cold ground, like rags left in a deep alley, barely breathing. Jiang Zime, the least injured, was struggling to get up when she turned over. A pair of washed-out white women's shoes appeared before her eyes, stepping on the shattered pieces of Lu Neng's glasses. Jiang Zime instinctively looked up, her pupils shrinking slightly, as if she was connecting everything that had happened today. She excitedly shouted, It's you? Jiang Yumian said nothing, tucked her hands into her jacket pockets, and stared at her quietly. Jiang Zime trembled with anger, pointing at the girl. You. How can you be so vicious? TSK. The girl chuckled scornfully, then crouched down. Her index finger hooked Jiang Zime's sharp chin, her left eyebrow raised, and she asked, Isn't it good to be a little vicious? I never said I was kind. Jiang Zime glared at her angrily. Why? None of us 3 have ever offended you. Why are you doing this to us? Jiang Yumian, you didn't offend me. Mian, You're saying, if a scheming villain temporarily stops committing crimes due to uncontrollable factors, then he's no longer a villain? Do you think he can make crimes again when the time, place, and people are right? Jiang Zimei was a little confused. What did you say? The girl smiled and said word by word, he will. Not only that, but the villain will even retaliate with even greater vengeance for the humiliation he suffered this time. Besides, I provoke you, so what can you do to me? Chapter 90. In a quiet alley at night. The girl slowly stood up, raised her arm, and stared at the time on her smartwatch. Until the countdown to the first day of the game ended. Jiang Yumian had always assumed that the game's punishment would be either death or a warning of missing limbs. But she had never imagined. The person who had writhed in agony before her not long ago suddenly vanished. No. To be more precise, they had transformed into fish. 3 lively little koi. Jiang Yumian was stunned for 2 seconds, clearly unable to react to the system's incredible manipulation. A notification suddenly popped up on her smartwatch. Players, please note, at the daily settlement, players with 0 catches and whose shark backpacks were stolen will still be penalized, even if they are not in the bottom 10 of the leaderboard. Currently, 1,320 players have been penalized, becoming lucky koi. Attention all players. Every time you collect a lucky koi, your fishing points increase by 10,000. The coordinates of all lucky koi are now marked. Once a koi is picked up, the coordinates will disappear. Players can choose to store the koi in a storage box or slaughter them on the spot to permanently gain points. They can also carry the koi with them, or give them as gifts. If a player survives for 30 days, the koi will also accompany their owner through the game. Jiang Yumian blinked, glanced at the 3 coordinates closest to her on her watch, then looked at the 3 adorable koi on the ground. Could this be the legendary case of searching for something without effort, yet finding it without even trying? Jiang Yumian rubbed his chin. Am I a genius? Meanwhile, in various areas of the underwater paradise. Player A, oh my god, 1 koi is worth 10,000 fish. Right now, the top spot on the leaderboard only has 45 fish. Player B, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Player C, but with so many fish, which one should we go to first? Player A, let's go to the coordinates of the 3 fish first. We each get 1 when the time comes. Not just them, 90% of the players prioritize areas with a high concentration of koi and rush there. What everyone didn't expect was that just as they had made their decision and were about to depart, the coordinates of the 3 koi suddenly vanished from the map. Immediately afterwards, the top spot on the fishing leaderboard changed. Fishing leaderboard 1. Jiang Xiaobai. Number of fish caught 30,023. Number of fish that cannot be taken away 30,023. 2. Lu Chang's cousin. Number of fish caught 40. Number of fish that cannot be snatched 40. Over 90,000 players. Brother, can you give me a chance? Just pick up the koi. Don't kill them yet. At least give me a chance to rob them. Without any help, everyone shifted their focus to the coordinates of the other koi, glowing red on the map. In the pitch-black underwater paradise, the way back was almost invisible, let alone finding their way in the pitch-black darkness. At this moment, a lucky person, not far from the research institute, had stumbled into the seaweed market. He stepped on the water-stained and broken seaweed ground and slid. After struggling with his hands and feet for a while, he fell to the ground and fainted. Before he fainted, he could even vaguely hear a conversation nearby. Hurry, find a few more divers. Subject 1 is dying. But the divers have been disappearing so frequently lately that it's arousing the suspicions of several campus directors. The test subjects are important. Even if other problems are ultimately blamed on us, we can't be blamed. Go quickly. Okay. Late at night, Jiang Yumian slowly trudged back, leaning against the wall. She followed the same path she remembered coming from. When she returned to the dormitory, she was about to share the bubble milk tea she'd bought with her beautiful roommate. She even bought a KFC family bucket as a token of gratitude. But then she realized her beautiful roommate hadn't returned yet. Jiang Yumian frowned, but she could only place the family bucket and milk tea on the dining table and return to her room to shower. A dormitory, after all, was a dormitory. The soundproofing was poor. Even while she was showering, she could clearly hear the door opening from the living room. After washing her hair, Jiang Yumian quickly wrapped it up and changed into freshly washed and dried clothes before quickly leaving the bedroom. She was surprised to see a man in a white coat in the living room. The man wore rimless glasses, sat upright, and had a fair complexion. He looked elegant and refined. His attire suggested he was a researcher. This must be the boyfriend Shinmanru mentioned. When Shinmanru and the others saw her emerge, they stood up. Shinmanru said, "Xiaobai, this is my boyfriend, Wenwentao. Don't be afraid. He's not staying here overnight." "Shinmanru, there was an emergency at the research institute, so he just borrowed my bedroom bathroom to change clothes and leave shortly." "Hello, I'm Manru's fiancé, Wenwentao." Wenwentao then picked up a beautifully wrapped gift bag from the table and handed it to Jiang Yumian. He smiled and continued, "I just heard Manru has a new colleague, so I thought I'd stop by and get to know her. Manru has trouble sleeping and often wanders around the living room late at night. I apologize for disturbing her. If you're not used to it, I can move her into my research institute staff dormitory in a couple of days." Jiang Yumian narrowed her eyes slightly, accepted the gift, and replied with a nonchalant smile, No, I usually sleep like a fool. I don't mind at all. But do you mind if I sometimes want to sleep with Sister Manru?" Wenwentao was stunned, and even Shinmanru was dumbfounded. Jiang Yumian rubbed the back of his head and said with a feigned smile, "Hug me. I can't move when I see a beautiful woman, I just want to cuddle and cuddle. But don't get me wrong, I have a very normal sexual orientation." Before Wenwentao could say anything, Shinmanru burst out laughing. "Sleep, sleep, sleep. If it's convenient for you, you can always grab a pillow and sleep with me." "Jiang Yumian, Sister Manru, have you eaten yet? I made a lot of money fishing today, so I bought you a family bucket." Shinmanru, who had always been watching her weight, lit up when she heard about the family bucket. "Really?" Wenwentao was about to speak when the two girls immediately joined hands and headed towards the dining table. Wenwentao's lips twitched slightly, and he quickly said, "Man." Before he could finish his words, Jiang Yumian suddenly stopped, turned to Wenwentao, and said, "Sister's fiancé, why haven't you left yet? Didn't you say there's something urgent at the research institute?" Jiang Yumian's reminder immediately reminded Shinmanru, who quickly agreed, "Yes, Wentao, if you have something urgent, go get it. Don't worry about me." Wenwentao, "Okay." Chapter 91. Jiang Yumian and Shinmanru had just sat down when she felt a murderous gaze piercing her from behind. When she turned around, the dormitory door had just been closed from the outside. Jiang Yumian raised an eyebrow and turned back nonchalantly. As they ate their chicken legs, Shinmanru asked with a smile, "Xiaobai, did you see that I didn't want to go back to the institute with him, so you kicked him out?" Jiang Yumian stuffed a French fry into her bulging mouth and mumbled, "I only saw a little bit." Shinmanru was curious. "How did you see that?" "I don't think I really showed it." Jiang Yumian, who was conscientiously eating, unwrapped another hamburger and took another bite. She casually analyzed, "If you wanted to go back with him to spend the night, why would you have him change here instead of going directly to the institute dormitory? Wouldn't it be faster? The only possibility is that you didn't want to go back to the staff dormitory with him, but he's worried your insomnia would bother him, so he really wants you to go back with him. So, he's offering you a solution. Come back to our place to change clothes, and ask for my opinion. If I were a light sleeper easily disturbed, he would have taken you back to his place today." Shinmanru was so shocked she forgot to bite the meat in her mouth. "You actually guessed it so accurately?" Jiang Yumian sneered. "All men are the same, especially since you call him your boyfriend. But he calls him your fiancé. Obviously, you haven't admitted it yet." Shinmanru couldn't help but feel a little shy. "He proposed tonight." "I think it's too soon. I only had 2 meals with him, and this is only our 3rd, so I'm a little hesitant to agree. But he's got really good stuff. He's one of the top executives at the research institute. He has the education, the connections, and a stable job. He even owns shares in the entire underwater park. He owns a house and a car, and he even has several apartments and a large villa in Haishur. I'm just a third-rate college graduate with no money or connections. Besides my good looks, I don't have any other advantages. I don't know what he sees in me, but he insists he must have me. I'm afraid he has other motives, but his conditions are so good I don't want to give him up. I'm a conservative person. I don't want to give up my virginity before marriage, but these wealthy people are probably very open-minded, so I've been torn." Jiang Yumian Dunton took a few more sips of Coke. She wasn't impressed by the man's background at all, and even became more calm. "My advice is, you can have a relationship, but don't worry about his needs. If you want to be loved, love yourself first. Besides..." Shinmanru, "Besides what?" Jiang Yumian, "I don't think he's a good person either. He just wanted to buy me a gift as a bribe to get me to follow his lead." "What a joke." Shinmanru couldn't help but laugh at the ketchup stain on Jiang Yumian's lips and her sarcastic expression. She gently wiped the ketchup off with a tissue and replied gently, I think you're right. I listen to you. By the way, Xiaobai, do you want to see a mermaid? Jiang Yumian paused, smacking her food. Mermaid? Are there really mermaids in the world? Qin Manru. Yes. Wentao told me they caught a super beautiful mermaid this morning. It's a male. Jiang Yumian asked, which museum will the mermaids be exhibited in? Is it our mermaid bay? Qin Manru shook her head. They won't be exhibited. Their primary research focus right now is breeding mermaids. It's just that Wentao said the mermaids wouldn't cooperate at all. Jiang Yumian just thought it was a story. After eating and drinking, Qin Manru didn't want to disturb Jiang Yumian's sleep, and the two of them tacitly returned to their respective rooms. However, she was especially vigilant, but she didn't hear anything when Wentao said in the middle of the night. Ha, men. On the second day of the game, Jiang Yumian woke early, and went to the supermarket in the residential area with a bag of pearls. The spiritual spring could change according to Jiang Yumian's whims. Jiang Yumian had transformed a 10 square meter square into a circle, with a smaller circle in the center. In the small circle were small longan trees, and in the underwater roots of the longan trees were over 20 different species of fish. The area between the large and small circles contained drinkable spiritual spring water. As for the 3 lucky koi, she stuffed them into her shark bag and tossed them into the stagnant storage space. Don't even think about drinking a sip of her spiritual spring water. Jiang Yumian bought 2 24-bottle cases of mineral water, a 24-box case of guli guli, and an 18L bucket of baijiu. She also carried 2 boxes of bread, 2 boxes of mixed-flavor instant noodles, a 12-pack bag of facial tissues, 3 sets of stainless steel pots and pans, and a complete set of toiletries. Passing the hygiene section, Jiang Yumian suddenly had a serious thought. Touching her chin, she muttered, this crappy game lasts 30 days. Based on the game time, I haven't had my period in 2 months. Won't this game cause me to go into menopause at such a young age? The 2 systems within the chaotic space nearly choked on their own saliva as they listened to Jiang Yumian's words. When Jiang Yumian arrived at the fresh produce section, she discovered that the underwater paradise didn't have many fruits and vegetables, and the prices were all rising. It made sense. With no sunlight or soil here, fruits and vegetables were either imported or hydroponically grown in a greenhouse, so they were bound to be expensive. Looking at the prices, Jiang Yumian secretly vowed to buy all the seeds as soon as she got home, plant them in her tiny patch of black soil, and achieve complete self-sufficiency. No. I can arrange it now. So Jiang Yumian stood silently in a fruit section. The salesperson smiled. Hello, what can I do for you? Jiang Yumian replied honestly, Hello, I was just wondering where you usually dispose of rotten fruit. The salesperson's smile nearly faltered, and she let out an incredulous huh? Jiang Yumian bared her large white teeth, innocently asking, or can I just buy one of each fruit? The salesperson forced a friendly smile. 1 grape too. Jiang Yumian obediently held out her hands, ready to take them. If possible, 1 is best. Any more would be a waste. A few more would be fine. Salesperson, are you deliberately picking on me? Jiang Yumian's pretty face was filled with sincerity. If I say I'm not, would you believe me? Seeing the salesperson's mouth twitch twice, Jiang Yumian immediately bowed 90 degrees, fearing he hit her. How about a small bunch? Just a small bunch. After a while. Salesperson, this small bunch of Sea King grapes weighs 249 g. I charge you 167 pearls. Jiang Yumian, Oh my god, is there any justice in this world? Chapter 92. With tears in her eyes, Jiang Yumian walked towards the fresh produce section, carrying some fruit. As soon as she reached the fresh produce section, she saw a dense crowd thronging the entrance. Jiang Yumian, curious, walked over and, finding a woman, began to force a conversation. Hello, what's going on up there? Everyone's buying fish? Are you here to grab some fish too? The woman finished, patting the man in front of her in line. Hey little bro, could you please let me get in first? We haven't had fish soup in the past couple of days. Please give us some space. The man ignored this moral blackmail and, instead of letting her get in, he blocked the only way the woman could cut in line. The woman was so angry that she immediately started cursing at Jiang Yumian, who was standing next to her. Look at you young people. You buy fish but don't eat them, and instead you're killing them. You get your comeuppance sooner or later. Jiang Yumian, who had just been eating melon, asked, What's that question mark? Jiang Yumian was about to ask when the announcement in the fresh produce section began. Su Yu. Dear customers, all the seafood for today is sold out. Please leave in an orderly manner, and don't block the exits. If you need anything, come back tomorrow when the supermarket opens at 7 o'clock. Then, more and more people emerged. Jiang Yumian quickly stepped back, observing them closely. She could almost tell which were the players, and which were the NPCs. However, she noticed that many people had blood on their hands and clothes, and some were even holding bags of fish. The transparent bags had already been stained a bloody red by the fish's blood. Some people even forgot to use packaging bags, simply holding long sticks. The long sticks were covered with scarred fish of all sizes, their eyes pierced. Without exception, none of the fish in the men's hands were alive. The fish seemed to have died only recently, their blood still dripping down, onto the men's trouser legs, shoes, and even the floor. Another man's fish, seemingly still alive, jumped out of his bag. The next second, the man immediately picked it up and threw it high on the ground, then picked it up again and threw it again. The supermarket staff immediately stepped forward to intervene, and even the woman, who had been cursing, tried to intervene. Even though the fish were dead, the man still tossed them, causing blood to splatter everywhere and their internal organs to spew out of their mouths. The woman, horrified by the man's actions, took 2 steps back, silent. Jiang Yumian didn't know how to describe the scene. She only felt a gust of wind, and the fishy smell of the ground rushed directly into her nostrils. The next second, Jiang Yumian couldn't help but dry heave twice. Although she should have known that players would immediately kill the fish to prevent them from being snatched away, she couldn't help but feel physically uncomfortable now that she saw it with her own eyes. It's understandable that humans kill fish to survive. If she hadn't had the space, she would have chosen to kill the fish right there, frying, steaming, braising, or stir-frying them, but the brutal slaughter wouldn't have been necessary. Just as Jiang Yumian had thought, how could a player possibly eat so many fish? As soon as she left the supermarket, she casually tossed the fish into a nearby trash can like trash. The stench of fish filled the air throughout the supermarket. If it weren't for the lack of flies and mosquitoes in the underwater paradise, it would have been everywhere. Jiang Yumian stared at the dead fish in the nearby trash can for a long time before looking up at the fish swimming happily outside the transparent glass. And there were cute notice boards everywhere. Underwater paradise. We sincerely welcome all children who love the ocean. Don't be fooled by the intimidating creatures in the underwater paradise, but they all been trained by researchers and now survive on algae like the smaller fish. All the creatures in the underwater paradise are well behaved and gentle, so please take good care of them and don't litter. Jiang Yumian's thoughts raced. Underwater paradise. Soon, it might just become a human slaughterhouse. Jiang Yumian took a few deep breaths of fresh air before continuing on to her next destination. In the 24-hour convenience store, Jiang Yumian grabbed 40 or 50 skewers of Odin, 10 packs of seaweed rice balls, 10 boxes of fast food, 4 skewers of grilled corn, and 3 oversized roasted sweet potatoes. She actually wanted to buy more, but the glares from the many customers who came in looking for a quick bite almost killed her. Even the cashier in charge of roasting sweet potatoes had her hands nearly smoking from dryness. Jiang Yumian smiled awkwardly. I'm just a small intern, and I have to buy breakfast for so many people. Please forgive me. Hello, I also want 5 of each of the volcanic stone grilled sausages, crispy bones, and fresh sausages. The cashier smiled awkwardly but politely. Okay, please wait. Jiang Yumian waited obediently. There were no other options. Convenience stores were so few and far between in the entire underwater park. She had finally found one that could improve her life, and she couldn't let it go. Afterwards, Jiang Yumian found a diving store and bought 3 wetsuits, 2 sets of diving equipment, and 10 oxygen tanks. She went to the clothing store next door and picked up 3 changes of clothes and pajamas, plus a pair of slippers and 2 pairs of ordinary canvas shoes. However, she was hesitant to count the pearls when checking out, so she tried to pay with the large pearls. The waiter told her, "Hello, these pearls are priceless. I personally recommend keeping them." Huh? Jiang Yumian took the pearls back, her face full of confusion. The old man who fished with her yesterday had given them to her, and she had no idea how much they were worth. The waiter continued to explain, South Sea pearls, also known as the Queen of Pearls, are large and rare. The ones you hold are 23 or 24 millimeters in diameter, making them extremely valuable and priceless. If any of these pearls were sold, I could buy out my entire store. If I took them now, I'd be out of work if you came looking for me. We locals don't circulate them. We only give them to our most cherished friends as a token of welcome, or collect them as jewelry. Jiang Yumian's admiration for the fisherman intensified upon hearing this. She had traded these pearls with the fisherman for a few fish. Wow, there are still many kind people in this world. I hope the fisherman won't be punished by his wife when he returns. Seeing Jiang Yumian's daze, the waiter kindly reminded her, if you're short on cash, you could also take the Queen of Pearls to the underwater bank to exchange them. Jiang Yumian quickly thanked her, put away her precious pearls, and began counting the small pearls to pay the bill. One by one, two by two, like counting pennies, she counted over 500. Today she counted a full half bucket of pearls. There's still more than half left. Jiang Yumian, damn it! Is there no high-denomination bills in this underwater paradise? Chapter 93. After finishing her shopping, Jiang Yumian immediately returned to Mermaid Bay, donning a polar bear costume and handing out flyers. After handing out flyers for an hour, Jiang Yumian agreed with the beautiful sister to have swimming lessons in the evening, leaving her free for the rest of the day. Without a word, Jiang Yumian grabbed her fishing gear and rushed to the undersea bank. She refused to believe that pearl trading in this underwater paradise had no conversion unit. Thankfully, after a day, the line at the bank had thinned considerably. Jiang Yumian immediately approached the bank staff to ask. But there really wasn't. A pearl was a pearl. No matter its size, it was a pearl. There was no conversion unit at all. Jiang Yumian took 2 deep breaths to calm herself, then looked at the screen above the bank. Unexpectedly, she discovered something significant. 9mm to 14mm queen pearls can be exchanged for 1,000 pearls / 1 gold coin / 1 gold coin / a set of high-grade fishing equipment. 14mm to 20mm queen pearls can be exchanged for 100,000 pearls / 1 gold coin / a set of premium fishing equipment. 20mm and larger queen pearls can be exchanged for 1 million pearls / 100 gold coins / a permanent resident of the undersea paradise. Jiang Yumian, wow! Gold coins? Gold coins. At that moment, Jiang Yumian felt her strength coming. Jiang Yumian rushed to the back of the line, until she received a dazzling, multicolored shell card from the bank receptionist. Ding dong. Your 200 gold coins have arrived. Would you like to transfer it to your virtual account now? Yes. Jiang Yumian looked at the heavy gold coin balance in her account, feeling it was almost unreal. When did the system become so friendly to workers like us? Is there something fishy going on? Jiang Yumian walked towards the bank exit, pocketing all the items for this quest. Ding dong. The transaction for the shrinking ball buff, eyes touch buff, breeder buff, sea pearl buff, and leg to tail buff was successful. Jiang Yumian received a commission of 5 gold coins, and the 50% chance of a lucky buff lasting 5 hours was increased. Ding dong. Your current total spending is 43 gold coins. The current gold coin balance in your virtual account is 159.2536. Jiang Yumian smiled contentedly. Great. Not only did she not spend a penny on this dungeon, she even earned so many gold coins. 200 gold coins would be plenty for her. Once she returned to the real world, she'd pay off her 1.45 million yuan debt, and still have some left over for the next dungeon. Jiang Yumian didn't exchange all of the Pearl Queen for gold coins. She earned more later, but she only had one left. What's more, the pearl she left behind was the largest, finest, and most lustrous of the Pearl Queen. All women love jewelry, and Jiang Yumian is no exception. She bought a decorative pearly white clam shell from a stall outside the bank and neatly placed it, along with the pearl, in the Lingquan Center for little Guiyuan to play with. When she has more money in the future, she wants to customize a large amount of gold and silver jewelry to hang on little Guiyuan's branches as decorations. Even if little Guiyuan doesn't have a use for her, it would be nice to keep it as a fortune tree in her space. However, more and more people are going to the wild fishing area today, so Jiang Yumian can only silently wait in the long line. Today, she will fish for 2 hours, then visit various restaurants to find delicious food, and then go home to learn to swim. Jiang Yumian had her plans made perfectly, but plans can't keep up with the unexpected. Perhaps while waiting in line, someone recognized her as the fishmonger from yesterday. Word spread quickly, and many people stopped fishing, leading Jiang Yumian to line up and get her zone number. Turning around, she saw a dense crowd surrounding her. The boy at the head of the group excitedly said, "Sister, where's your zone number for today? Let's get in line." This. Jiang Yumian let out an awkward laugh and apologized. "Sorry, I actually have enough money." The crowd gave her no chance to refuse. Their hopeful eyes, like hungry cubs, waited for her to feed them, and they all said in unison, "You can never have too much money. Sister, you definitely don't have enough." Jiang Yumian, Enough? Everyone. Sister, make money and buy beautiful clothes. Jiang Yumian, my clothes. As long as they're warm, that's all. Everyone, sister, make money to buy jewelry. This underwater paradise is filled with beautiful jewelry. Jiang Yumian, actually Everyone, there are so many delicious foods in this underwater world, but they're all so expensive. A plate of cabbage soup costs 5 or 600 pearls. Don't you want to try them all? Jiang Yumian, 5 or 600 pearls for a plate of cabbage? What kind of place is so expensive? They're just ripping you off from out of town. Everyone, yeah, but it's really delicious. Jiang Yumian couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Everyone, the white chicken with spring bamboo shoots is also super delicious. 12,000 pearls a plate. Okay. She see how anyone can afford such expensive cabbage and spring bamboo shoots today. The leaders were about to say something, but Jiang Yumian just waved her hand. Alright, shut up. Today's number is 6325. Get in line. Okay. Jiang Yumian looked at the backs of so many people rushing over and immediately regretted it, wanting to bite her handkerchief and cry. She had volunteered to work overtime. Damn, with so many people asking for her, how long would she catch any fish? 5 hours later. The bucket Jiang Yumian brought wasn't enough. Kind-hearted college students offered their fishing gear, just to exchange for 2 more fish. So, Jiang Yumian had earned 3 buckets of pearls. That's enough, really? I want to get off work. Fishing was a pleasure for others, but for her, it was stressful. Or you can buy me some seaweed. I really need to get off work. I have something urgent to do later. Everyone pondered for a long moment. That's fine. How much is this seaweed bait, sister? Jiang Yumian blinked, grabbed a handful, and said slowly, this is the bait I mix myself. Grab a handful like this, and you think 5 pearls is okay? Everyone was silent for 2 seconds. Jiang Yumian felt inexplicably guilty. After all, a 200L bucket only held 4 pearls. She only grabbed a few hundred grams in a handful. How could she possibly catch thousands of them? She still had over 500 liters in her space. This handful is enough for you to fish for hours, enough to catch a lot of fish. If you want to buy as much as you like, I can. Cheaper. Jiang Yumian hadn't finished her words about lowering the price when someone in the crowd shouted, Sister, I want all the algae you brought today. Bullshit. Each person can only buy a little. How can you possibly buy it all? That's right. You want all this cheap and easy to use bait? You're dreaming. Damn. I bought 300 pearls a small bag of bait this morning. I got ripped off again. Jiang Yumian suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, a smile on her face. Haha, as long as you think it's cheap, it's good. Cheap is good, haha. Sob, she thought she was still too kind. Chapter 94. Jiang Yumian hadn't realized that the basket of algae she brought with her was leftover from yesterday's fishing trip, and it was a free gift from the owner. She hadn't spent a penny yet, and she sold over 100 pearls. She figured it out. She truly figured it out. The end of making money was freeloading. A few jokingly disgruntled voices echoed from the crowd. Sister, you only brought this little algae. It's not even enough for us. Yes, we haven't even bought a handful yet, and it's all gone. Jiang Yumian immediately said, if it's not enough, there's more. I got several buckets at the front desk. You can buy as much as you want today. Instantly, in just an hour, Jiang Yumian had sold over 200 liters of bait. After deducting the cost of about 5 pearls, she made a net profit of 10 buckets of pearls. In addition to the 4 buckets of pearls she earned from fishing for 5 hours, a total of 14 buckets. Great, that's a lot of money, isn't it? Jiang Yumian, shaking off her fatigue, borrowed a cart from the front desk, and tearfully said goodbye to everyone, pushing 14 buckets of pearls. Tomorrow, there would likely be no more fish for her. She could finally fish freely. Before leaving, Jiang Yumian left her small bucket of fish at the front desk. Jiang Yumian said, if the fishing grandpa comes, please give him this bucket of fish. The receptionist smiled and said, okay. At first, Jiang Yumian was worried the receptionist wouldn't know who the fishing grandpa she was talking about was. Seeing the receptionist place the fish box next to the locker reserved for the fishing grandpa yesterday, she finally felt relieved to leave, pushing the pearl buckets with confidence. She had no way to repay the fishing grandpa, so she could only offer him the freshest fish she had caught today as a token of her gratitude. After leaving the fishing area, Jiang Yumian remained vigilant, secretly finding a secluded public restroom before returning the pearl bucket to the space. The swimming lesson she had agreed to with her beautiful sister was at 8 p.m., and with more than 2 hours left, Jiang Yumian decided to first check out the delicious bok choy soup and spring bamboo shoots and chicken dishes that the college students were talking about. At first, Jiang Yumian had no idea which place had the best bok choy soup. It wasn't until Jiang Yumian reached the entrance to the food court that she noticed a line of luxuriously decorated, high-end restaurants stretching all the way to the snack street entrance. Dream Sea Restaurant. Jiang Yumian immediately joined the queue. In this world without cell phones, the people in line chattered incessantly, and Jiang Yumian perked up her ears to listen to the gossip. Did you know? The garbage disposal station is almost broken these days. Yes. I saw the notice too. They say there are so many dead fish lately that the stench from the garbage disposal station is overwhelming. They say it's a bit overloaded. These tourists are so uncivilized. They buy fish, catch them, and then don't eat them. They kill them, and then throw them away. They throw them in the trash, and won't let anyone pick them up. They even buy the fish, and don't want them. They're all psychopaths. I mean, you don't know? The wild fishing area has been a mess lately. We used to catch a few, take them home to eat, and leave. But these tourists fish all day, killing them right after they catch them. The blood is practically dyeing the sea red. They're destroying the marine ecosystem like this. Sooner or later, they get their comeuppance. You know what? I heard the baby sharks in the shark area have been a bit irritable lately. They're even ignoring tourist divers, and have even been aggressive. Fortunately, the trainer stopped them. Maybe they smelled the blood on the tourists. Blood? Jiang Yumian wanted to buy a bag of sunflower seeds. Although sharks are very sensitive to the smell of blood, aren't the baby sharks here said to survive by eating algae? Jiang Yumian silently memorized these fragments of information. She wanted to listen to some more gossip, when she suddenly saw a group of people in the crowd cursing and chasing towards the food court entrance. Quick! That mute is there. Hurry! Jiang Yumian looked in the direction the crowd pointed and saw a man, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth and covered in dirt, standing at the pancake stall. The man was completely oblivious to the shouting, and was still trying to sign to the owner, asking for a pancake. Jiang Yumian had learned sign language because a wealthy man's deaf-mute daughter was looking for an English teacher with good pay, so she naturally understood the man's signs. He was asking if he could have just half a multigrain pancake. Jiang Yumian raised an eyebrow slightly, her lips curled. Oh, what's that called? When did Xiao Xingwen get into such a mess? Jiang Yumian watched as the crowd had already caught up to Yu Xingwen and quickly surrounded him. Jiang Yumian finally looked away. She didn't want to meddle in other people's affairs, nor did she want to get involved in other people's personal feuds. She was already almost at the restaurant entrance. Food is important. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the man leading the group snatching Yu Xingwen's shark bag. The group tossed the shark bag back and forth like a toy, and Yu Xingwen could only let them play with it. The leader, seemingly exhausted, simply threw Yu Xingwen's bag to a group of men in the distance, who then ran with it. Yu Xingwen tried to chase him, but was grabbed by the crowd and thrown to the ground. A new round of punches and kicks ensued. Jiang Yumian, Jiang Yumian took a deep breath, smiling as she brainwashed herself. I'm a gentlewoman, I don't mind my own business. They might be Yu Xingwen's enemies from the past, or people he bullied. What's wrong with revenge? I can't help the evildoers. Jiang Yumian vowed to uphold the Jiang family's 3 no's. No swearing, no meddling, and no fighting. Oh my god. The next second. That little mute doesn't look like someone who can bully others. There are so many young men, and I, a weak woman, can't even defeat them. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the alley behind the food court, Jiang Yumian expertly wielded a wooden stick and struck the man on the back of the head. Bang! With a thud, the man, carrying several shark backpacks, fell to the ground. Jiang Yumian blinked calmly. I may not be able to defeat you, but I can outsmart you. And she felt that she had clearly become quite adept at this sneak attack. Jiang Yumian stared at the several shark backpacks that had fallen to the ground. She was silent for 2 seconds, then quickly picked up a wooden stick and struck the man on the buttocks several times. I can tell you're not good people. Just as Jiang Yumian had stored all the shark backpacks in her storage and was about to leave, she noticed a small speck of blood next to a rather inconspicuous, upside-down bamboo basket not far away. Jiang Yumian instinctively stepped forward and removed the basket. The shark backpacks, which had been stuffed to the brim, now spilled out one by one, covering the ground. There were at least hundreds of these shark backpacks, and even Jiang Yumian was stunned for a few seconds. It seemed that a large part of the 1,300 or so players the system mentioned yesterday, who had become lucky koi due to lack of fish and backpacks, were the work of this group of people. Okay, in that case, she won't be polite. Chapter 95. Brother Hu, we had a great harvest today. We even gave that stinking mute a lesson. The leader, Jin Xiaohu, laughed heartily. Who's the boss of S University? He's always contradicting me in this game. Who else should I teach him a lesson? Send more people to keep an eye on him today. When he becomes a lucky koi tonight, I'd be the first to kill him. Then what about the others we robbed today? The younger brother hesitated, but Jin Xiaohu understood. He said readily, Don't worry, brothers. Once I kill 2 more koi and become the first, you all get a share. 10,000 points each tonight. Okay. Just as everyone excitedly entered their secret base, they discovered the 2 younger brothers guarding the entrance had been knocked unconscious. Jin Xiaohu and the others realized something was amiss and rushed into the dead end of the alley, only to find that they had also fallen to the ground. The bamboo basket that had hidden all the shark backpacks was now empty, rolling on the ground, a sight of endless desolation. Lying on the ground, Lu Bin was grabbed by the collar and forced awake by Jin Xiaohu. Who is it? Lu Bin looked bewildered. What do you mean by who? Jin Xiaohu pointed at the bamboo basket, his hand shaking. I'm asking you, who did this? Lu Bin, Brother Hu, I don't know. The younger brother beside him was also in a state of mental collapse. All our backpacks are here, and you're telling me you don't even know what they look like. Lu Bin was almost in tears. I just walked in and someone knocked me unconscious from behind. I really don't know. Jin Xiaohu, damn it. It must have been those guys from S University. What are you doing standing there? Go out and find them. Jin Xiaohu, don't let me know which it is. Otherwise, I eat him alive. Meanwhile, at the back door of a small clinic several miles across the alley, Yu Xingwen, covered in wounds, sat in a corner, painstakingly treating his wounds with saline solution. He was now penniless, and even the saline solution was a gift from the clinic doctor out of pity. Just as the pain was unbearable, someone suddenly stood before him. Yu Xingwen looked up, startled. The girl tossed a shark backpack, several bottles of medicinal wine for bruises and sprains, cotton swabs, and bandages beside him. Knowing he couldn't hear or speak, the girl simply turned and left without saying anything. Yu Xingwen stared blankly at the shark backpack and medicine on the ground for 2 seconds. Just as Jiang Yumian was about to disappear at the alley entrance, the boy quickly picked up his belongings and limped after the girl. Even Jiang Yumian hadn't expected Yu Xingwen to chase her, even acting a bit stealthily. But Jiang Yumian didn't sense any ill intentions from him. What? Seeking her protection? Even though he was disabled, a grown man like him couldn't do that, right? She had helped him because Yu Xingwen had recently given her a free health halo, and she didn't want to owe him a favor. But the favor wasn't big enough to warrant protecting him until the end of this round, so Jiang Yumian stopped halfway. Come out! Stop hiding. All she got in response was a puff of air. Speechlessly, Jiang Yumian put her hand to her forehead, then turned and walked directly to Yu Xingwen, who was hiding in the corner, and pulled him out. Jiang Yumian, about to speak, reluctantly began to sign. Jiang Yumian, what are you trying to do by following me? Yu Xingwen stared at Jiang Yumian's deft hand gestures in astonishment. After a long pause, he quickly signed, Thank you. Jiang Yumian, you're welcome. You can leave. Yu Xingwen, they're bad people. They hold grudges. You be in danger. Jiang Yumian couldn't help but laugh at his serious expression. You've been beaten up like this, and you still want to protect me? Yu Xingwen was silent for 2 seconds, clearly at a loss. Jiang Yumian, seeing this, couldn't help but wonder how this stubborn guy got involved with Jiang Peng. Jiang Yumian, I'm curious. How did you meet Jiang Peng and the others? Or did he offer you something to get you to work for him? Yu Xingwen looked bewildered. Who is Jiang Peng? Jiang Yumian, just your boss in the game. Yu Xingwen finally understood and gestured earnestly. He saved me the first time I entered this game, and said he'd take me along. Yu Xingwen, he's very nice. He doesn't mind me at all, and takes good care of me. Jiang Yumian, he's very nice. How could he let you hack someone's key card, and take advantage of them in the middle of the night? Yu Xingwen's eyes widened, and as if afraid she might misunderstand, he gestured rapidly. Yu Xingwen, he told me that Sister Di Shuang and Brother Weiming had a breakup and attempted suicide in the bathroom, so I quickly made the key card. Yu Xingwen, Brother Weiming was there too, and told me the same thing. After the man finished gesturing, he seemed stunned. They teamed up to trick me. Jiang Yumian was so angry that she laughed. She stopped gesturing and smirked. You just realized it. That's why college students are so easy to rip off. They're sold out, and still foolishly pay you. Yu Xingwen, Jiang Yumian, think carefully about why they're so nice to you. It's because you're useful to them. They probably tricked you into doing a lot of bad things before. Yu Xingwen, Jiang Yumian looked at Yu Xingwen, who was already beginning to sink into self-doubt, and shook his head. Such a blank slate, having played so many games, and still managed to survive so innocently until now. Partly because Jiang Peng still had some conscience when he exploited him, and partly because he couldn't speak or hear, God had taken away his hearing, automatically blocking out a lot of disgusting things. Just as Jiang Yumian was about to leave, Yu Xingwen instinctively took a step forward to follow. But Jiang Yumian glared at him, and warned him, "Don't follow me anymore. Go do what you need to do." Yu Xingwen could only stand there obediently, watching Jiang Yumian disappear from his sight. After Yu Xingwen's actions, Jiang Yumian couldn't enjoy her feast, and could only grab a quick dinner in the Mermaid Bay staff cafeteria. By the time Jiang Yumian changed into her wetsuit, and donned a small swim ring, and hurried to the staff swimming pool, Qin Manru had already fallen asleep waiting. She woke up at the sound of the noise, and saw Jiang Yumian wearing a small yellow duck swim ring, her mouth twitching. "Xiaobai, do you want to learn how to swim quickly?" "Yes." "If you do, then throw away that lousy swim ring." "Oh, okay." What Jin Xiaohu and the others didn't know was that the bandit he'd been chasing all day and all night was now happily learning to swim in the arms of a beautiful woman. Perhaps it was the helicopter crash that had earlier forced Jiang Yumian, who was always afraid of water, to doggy paddling in the hotel pool for a while, which in turn helped her overcome her fear. Jiang Yumian learned to swim exceptionally quickly tonight, and coupled with her naturally efficient learning ability, she quickly mastered it. Jiang Yumian and Qin Manru simply soaked in the water for over an hour, and successfully learned to swim. In fact, Qin Manru had a radical method that wouldn't even take an hour or two, just a few minutes. Just kick Jiang Yumian in. As long as she survived within 2 minutes, she basically learned to swim. That's how her master had taught her. But when she saw Jiang Yumian's beautiful, charming face, her eyes always widening, and her sweetly calling her sister, she really couldn't bring herself to do it. She still had to maintain her image as a gentle sister. She thought. Just then, the girl in the pool emerged from the water. Her fair face was damp, but her almond-shaped eyes seemed to shimmer with countless stars. As she looked at Qin Manru, her eyes sparkled, and she smiled sweetly, asking, "Sister, when can I swim in the deep end?" At the same time, Qin Manru, sitting on the shore, heard her phone ring with a particularly concerned tone. In the past, Qin Manru would have answered immediately, but now, she hung up without hesitation, smiling gently at Jiang Yumian and saying, "Don't worry, safety first. Just get used to it. We can come back tomorrow or the day after tomorrow." Okay. Chapter 96. The next morning, Jiang Yumian went out to buy food as usual, taking the pearl she earned the previous day. Seeing that she was almost done, she headed to the wild fishing house. As she guessed, it's better to teach a man how to fish than to give him fish. Although she wasn't as efficient as she was, at least there were no more lines, every fishing area was practically full. She already had enough pearls, and this time, no one was forcing her to work overtime. "But how are you guys taking up all the fishing areas? Aren't you leaving your sister a chance to survive?" Just as Jiang Yumian was about to leave with regret, she heard a boy's excited voice not far behind her. "Hurry! The Bait King is here!" Jiang Yumian, ? What kind of a name is that? For some reason, Jiang Yumian felt like the codename was referring to her. Turning around, everyone in the hall was rushing towards her. The scene was almost as terrifying as a zombie apocalypse. Jiang Yumian, shock. "Oh my god!" Jiang Yumian instinctively tried to escape, but was grabbed by the arms and waist by several pretty girls behind her. It wasn't that Jiang Yumian couldn't break free, it was that the embrace of these pretty girls was fragrant and soft. "Sister, do you still have bait for sale today? Can we buy more?" "Sister, you're the best." There were so many pretty girls, and who knew which one had snuck a kiss into her during the chaos? Who could resist that? No matter how thick-skinned Jiang Yumian was, she blushed deeply and struggled to break free from the crowd. Sell, sell, sell. I still have some. Let me go first. Let me get ready." Another hour later, Jiang Yumian felt like her seaweed underwear had been stripped clean. Really, there was not a single drop of her seaweed bait left. But the enthusiastic college students asked her to stock up on the spot. To stay ahead, they even asked her where she lived in the residential area. Once she made the bait, they would go buy it first. Frightened, Jiang Yumian fled the wild fishing building without a backward glance. For 2 days, she didn't dare set foot inside, fearing she would be eaten alive by the college students. Thankfully, by the third night of the game, Jiang Yumian still topped the fishing leaderboard. While the lucky koi points were significant, compared to the over 90,000 players, the base number was still far too small. Furthermore, since the first day of the game, when over 1,000 players caught a fish, players generally kept their little shark backpacks well protected, and even if they caught a fish, they would kill it immediately. So the game continued for 2 more days, and only 20 lucky koi appeared, while the fishing leaderboards were mostly climbing by the day. Jiang Yumian didn't feel a strong sense of crisis. On the 4th day, she was either stocking up or learning to swim in the pool. After finishing the shallow waters, she moved on to the deep waters. Once she was comfortable in the deep waters, she began preparing to learn to dive. On the evening of the 4th day, inside the Mermaid Bay Undersea exhibit, Qin Manru sat alone in the audience, watching Jiang Yumian, who was already having fun underwater with the baby stingrays. She suddenly felt the relief of an old mother who had finally taught her child to walk. Si Qing slowly walked down the stairs carrying 2 bottles of coffee and sat down beside her. He handed Qin Manru a cup of coffee and said with a smile, "Manru, you taught me well." As Qin Manru accepted the coffee, she said with relief, "Xiaobai is willing to learn, and she's smart. She adapted to life underwater faster than I did." Si Qing saw Jiang Yumian waving at them underwater, and couldn't help but smile. At this rate, how long will it take her to start work? Qin Manru, the day after tomorrow at the earliest. I let her wear the fishtail tomorrow to get used to it for 2 days. Si Qing, by the way, your fiancé has been complaining to me these days about the excessive workload I've given you lately. Tomorrow is your birthday, and he wants to take you out. Qin Manru said casually, "Let's talk about it tomorrow, after Xiaobai finishes her training." Si Qing, I can see you really like Xiaobai. Doesn't seeing her remind you of? Si Qing paused, realizing he said the wrong thing. Qin Manru said with a look of relief, "She's different from my sister. She's much more lively than my sister, but I also treat her like another sister. I don't want her to get into trouble at sea." 11:51 p.m. in a dead end outside a guest house in the residential area. Jin Xiaohu. So, still no news on that bandit. Everyone shook their heads. The younger brother rushed over, "Boss." Yes, an NPC said they saw a beautiful girl walk in there not long ago. Jin Xiaohu was puzzled. A woman? Lu Bin, who had been beaten, immediately denied it. How could it be a woman? That person hit me with such force that only a man could have struck me. Jin Xiaohu, it's possible it was a woman. You wouldn't know since it's your first time playing the game, but the women in this game are no pushovers. What does that woman look like? The younger brother continued, the NPCs said she's beautiful. They've seen her at the food court often. She's a regular. Lu Bin, damn it! If she's really a woman, I kill her. Jin Xiaohu, gather all the brothers tomorrow. Jin Xiaohu hadn't finished his words when he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Oh shit! Not only Jin Xiaohu, but Lu Bin and the others also began to suffer unbearable stomach aches. Some even rolled on the ground in agony. At this moment, a figure stood at the entrance to the dead end. Someone none of them had expected. Lu Bin clutched his stomach and cursed. What have you done to us, you dumb bastard? What Jiang Yumian and Jin Xiaohu and the others didn't know was Jiang Peng, with his unwavering deafness, had spared Yu Xingwen, a deaf-mute who couldn't even lift anything and could only be beaten in a fight. He even treated him politely, treating him like a patriarch. This was because Yu Xingwen wasn't just a genius with machinery, but also because he had a sharp mind. When it came to professional knowledge, Yu Xingwen had never lost. During his time at school, he not only majored in electronic information engineering, but also dabbled in physics, chemistry, and biology. Chemistry. He was top-notch. Though Yu Xingwen couldn't speak, his actions made clear the purpose of his visit. The man, dressed in clean white clothes, even though covered in bruises, bent down with dignity, and took up each of the newly looted sharp backpacks that Jin Xiaohu and the others had snatched that day. Then he tossed the backpack into the iron bucket he had prepared, doused it with oil, and set it on fire in front of everyone. In an instant, the shark backpack was engulfed in the blazing flames, illuminating the man's bruised and scarred features with a bright, delicate hue. Yu Xingwen's clear, dark eyes stared calmly at Jin Xiaohu. He spoke slowly, his words difficult yet silent, stern words. You are not allowed to bully her. Jin Xiaohu and the others struggled to get up, but they couldn't control the pain in their bodies, and cold sweat quickly covered their bodies. The countdown on their smartwatches seemed to announce that the number of their lives was approaching. Chapter 97. Fifth day of the player game, early morning. Jiang Yumian, sound asleep in her dorm, suddenly heard a series of system notifications. Ding dong. Player 7787 has gifted you 3 lucky koi. Your fishing points will increase by 30,000. Player 7787 has gifted you 3 lucky koi. Your fishing points will increase by 30,000. Player 7787 has gifted you 3 lucky koi. Your fishing points will increase by 30,000. Player 7787 has gifted you 3 lucky koi. Your fishing points will increase by 30,000. Jiang Yumian, question mark what? What happened? Jiang Yumian, her hair slightly messy, suddenly sat up in bed. Was she dreaming? Or was it real? Jiang Yumian quickly clicked on the fishing leaderboard. Fishing leaderboard. 1. Jiang Xiaobai. Number of fish caught, 120,031. Number of fish that cannot be snatched, 120,031. 2. Player 7,787. Number of fish caught, 10,351. Number of fish that cannot be snatched, 10,302. Number of fish that can be snatched, 49. Jiang Yumian, good guy, is it you? Jiang Yumian was confused, but could only scratch her head and lie down again. She definitely wouldn't believe it was a mistake, but she just didn't know who it was. Alas, there are still many good people in this world. Jiang Yumian simply gave up, and continued to dream of making a fortune. But now, the over 90,000 players couldn't sleep. Do you understand the pain of having the coordinates of 10 koi fish appear not far from their neighbor's BNB, only to disappear in the blink of an eye? The moment you put on your shoes and leave, your chance to get rich overnight vanishes in an instant. Who understands? Who knows? On the morning of the 5th day of the game, Jiang Yumian woke up and stared blankly at the ceiling. Usually, when the game's difficulty level increased, Jiang Yumian didn't want to go out and become cannon fodder. But the key point of this round of the game still remained unclear to her. Could it be that the entire underwater park was flooded? If the park was flooded, a submarine or some other device capable of surfacing would be necessary, otherwise all players, including NPCs, would perish in the sea. But she had searched everywhere for the past few days, and couldn't find a single store that offered a small, civilian submarine. Furthermore, she knew nothing about the world outside the underwater world. Even if she had a submarine, she wasn't sure if she could swim out. The game wouldn't be playing such an unsolvable game with 100,000 newbies, right? That means the game's difficulty lies elsewhere. Or maybe the flooding was just one of the difficulties, and there were even greater dangers waiting for them. But then again, isn't there an invincible shelter in each round? Why didn't she encounter a single one? Damn it! Even if Jiang Yumian didn't want to go out anymore, she had to get up, pack up, and go out for a stroll to gather any possible useful information. So Jiang Yumian's first stop was the wild fishing house, the busiest place. But this time, she learned her lesson and went out fully armed, ensuring no one would recognize her. Just then, someone happened to come to the front desk to return their number plate, allowing her to take advantage of the situation. But Jiang Yumian found the entire fishing area almost completely dead, everyone busy with their own tasks. Either killing fish or on their way to kill them. Every fishing spot was covered in blood, and some even looked numb from killing fish. It was as if the college students often said, "I've been killing fish at our T-Mart for 10 years, and my knife has become as cold as my heart." At this moment, the joke came true. Jiang Yumian felt a little uncomfortable from the smell of blood. After catching a small bucket of fish, she took the bucket and left. Whether she fished or not, or whether she caught fish or not, was no longer important. So when Jiang Yumian returned her number plate, she also handed the bucket to the receptionist. "Are these fish still being left with the fishing uncle at the front desk, Miss Jiang?" Jiang Yumian immediately lowered her sunglasses and whispered, "Do you recognize me?" The receptionist smiled, "Yes, but no one brings fish to Dean Juan right after they come fishing. Only you." Jiang Yumian, "Is the fishing uncle Dean Juan?" The receptionist, "Yes." The receptionist pulled an envelope from a drawer and handed it to her with both hands. "Hello, Miss Jiang. Grandpa Juan received the fish you gave him a few days ago, and he asked us to give you this letter." "Thank you." Jiang Yumian took the envelope and hurriedly left the wild fishing house. After arriving at the Fantasy Sea restaurant in the food court, Jiang Yumian finally pulled out the brown paper envelope the front desk had handed her. The girl opened the envelope, revealing a line of fluent cursive writing on the front. "From my dear friend Jiang Xiaobai." Jiang Yumian opened the envelope, revealing a beautifully designed invitation and a small sticky note. Xiaobai, do you want to see for yourself what a real mermaid looks like? There's a private auction in a few days, and Grandpa will take you to see it. However, no photos or public information are allowed. This must be kept confidential. Then, Jiang Yumian opened the invitation. The venue listed was the Institute's Central Exhibition Hall. As for the time, it was tonight at 8 p.m. Jiang Yumian was silent for a moment, then decided not to go. Although the fishing grandpa looked friendly, for some reason, she had a feeling that the nights at the underwater park would be too turbulent to go out. After dinner, she packed up several special treats, and went on a shopping spree, even buying another 200 liters of seaweed at the seaweed market. Then she went home to learn swimming from her beautiful sister. But the result? She had been waiting by the pool for over an hour, but no one showed up. Suddenly, footsteps were heard at the entrance. Jiang Yumian straightened her back immediately. It was Ho Yun, the other sister who played the mermaid, who had just opened the door. Ho Yun, Xiaobai, did you see Manri today? Jiang Yumian looked confused. Didn't she work today? She was still sleeping when I left this morning. Ho Yun, no, I checked in your dorm, but she wasn't there. She was supposed to be on duty today, but she skipped work without asking for leave. Sister Si Qing said she might be with you, or she might be on a date with a guy. This girl's dating a rich man, and she's starting to prioritize her love over her friendships. Chapter 98. Ho Yun, Xiaobai, where are you going? Jiang Yumian, already grabbing a towel, rushed to the locker room. I'm going out for a bit, I'll be back soon. Seeing Jiang Yumian's serious expression, Ho Yun realized something, and his face instantly turned pale. Recently, divers have been mysteriously disappearing in various pavilions at the underwater park. Could it be? Not good. We need to notify Sister Si Qing immediately. Meanwhile, at the underwater park's only waste disposal station, an employee watched trucks laden with dead fish continuously stream in from the entrance, and couldn't help but glance at the junior leader beside him. Employee, Director, what should we do with all these dead fish? The dead fish from yesterday and the day before yesterday haven't even been decomposed yet, and now several times more have been delivered. The incinerator is already overloaded, and now the underwater park has a dedicated waste incinerator with advanced processing equipment. The black smoke and waste generated by the incineration have their own designated disposal sites. Biodegradable waste will become fertilizer for algae, while the black smoke will be transported to the surface through a large exhaust fan along an undersea pipeline. This pipeline is equipped with purification equipment in each section to ensure that the air discharged to the outside meets quality standards. However, the pipeline can only discharge a limited amount of air at a time. An overloaded operation in recent days has caused several sections of the pipeline to experience abnormalities. Maintenance workers want to inspect, but the incineration process cannot be stopped at all these days. If they take a day off, the constant influx of garbage, if not handled promptly, will fill the entire waste disposal station in just a few hours. Even the director himself was confused for a moment. Wait a minute, I asked the boss. But when he called, he heard the other party angrily scold him. What else can we do? If it can't be incinerated, just throw it into the sea. If you don't throw the dead fish into the sea, do you think you can take it home and eat it? I'm in a hurry to attend the auction, and you're bothering me with such a trivial matter. Do I care about you guys for free? Beep, beep, beep. Before either of them could say anything, the call was ruthlessly hung up. Employee, Brother Yang Wei. Director, just do as the boss says. Burn what can be incinerated, and dispose of what can't be incinerated in the open sea. Employee, what about maintenance? Director, forget maintenance for now. We send more people over after the garbage is disposed of. It won't be a big deal if we delay for a few days. Okay. 7 p.m. on the 5th day of the game. Truckload after truckload of dead fish were dumped into a corner at the edge of the free sea. The seawater was common, and as the dead fish rose to the surface, the stench of blood spread at an alarming rate. The first to be affected was the shark-infested area near the free sea, home to the largest aquaculture area. No one knew the extent of the disaster these odors would later unleash. 7:50 p.m., at the Research Institute's gate. Jiang Yumian stood breathless, gazing at the deserted gate, lost in thought. A normal auction should be as grand and spectacular as possible, but this private auction was surprisingly quiet. As the saying goes, a quiet child is always up to something, and this research institute was clearly no exception. Jiang Yumian simply straightened her clothes, took the invitation, and walked proudly outside the security room, handing it to him. The security captain, who was about to leave to stop the girl, immediately opened the door respectfully upon seeing the invitation and welcomed her in. As Jiang Yumian entered, She casually asked the security guard, "Do you know where Wen Wintao is? Professor Wen should be in the central exhibition hall preparing for the auction at this hour. Do you need him urgently?" Jiang Yumian shook her head. "No, I just have an academic question I'd like to discuss with him. I go straight in and see him." The security captain said, "Okay, the auction is about to begin. Please go in." Jiang Yumian nodded and sprinted towards the auction room. Upon entering, she was greeted by a large cylindrical exhibition area leading up to the rooftop. Inside, there was nothing but the clear blue water. Next to the cylindrical exhibition area, a long spiral staircase spiraled up to the rooftop, offering a panoramic view of the interior from every angle. A group of people were leaning on the handrail, chatting animatedly. All of them, without exception, were dressed in elegant attire and exuded a refined demeanor. They were clearly local celebrities and wealthy individuals. Jiang Yumian had worked part-time as a receptionist at auctions before, but this was her first time being invited as a guest to a special and private auction like this. Jiang Yumian was stunned for a moment, before quickly dispelling her curiosity and searching for Wen Wintao. Ever since her beautiful sister disappeared, she had a premonition. Even if Chen Manru wasn't taken away by Wen Wintao, she was still inextricably linked to him. Just as Jiang Yumian was about to ask the nearby staff, a man's gentle voice came over the main broadcast in the central exhibition hall. "Dear guests, I am Wen Wintao, a level 3 researcher at the Institute, and the general manager of this mermaid project. The auction is about to begin. Please proceed to the second floor and take your seats. On behalf of the Institute, I sincerely welcome you all for taking the time to attend this auction. I would like to express my sincere gratitude." As the broadcast stopped, the people on the spiral staircase began to ascend. And suddenly, from the rooftop, into the previously empty exhibition area, a group of mermaids swam in. They began to wave enthusiastically to the people on the staircase. The mermaids were both male and female, though the females were more numerous. Each mermaid's tail was a different color, each more dazzling than the last. Pale gold, carp red, deep blue, iridescent purple, pearly white. 12 colors in total. Jiang Yumian was stunned for a moment, because Chen Manru, whom she had been searching for all night, was also there, except that the carp red mermaid tail costume Chen Manru wore every day had now become real. A real mermaid tail. And her gentle and beautiful roommate, her older sister, clearly didn't recognize her at all. She just glanced at her and turned to greet the others. Jiang Yumian's face immediately darkened, a gloomy air emanating from her, especially as she sat down at the spot where her name was written, listening to the beast in human form, so close before her, detailing the mermaids. "Wen Wintao, I believe you can see these mermaids, each one breathtakingly beautiful, half human, half mermaid. Don't doubt it, their mermaid tails are real. They are all human, high-quality surrogate models hired at a high price by our research institute. Are you curious about where the original data came from? This is the highlight of our auction. We found the last male mermaid in the South China Sea." Chapter 99. Jiang Yumian, sitting in the audience, nearly gnashed her back teeth, but seeing the layers of security guards nearby maintaining order, she endured it. Wen Wintao on the stage was also stunned when he saw Jiang Yumian sitting in the front row, next to the dean. Just as the dean was about to take his seat, Wen Wintao promptly handed the microphone to the auction host and hurried off the stage. Perhaps because of Wen Wintao, Jiang Yumian, along with the fishing grandpa, looked displeased. Thankfully, Grandpa Wan had a good temper and smiled, asking, "What's wrong with you today, girl? You seem unhappy?" Jiang Yumian forced a smile. "Grandpa Wan, no, should I call you Dean Wan?" Grandpa Wan draped a small blanket over his legs and teased, "It sounds better to call me Grandpa Wan." Dean Wan sounds sarcastic. Seeing his still open gaze, Jiang Yumian chose to speak frankly. "Jiang Yumian, Grandpa Wan, did all these surrogate models volunteer to transform from humans into fish?" Grandpa Wan replied without hesitation, "Of course, these mermaid models all signed up voluntarily. Our research projects are all humane. We never harm marine life for research results, let alone humans. For subjects who volunteer to sacrifice for research, our institute will clearly explain the risks and side effects of the experiment from the outset. There is no forced sale. Some people with financial difficulties will choose to take risks just to make a living." Jiang Yumian believed what Grandpa Wan said, but she didn't believe Wen Wintao. She also didn't believe Chen Manru would volunteer for such an experiment for money. How could she, such a conservative person, choose to be a surrogate model for a fish just for money? Furthermore, surrogacy was illegal and prohibited in her country, her world, and she absolutely disapproved of its existence. She had always been well aware of the challenges women faced once this industry chain took hold. Jiang Yumian was about to speak when Wintao's faint smile echoed from behind her. "Director, you're here." Director Wan said with satisfaction, "Well, Wintao, you done a great job this time. I see the quality of these surrogate models is quite good. You worked so hard to find so many willing and high-quality divers in such a short time." Wintao, "That's not right, Director. It's my duty." Director Wan, "Do your best. I retire next year." How could Jiang Yumian not understand the implication of these words? But before she could even say well, Wintao addressed her. "This must be the special guest the dean mentioned." "Hello, I'm Wintao." Jiang Yumian's peripheral vision caught the hand he extended toward her, and she saw a slip of paper wedged between his fingers. Jiang Yumian frowned slightly, and after a brief handshake, she shifted the note into her hand. By the time she had a moment to open it, the host was on stage introducing the mermaid's background. "After the auction, I naturally returned the jade intact. If you need it, I can also provide you with a substantial sum of money. I hope you won't be ungrateful. If you dare disrupt this auction or speak nonsense around the dean, I turn you into a fish forever." Jiang Yumian laughed. This guy was threatening her. Threatening her with an NPC he only known for less than 5 days, and forever transformed into a fish? What's going on? Wintao had planned everything, but he never imagined a mermaid model could be connected to the dean. He also never imagined the dean would allow a college student, who hadn't even graduated yet, to attend such an important private auction. Even more unexpected, Jiang Yumian actually handed the note directly to the dean, pointing in his direction innocently and saying, "Grandpa Wan, this is from that weird uncle." Wintao, eh? Even Wan Qingshan was stunned for a moment, subconsciously looking in the direction Jiang Yumian pointed, toward Wintao. Wintao, eh? Then he lowered his head to look at the note Jiang Yumian had handed him, his brow furrowed as he read everything on it. Wan Qingshan, eh? It was unknown what Jiang Yumian had whispered into Wan Qingshan's ear. He saw that the usually casual Jiang Yumian had become stern and even put on his reading glasses, which he usually didn't bother wearing. Wintao felt a sudden pang in his heart, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Sure enough, text messages popped up one after another on their institute's specialized smart device. "President wanted Vice President Liu. Please come and preside over the auction. President Wan. Also, please show me the list of surrogate models and the voluntary contracts they signed. If there was any coercion, send them all back. President Wan and Assistant Researcher He, notify everyone to recall surrogate model Chen Manru. Remove her from the surrogacy program. After she returns to human form, she will be observed for a period of time. I will personally deliver her to Mermaid Bay to apologize to the 2 Sea Sisters. Dean wanted Researcher 1. After the auction, put aside all your current research projects and hand them over to Researcher Yin. It's over, completely over now." Just as Wintao sat there dejectedly, head bowed in a daze, a ball of paper suddenly struck him on the head, and then fell into his arms. Wintao couldn't help but look in the direction of the paper. But he saw Jiang Yumian smiling at him and motioning for him to open the paper. Wintao did so. When he opened the paper, he discovered that the female university student had written a line at the end in a wild and unrestrained handwriting, but Wintao could clearly see every word. "The tangled strips have not yet turned yellow, but they are driven wildly by the east wind. No, I mean it literally." Wintao, eh? Seeing Chen Manru finally recalled and no longer in the cylindrical exhibition area, Jiang Yumian felt a sense of relief. In a very good mood, she even listened attentively to the host's explanation. "Because the mermaid species is rare and facing extinction due to climate change, our research institute has developed a plan to protect marine mermaids. The first of these plans is to promote the reproduction of the mermaid species. To this end, we have prepared 11 high-quality surrogate mermaids, which will be chosen by the last mermaid prince. Today's auction will be for the endorsement, image, and naming rights of the last mermaid prince and his first mermaid baby. Also, all proceeds from the auction will be invested in public welfare funds for the reproduction and research of mermaids. Without further ado, let us welcome the world's last mermaid prince." At the same time, all the lights went out, and a rectangular, silver-white cage suddenly descended from the center of the cylindrical exhibition area. And the person in the cage? No, it was a fish. Beneath her long, inky black hair lay a face so beautiful it made everyone present hold their breath. Her lean arms were bound to either side of the cage, and beneath her defined abdominal muscles lay an inky blue mermaid tail. The sheen of the fish's scales was more of a multicolored black than an inky blue, exuding a sense of sophistication under the light. So beautiful. So unique. Jiang Yumian, watching movies and TV shows, had always assumed mermaids were silvery white, with bluish purple being the most beautiful. But now, her perception had been completely overturned. Especially when the caged merman opened his eyes. His narrow, almond-shaped eyes, shimmering with a unique sense of world-weariness, were the crowning touch to his features. For a moment, Jiang Yumian, accustomed to seeing beautiful women, couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat. But just twice. Because she felt those eyes were a little familiar. Staring intently, Jiang Yumian, for some reason, reached up and covered the lower half of the man's face. The next second, Jiang Yumian's hand trembled, and her almond-shaped eyes widened considerably. Mask Master? Chapter 100. Is your face so handsome under the mask, boss? No, that's not the point. The point is, boss, when did you become so lame? You even turned into a mermaid. At first, Jiang Yumian thought the mermaid only looked a bit like Lu Shiyan. Until the mermaid glanced through the highly transparent glass and caught sight of her, sitting in the front row. He was stunned for a moment. Then, with a look of despair, he closed his eyes tightly. Jiang Yumian knew. This feeling was right. It was truly an expression only Lu Shiyan could make. At this moment, as the cage was lowered, the surrogate mermaid models began to swarm around it. Each one looked like they were courting a mate during mating season. If it weren't for the cage, Jiang Yumian felt these mermaids would have killed Lu Shiyan right there. If it weren't for the wrong situation, Jiang Yumian would have grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and started cracking them. Jiang Yumian's gossip continued, and she turned her head to ask the dean curiously, Grandpa Wan, why are you keeping him caged? The very mention of this gave Wan Qishan a headache. I wonder if you heard of an experiment. Jiang Yumian, Wan Qishan, to breed an extremely beautiful fish, simply place it in a separate tank with a fish of the opposite sex during its mating season. Regardless of whether the other fish is ugly or beautiful, and no matter how resistant the beautiful fish may be at first, after a few days, it will warm to the other, mate, and begin to diligently raise its offspring. Jiang Yumian, Grandpa Wan, are you using this experiment on handsome male fish? Yes, but the results were very unsatisfactory, practically a failure. Wan Qishan sighed as he spoke. Once placed in the same experimental area with a mermaid surrogate model, he became extremely aggressive. Not only would he resist, but he would even indiscriminately attack anyone who approached him. Many surrogate models had to be terminated prematurely due to serious injuries. Initially, we thought it might be a sexual orientation issue, so we used fish of the same sex. That was the worst accident we ever experienced. The mermaid prince tore the hermaphroditic surrogate model in half with his bare hands, and afterward, he would occasionally self-harm and go on hunger strikes. Jiang Yumian ate his melon with a serious expression. Oh my god! So much! Bloody! Wan Qishan shook his head helplessly. There's nothing we can do. We custom-made this cage for him, and it's also to protect the other mermaid models from being harmed. Jiang Yumian, but won't the cage still have to be open for mating? Wan Qishan, yes, that's why we held this mate selection meeting. We found as many high-quality mermaid models as possible, allowing the mermaid prince to choose for himself. Wan Qishan, perhaps this way, he won't be so resistant. Once mating is successful, the state and even the Marine Association will provide the most suitable living environment for the entire family. The offspring he produces will be a major breakthrough in the biological world. Jiang Yumian nodded. It's quite a breakthrough. She was almost overwhelmed. By the way, Grandpa, how will he choose a mate later? You already locked him up. Wan Qishan smiled. You find out. The music in the exhibition hall changed, and all the mermaids gathered outside the cages, gathering at the corners near the spiral escalator. The host said, next, let's witness the birth of the mermaid princess. Every guest has a number plate on their table. Take it and head up the spiral escalator, standing behind the model of your choice. If the mermaid prince successfully chooses your favorite princess, we provide a beautiful gift. Wan Qishan said, come on, girl, let's join in the fun. Who do you think is your favorite? Jiang Yumian said, can I choose too? Wan Qishan said, of course. Then, the young and the old began to compare and discuss. Finally, Jiang Yumian and the others, willing to take the risk, chose a pure white male model that no one else had chosen. For some reason, just as Jiang Yumian found her footing, she felt a sharp gaze from within the exhibition area fall upon her. Though fleeting, Jiang Yumian sensed it. It was the leader in the cage warning her. Jiang Yumian flinched, but only for 2 seconds before straightening her back. What are you looking at? What are you glaring at? Is he going to jump out and hit her? Everyone had decided on their voting partner, and the host gave the order. 2 divers instantly descended from above the cylindrical exhibition area. They quickly unlocked the cage, one uncuffing the mermaid while the other placed a device around Lu Shiyan's neck. Wan Qingshan, that device is a sedative. If the mermaid exhibits any aggressive behavior, it will activate immediately to protect the models. Jiang Yumian nodded obediently. After Lu Shiyan completely swam out of the cage, he paused, apparently making a decision. A moment later, Lu Shiyan swam directly in the direction of the silver-white mermaid model and the carp-red mermaid model. Finally, he pointed at the silver-white mermaid model, the male treasure fish that Wan Qingshan and the others had chosen. Jiang Yumian, shock. Oh my god. She said so. She said the boss might like this one. Just when everyone thought it was a done deal, the host excitedly started to make an announcement. Sooner or later, it happened. It seems the prince has chosen our little silver-white king. Just as the silver-white mermaid excitedly pounced on Lu Shiyan, he was ruthlessly tossed aside by him. The inky fishtail swam in front of the glass, raised its finger, pointed at the woman outside, and spoke slowly. I want her. A dreamy, shimmering seabed, a man and a fish stared at each other through the glass, their gaze frozen in time. Everyone, ? Wan Qingshan was the most confused. Even at his advanced age, his heart nearly pounding. The man's determined expression, fixed on the girl beside him, left him momentarily unsure how to decide, and he could only speak hesitantly. Hey, girl, do you think he's handsome? Jiang Yumian, ? Is this a question of whether he's handsome or not? No matter how handsome he is, she can't mess around, Wan Qingshan. If you like him, the Research Institute is willing to give you 30 billion pearls as a financial subsidy. Do you want to give it a try? Jiang Yumian, Why did this sound so familiar to her? It wasn't a matter of whether it sounded familiar or not. No matter how handsome or rich he was, she couldn't afford to seduce a fish for 30 billion. She wanted to make fish head soup.